Okay, sorry, ladies and gentlemen, we had to end that live stream, of course, to set this up in 2 different streams. YouTube only saves 12-hour videos. So this is still a continuation of a 24-hour live stream. We've been live for 12 hours at this point. You can see it up there with the timer counting down. So we got 12 more hours to go. Let's go over. Let's hop into our next draft. If you have not done so already, go down there. Drop a like in the live stream. Subscribe to the channel. And most importantly, of course, if you want to get in these drafts with us tonight, tomorrow, the next day, we're even going to be doing these drafts during the year. Go sign up for Underdog Fantasy. Underdog also has cool pick'ems. I don't know if y'all know this. We'll show off the pick'ems real quick. And when you go and sign up for Underdog Fantasy and use promo code FLOCK, they're going to match your first deposit dollar for dollar up to $100. You're going to get our 2022 fantasy football rankings, our 2022 fantasy football draft guide. Of course, you're going to support the channel as well. So make sure you're doing that. And let me actually go through and grab the thumbnail for this live stream. I'm losing my mind. We've been live for 12 hours. We are picking at one of our favorite spots, at least. I mean, Underdog decided to show us some mercy and give us, I believe we're at the 104 here. The draft starts in about 10 seconds. I just need to go through. I need to download our thumbnail to put on YouTube. Perfect. Yeah, we're going to get Cooper Kupp here at 4. I think we're excited about Kupp at 4. Not too much to say. I mean, let's go ahead. Let's lock him in. And I've been taking Cooper Kupp over Justin Jefferson as well. Like, we have moved Cooper Kupp to being the 3rd player overall for us. Let's move this over. I think if we're looking at other people in this draft, maybe this is a small break where we're not going up against the people coming out and targeting us in these drafts on the live stream. Maybe instead, we actually get to go up against some people just in the random public lobby here. Let's see. Jamar Chase goes at 5. Yeah, definitely you want to be going with Jamar Chase over Austin Eckler on Underdog in particular. But we've seen a ton of drafts today. And I repeat, a ton of drafts where they have had Austin Eckler above Jamar Chase. It's interesting. But let me pull up this live stream again. Okay. Looks like we got a lot of people out here. Of course, thank you all so much for coming up to the stream. Anyway, let me set this up for everybody here. But thank you. We already have 150 likes in the live stream. And we've been live, I mean, on this version, on this feed for like 3 minutes. So thank you guys for everybody going down there, dropping a like in the stream. I think we had 6,000 likes on the other 12-hour stream. But of course, we can't carry that over. I do want to save these for videos later on. Okay, we have Dalvin Cook going off the board here at 8. Okay, let's go through. We had some donations I need to take a look at. We have Andrew coming out. Thank you. Jalopy Sausage says, and let's do it again, Flock Nation. Let's fly ya. Let's play it off. Let's play it off. Block Country, let's fly. Block Country, let's fly. Block Country. Let's get this going, ladies and gentlemen. Let's fly. Block Country. Vlog Country. Let's fly. And oh my gosh, we really just reset that timer. God. I meant to hide the Russell Wilson side. We're going to have to go through. We're going to have to figure out how to fix the timer ACP. Hopefully this doesn't make a big difference. How long have we been live? Been live for about 3 minutes. Yeah, we got to move this down. Joe Mixon Barkley here at the 1-2 turn. Not too much to discuss. It seems like it's been a very standard draft so far. Okay, there we go. I think the timer should be fixed. Noah says, congrats on 90,000, bro. You deserve it. Flock for life. Thank you for being a long-time member of the Flock, of course, my friend. Jer says, 100,000 subs before the season. 100 nuggets from Burger King live stream. I'll do that. I think that is I think that's a much easier challenge than a 24-hour live stream. If we had 100,000 subscribers before kickoff, they have to be legit subscribers too. We will go through and we will fire up a live stream. And maybe it'll just be, y'all know we stream every single night. At the end of one of the live streams, we'll try to do 100 chicken. I don't know. 100 chicken nuggets is a lot. 100 Burger King nuggets is a lot. But Jack says, hey, Mason, what do you think of Cordell Patterson in a full PPR format? Cordell Patterson, full PPR, I like it. I mean, he was running back 15 last year. I will say that obviously we are concerned about the offense he's playing in. Not only are we concerned about the offense he's playing in, it's a 31-year-old running back as well. I mean, I can't come out here and go, oh yeah, we are concerned with what we have in terms of Derrick Henry's age. And then at the opposite end of the spectrum go, oh yeah, no, we don't need to go ahead and worry about what we have with Cordell Patterson. There are some serious red flags with Patterson, but that's baked into his price. I think it's going to be fine to pick him where he goes. Okay. Tyreek Hill going 119. Dog coming out says, Mason the GOAT, best fantasy YouTuber. Thank you, my friend. And Justin says, was in the last puppy on the first stream. Thank you, my friend, for coming out. Hopefully your team was strong. I mean, we ended up getting fully on our squad, so of course our team was unbelievably strong. We're going to go ahead. We're going to take Deebo Samuel here, 21. I mean, there are going to be a million teams that start with Cooper Kupp and Deebo Samuel, so it's not necessarily the most interesting build in the world. But at the same time, if we want a running back, we can go Leonard Fournette or Nick Chubb in the third round. It's not going to be that much of a difference. And C. Mills says, in a 12-team half PPR format, we got one flex spot. Joe Mixon, Travis Kelce, Travis Etienne, Patrick Mahomes. Okay, so we have Kelce and Mahomes stacked up. And we have the double stack with Jerry Jeudy. I'm sorry, with Juju Smith-Schuster. We have Jerry Jeudy, Michael Thomas, DeAndre Hopkins, Darrell Henderson, James Robinson, Julio Jones, Michael Gallup. What are your thoughts? Love the team. I think eventually we're going to be looking to trade away some of this wide receiver depth. We're probably going to have to wait until we end up getting DeAndre Hopkins back, opening up the opportunity for us to go through and for us to sell one of these receivers, whether that's Jerry Jeudy in a package with a running back like James Robinson for an upgrade that way. But what do we want to do here? Let's go Fournette. I mean, I think with Leonard Fournette, obviously he hasn't had the best offseason with the offensive line turnover that we have with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. On top of it, at the same time, we're looking at Rachaad White coming in, Chris Godwin coming back. Chris Godwin being healthy, it looks like there may be more target competition in general. But Don coming out says, Mason will do pay chats from the end of the first one. I think we got all the messages at the end of the first live stream. I definitely think we got all the messages. And now Aiden says, I finally drafted in a 10-team PPR league where we had Justin Jefferson, Aaron Jones, you say Brown. I'm assuming A.J. Brown in the third, Ezekiel Elliott, Chris Godwin, Robinson, Brady, Jalen Hurts was sniped early, A.J. Dillon, Ramondre Stevenson, Brandon Ayuk, Freiermuth, Gallup, Dotson, and Brian Robinson. I like the team. If we're looking at Brian Robinson, I think that this is a player that we probably can't roster if we don't have the ability to put him on the IR. But if your league has it where you can put players in the PUP on the IR, I think you're going to be completely fine. And 99% of league formats should have it set up that way. Long-term, really great team. I mean, if we have Tom Brady, I definitely think that we need to have one of his pass catchers, and you have Godwin here. So I think we're fine with this squad. Okay. Now let's move this over. So after we go Leonard Fournette, you have T. Higgins, Keenan Allen, Nick Chubb. So the team at the 7 spot goes through and has Derrick Henry, Aaron Jones, and Nick Chubb all in the same squad. Interesting. Let's go through and let's monitor that team through the rest of the draft, definitely. Okay. Let's move this down. Ezekiel Elliott going off the board here. 35. Gabe Davis goes 37. So at this point, I think we have a very balanced start. We're not necessarily rooting for anything in particular. What's interesting is if we want an elite level tight end, like we're not going to have to go ahead and take him there at pick 45. We should be able to get him on the way back around at 52, knowing that the two teams picking after us already have the combo of both Mark Andrews and Kyle Pitts. So I think we are in an interesting spot in general, but we should be good to go. We should be good to go. Mahomes goes 38 to pair up with Travis Kelce. Very rarely are you seeing a team reach on Mahomes here. I think it does make sense. If you think Mahomes could be the QB1 overall, not many teams in this tournament style contest on Underdog are going to have Mahomes and Kelce stacked up. So I think it does make a lot of sense. Michael coming out says, drafting at the 5 spot, second round, would you pick Javonte Williams or Tyreek Hill? If we were drafting in a league that had multiple flex spots where we can go through, we can start up to 4 wide receivers every week, we're going to go ahead, we're going to take Tyreek Hill. If we're playing in a league with only one flex, you got to go running back. You have to go Javonte. Okay. Josh has been listening in the background pretty much all day besides cooking dinner. Thank you so much, Josh, for coming out and hanging out with us in the live stream all day. I promise you that means so much, my friend. It means so much. And also, we have been live for, on this stream in particular, on this one. Obviously, this is a continuation of our last one, 13 hours in. But we've only been live on this one for 10 minutes, and we have 400 likes on the live stream in 10 minutes. Thank y'all so much. Everybody going down there and remembering to drop a like, even if you've already dropped a like in the first stream. Still definitely going to help. If we're trying to reset this in the YouTube algorithm, of course, it's going to be difficult. We're going to go ahead. We're going to take Terry McLaurin here, pick 45. I think, as we said, if we want an elite level QB, we can get them on the way back around. I think we can definitely get one of these elite level quarterbacks on the way back around. Okay, so... I'm sorry, not one of the elite level quarterbacks. We can get an elite level tight end or quarterback on the way back. I don't think we're guaranteed a QB between Lamar and Mahomes here. Actually, no, Mahomes already off the board. Never mind, Lamar would have been the only guy we could have grabbed. Cal says, how long will you be drafting him at work for 12 hours and need something to do? Well, we have 12 more hours to go in this live stream, my friend. Go sign up for Underdog. Use promo code FLOCK when you sign up. Get our rankings. Get our draft guide, which will help you even if you've already had your draft. Most importantly, a 100% deposit match. Support the stream. Come out here and draft with us. Definitely will help a ton. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Now, Deontay Johnson off the board here, 48. Damian Pierce goes 49 real early for Damian Pierce here. Really early for Damian Pierce. Okay, Brandon Cooks off the board, 51. I think we go ahead. Let's go Kittle on a build where we have Deebo Samuel. I think if we're looking at our rankings, we're going to have a Darren Waller over Kittle, but this way we can set ourselves up with the potential to go with the Trey Lance stack later on at pick 69. We can get that double stack between Deebo and Kittle here. Even though in my rankings, I do have Darren Waller before Kittle. It is what it is. It's not going to be the end of the world. We have them ranked back to back. Carlos says, YouTube deleted part 1 of the stream. YouTube did not delete part 1 of the stream. For the love of God, I hope it did not. If it did, I will cry. What the heck? It's up there on my YouTube studio. It's probably processing. No, I still see it on my sub box. I can still watch it. YouTube didn't delete it. It kind of looks like it did. But no, that part 1 of the 24-hour live stream should still be there. That's why we split it into 2 different 12-hour streams, so we could make sure we had part 1 and part 2. That way nobody could come out here and say we didn't do it. Adrian says, you confident with Terry McLaurin in Jahan Dotson there? Yeah, I think so. I mean, if we're looking at the Washington football team in general, I think that this passing offense is going to be significantly better than what we've had in years past, knowing that we have Carson Wentz, in my opinion, the best quarterback that Terry McLaurin's ever played with in Washington. Jahan Dotson, if anything, maybe is going to be able to elevate the overall team here, in that in years past, Terry McLaurin has had absolutely no competent play alongside him at all. So I think we can sit here and we can make the argument that, yes, Jahan Dotson's going to be the most target competition Terry McLaurin's ever had, but at the same time, last year you had to draft McLaurin in the 3rd round. I'm fine with drafting McLaurin this year. And Antonio Garcia coming out, thank you, says, in a 10-team format, PPR league, we have Jalen Hurts at quarterback. Running back, we have DeAndre Swift, Travis Etienne. Wide receiver, we have Cooper Kupp, AJ Brown, Rashad Bateman. We have the elite level tight end, Kyle Pitts. We have Lockett, Edmonds, Woods, Dillon, Dotson, Jamal Williams. And I have Joshua Palmer. What do you think? Should I pick Barkley over Pitts in round 3? I think you should have picked a Saquon Barkley over Kyle Pitts in round 3. I mean, even if you're sitting in a spot where you already had some great running backs, someone like DeAndre Swift make it to you in the 2nd round. I mean, Saquon Barkley's a running back that has top 3 overall upside this year in a PPR format. I think you should have gone Barkley over Pitts. If you could go through, if you could trade Pitts for Barkley right now, that's going to be something that I look to do. Regarding some of these bench players, I actually am fine with them. I mean, if Joshua Palmer Doesn't look like he has an exciting role week 1. Don't feel the need to hold on to Joshua Palmer like throughout the entire season. Be quick to move on from Joshua Palmer if you have a different option you like on the waiver wire. Okay. But Adam Thielen, Kyler Murray off the board here. Elijah Mitchell goes 67. So we are going to get Dobbins. What's the report with Dobbins? Has a chance to play week 1. Like, we're going Dobbins here, 69, regardless of what that report says. I think if we're looking at the overall upside case that we have for J.K. Dobbins, well, yes, I'll be the first person to admit there are concerns in Baltimore with Dobbins currently, but at the same time, the upside case that you have, I think, is there where Dobbins is a no-brainer pick at 69. Like, Dobbins could just lap these other running backs in this range. Guys like Chase Edmonds, Josh Jacobs, Tony Pollard, Deandre Stevens, Scott. Like, Dobbins should not even belong in this range if he was healthy. Of course, he's not fully healthy, but that's why we're getting a discount on him in the first place. Shane coming out says, congrats, Mason. How can I get in the next draft with you, my man? I'm already on Underdog. Thank you. So the next time we go and fire up a draft on Underdog, you just join the puppy contest at the same time that we do. We are going to do some private drafts on Underdog. Of course, that's what we usually do in the live stream, but it's a special day in that they just launched Puppy, and I would really like to win it. It would be extremely nice. So I think that we just go ahead and... I think all you need to do is go ahead and join Puppy at the same time that we do. I'm sorry. Y'all can clearly tell that I'm losing my mind at this point. We're going to go ahead. We're going to take Trey Lance here if he makes it. I mean, we took Deebo Samuel and George Kittle specifically so we could take Trey Lance in either the 6th or 7th round. Like, that's why we took Kittle over Darren Waller. I really like the way this team's formed itself. Okay. Let's move this down. Hopkins off the board here, 79. Christian Kirk going 78. Christopher out in the chat says, Flaw Country, let's fly. I know we just did it. Flaw Country, let's fly. Flaw Country, let's fly. Flaw Country. Flaw Country, let's fly, baby. Thank you, my man. Jaggy says, start one, Kadarius Toney, Bateman, or Christian Watson. In the slot, I mean, the flex spot, week 1, you 100% go and start Kadarius Toney. Actually, no. The issue with Bateman... How about this? If Dobbins misses, I think that we can assume that this offense is going to be a little bit more pass happy. There we go. Let's start Bateman. If Dobbins is limited week 1, even if I hate the matchup against the New York Jets, we probably still have to go ahead and we probably still have to start Bateman until we actually see what the New York Giants passing offense looks like. Calvin says, rate the team in a 12-team redraft league where we have 1 quarterback, 2 receivers, 2 running backs, a flex, Trey Lance at quarterback, check. Swift, Barkley at running back, and Leonard Fournette, potentially 3 top 10 running backs. A.J. Dillon, someone with a ton of upside. James Cook, someone with a ton of upside. DJ Moore, Deontay Johnson, Chris Godwin, Rashad Bateman, Christian Kirk, Elijah Moore, and the elite level tight end with Kyle Pitts. When would you bench starters to play A.J. Dillon? Thank you. No, thank you so much for supporting the channel. The issue is we would have to bench one of Swift, Barkley, Leonard Fournette. The only way we're starting Dillon over those players is if those guys come out and completely bust. Like if Leonard Fournette is just toast this year, which we're not expecting that to be the case. But if Leonard Fournette comes out and he just can't get anything going and Rashad White starts playing like this as a 50-50 committee, then sure, you can go through and you can plug in A.J. Dillon. In reality, the only way you start him is if Aaron Jones were to go down or if one of those other running backs goes down in front of him. I would love to try to just trade A.J. Dillon right now with the wide receiver to open up a roster spot. That way, if we can trade A.J. Dillon with like DJ Moore and get an elite level receiver like Stephon Diggs coming in, I think it'd make a lot of sense. And Vince says, is Amari Cooper a good flex in a 12-team PPR format? Not at the beginning portion of the season. Maybe during the end of the year, if you're going to be looking at Amari Cooper as a wide receiver that has the elite ceiling with Watson, or at the same time, if we're going to be breaking it down during the bye weeks where it's going to be much harder to come away with the quality flex play. But during the beginning of the season, no, I'd say not. Brady goes. Do we take Dak knowing we can Gallup Tolbert later? You know what? We're going to go Hawkinson. I know nobody likes Hawkinson. I get it. At the same time, we have George Kittle. We never do this in a non-best ball league, but in a best ball format. I think that it could give us a path to a unique player in that fantasy football tournament and a very high ceiling. Cheeky Gobson says, just logged in after work. How do you feel so far? Feeling great, my friend. Feeling great. We are a little over halfway through. We don't have to worry about having to reset the live stream and get everything going again. We already have done that. So I'm feeling good as it stands. And I think once we end up getting to take some caffeine, I'll be feeling great. Once we get caffeine, I'll be feeling great. Williams says Brian Robinson or Jameson Williams to fill the IR slot. I'm going to go Brian Robinson. Unless you have a ton of flex spots in a full PPR format. If you only have one flex, let's go Brian Robinson. He was announced as the starting running back before he got shot. It's just so weird to say out loud. Luke says, I just realized I'm not going to be able to watch the end of the stream tomorrow morning. Oh, my friend. That is very sad. Very sad. And Zyrtec says, thoughts on Saquon Barkley, Rashad Bateman, Devonta Smith, and Josh Jacobs. With Barkley, a running back that has a very wide range of outcomes. He could be a top 5 option this year. With Rashad Bateman, I don't love him, knowing that he's the second option in a low-volume passing attack there in Baltimore. With Devonta Smith, same thing. Copy and paste what we just said with Bateman. Even if they're very talented players, the situation's really bad. And Josh Jacobs, actually am fine drafting Josh Jacobs this year. I mean, he's going in the 7th, 8th round on Underdog Fantasy, where I'll be drafting him a lot. Now, Cordell Patterson off the board, 99. Do we go ahead? Do we just take the second elite level quarterback here in Dak Prescott, knowing that we just go ahead and we get Dallas Cowboys players later on? Yeah, let's take Dak. Let's go Dak here, pick 100. So we're done tight end. We are done quarterback as well. It's going to be probably a team where we draft 8 receivers, 6 running backs, 2 tight ends, and 2 quarterbacks. Well, wide receivers we're looking at after this, we're going to be trying to get Michael Gallup. We're going to be trying to get Jalen Tolbert. Now, Shane coming out with a donation. Thank you, my man. I appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, so Zach Ertz off the board here, 102. I honestly, guys, I'm not going to lie. I'm starting to get tired. When do y'all think we should take some caffeine? When should I start sipping on some caffeine? I told myself we were going to do it around 8. We're closing in on that time, but at the same time, we have another, 11 hours to go in this? 11 and a half hours? So I vote we maybe try to just toughen up right now. RS German says last 8 hours. Some other people are saying now. Freddie says 2 more hours. Luke says 9-hour mark. I like y'all's idea. We're going to try to hold off on caffeine for another 2 hours. Shane says caffeine of choice. By the way, I'll be trying to get in the next draft with you just to embarrass you. Thank you. I hope you can come out here and embarrass us in our next draft. And caffeine, I have like some energy drinks. Maybe I end up hitting one of those like if we really need to at like 3 a.m. But I also have these like little things from Costco. It's like B12 energy packs that have some caffeine in them. Like they're 80 milligrams. So I can just put those in my water and like sip on it. And I think we can do that for a long time. Like I can't just sip on energy drinks for 6 hours, but I think those other things we can. Isaiah McKenzie, 111. Early for McKenzie. Traylon Burke still falling. Dear God. Melvin Gordon goes 113. Are we really going to get We're not going to get Burks here, are we? Let's see if we get Burks. I mean, we had a different plan. But I guess if Treylon Burks falls this far, he's an auto pick. Like, this is just disrespectful. Gage goes. So, yeah, we're taking Treylon Burks. This wasn't our plan A. But sometimes we have to pivot when you have this crazy value falling to you. I would argue that Burks is one of the best values available at ADP at pick 105. And if we're getting him here 117 as well, I'm not going to question this for a second. Lucas says, a flock, cheers from Brazil. Would you drop James Cook for Jahan Dotson? My running backs are Barkley, Etienne, Edmonds, and Damian Pierce. Thank you, Lucas. And of course, you have a very strong running back core. But no, I am going to go James Cook. I think if you're looking at James Cook, he's playing a part of an elite level offense. He should be the passing down RB right away there. And I think he has a much higher ceiling in Buffalo than what you're going to see with Jahan Dotson, who's going to be the wide receiver 2 behind Terry McLaurin in Washington. Okay. And if you have not done so already, go down there, drop a like in the live stream. We had 6,000 likes in the live stream before we had to cut it at 12 hours to save the video. Let's get this one to at least 100, guys. Please, come on. I know this is probably going to kill us in the YouTube algorithm. I know that it was probably a bad idea to split this into 2, but it was just something we had to do if we wanted to save the videos later. So try to save us in the algorithm. Go down there. Please drop that like. And of course, I know everybody has already done this, but if you're the one person in this live stream who hasn't, subscribe to the freaking channel. Fix your life. Okay. Garrett Wilson off the board, 122. Sorry, did not mean to scroll that down that way. Ryan says he's offended that we don't have the suit on. Well, I'm offended that Michael Gallup goes right before us. So we're going to have to go. Do we not even have? Oh my gosh, I can't spell right now. Oh, this is the most embarrassing thing ever. I can't type. Okay, it looks like we can get Tolbert on the way back around. Let's go ahead and let's take Kenneth Walker here. We definitely need Jalen Tolbert on the way back around when we have Dak Prescott with this build, but yeah, looks like he's fallen a considerable amount in ADP, which he should. It's not necessarily a great value. We've been talking about Jalen Tolbert being one of the worst picks on Underdog for a long time now. We were hoping that we were going to get Gallup on the way back around in the 12th. We tried to get greedy whenever we had Treylon Burks falling to us in the 11th. But Burks falls to us in the 11th. We have to take him. We're going to go Kenneth Walker here as well. With Walker, don't love him in a regular casual league because you aren't going to be able to start him through the first, I don't even know how many weeks of the season. But in a puppy draft, we're chasing ceilings for weeks 15, 16, 17. I do think that he has a high ceiling, even if it's a bad situation. Math Tutoring Lab coming out says, rate the 10-team PPR draft. Where at quarterback, we have Jalen Hurts. At running back, we have Jonathan Taylor, DeAndre Swift. Wide receiver, we have CeeDee Lamb, Keenan Allen. Tight end, Dallas Goedert. And then the flex, you're not sure about Hollywood Brown or Deontay Johnson for week 1. Love the team overall. I would say specifically for the flex week 1, you got to go ahead and play Hollywood Brown. Like, we don't know the health of Zach Ertz. We don't know the health of Rondale Moore. I'd imagine they probably end up playing. But even if they play, these are guys that may not be completely effective. And you're going up against the Kansas City Chiefs. It's not like we're going to be able to see, oh, the Arizona Cardinals, they don't have Zach Ertz. They don't have Rondale Moore at 100%. They don't have DeAndre Hopkins in this offense. They just look to run the ball as often as they can with James Conner. They're going up against Mahomes. We know Mahomes is going to put points up on the board. They can't just run the ball. I think this is going to be a shootout. I think Hollywood Brown is said to be a smash play week 1. Like, we have our week 1 rankings at wide receiver already made. And we have Hollywood Brown at wide receiver 11 for week 1. Okay. Steven says caffeine's going to make you pee a lot. I'm going to pee a lot regardless, my friend. Y'all should see, like, at the gym, it's embarrassing how much I go pee. Like, it is straight up embarrassing. I try to hold it the best of my ability. But whenever I have caffeine, especially I don't eat before the gym, so the caffeine and all the water that I drink just goes right through me. Like, I look like a creep as much as I go to the bathroom at the gym. But we're going to have to do the same thing in the live stream if we're going to start drinking caffeine at night. So I'm just preparing you right now. I know my bladder. Michael Carter off the board. We're going to go ahead. We're going to get Naheem Hines. You're never getting Naheem Hines falling this far. 141, ADP of 123. Obviously, we are looking at Tolbert on the way back around. But if we go through and if we look at these teams that are picking between us, the team right next to us has to go running back. They only have CMC, Miles Sanders. So I'm imagining they're going to go through. They're going to slam some running backs here. Yeah, they go Alexander Madison, 143. I think running backs are the best value in general in this range. I think there's a good shot we get Jalen Tolbert on the way back around. The last draft we were in, he fell to us, I believe, at 156. Tyler Algier goes 144. And Mantis MD coming out, thank you, says, love the content, rate the team, a 14-team format. So we're definitely going to be lowering our expectations for a 14-teamer. We have 2 top 10 running backs with Najee and Swift. We have some wide receiver upside with Sutton, Gabriel Davis. We have Etienne Edmonds, Allen Lazard, Sky Moore. I love what we did here. In a shallow 10-team league, I'm going to be going out of our way. I'm going to be trying to pay up for the elite level tight end. But in a 10-team league instead, I love the idea of just going through and punting tight end, loading up on high upside running backs, loading up on high upside wide receivers, just like you did. Let's hope we get Jalen Tolbert here. I love the squad. It's very hard for me to say to make any moves with this team in particular. Obviously, I'm not helping really at all, but I don't even think we need to stack Jalen Hurts knowing the rushing upside that he has, and that's what we're betting on, not necessarily the passing volume in Philadelphia. So I think it's a great team, my friend. Let's go ahead. Let's take Jalen Tolbert here. I mean, when we take Dak Prescott at pick 100, we have to take Jalen Tolbert. I don't think we have any other options. Okay. Let's slide this down. We got David Njoku, Gerald Everett off the board, 151, 152. Kyle Law says, what are your thoughts on the Alexander Madison trade rumors? I don't think it's happening. I think if I was a betting man, I would be betting that Alexander Madison is with the Minnesota Vikings throughout this entire year. And to be honest, if you're drafting Alexander Madison, I think you want him with the Vikings. Obviously, he's a backup, but go through and try to point to me a situation in the NFL right now where Alexander Madison would get traded to a team that actually needs a running back, a contending team. Like the Atlanta Falcons have no business right now going through and trading for a contending asset. That's a rebuilding roster. But please go through and give me a team that you think could realistically trade for Alexander Madison and it makes sense. Now we have Robbie Anderson, Christian Watson going off the board here, 157, 158. I'm not going to lie to you. This is one of my favorite teams. I love when we come away with 2 respectable tight ends and 2 respectable quarterbacks. Okay, Raiders, Eagles. I would say Eagles maybe. They just added in Trey Sermon to this backfield. It seems like they have so many guys. I do like the Philadelphia call, though. Raiders need a backup. I feel like if the Las Vegas Raiders were not confident with Josh Jacobs and Samir White going into the season and Amir Abdullah, they wouldn't have let go of Kenyon Drake. If the Raiders thought they needed help, I don't think they would have let go of Drake. Washington, I think I like the Washington call. I think that's a good one. Cardinals, yeah, I think the best calls are Philadelphia, Washington, and that's about it. Luke says San Francisco, maybe San Francisco. I mean, imagine if Alexander Madison went there to be the running back 1 with Kyle Shanahan. Oh, that'd be exciting. But Irv Smith Jr. did a report come out, so he'll play week 1. How is he falling this far? We have Kittle and Hawkinson. I don't think we can take him, but still. Oh my gosh, you have to be so excited if you're getting Irv Smith Jr. this far. Who does this team have? Okay, this team didn't take Cousins, but still. They go Hayden Hurst over. Did something happen with Irv Smith Jr. today? Or over the past 10 minutes? Please let me know ASAP. Did something happen with Irv Smith Jr.? We just saw someone take Hayden Hurst before him. Okay. Now let's go through and scroll this down. Sammy Watkins goes directly after us, 166. I'm going to take Jameson Williams. I think with Williams, he doesn't give you anything at the beginning of the season, but given his prospect profile, he could have some spike weeks as a deep threat in Detroit in the final portion of the season. If people saying no news on Irv Smith Jr., he falls to the 14-15 turn when he usually goes at the end of the 11th, at the beginning of the 12th. If I could go back in a time machine, I definitely would not have taken TJ Hawkinson with this squad. I'll tell you that. And we just passed 900 likes in the stream. Thank you all so much for everybody going down there and dropping a like. I know a lot of people watching this right now probably already dropped a like on the first 12-hour live stream today. But guys, if you haven't dropped a like in the second one, please make sure you go through and do it. Just remember, we had to cut the stream into 2 because YouTube only saves 12-hour clips. So make sure you go down there and drop that like as well. Help us to get to 1,000. So Samir White goes off the board here, 170. Zach Moss goes, I don't think we're too excited about the wide receivers. We'll go ahead. We'll take J.D. McKissic here. I mean, we're not going to get any production at the beginning of the season from Kenneth Walker. We don't know exactly what we're going to get from J.K. Dobbins. I think you make the argument Brian Robinson is the higher upside play, but at the same time in best ball, I really like the idea of just getting the passing down running back here in J.D. McKissic. So let's go ahead. Let's take him. I think maybe we can sneak a Kenneth Walker team through. Maybe we can sneak a J.K. Dobbins team through if they start slow. Colton coming out. Thank you, my friend. Says, in an 8-team league, we got Jalen Hurts at quarterback. At running back, we have Javonte Williams, Nick Chubb. Wide receiver, Devontae Adams, Stephon Diggs. Tight end, George Kittle. We have David Montgomery in the flex. I like that. On the bench, we have Mike Williams, Matthew Stafford, A.J. Dillon, Chase Edmonds, Melvin Gordon. Traded Brandon Cooks and Penny for DJ Moore and Zach Ertz. I like the deal. In an 8-team league at this point of the offseason, every deal that we were trying to make is we were just trying to get the best player available. I don't care about depth. Like, your depth is more than enough here. You have A.J. Dillon, Edmonds, Melvin Gordon all on your bench, and Mike Williams on your bench. Really love this squad. Like, if we could go through, if we could trade, say, Chase Edmonds and Jalen Hurts and go get Josh Allen in an 8-team league, I'm actually going to be very excited about that because we could stack them up with Stephon Diggs, and at the same time, in an 8-team league, as we were saying, it's just who can get the best player in the deal. We know we're going to have great options on the waiver wire, so if we open up a raw spot, we can just pick someone up that way. But Jack says, 10-team half PPR format where we got Burrow at quarterback. At running back, we have Eckler, Etienne. We also have Breece Hall, James Cook, Kenneth Gainwell down there on the bench. A.J. Brown, Terry McLaurin, Drake London, Hollywood Brown, Brandon Ayuk, Treylon Burks, and then the elite level tight end with Travis Kelce and Zach Ertz. I'll say definitely we're going to look to sell Zach Ertz after a hot start without DeAndre Hopkins in this offense. You have Kelce. There's no world you're ever going through and deciding to start Zach Ertz over Travis Kelce, regardless of how hot Zach Ertz starts. We don't want to put him in the flex either. So I think it's going to be a very strong team, especially after we're able to sell Zach Ertz. If you wanted to keep these guys, I don't want to. We have Kelce. Let's go through. Let's sell Zach Ertz, possibly in a package with Brandon Ayuk can get an upgrade at wide receiver that we're very excited to just jam someone into our flex right away. Great team, though, in terms of the value that we have with the roster. If we could also move like A.J. Brown, 4T Higgins on a roster where we have Burrow and we're raking the bet on the Cincinnati Bengals passing offense, I would like that. Blake says, no way. Stream went down. Keep slaying it, bro. No, thank you, my friend. And so we had to stop the first stream and fire up a second one because Underdog only save 12-hour streams. I know the first one isn't showing for whatever reason. I don't know if it's processing. Because I can see the first one. I can see the first one on YouTube, ladies and gentlemen. I think that it's just going to take a little bit of time for for YouTube to get it up. If I having to guess. We'll go ahead. We'll take Isaiah Spiller here, and then we're going to finish off running back with Spiller and load up some wide receivers after this. Obviously, quarterbacks, running backs, tight ends, they look like the values on the board. But we already have Kittle, Hawkinson at tight end. Quarterback, we have Lance, Dak. Running back, we have Fournette, Dobbins, Walker, Hines, McKissic, Spiller. So we just have to go through. We have to take 2 more wide receivers. We're going to take our wide receiver here, and then we're going to hop into our next draft. And we'll just queue up our wide receiver. I know not many people are going to be drafting. But Odell Beckham Jr., I don't necessarily think we can take him on a build like this because we have Jameson Williams, we have Treylon Burks, we have guys that are probably not going to give us production at the beginning portion of the year. Sean says the first session's already up on YouTube. Yeah, I don't know. It looks a little weird on my phone. Like if you click on our profile, it's not showing. But I guess if you just go to your sub box and scroll down, it will. that's not even working for me. It is what it is. No fan off 194. Jameson Crowder goes, we're going to go ahead. We are going to take Devin Duvernay, a wide receiver that I went to school with at Texas. So, of course, I'm going to be rooting for our guy. Beyond that, I think that we just go ahead. We queue up a wide receiver that I don't want to say his name out loud because I don't want to get sniped on him. And let's go and jump into our next puppy draft. And Brandon says, should I tank in a dynasty startup? The first 8 picks were Herbert, Breece Hall, Deshaun Watson, Michael Pittman, TJ Hockenson, AJ Dillon, Bateman, Gabriel Davis. Thanks for the best content. No, yes, sir. I actually like the idea of going through and punting for 2023 in dynasty right now, because if you're looking at the price point of those 2023 rookie picks, they have gotten significantly cheaper as of late. They've gotten significantly cheaper. I'm going to go through. I like the idea, my friend. Now, we get 106 here. I think that we just, if Eckler's the guy that falls, Eckler's the guy that falls. But at the same time, we have had a lot of 106 builds today. Be able to start with Jamar Chase. I'm not going to complain about that at all. And Nick coming out, thank you, my friend, says, please rate the 12-team squad half PPR league where we have 3 flex spots, 6-point per passing touchdown league. Okay, so we have Burrow at quarterback. I like Burrow a lot more in a 6-point passing touchdown league than I would in a 4-point, because it doesn't matter as much if he doesn't have rushing upside. We got Kyle Pitts in the 4th round. I don't love grabbing the elite level tight end if we have to start 3 flex spots, but still, I think Kyle Pitts in the 4th is a value can't pass up on. We have T. Higgins stacked up with Burrow, Gabriel Davis, Darnell Mooney, Drake London, George Pickens, Romeo Doubs, Michael Gallup on the IR. So we have a lot of upside at wide receiver. And then at running back, we have CMC, Javonte Williams, Rodgers, Stevenson, James Cook, Darrell Henderson, Tyler Algier. 1 open bench spot. I really like the team. What I would personally look to do if it's a league that's full PPR, I'm half PPR, full PPR, tomato. If we have 3 flex spots, I'm going to be wanting to jam a wide receiver in there most likely. So I would look to trade away Ramondre Stevenson and see what we could get at the wide receiver position in particular. But love the team in general. Okay, let's see. Cooper Kupp at 4. Nigel says, Knox, Mooney, and Clyde Edwards-Helaire for Keenan Allen, Pat Freiermuth, who wins. Definitely Keenan Allen. At this point of the year, it's just who can get the best player. We're going to go ahead. We're going to take Austin Eckler here at 5. I'm not a massive Eckler guy. Actually, I probably could have taken Stephon Diggs. But Blake says, do you do any traditional week-to-week managed leagues? Yeah, I mean, if y'all don't know, I'm in like 20-plus dynasty leagues that I host every single year as well. So we have to go through and we have to submit starting lineups for those dynasty leagues. We have to do week-to-week moves there. And we will get in just a few small redraft leagues, but definitely way more underdog, because I have to live stream every single night during the season. And if I have to submit like 20 starting lineups already in our dynasty leagues, it's very hard for me to go through and add too many redraft managed leagues when I'm streaming on Sunday mornings. But Nick says, rate my team. It's a 12-team super flex. I had 2 picks in the first 70 because we were trading. You only had 2 picks in the first 70? Quarterback Lance, Trevor Lawrence, Deshaun Watson. What were your league mates doing in a 12-team Superflex league to let you have those 3 guys? Wide receiver, we have Michael Thomas, DK Metcalf, Hollywood Brown, Christian Kirk, Garrett Wilson. I like Garrett Wilson, obviously, a lot more in Dynasty than we are going to be in redraft. So I just have to make our last pick here. Yeah, we're going to get Will Fuller in that other draft as a wide receiver 8. Oh. But beyond that, I think if we're looking at this team in Dynasty, it's very difficult to go through and pin down an exact direction for it. We have a lot of long-term options with Deshaun Watson, Trey Lance, and Trevor Lawrence. Same thing with Garrett Wilson, Kenneth Walker, Pat Freiermuth. But we have some awkward win now pieces with Michael Thomas, Kareem Hunt, and David Montgomery, and Hollywood Brown I'll throw into that mix. So what I'm going to look to do with this team, I think it's a strong roster in a 12-team league, but I think that we could probably be looking to tear this down by the time we get to week 4. So let's go through. Let's see how this team starts. If this team starts and we're like 3-1, then maybe we actually look to trade a future pick and bolster the starting lineup and go to be a win now team. But if we start in like we're 1-3, 1-4, then I think we tear it down, try to have a fire sale on those guys like Michael Thomas. Now we have Saquon Barkley here 15, CeeDee Lamb going 16. Interesting spot. Wonder what we're going to do here at receiver. Andrews goes off the board. Guys, oh my gosh. The last 10 seconds, my vision was blurry. Hopefully that's not something we deal with going forward. That is scary. Aaron Jones off, so we're going to go Deandre Swift. I mean, we actually had another draft like this earlier on the live stream, but I think it's going to be a very rare combo you can go away with Austin Eckler and Deandre Swift through the first 2 rounds. So it'll be interesting in that tournament style contest. And Zach says, in a 12-team half PPR league where we got 1 quarterback, 2 running backs, 2 receivers, a tight end, and a flex, we have Trey Lance, Derek Carr for you at quarterback. At running back, we have Jonathan Taylor, Dalvin Cook, A.J. Dillon, Breece Hall, James Cook. Wide receiver, Michael Pittman, T. Higgins, Cortland Sutton, Michael Thomas, Jacoby Myers, Cole Kmet. Should we trade for a tight end? In this league in particular, I think we would be fine trading A.J. Dillon for a tight end if we could. Like, if we can package together A.J. Dillon and say Cole Kmet and go get someone like Kyle Pitts, or even go get someone like Kittle or Darren Waller, I think that is going to make a lot of sense. Because long-term wise, I'm not too worried about the upside that you have at running back. You already have the 2 stud players with Dalvin Cook and Jonathan Taylor. And we have Breece Hall for the later on in the year. We have James Cook for later on in the year. This is a very shallow starting lineup, so I like the idea of having the elite level tight end. Specifically, when we have Trey Lance as our starting quarterback, I would really like trading for George Kittle. Let's go through. Let's try to package together A.J. Dillon and Cole Kmet for George Kittle. Okay. So now we have Tyreek Hill off the board, 29. What just happened? We get Nick Chubb here. We haven't done the start in a very long time, but let's go ahead and let's try to go with the hyper fragile build so far through the first 3 rounds with Austin Eckler, DeAndre Swift, and Nick Chubb. In a best ball tournament, I'm not that excited about this. If it was a private draft, it would be a little bit different, but I think at this point, there's going to be a very, very, very small section of the field that's able to have these 3 guys. We can grab some wide receivers there in the 4th, in the 5th, and the 6th. So yeah, obviously we're hammering wide receivers after this, but I feel like we kind of have to go Chubb if he's falling to us at 30. And James says, rate the 8-team PPR league where we have Lamar Jackson at quarterback. Running back beyond that, we have Austin Eckler, Najee Harris. At wide receiver, we have Michael Pittman, Jerry Jeudy, Gabriel Davis, Hunter Renfrow, Rashad Bateman, DK Metcalf. We have the elite level tight end, Kyle Pitts. I love the team. The issue is in an 8-team format, everybody's going to look great. If we're submitting a starting lineup for this squad week 1, Lamar's your quarterback, Eckler, Najee Harris are your 2 running backs. Wide receiver, Michael Pittman against Houston. Wide receiver 2, I'm actually probably going to end up going Jerry Jeudy over Gabriel Davis, even though they're neck and neck. Or flex going to be Javonte Williams. We'll have Kyle Pitts there tight end. If we have another flex spot, our second flex would be Gabriel Davis. Great team, but as I said, I think every team looks very strong in an 8-team league. Okay. Now we have Waddle here, 38. Mahomes goes 37. Very interesting for that team at 12. Decide to go ahead and take Juju Smith-Schuster and Patrick Mahomes. Obviously, we're one of these guys like Etienne and Ezekiel Elliott off the board. Okay. Gabriel Davis goes 40. Could grab the elite level quarterback if we wanted as well. Let's see if Etienne goes over the next 2 picks. Etienne goes 41. Okay, I think that's going to be good for us. We're one of these receivers. So McLaurin goes. We're going to go ahead. We're going to take Hollywood. I think with Hollywood, we can get Kyler Murray in the 6th round if he falls. If not, no big deal. If Justin Herbert made it back to us in the 5th, you better believe we take Justin Herbert with Austin Eckler. But in reality, I think that would be a very low probability. But you could say the Keenan Allen and Mike Williams teams are behind us. So there is an actual chance that we may end up getting Justin Herbert at pick 54 because we're the next team to have the chance to take Herbert that has a player for Los Angeles right now. And now Adam says, did something crazy. Rate the draft. We have Josh Allen, Stafford at quarterback. At running back, we have Zeke, Jacobs, James Robinson, Damian Harris, Melvin Gordon. Wide receiver, okay, thank God. We have Kupp, Michael Thomas, Godwin, Bateman, Gabriel Davis. We have Travis Kelce at tight end. Very worried until we saw the wide receivers and tight ends here. I think you're extremely weak at running back. If we could go through, if we can move off the Stafford and Jacobs tier, or like Jacobs, or I'm sorry, Stafford and Ezekiel Elliott, get an upgrade at running back that way. I think that's going to be great. We're never going to start a Matthew Stafford here over Josh Allen, regardless of matchup. Great team, though. I was very worried until we saw that you had like Kupp, Michael Thomas, Chris Godwin, and Travis Kelce. But we just passed 1,100 likes in the live stream. Guys, if you have not done so already, go down there, drop a like in the stream. This is our second consecutive 12-hour live stream today. So we are 13 hours straight live right now. We've been live for 13 hours. And we have 11 more to go. If you're not dropping a like for that, if you're not subscribing to the channel for that, I don't know what you're doing. Joseph says, in a PPR where we're second pick, we have one quarterback, 2 running backs, 2 receivers, a tight end, and double flex spots. Okay, so this is the format that we actually make our rankings for. We have CMC, Lamb, Andrews, Williams, Lamar, Mooney, Cooper, Hunt, Devonta Smith, Kenneth Walker, Treylon Burks, Garrett Wilson, Isaiah Spiller, and Gallup to round it out. I like the team in general. It's going to be very difficult with this many rookies to have a starting lineup that we feel comfortable about week 1. We probably have enough depth to get by, but what I will say is long-term wise, if we're going to go through, if we're going to look at someone like Isaiah Spiller, I think he's going to be the first cut that we have if we end up being put in a situation where Sony Michel is the clear running back 2 behind Austin Eckler. Even if you like the upside, if Eckler were to go down with an Isaiah Spiller, it would probably be very difficult for us to go through and continue to roster him here, especially when we have Treylon Burks, Garrett Wilson, Kenneth Walker, Gallup not doing anything at the beginning portion of the year. I like the team. I like the talent and the upside that we have in the long term. It's going to be hard at the beginning part of the year. I think we do look to cut Spiller if he doesn't have the role we want week 1. But Shane coming out says, literally tried before your stream ended to join a puppy bowl and now stuck in another draft. Thanks anyway. I'm sorry, my friend. Like I said, we do a lot of private drafts on Underdog as well. So if you're very worried about getting in a draft that's not with us on Underdog after you sign up, I would just wait until probably the live stream tomorrow night. I'd imagine we're getting in a lot of private drafts, or maybe later today if a lot of people want to see a private draft or get in one. Now, we have a couple running backs going here with Damian Pierce, 57. Interesting to see Damian Pierce here. Damian Pierce. Oh my gosh. I can't imagine taking Damian Pierce over Breece Hall. I understand what happened in the preseason, but looking at the running back profiles, dear God, dear God. Okay. But Zach says, I can do Michael Thomas for Kyle Pitts. Should I make that deal? 100%. Kyle Pitts could straight up outscore Michael Thomas this year, and it wouldn't be that surprising, and you're getting him at tight end. No brainer. Nigel coming out says, what players you see as good trade values before the league starts, being that they are riding high from last year or just the star power name? Okay, I'm assuming you're asking what players we see as good sell high candidates. In terms of players that are sell high candidates, they're not even really riding high from last year. But if we're looking at someone riding high from the preseason, Damian Pierce, perfect example. Here going before running backs like David Montgomery, where, yeah, David Montgomery's in a very bad situation in Chicago. I'd argue that arguably it's just as bad as what we're going to be looking at in Houston. But we've seen David Montgomery be the running back 7 on a points per game basis before in a horrendous situation. I think going and selling like Damian Pierce for really any of these running backs who just went after him is a great idea. Okay. Let's move this down. Breece Hall goes 65. Y'all know I love me some Dobbins. I don't even know if we can take Dobbins here when we went 3 running backs in a row. Elijah Mitchell goes, we get a gift. We get bailed out. Having Godwin fall to us in the 5th round, having Darnell Mooney fall to us at pick 67, we get bailed out for going 3 wide receivers in a row. Oh my gosh. This is a very exciting draft. At running back, we have Eckler, DeAndre Swift, Nick Chubb. At receiver, we have Hollywood Brown, Chris Godwin, and Darnell Mooney. Later on, we can be looking at Tom Brady. We can be looking at Justin Fields. We can be looking at Jared Goff. I think there are a couple different interesting stacking options. Bubba Nader coming out with a massive donation says, yes, I'm working a split shift and I thought you bailed. LOL, sweet. I'll try to get in a draft with you. Stay strong, you demand. No, thank you, my man. We're not bailing on this. Like I said, YouTube can only save videos up to 12 hours, like live streams up to 12 hours. So we had to go up until the 12-hour point in the first one, end it, and then restart right away. We had to end it, restart right away. So no, we're not bailing. We are going through. We are doing this for 24 hours. We got 11 more hours to go here. David says, please rate the 12-team PPR league. We got 1 quarterback, 2 running backs, 2 receivers, a tight end, and a flex. Okay, so let's go through and let's pull this back up. Okay, so Burrow we have at quarterback. Love the floor-ceiling combination that we're going to have with Burrow here. We have Higgins stacked up with Burrow as well at wide receiver. I really do like that. And we're going to get DeAndre Hopkins here, building in some correlation with that Arizona Cardinals offense. I love the ceiling that we'll have from DeAndre Hopkins weeks 15, 16, 17. I think that this is an unbelievable team. Y'all know I've never been a Nick Chubb guy. For years, I've been saying Nick Chubb's overvalued at the end of the first round, but getting him here in the third, I understand. We go very running back heavy early, but at the same time, I feel like we are just in a fantastic spot here. I feel like we're just in a great spot so far through the first 7 rounds. Let me know what y'all are thinking of this. Now, going back to David's question. So we have Burrow stacked up with Higgins. Running back, we have Fournette, Dillon. Other wide receivers, Kupp, Gabriel Davis, Darnell Mooney. So we have a lot of wide receiver upside. Allen Lazard as well. I love this team. I would say if we are looking at this roster in potential moves we can make early on in the year, with Christian Watson, with Romeo Doubs being rookies, I think that you do have Allen Lazard probably as the wide receiver 1 safely at the beginning of the season. But I think that Christian Watson or Romeo Doubs could end up taking that slot, that job by the end of the year as the wide receiver 1 for Rodgers. So if we start off hot with the combination of Zach Ertz and Allen Lazard, I would love to package those 2 players and try to get an upgrade at the tight end spot before DeAndre Hopkins comes back. But JD Record, another massive donation. Thank you, says, great stream mate in a 10-team PPR league with 3 flex custom format. Okay, 3 flex spots. I think having the elite level tight end is not going to matter nearly as much. We're going to want to load up on as many wide receivers as we possibly can. We'll look at that roster right after we make our pick here at 91. Let's move this down. So Olave off the board. God, I love what we have so far. If we were to go Jacobs here, we don't draft another running back the rest of the way. We may end up getting Jacobs because there are a couple teams here before us with 4 running backs. Yeah, this team goes Dak. This team here has only Travis Etienne and Breece Hall. I think they could go Josh Jacobs. But fun, dip, dry rips. I think that's how you say it. Fun dip. No, Jacobs goes to the team. Yeah, no, with only 2 running backs. Never mind. We got a little confused there. I don't even love like Goddard over Hawkinson. I'd probably take Hawk over Goddard. This team goes Brady. Okay, let's sit here and think for a second. I like Hawkinson more than Goddard, but Goddard falls 6 picks past ADP. There's an outside chance we get TJ Hawkinson on the way back around. Can't really take running back in this range. So let's go ahead. Let's take Dallas Goedert. I'm not going to lie to you. I prefer TJ Hawkinson, but as we already said, I think there's a chance we get Hawkinson on the way back. And go back to what JD Record said, 10-team league where we have Jalen Hurts at quarterback. We have the elite level tight end with Kyle Pitts as well. We have Kirk Cousins. Here, if this is a 3-flex league, if you have to start 3 flexes, I want to make sure we have as many running backs and receivers on this squad as possible. So rostering Kirk Cousins, in my opinion, is not going to be a great option. I think that we would go down, drop Kirk Cousins immediately on a team that has Jalen Hurts in 3 flex spots. I'd be looking to just pick up any high upside wide receiver or running back that we could get. Like we can get Christian Watson off the waiver wire. I think it makes a lot of sense in this format. Beyond that, we got Jonathan Taylor, DeAndre Swift, Elijah Mitchell, AJ Dillon, James Cook, Nyheim Hines, all at running back. Wide receiver, we have Hollywood, Mike Evans, DJ Moore, Traylon Burks, Brandon Ayuk, Jacoby Myers, Rondell Moore. Great team in a league where you specifically have 3 flex spots. I think we can even build more around that wide receiver position and the depth overall. So let's go through. Let's drop Kirk Cousins, pick up a high upside wide receiver off the waiver wire, but great team in general. After we go Goddard, Hawkinson does go 94, so sadly we are not going to get Hawkinson. Looks like instead we'll get a wide receiver on the way back around. We're not going to be able to get Traylon Burks. I like the running backs in this range a lot, but we start Eckler, Swift, and Chubb, so it's very hard for us to go with the running back here. MVS goes pick 100. Very late for MVS. I guess the Mahomes team was on the other side of the draft, so that it does make a little sense. Waldo on the clock. This team only has 2 running backs. Maybe they end up going with Cordell Patterson. No, they go George Pickens. We're going to take Robert Woods here. I mean, I think with Robert Woods, he maybe makes more sense on this team in particular, where we need a wide receiver when we don't know exactly the type of production we're going to be expecting from Chris Godwin early on. Obviously, we're not going to have DeAndre Hopkins through the first 6 weeks either. Let's go ahead. Let's just get Robert Woods. I think we need another guy, and this will be a fine option for that. And then going to Booty Madon. Thank you, my man. Says, in a 12-team full PPR draft, where we have Dak Prescott at quarterback. At running back, we have CMC, DeAndre Swift, Elijah Mitchell. Okay, so we have 3 very exciting running backs in the 12-team league. Wide receiver, we have Deontay, Terry McLaurin. If the elite level tight end with Mark Andrews, what could we look to do here? Any packages I could go for? I mean, if we're looking at this league, if you only have 1 to 2 flex spots where depth isn't going to matter that much, I would love to go out there and try to package together Dak Prescott, especially if it's a 4-point passing touchdown league with one of these bench wide receivers like Elijah Moore, and go get Lamar Jackson, go get the upgrade at quarterback, go get the correlation with Mark Andrews. I think it'll make a lot of sense for this team, because specifically when we have guys like Elijah Moore, Treylon Burks, Sky Moore, Michael Thomas all on the bench, I don't think we're really taking a hit with the points per game format. I mean, a points per game setting. Now, Ben Bowdallah says, just drafted a 12-team PPR league where we have 2 wide receivers and a flex. We got Lamar Jackson at quarterback. A running back, we have Joe Mixon, DeAndre Swift. Wide receiver, DJ Moore, Jalen Waddle. We have the elite level tight end, Kyle Pitts. At running back on the bench, we have Jacobs, Godwin, Michael Thomas from Rodgers Stevenson, Lance, Kenneth Walker, and Isaiah Pacheco. How'd we do? Love the team. I think eventually we are going to look to go through and sell one of these quarterbacks. I think we probably end up just having to wait until we actually have the breakout for Trey Lance, where people in your league realize, oh crap, Lance is a viable option. We go through and we trade Trey Lance if we can get the nice value. If not, I'm fine if you even decide to move on from a Lamar. But I don't know. It just makes a lot of sense to trade one of those quarterbacks with Josh Jacobs to get a running back upgrade. Because we're never going to be starting Lance over Lamar, regardless of matchup. And I think that Lance is a good enough quarterback where someone is going to be willing to pay up for him. And we are about to pass 1,400 likes in the live stream. It looks like we're about to pass more likes in the stream than live viewers. So all I got to say is thank you. I hope it doesn't seem like I'm losing my mind right now. I feel like we may be going a little bit crazy. We need some caffeine in here. I think once we hit 9, 10, we're definitely going to start taking some caffeine. Gianfranco coming out says, appreciate the 24-hour live stream. I moved to Austin a few months ago, so looking forward to some UT football. Hopefully they aren't too bad. Hook 'em horns, my friend. I hope you are enjoying Austin, and I agree. Hopefully they're not too bad this year. Just imagine we beat Alabama. I'm not going to go to the game against Alabama, so I'm almost hoping that we don't beat Alabama because it'll be a lifelong regret that I didn't go. But imagine, I feel like the city would be bumping if we take down Alabama on Saturday. Now, Aaron says, week 1, you got to start 2, Jerry Jeudy, Amari Cooper, or Melvin Gordon. We're going to go Jerry Jeudy easy. And then with Amari Cooper, I don't love the spot going up against the Carolina Panthers. I think this is a very low-scoring game. And at the same time, we have Jacoby Brissett. Like, gross. But we have to start Amari Cooper over Melvin Gordon. I mean, Melvin Gordon is a pseudo-committee running back, primarily a backup running back behind Javonte Williams here. Even if you think he gets 40% of the touches out of this backfield, I don't think we can start him. And now, Borden coming out says, please rate in the 16-team classic PPR format. We got Lance at quarterback, elite level quarterback. Running back, we have Jonathan Taylor, Damian Pierce. I don't like Damian Pierce running back 2 in a regular league, but in the 16-team format, we are going to have to lower our expectations, of course. Wide receiver, Michael Pittman, DJ Moore. We have the elite level tight end, Darren Waller, flex, Allen Lazard. Really like this in a 16-team league. Obviously, if this was a 10-teamer, it would be a little bit different, but in a 16-team format, I think you're crushing here, my friend. Would love to trade Waller for Kittle if we can make that lateral move and just get that correlation in built with Trey Lance. Isaiah McKenzie off the board. See what we end up getting here. And I'm probably going to have to run to the bathroom real quick, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to make our pick, then we're going to run to the bathroom. I'll be back in 30 seconds. Yeah, we're going to go ahead. We're going to get Claypool. Not a massive Claypool guy, but if we're getting that 126, thank you. We will take him. so we are back. Sorry about that, everyone. But got to do what you got to do. And we are 13 hours into this bad boy. We got a little over 10 hours left. So, of course, if you were wanting to get in our next draft, if you were wanting to get in any draft with us, go to the link in the live chat. Go sign up for Underdog Fantasy. Use promo code FLOCK when you sign up. They'll match first deposit dollar for dollar to $100. It will get our 2022 rankings, our 2022 fantasy football draft guide. It will help you out even if you've already had your draft. And you'll support this stream and be able to get into drafts with us. Come on, guys. Get into some drafts with us here. We have some magnesium and zinc. Hopefully zinc helps us stay up. I don't think it does, but we're supposed to take these every day. Now, Johnny says, Mason, this is one of the best starts yet. Fuego. I love this start. I think you're right here, my friend. Running back, we're rocking with Austin Eckler, DeAndre Swift, Nick Chubb, which usually 9 times out of 10, you start 3 running backs in a row on Underdog. You were just completely toast at wide receiver. You have no idea what we can do later on. But no, honestly, I mean, here we got Hollywood Brown, Chris Godwin, Darnell Mooney, DeAndre Hopkins, Robert Woods, Chase Claypool. I think we're going to be fine with that. Go Rodgers 115. Y'all know I'm fine with taking Christian Watson, Sammy Watkins later on for that stack. We have Dallas Goedert at tight end, so we're only going to have to draft 2 tight ends as well. I really like this team. Now, Levi's Home says in a 12-team PPR second pick draft, where we start 1 quarterback, 2 running backs, 2 receivers, tight end, and a flex. We have CMC, Saquon Barkley, running back. So one of the best running back rooms in the league. Beyond that, we're going to be looking at Jalen Waddle, Rashad Bateman, wide receiver. I don't love Bateman at wide receiver too, but I'm assuming we have some upside on the bench. Pitts and Kittle at tight end. Lance at quarterback. Elijah Moore, Chase Edmonds, Burks, Gallup, Rashad. Okay, so obviously we have so much value here. I'll say first, let's look at the usage with these running backs. Week 1 in Kansas City, there's an outside chance that you end up going through and you end up cutting Isaiah Pacheco, but obviously we're just going to wait to see that. And then specifically with George Kittle, Kyle Pitts, I'm assuming you got a crazy value on one of these guys, which is why you went through and drafted them. You know what? I actually don't like the idea of taking Kenneth Gainwell here because I would like to take 5 running backs, and I feel like if we take Gainwell, we can't. So let's go ahead. Let's take McCole Hardman here. I think if we take Gainwell, we only have to take 4. I mean, we can only take 4. Maybe we're overthinking a little bit, but let's go McCole Hardman. I'm fine with this. But going back to this, I think if we're looking at the 2 tight ends with Kittle and Pitts, what we're going to have to end up doing is just wait for Pitts to break out. We have the stack with George Kittle and Trey Lance, so we're not looking to trade Kittle in particular. So let's wait until we have the Pitts breakout. Then let's try to package together Pitts and Rashad Bateman and get a true elite level wide receiver coming in. I think that would make a lot of sense. Now, AK Cash coming out, long time no see, says, Madonna, you're a monster. My team is Justin Fields at quarterback. Wide receiver, we have Mike Thomas, Chris Godwin. At running back, we have Jonathan Taylor, Saquon Barkley. So elite level running backs, the elite level tight end in Darren Waller as well. Swift, Etienne, Akers at running back. A lot of upside down there, as well as James Cook. This is one of the very few teams where I think that, honestly, we may just want to trade a running back for a receiver straight up. Our 2 top receivers are Michael Thomas, Chris Godwin, where our running back 5 on this team is literally we have Taylor, Barkley, Swift, Etienne, and Akers. In a full PPR format, I don't like trading away Akers, though. I think this is one of the very few rosters where we can recommend just trading away a running back for a wide receiver straight up, especially if you don't think you can start Godwin at the beginning of the year. Great team, though. Even in a 10-team league, that's an unbelievable roster. We have Darren Waller. We have the elite level tight end as well. Justin Fields may not work out, but he is someone with rushing upside, so I like rostering him. Let's move this down. Brent says, rate the team in a full PPR format. Quarterback, we have Jalen Hurts. Running back, we have Najee Harris, J.K. Dobbins. Wide receiver, CeeDee Lamb, T. Higgins. We have Irv Smith Jr. at tight end. Flex, Michael Pittman. Okay, let's get to that 1 second. We're going to go ahead. We're going to take Albert O here. I think if we take Albert O, we're only going to have to draft. Maybe you can make the argument we should have not taken Albert O. We should have gone KJ Hamler. Instead, we could have had Robert Tonyan later on. But no, we probably want Christian Watson later on. Yeah. So let's go Albert O 150, hoping that we get Christian Watson on the way back around. I think Albert O is a lot more appealing now that we have Greg Dulcich on the IR, and this is cheaper than when Albert O was going earlier. But going back to this squad where we have Najee Harris, Dobbins at running back, so a lot of upside at running back. A wide receiver, we have CeeDee Lamb, T. Higgins. Bench, Godwin, Dillon, MVS, and James Cook. Once we have Godwin fully good to go, I think at that point, then we could look to go through. We can look to try to trade for an elite level tight end, but it's going to be very hard to make 2-for-1 deals with this roster in particular. I think this is a team that has a ton of upside down the stretch, but at the beginning of the year, it's going to be very difficult with Dobbins and Chris Godwin working themselves back from injury. So like, it's not a deal we want to make right now, but if we can go trade one of these wide receivers for an elite level tight end, like 4 weeks down the road, if Dobbins and Godwin are fully healthy, I think that's going to make a lot of sense. Okay. Now, KJ Hamler off the board here, 154. Robert Tonyan goes, so we wouldn't have had Robert Tonyan making it back to us. At least it seems like we wouldn't have had him making it back. Oh, and our mouse is about to die. Be very brutal if our mouse dies on us. Meant to charge this last night. But Finesse K13 says, rate the team in an 8-team league. 8-team league, sky high expectations, of course. Jonathan Taylor, Aaron Jones, I think they're both top 8 running backs. So we have 2 running back ones. Tyreek Hill, AJ Brown, I think they're outside of the borderline top 8 receivers. So low end wide receiver 1s, high end wide receiver 2s. The elite level tight ends, with Kyle Pitts, the elite level quarterback, Jalen Hurts. Very strong roster. There's no reason for us to be rostering Stafford and Higbee in an 8-team league where we already have Jalen Hurts as well as Kyle Pitts. So I think that we definitely go through. I think that we look to move on from the backup tight end and the backup quarterback and just pick up high upside waiver wire running backs. But overall, I really like the team. Sadly, we are not able to get Christian Watson falling back around to us 163. That does suck. Let's go ahead and let's take Samir White. I mean, here was Samir White. I was not a massive fan of drafting him in the 18th round earlier this offseason. Of course, that looks laughable now that you're getting Samir White at 163 and we're going, oh, I don't hate the value. But I think things do change. I mean, whenever we see that you have Kenyon Drake not in Las Vegas, I feel like it's a no-brainer where we have to kind of go through and draft Samir White here. Okay. LJ coming out with a donation. Thank you. Says, rate the team in a 10-team PPR league. We got Kyler Murray at quarterback. At running back, we have Dalvin Cook, DeAndre Swift. Wide receiver, AJ Brown, Hollywood Brown. We have tight end, Pat Frymuth, Saquon Barkley at the flex spot. Love the team. There's no real reason for us to have Russell Wilson on the squad as well. Especially if we have Kyler Murray, Hollywood Brown stacked up. We're already pot committed to this Arizona Cardinals offense. I think that we wait and hope that you have Russell Wilson with a blow-up performance in week 1 in particular, going up against the former team, of course. I think everybody and their mom's going to be watching that game on Monday night. So if we get that blow-up performance from Russell Wilson, then we can go through and look to sell high and possibly just find an upgrade somewhere else, whether that's selling Russell Wilson and Antonio Gibson away for a running back that you like significantly more. Okay. Baker Mayfield off the board. And the Math Tutoring Lab says, just wanted to say that you're by far the best fantasy analyst on YouTube. Your advice is much more informed and in-depth than ESPN and NFL Fest. Thank you, my friend. I'll definitely say that we are not smarter than anybody. I promise you, I'm an idiot. So our advice is not better than anybody else's, but thank you. I'm definitely going to try my best at every single video, every single live stream that I can. And y'all are 100%. I'll say for a fact, y'all are the best fantasy football audience on YouTube. Just at 1,500 likes in the live stream. We had 6,000 likes in the first one for the first 12-hour one. It looks like maybe we're on pace to get there again in this one. So thank y'all so much for everybody who's gone down there and dropped a like and subscribed to the channel, of course. So a big reason we decided not to take Robbie Anderson in the last round, even if Robbie Anderson looked like great value, is we needed to get Sammy Watkins on the way back around here in the 15th when we go Aaron Rodgers. Like, we have to get that correlation with Aaron Rodgers, given the fact that he's not going to provide us any rushing upside. So this team's going to be good. It's on the back of Aaron Rodgers with his passing volume. Okay. So let's move this down a bit. CPD Pro coming out with our next donation. Thank you. Says, in a 10-team happy PR league where we got Patrick Mahomes at quarterback. Oh, well, just lost this question. Let me scroll back up, my friend. Mahomes at quarterback, Jefferson, Devontae Adams, and CeeDee Lamb at wide receiver. What the heck? And then at running back, we have Ezekiel Elliott, Cam Akers, Kareem Hunt, Dobbins, Patterson. Love this team. And this is a league where you have to start 3 wide receivers, and your top 3 receivers are Jefferson, Devontae Adams, CeeDee Lamb. We don't have Mahomes stacked up with Kelsey. I don't care. This roster is so strong. We have running back upside for a running back too. We don't exactly know who it's going to be. Love the team, my friend. I think we wait until we get a breakout from Dobbins or Cam Akers, and then we look to make a play. But no, that's great. Okay. Now, Jarrett McKinnon going at 179. John says, want to donate for the work. Okay, want to donate for the work. I'm sorry. Clearly, I can't read. We've been live for way too long. 10-team full PPR, 2 flexes where we got Justin Jefferson, Travis Kelce, Leonard Fournette, Khalil Herbert, I'm assuming. Maybe this is Justin Herbert. Yeah, you wouldn't be listing Khalil Herbert here. Gabriel Davis, Michael Thomas, A.J. Dillon, Darnell Mooney, Christian Kirk, Miles Sanders, Michael Carter, James Cook, Nyheim Hines, and the Colts defense. Love the team. If we were to make any plays, we'd probably go through. We'd probably look to correlate with Justin Herbert. I mean, right now we don't have anybody else for the Los Angeles Chargers. I think that if we could go through, if we could make a play for Eckler, that'd be great. In reality, I mean, a trade for Eckler would look like Leonard Fournette and A.J. Dillon. I don't necessarily know if you want to do that. If we're looking to try to bring in Keenan Allen or Mike Williams, I think that we'd be looking to trade a wide receiver like Gabriel Davis for Mike Williams. I think that could be the deal we possibly get done. Or we could look to possibly go like Michael Thomas and then add a bench running back like Miles Sanders or Michael Carter whenever we have the options elsewhere, of course. We're going to go ahead. We're going to take Jared Goff here as our second quarterback. I mean, with Jared Goff, he does correlate with DeAndre Swift, so I'm not going to be too worried about this. And yeah, let's go ahead and let's make it. And we're still going to be looking to grab a 5th RB if we can. Yeah, love that team. I think we just try to get some correlation in there with Justin Herbert in particular. We probably end up having to trade a bench running back and one of the other wide receivers to do it. Now, Axel Cushin coming out, thank you, says, in a 10-team PPR league, we got Dak at quarterback. Running back, we have CMC, Aaron Jones, Javonte Williams, and Josh Jacobs. Wide receiver, we have DJ Moore, Terry McLaurin, Hunter Renfrow, Darnell Mooney, Kadarius Toney. Tight end, we have Dallas Goedert. What moves to make? I don't think we make any. Maybe in a 10-team league, the floor of Josh Jacobs isn't going to do much for you. We know he's not going to have an elite level ceiling if he's not going to see every single touch out of his backfield, which he probably won't. I don't know. I think that we go through, if we can package together Josh Jacobs and like Dallas Goedert and get to an elite level tight end, great. We do it in a 10-team league in this format. But outside of that, it is going to be a pretty difficult trade to make. Okay, now after we go Jared Goff, 187. Mike Davis, 193. Landon says, should I trade Nick Chubb for A.J. Brown, Hunter Renfrow, and J.K. Dobbins? I have Alvin Kamara and Henry. Yeah, we probably should go ahead and make that trade. I don't love the idea of giving away the best player at this point of the year and having to tack on extra players in the bottom end of our roster. But I think this does make a lot of sense at this price in particular. So did we get sniped on our guy? Yeah, Deshaun Watson went at pick 185. We didn't even notice. Davis Mills off. We're going to go ahead. We're going to take Eno Benjamin as our 5th running back. And then I think we have a plan for our last quarterback. We are either going to go with Tannehill or Kenny Pickett. Tannehill or Pickett as our 3rd QB. Let me show off this draft board for anybody just now coming in here. And of course, if you're just now coming in, thank you so much. Make sure you go down there, drop that like. But I'm imagining that every single person has already hit a like. Hit that like button. We have over 1,600. Thank you, guys. Let's go ahead and fire up our next draft. Of course, we're going to be drafting on Underdog. This is going to be a puppy draft. Here we go. Puppy 4. Nigel says, this is your best team of the stream, in my opinion. I did really like that team. Obviously, I mean, we were a little weak at top-end wide receiver, but I think we built it out in the middle rounds. Now, where are we drafting here? Oh, my God. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? We have to draft at 12? The worst pick on Underdog, in my opinion. But Isaac coming out says, in a 10-team PPR format, we got Justin Herbert at quarterback. At running back, we have CMC, Aaron Jones. Wide receiver, DJ Moore, Hollywood Brown. We have the elite level tight end in Mark Andrews. Jerry Jeudy for the flex. The bench is consisting of Travis Etienne, Brandon Ayuk, Allen Lazard, George Pickens. Rate the team and what trade's going to make to have it better. Very boring advice, but if we can move from Jerry Jeudy over to either Mike Williams or Keenan Allen. I think it makes a lot of sense on a Justin Herbert build. If Allen Lazard starts hot, I'm going to be looking to sell him before we see either Christian Watson or Romeo Doubs expand his role as the season goes on. So yeah, I think that's probably the move. But in reality, I think it's a great roster. In a 10-team league, you have the elite level running backs, you have the elite quarterback, the elite level tight end, and we have wide receiver upside. Okay, so now Shane says in an 8-team PPR format. Okay, so 8-team league, obviously, we should have a very strong roster. If you're not strong in an 8-team league, probably have an issue. We do have Lamar quarterback. We have an elite level QB. We have Saquon Barkley, who I'd argue is possibly a borderline top 8 running back. Same thing, Aaron Jones. So 2 low-end running back 1s, high-end running back 2s in an 8-team league. Jefferson, A.J. Brown, Cole Kmet, Higgins. And then on the bench, we have Jalen Hurts, Travis Etienne, Tony Pollard, Ramondre Stevenson, Courtland Sutton, Chris Godwin, DeAndre Hopkins. Any tight end trade advice? In a 14-team format, in a deeper league where it's going to be much harder to come by some value specifically at either running back or wide receiver. Oh, 1 second. We are. Okay. I think we ended up getting sniped. Yeah, we ended up getting sniped at quarterback because we said on the live stream. My fault. We had to make a panic pick in that other draft. But specifically in an 8-team league, it's going to be so much more important to have that elite level tight end. Like, as I already said, every team is going to be strong at running back. Every team is going to be strong at receiver. It's going to be hard for you to stand out from the crowd. One way that you can do that is having that elite level tight end. So if we can go through, if we can overpay for Mark Andrews, I think it'll make a lot of sense. Like, I'd be willing to pay A.J. Brown, Cole Kmet, and even throw in like Ramondre Stevenson on this roster because he's your running back 4, running back 5. It's going to be a great option to pick up off the waiver wire in an 8-team league. Go overpay for Andrews, get the correlation in with Lamar Jackson. I don't think you can get away with punting here at the QB spot. I'm sorry, at the tight end spot. Now, Young Vince, love the name here, on the clock goes Travis Kelce. We're going to go ahead. We're going to take Dalvin Cook and Najee Harris. I mean, I was planning initially on going Najee Harris and CeeDee Lamb here at the turn, but I mean, I think that the amount of teams that are going to have Dalvin Cook and Najee Harris on the same roster, very slim. So let's go back-to-back running backs here. I think it does make a lot of sense. Now, Jed says in a 12-team league, PPR double flex spots, we have Josh Allen at quarterback. At running back, we have Joe Mixon, Breece Hall, Damian Pierce, Isaiah Pacheco. Wide receiver, we have Stephon Diggs, DK Metcalf, Christian Kirk, Kadarius Toney, Julio Jones, Marquez Valdez-Scantling, Treylon Burks, Isaiah McKenzie. We have Kyle Pitts and Irv Smith Jr. at tight end. I really like the team overall. I would say in general, when we have Kyle Pitts, I don't necessarily think that we should be rostering a backup tight end in the majority of these. But Irv Smith Jr. does have a lot of upside. Maybe you think you can roster Irv Smith Jr. here and then sell him high later on. If we were looking to make a play, I mean, you already have Allen stacked up with Diggs. I don't necessarily think we're overweight anywhere. I'll say let's definitely make sure that we're paying attention to the situation that we have in Kansas City regarding the breakdown for these running backs, because Isaiah Pacheco maybe is someone that we want to go ahead and cut if he doesn't have the role that we'd like to start the year. But of course, we're just going to have to kind of sit here and wait on that. We don't know at this point what the Isaiah Pacheco role is going to look like. Shane says, I get this isn't the dynasty flock, but long term, are we going to go James Cook or Damian Pierce? I think Cook can be a more complete running back than most think. Thank you, my friend. And here, if you look at our dynasty rankings, we recently did move Damian Pierce before James Cook. We have them in the same tier. I think they're significantly closer in dynasty than most people assume. I like your idea. Like, if we have Damian Pierce, I'd love to trade him for James Cook in a future pick, but in dynasty, you still have to go Damian Pierce. If in essence says, in a 10-team league, are we going to go Jalen Hurts, J.K. Dobbins, Javonte Williams, Cooper Kupp, Tyreek Hill, Darren Waller, Terry McLaurin? So we have the elite tight end, we have the elite quarterback, high upside running backs. It's going to be difficult at the beginning portion of the year in a 10-team league if we're going to be relying on J.K. Dobbins. Like, trust me, I've drafted Dobbins a lot, but in a 10-team league, if he's your running back 1, running back 2, it's going to be tough to get by. But at the end of the year, he should have a lot of upside. Okay, my throat is starting to hurt, boys. Ladies and gentlemen, oh my gosh, my throat is killing me. I think we have another guest lined up in about an hour, and then later tonight, the girlfriend will come on, draft a team for y'all here. I'll probably sit in the background, just cry myself to sleep when she burns a puppy draft for us. How funny would it be if she gets on here and clicks random buttons and ends up winning the puppy? So Bryce says, would love your thoughts on this weird league. It's a 10-team PPR format. We got Jalen Hurts at quarterback, a running back, Jonathan Taylor, wide receiver Sutton at the wide receiver / tight end spot, Andrews, wide receiver / tight end, DJ Moore, wide receiver / tight end / running back, Dalvin Cook. Obviously, on paper, it looks like an extremely strong roster, but at the same time, it's such a weird format that in a league like this that is so shallow, I think we are just chasing the highest ceiling players possible. I really like the team. I like the team. It's hard to say too much about it, though, because you can only start up to 2 running backs at the very most. So it doesn't even really matter who your running back depth is behind Dalvin Cook and Jonathan Taylor. This format really just comes down to who finds the league-winning player, who finds the outlier. Now, Jesse coming out says, from earlier, it's a 12-team Superflex PPR. You got Kelsey, Evans, Hollywood, Etienne, Hunt, Mahomes. Our keeper was Stevenson. I think you kept Stevenson in the 11th round, if my memory is not failing me. Okay, yeah, I actually really like this. What did we have at quarterback? Mahomes paired up with Kelsey. Oh, this is beautiful. Obviously, we want a second quarterback here that we can be excited about, but at the same time, I mean, if your league mates are valuing quarterback this cheaply, I think if we can go out there and overpay for someone like Trey Lance by trading away the combination of, say, Hollywood Brown, especially if it's a hot start after week 1 against the Kansas City Chiefs, and whatever our quarterback 2 is here, love the team. Love the Kelsey and the Mahomes stack. Carl says, Kelsey for Lamar and Brandon Cooks in Superflex. Yes, in Superflex, I think you can go through and you can trade Kelsey for Lamar and Brandon Cooks. Now we have James Conner going 33. Okay, so we have a single team here deciding to go 3 running backs out the gate. Young Vince on the clock as Alvin Kamara, Travis Kelce. Goes DJ Moore, takes our guy from us. Let's go ahead. Let's take Jalen Waddle, and then let's also go Hollywood Brown. Let's go Jalen Waddle and Hollywood Brown here, 36 and 37. I mean, I'm not going to cry if we end up taking Kyler Murray at 60 or 61. And we just passed 1,700 likes in the stream. Thank you so much for everybody going down there and dropping a like. Looks like we're going to be closing in on 2,000 likes in the live stream. And it looks like we're going to be closing in on 93,000 subscribers on the channel. 93,000. We're hitting 95,000 by the time kickoff happens, and maybe 100 by the time we get to Sunday. Y'all are absurd. Wilson says, rate the team in a 10-team PPR format. A quarterback, we have Lamar Jackson. Running back, we have Jonathan Taylor, Antonio Gibson. Wide receiver, Tyreek Hill, Michael Pittman. In the flex spot, Gabriel Davis. Okay, we have the elite level tight end. Thank God we have Travis Kelce at tight end. It's already a strong team when we got guys like Lamar and Taylor at the very top. But when we have Kelce here, this takes the team to the next level. On the bench, we have Michael Thomas, DeAndre Hopkins, Penny, Higbee. Start bench at flex. Okay, so I would say if we were going to look to start a flex here, I mean, I'm definitely playing Gabriel Davis, where you already have him ranked. Very hard for us to go through and make a deal at this moment before we actually have DeAndre Hopkins back in. Once we have DeAndre Hopkins back in, then we can look to make a 2-for-1 type trade. But in reality, this is a very, very strong roster. The only thing I'd say is when we have Travis Kelce, in my opinion, there's no reason for us to be rostering a backup tight end. I would drop Higbee for an upside running back or receiver off the waiver wire. Now, Tyler says in a 12-team half PPR league where we got 2 running backs, 3 receivers, and double flex spots, we have Josh Allen at quarterback. At running back, we have Joe Mixon, A.J. Dillon, Sony Michel as well, Samaje Perine. Wide receivers, Stephon Diggs, Jalen Waddle, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Allen Lazard, Kadarius Toney, Sky Moore, Julio Jones. We're definitely going to be looking to move on from some wide receivers based on what we see after week 1. What I will say is I'm much more okay with rostering this many receivers in a league where we have 3 wide receivers and 2 flex spots, though. I will just say, I mean, don't be holding on to Alec Pierce forever. I mean, if Alec Pierce is not even playing early on in the year, I'm going to be willing to just go out there and move on from him. Okay. Luca coming out says, in a 12-team league, half PPR, 1 quarterback, 3 wide receivers, 2 running backs, a tight end, and a flex. Burrow quarterback, wide receiver Jefferson, Mike Williams, Bateman, Javonte Williams, Elijah Mitchell at running back with Cam Akers, T.J. Hawkinson. I don't know. I think this is an okay team. I'm definitely looking to build around the wide receiver position whenever we have 3 wide receivers that we have to start every single week. And when we have Burrow, I would love to bring in like T. Higgins. Like if we could trade Mike Williams in a small piece for Higgins, I think that'd make a lot of sense. Now, Toad coming out says, great job. Learned lots. Thank you, my friend. Thank you so much. And now let's move this down. we going to get our guy? Are we getting Darren Waller at pick 60? A young Vince took Kelsey. No idea what they decide to do, but we are put in a great spot here, in my opinion. Goes Kyler, so we do get sniped on Kyler. We're not going to get him. I'm not going to sit here and cry. We get Darren Waller. We are planning on going Darren Waller and Kyler Murray, but honestly, getting Darren Waller pick 60 is just a straight-up gift. I'm not going to sit here and cry about it. Let's go ahead. Let's take Waller, Michael Thomas. We don't even have to think twice. Now, Matt coming out, thank you, says, just did my first 32-team league. I played in almost every format imaginable. I've not played in the 32-team draft. Sounds like hell. Sounds like hell, my friend. We got 2 running backs, 2 receivers, a tight end, and a flex, and a super flex. Okay, no, never mind. Just a super flex. We don't have to start a quarterback. Dalvin Cook, Ezekiel Elliott at running back, a receiver, Keenan Allen, Zay Jones, tight end, Evan Ingram, Alexander Madison, and we have Aaron Rodgers for a super flex. I have no idea what to say, my friend. Good luck this year in your 32-team draft. I don't even know what a good team looks like in a 32-team league. Imagine having Dalvin Cook, Ezekiel Elliott, Keenan Allen, Rodgers on the same squad's probably a pretty good idea. I'd say if we have Dalvin Cook going down, you have Alexander Madison here as well. That's probably what wins you this league if we have Dalvin Cook going down. Kevin says, in a 12-team quarter point PPR, we got Jonathan Taylor in the first, Saquon Barkley in the second. Love the Barkley value. Pitts in the third, Higgins in the fourth, Deontay in the fifth, Waddle in the sixth. Great team. I know you're asking if you should have gone Jalen Waddle or Chase Edmonds. No, I mean, you grab the 2 top-end running backs at the very top. I don't think we're too worried about the depth of the position in particular. Jalen Waddle, in my opinion, is a million times better of an option than what we're going to have with Chase Edmonds every single week, even if you have to start Waddle at wide receiver and you get Edmonds at running back. But Mark coming out says he has at quarterback Trey Lance, at running back Saquon Barkley, Elijah Mitchell, wide receiver Jefferson Godwin, Kyle Pitts at tight end, Devonta Smith, Elijah Moore, Bateman, Dillon, Rashad White, McCole Hardman, and Tyrion Davis-Price. I like the team at the beginning portion of the season. Let's definitely look at the usage that we have with the running backs in San Francisco. I think there's an outside chance that Tyrion Davis-Price is the running back 2 here, but if it ends up being Jeff Wilson, and clearly Tyrion Davis-Price is the third guy, like, don't be hesitant to just go through and move on from Tyrion Davis-Price and pick up someone off the waiver wire. Outside of that, I think it is a roster with a lot of upside. Just don't be too hesitant to move on from Tyrion Davis-Price if it doesn't work out. And Kevin says, in a 10-team half PPR format, at quarterback, we have Kyler Murray. At wide receiver, we have Tyreek Hill, Keenan Allen, Allen Robinson. Running back, we have Christian McCaffrey, thank God, James Conner. We have Travis Kelce at tight end as well. Flex Godwin. Really like the team. I was worried about this team before we saw CMC and Kelce. On the bench, we are rostering Kyler Murray. Sorry, we are rostering Kyler Murray and Lance. So I guess if we could go through, if we could make a play for a better wide receiver by combining Lance with like Allen Robinson, that would be very exciting. But as it stands right now, we don't necessarily need to make any moves. I think we sit on our hands, let your league mates realize the mistake that they made by, I'm assuming, letting get Trey Lance at the very end of the draft, and then we can go through and then we can make a move. This team on the clock has 4 running backs, so they can't take another RB. They go Tom Brady. So far at running back, we have Dalvin Cook, Najee Harris. At wide receiver, we have Jalen Waddle, Hollywood Brown, Michael Thomas, and we have the elite level tight end with Darren Waller. I'm excited about this pick. So Hopkins goes, so we're going to go ahead. We're going to take Josh Jacobs and Amari Cooper. Could make the argument, oh, Mason, go ahead and take Hunter Renfrow here. You already have Darren Waller. You have Josh Jacobs. We're probably going to be looking at Derek Carr later on. I'm not going to go overkill with this. I think that we look at Amari Cooper, if we're looking at the ceilings that we have weeks 15, 16, 17, where we have Deshaun Watson back in here, I think it will be an exciting selection. Okay. Now, Riley says in a 12-team league where we have at quarterback Josh Allen, at running back Joe Mixon, Melvin Gordon, J.K. Dobbins, Clyde Edwards-Helaire, Jamal Williams, wide receiver Stephon Diggs, DJ Moore, Juju Smith-Schuster, Traylon Burks, Garrett Wilson. Thoughts on the team? Should we be trading for a running back here? Obviously, it's going to be very tough for you at the beginning portion of the season when we don't have J.K. Dobbins, but honestly, you got to toughen it up. Toughen it up. You're going to be great. I think that with the wide receiver depth that we have here as well, with guys like Treylon Burks, Garrett Wilson, obviously we're looking for the long-term upside with this build. I think that we try to stay afloat through the first 6 weeks or so. If we get out of the first 6 weeks with a 3-3 record, knowing the upside that this team has waiting for it with Dobbins and these rookie wide receivers, you're in a great spot. Okay. So let's move this up. Sammy Bullock coming out. Thank you. Says, full PPR, double flex league. We have the elite level quarterback, Jalen Hurts. After that, at running back, we have J.K. Dobbins, Tony Pollard, Ramondre Stevenson, James Cook, Kenneth Gainwell, Samir White. Wide receiver, Jefferson, Higgins, Deontay, Michael Thomas, Michael Gallup, John Dotson, Christian Watson, Romeo Doubs. And we have the elite level tight end in Travis Kelce. I don't think having the elite level tight end matters as much in a league with double flex spots, but still love having it regardless. Running back's going to be tough at the beginning portion of the year. We're just going to have to roster as many of these guys as we possibly can. Like here with this league in particular, I think if we're running back 1, 2, and 3 are J.K. Dobbins, Tony Pollard, Ramondre Stevenson, like I'm fine dropping Romeo Doubs, even if you like the upside he has in Green Bay, and just picking up another running back off the waiver wire, because we are really trying to find something to play in the running back position. There are so many players that are an injury away that if something were to change in their situation, of course you can find someone to easily plug into that hole. But at this point, I think the play is go ahead, drop one of those back half wide receivers, pick up an extra running back. Great team overall, though. Game Cuban coming out says, in an 8-team full PPR league, we have Lamar Jackson at quarterback. At running back, we have Joe Mixon, Cam Akers. Wide receiver, we have Cooper Kupp, T. Higgins, Kelsey. Okay, so 8-team league. This is where it matters to grab that Lamar Jackson, that Travis Kelce, the elite level quarterback, the elite level tight end. We have a lot of depth as well down here on the end of this bench. I like that we're focusing on players with elite level ceilings with Tony Pollard, Chris Olave, and Kadarius Toney. If we could go through, if we could look to make any move in particular, I guess that if it was a possibility to go through, try to package together someone like Chase Edmonds and a Travis Etienne, now that it looks like James Robinson's going to be good to go for week 1 and get an upgrade at running back. In reality, it's a very good team, but every team in an 8-team league is going to be good. Okay. So let's move this back around. So after we go Amari Cooper, 85, I think we're in an interesting spot here where at running back, we have Dalvin Cook, Najee Harris, Josh Jacobs. Wide receiver, we have Jalen Waddle, Hollywood Brown, Michael Thomas, Amari Cooper. And then we have Darren Waller at tight end. So I know a lot of people would really want us to go ahead and take Derek Carr here and get the quote-unquote double stack with Derek Carr, Darren Waller, and Jacobs. But that's not even going to be an option for us here as Derek Carr goes off the board at 103. We do have some other quarterback options later on. We could go Tua. I'm not a massive Tua guy. We could go Watson. Yeah, y'all know that is a direction I maybe want to take it in a best ball tournament. John Dotson goes 104. That's a little bit of a surprise. So this team back up on the clock. We have a lot of teams here, 4 running backs already. This team has Mixon. Yeah, they can't go with another running back. They had Mixon, Swift, Connor, and Montgomery. Lock it off the board. If we were to go back-to-back running backs here, we're done drafting them. See what young Vince decides to do. Goes Rondell Moore. Did we go Cordell Patterson, James Cook, and then quit it at running back? I think the majority of smart people would say Mason. No, this is a bad idea. Yada, yada, yada. Grab Tyler Boyd. No, let's go ahead. Let's take Cordell Patterson and James Cook. Obviously, going 5 running backs a little bit early here, but at the same time, we're not going to grab another one of these guys. We only have to take 2 tight ends. So we're going to be rostering 9 wide receivers here with a build that I don't think we're completely dead at receiver. We have Jalen Waddle, Hollywood Brown, Michael Thomas, and Amari Cooper as well. So let's go ahead. Let's grab Cordell Patterson and James Cook. I think the ceiling that we have with these respective players on a week-to-week basis, given their receiving skill set, specifically with James Cook as well being attached to Josh Allen, is going to make a lot of sense. But Taco says, in a 12-team PPR league, week 1, are we going to go Lance or Tom Brady? I think specifically week 1, let's go Tom Brady. I mean, especially if it looks like Godwin's good to go. You're going up against the Dallas Cowboys. Could be a very high-scoring contest. And then running back, we have Chubb, Breece Hall, Damian Pierce, and Kareem Hunt. Chubb obviously is the auto play. Regarding Damian Pierce and Breece Hall, it is difficult. I'd say neither running back has a great matchup. You should expect that the Houston Texans get rolled here. I mean, I think right now the largest spread of the week is that Indianapolis Colts Houston Texans game, but still at the same time, I mean, I think you have Breece Hall going up against the Ravens. Probably go Damian Pierce week 1, but long term, we easily prefer Breece Hall Wide receivers, Jefferson, Amon-Ra St. Brown. We definitely play Amon-Ra St. Brown this week. No Jameson Williams, of course, for the beginning portion of the season going up against Philadelphia. Not too worried. What, 2 running backs to start? Who do I flex? And then also for the flex, we go ahead, we play Breece Hall. We're plugging in Breece Hall into the flex spot over Kareem Hunt, over Isaiah McKenzie, over Jarvis Landry. I think you can make the argument Isaiah McKenzie isn't an interesting spot with just how many points should be scored between Los Angeles and Buffalo. But still, Isaiah McKenzie's been dealing with an injury. I don't exactly know how his availability will be this week. I know he's playing, but at the same time, we don't know to what extent. Okay, so now we have what happening coming out. It says, where are you ranking Michael Pittman? Is he top 3 worthy? No, I have Michael Pittman slightly behind ADP. I think Michael Pittman has an ADP of wide receiver 11 now. I think we have him in our rankings wide receiver 15. Now, Boy Hair is coming out. It says, in a 10-team full PPR league where we got 2 quarterbacks, 3 running backs, 3 receivers, a tight end, and a flex to start. At pick 3, do you go with Eckler, favorite receiver, or Josh Allen? Good question. We're not going favorite receiver if we have to start 3 running backs. I think we probably go Josh Allen, expecting that we are going to get a running back that we like on the way back around. But yeah, if you have to start 3 running backs, you're going to be in a spot where we definitely need to push up those guys. Now, John says, in a full PPR league, rank Rondale Moore, George Pickens, Joshua Palmer. It's a short bench. Okay, here I think if we're looking for upside later on in the year, we're going to go George Pickens, Rondale Moore, Joshua Palmer. But at the same time, Rondale Moore should have an expanded role at the beginning part of the year where we don't necessarily know exactly what we will be getting for Pickens. We're just looking for long-term upside. We go Pickens, though. Kevin says, 10-team league, 2 flexes, 2 running backs, 2 wide receivers. Any strategies? Got the 4th pick. Here, this is exactly what our rankings are made for. Our rankings are made for 12-team leagues, so maybe you slide up running backs and tight ends a little bit here and wide receivers down a bit. But no, I think if you look at our rankings, you should be fine. Which they were just posted for free. Of course, the top 60 on the video 2 days ago. And if you want all our rankings, go sign up for Underdog Fantasy. Link in the live chat. Go get in our next draft. You don't even have to get in our next draft. All you have to do is go to Underdog, use promo code FLOCK when you sign up. They'll match your first deposit dollar for dollar up to $100. We'll get our 2022 fantasy football rankings. We'll get our 2022 fantasy football draft guide, which will help you even if you've already had your draft. Most importantly, if you want to support the 24-hour live stream, live for almost 14 hours here, go sign up for Underdog. Nothing supports the stream more than that. And just make sure you use promo code FLOCK. Go through the link in the description. But yeah, I mean, there's not too much to discuss outside of that. So here we can't go running back. We are quarterback, wide receivers, and tight ends exclusively. Albert O goes 130. Kenneth Gainwell off the board. Do we go ahead? Do we grab the quarterback that has rushing upside here with Justin Fields? Obviously, we don't have a stack. We don't have anybody for the Chicago Bears. But still, I think if we're looking at the raw points per game, we're going to get 4 Fields. He does make a lot of sense here. Outside of that, do we just go ahead and take Isaiah McKenzie? Yeah, let's go Justin Fields and Isaiah McKenzie. I mean, I'm not a massive McKenzie guy. I'll take him here where we have Josh Allen. I mean, at 133, he does fall like 6 picks past his ADP. It is what it is. Let's go ahead and let's take him. Let's just get a piece of an elite level offense. And obviously, we are kind of desperate here for a wide receiver. And Big Guap Monty says, in a 10-team full PPR league, at quarterback, we have Kyler Murray. Running back, we have CMC. We got Saquon Barkley in the 4th round. CeeDee Lamb, T. Higgins, a wide receiver. Dallas Goedert at tight end. Flex Hollywood. We have Penny, Ayuk, Bateman, Pickens. We're definitely flexing Rashad. We're definitely flexing Hollywood Brown, and we're going to try to sell Rashad Penny in a package after he starts off hot with no Kenneth Walker in Seattle. We're going to try to sell him with someone like Brandon Ayuk, Rashad Bateman, or George Pickens for an upgrade at the wide receiver position. Great team overall, even though we were expecting a 10-team league to be better. I mean, to have CMC, Barkley, and Lamb all in the same roster, it shouldn't be allowed. Now, after we go with kids, you have Tua Tagovailoa going here, 137. Interesting to see this team decide to take Tua. And Conrad says, in a 12-team PPR league with only 1 flex, starters are at quarterback Jalen Hurts. Running backs, we have CMC and Saquon Barkley. It seems like everybody watches this channel has Saquon Barkley. Wide receiver Deebo Samuel, Terry McLaurin, tight end Pat Freiermuth, flex Deontay Johnson. Thanks. Love the team, my friend. I'm sorry to say there's not much for me to say here. Like, if we could go through, if we can move like Terry McLaurin in a small piece, if we could go get A.J. Brown and correlate somewhat with Jalen Hurts, get the upgrade, and open up a roster spot down there on the bench for the beginning portion of the season, that makes sense. But I think you are fine. Okay. Now, Steven says, in a 12-team full PPR league, 10th pick, we have 1 quarterback, 2 wide receivers, 2 running backs, a tight end, a flex. So our quarterbacks, Patrick Mahomes. Our wide receivers are Adams, Hollywood Brown. Running backs, Mixon, Dobbins. We had the elite level tight end with Water. Well, great team. I mean, there's not too much for me to discuss here either. I think we're going to be a little... We're going to be struggling a little bit at running back at the very beginning of the year whenever we have J.K. Dobbins obviously coming back from his injury. But once Dobbins is up and running fully, I think we are going to be good to go. Okay. Lucia says, trade request, Diggs and Kelsey for Gabriel Davis and Jonathan Taylor. I'm going to take Diggs and Kelsey. I understand a lot of people think Gabriel Davis and Stephon Diggs are in a similar tier this year. I am not one of those people. And it'll be easy for us to go ahead with the other side. Hopefully this team here with only 2 running backs in Melvin Gordon and Rashad White, hopefully they start taking running backs soon because we are at a point where we need some of these wide receivers making it back to us. Could take Winston, I believe. I think we took Michael Thomas earlier on. Yeah, we took Michael Thomas here. I mean, if Jameis Winston were to make it, I think we'd like that as well. And Jay Wingy says, rate my team, please. It's a 12-team PPR league where we have Trey Lance at quarterback, Najee Harris, James Conner, CeeDee Lamb, Mike Williams, Kyle Pitts, Jacobs of the flex, Claypool, Garrett Wilson, Olave, Pat Freiermuth, James Robinson, and Tua Tagovailoa. Really like the team. Drop Tua. No reason to roster second quarterback here when we have Trey Lance. We're never starting Tua over Lance regardless. I'd say same thing. We don't really need to have Pat Freiermuth here, but the difference is I think we can actually get something for Pat Freiermuth in trade. So if we can go through, if we can package Pat Freiermuth together, we like Chase Claypool and get an upgrade at wide receiver. I think that would make a lot of sense. Now, Young Bird coming out says, 10-team full PPR playing defensive players, so can only have 3 wide receivers and 3 running backs. We have Dak, Kirk at quarterback. Okay, so if we can only roster 3 wide receivers and 3 running backs because we don't have enough spots because our IDP guys, drop Kirk. Let's go through and let's pick up another running back that way. We only have Swift, Connor, Hall at running back. Receiver, Jefferson, Pittman, DJ Moore. Tight end, Pat Freiermuth, David Njoku. Dropped Hunt for Breece Hall. What do you think? Great play dropping Hunt for Breece Hall. Like I said, if you think you can only roster 3 running backs and 3 receivers here, unless it's an actual league setting in your draft, I think that we go ahead. I think that we drop Kirk Cousins. I think we even drop David Njoku and pick up an extra running back and wide receiver that way. Okay, so if we go Hunter Henry, I don't think we have to draft another one of these guys. And y'all know I'm a massive KJ Hamler guy. Massive KJ Hamler fan. I think it's crazy they're getting him here at the beginning of the 14th after the injury to Tim Patrick. So let's go ahead. Let's take him. Let's show off this entire draft board. So at running back so far, we have Dalvin Cook, Najee Harris. Took Jacobs as a running back 3. Running back 4, Cordell Patterson. We have James Cook, running back 5. Wide receivers, we have Jalen Waddle, Hollywood Brown, Michael Thomas, Amari Cooper, Isaiah McKenzie, KJ Hamler. Tight end, we have Darren Waller and Hunter Henry, I apologize. Quarterback, Justin Fields. So we have a quarterback with some rushing upside, but we're going to need more quarterback help later on. I am going to go grab some caffeine and go to the pee as well. Go pee as well. Can you throw some of the stuff away? Get some stuff out here because it's getting really cluttered.
Did you say I have like a regular green tea packet if you want it?
No, I'm good, thank you. Okay, sorry for being gone for a bit. We are back. Grabbed some caffeine, grabbed some honey as well. So I think hopefully we should be good to go. And what is happening here? Why is my camera... Did I turn my camera off? I have no idea what's going on with my camera. Oh, we accidentally moved it down. That's why. There we go. We are back. Sorry about that. But here we have Tyrannius Price off the board. So any running back off, good for us. Obviously, we have 5 running backs. We're not looking to grab another guy after this. So we are wanting 2 more quarterbacks in this build. Watson's probably going to be one of our guys when we have Amari Cooper and we're looking for upside the last 3 weeks. Brady Madon says, nothing to say, just cheering you on because 24 hours is crazy. Yeah, not going to lie to you guys. It's starting to get a little tough. That's why we had to go get the caffeine. But this is why we saved the caffeine for this late. We saved the caffeine. I'll be able to have my girlfriend come on in a few hours, get a draft going, give me a small break, be able to play some NCAA on the Xbox 360 and answer questions a little later on. So I think we should still... 10 hours. 10 hours. Should be able to power through. You know what? If we have 10 hours left, probably not the best idea to start doing caffeine. Okay. Daniel Jones has some rushing upside. We don't have anybody for New York either, but at the same time, like... We're getting Daniel Jones here, 181. Can we take anybody at the very end to pair up with Daniel Jones? I don't necessarily think so, but maybe we make the argument that, oh, we go Daniel Jones here. We're in a spot where we are just trying to sneak a Deshaun Watson team through. And we have Deshaun Watson paired up with Amari Cooper. So if we have that 3-week stretch of Amari being a top 5 receiver and Deshaun Watson being the quarterback 1 overall, maybe that's how we get there. I don't know. I think it's very strong value with Daniel Jones. He's not like a Derek Carr where I think you absolutely have to have a stack because I think he can have some rushing touchdowns as we go through the season as well. So let's go ahead and let's take him. And now we just passed 2,000 likes in the live stream. Thank you so much for everybody who's gone down there and dropped a like in the stream for us. And let's go ahead. Let's fire up another draft. I can finish those last 2 rounds off on our phone. So this is going to be a Puppy 4 draft on Underdog, of course. Let's go hop in this lobby. And looks like it's about to fill. Yeah, I don't know how many people are able to get in here. But Mike says, been in and out of this all day, and you are killing it in this 24-hour live stream. Thank you, my friend. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And yeah, all I got to say is thank you so much for everybody who's been hanging out with me every single day. I mean, not every single day. All day long. Like, of course, this is a challenge for me. We have to do this at this point. Y'all are choosing to do this, which thank you so much, guys, for streaming, for watching this stream for so long. And how am I going to be talking in 5 hours if I can't talk right now? How am I going to be talking in 5 hours if I can't right now? Elijah says, hey, Mason, in a 10-team league, full PPR, 1 flex, if one of the top 3 wide receivers fall to me at the 109, should I take them? If not, which running back should I target? Yes, I think if you're at the 109 all the way down there, you go with one of those top 3 wide receivers regardless of format. If not, I think we're going Kelsey running back. And I posted my running back rankings. I mean, you can go through and you can look at them. Of course, you can have our top 150 rankings, signing up for Underdog, making a $10 deposit with promo code FLOCK. But also, I posted my top 60 rankings in a video 2 days ago where I think you can look at the running backs there. Now, Riley says, start to week 1. We got Melvin Gordon, Joe Mixon, J.K. Dobbins, Clyde Edwards. I can't start Dobbins week 1. I'm a big Dobbins guy, but at the same time, that's just asking for trouble. I think we go Joe Mixon and Clyde Edwards-Helaire. With CEH, you should be part of the highest scoring game this week in Arizona and Kansas City. I haven't looked at the overall totals for the games this week. What game do you think is higher scoring? The Chiefs and Cardinals, or do you think it's going to be the Bills and Rams? I think Bills and Rams have better defenses overall. Please spam the chat right now. What do you think the highest scoring game of the week is this week? I think the 3 candidates are going to be Tampa, Dallas. We'll mix it up. Tampa, Dallas, Kansas City, Arizona, and Buffalo, Los Angeles. Okay, it looks like most people are saying Kansas City. Yeah, I think it's going to be Kansas City as well. But Justin coming out with a donation. Thank you, my friend. Says 8-team league, 2 running backs and wide receivers, 2 flex spots and a super flex. I have Josh Allen, Justin Herbert. Okay, so obviously we love having the top 2 quarterbacks in super flex. Dalvin Cook, James Conner, Cortland Sutton, Deontay Johnson, Pat Fryermuth, Terry McLaurin, Michael Thomas. I really like the team. Obviously, we're just going to try to roster as many of those backup running backs and injury away as we possibly can. I think it's a very strong team. Smooth this back around after going Devontae Adams 9. I don't think we just need to take Saquon Barkley thinking it's a unique combo because he falls to us at pick 16. In reality, I think if we look at how the ADPs line up, it's going to be about the same as taking Lamb. Let's go ahead. Let's take Devontae Adams, CeeDee Lamb. We started running back in the last draft with the combo of Dalvin Cook and Najee Harris. So let's mix it up a bit here. And Tim says, in a 10-team dynasty league, 3 flex spots, 2 quarterbacks. We have Dak and Burrow, CMC, Jonathan Taylor, Nick Chubb, wide receivers, Mike Evans, Deontay Johnson, Christian Kirk, Jerry Jeudy. Tight end, we have Darren Waller. We have the long-term upside with DeAndre Hopkins as well. Jalen Tolbert, Sky Moore, Ryan Tannehill. What are your thoughts? Really like the team. If we're going to go through, if we're going to look to make any moves, honestly, it's going to be very difficult. I don't think we can be trading away this wide receiver depth. If we're going to look at dynasty, I understand that you're a contending team, but at the same time, I don't want to be moving on from Sky Moore, Jalen Tolbert right now. I think in reality that it's going to be very hard to buy contending assets in September. I'd rather wait until some of these teams that think they're contenders realize they're actually rebuilders, and then you can go out there and you can choose the guys that you want. I really like the team. I think we sit on our hands, and then once those teams that think that they're going to be contending realize that they're not, we go through and we look to buy their assets afterwards. Okay, let's go load up our other draft. And crap, we just auto-drafted Tannehill as our 3rd guy. Not the end of the world. We need another receiver. We'll go to Beckham Jr. We took Tannehill over... Nobody too important. As long as we didn't take Tannehill over Watson in the other draft. Okay. Boy Harris says, thank you for all your hard work this offseason. Your passion for the game shows in every video stream. Your video and audio quality is always top tier, and you're going to make people championships this year. Thank you so much, my friend. And yes, like I said, I don't think we're better than anybody else. But at the same time, I promise you, I'm definitely going to go out and try my hardest for y'all in every single live stream and every single video. I hope that shows. Maybe y'all realize, yeah, this guy's an idiot, but at least he's trying harder than anybody else. Okay. Now, ETN goes off the board here, 29. A.J. Brown goes 30. Very rarely are you going to see ETN go here before A.J. Brown. Great value with A.J. Brown. Mindcracker, a longtime member of the vlog, says 10-team half PPR with 1 keeper. Traded the 101 in Cooper Kupp at a 2nd-round cost for the 105 in Justin Jefferson for a 5th-round cost. None of the top running backs are being kept, so I couldn't get Cook, Henry, etc. No, none of the top running backs are. Great trade, my friend. We're essentially just pivoting off Kupp and Justin Jefferson and getting a much cheaper cost. I think that does make a lot of sense. We're going to go ahead. We're going to take Keenan Allen here at 33. And maybe make the argument that Mike Williams is the pick that is a little more unique, but it is what it is. I think Keenan Allen's a much better option than Mike Williams this year. Okay. Ben Dallas says, Waddle and Pollard for Cam Akers have CeeDee Lamb, Godwin, and Devonta Smith. Honestly, probably not. Even if we want to be taking the best player in the deal and everyone, we don't even know if the best player in the deal is Akers or Waddle here. iHong says, been in and out all day. Didn't think you'd make it this far. Much respect, man. Good luck the rest of the way. Thank you. And are you kidding me right now? Guys, y'all thought we were going to... Y'all thought I would do this and not make it 24 hours? What are you talking about here? We're only 14 hours in. And we are now exactly 14 hours in. So... We're making it 24. No doubt in my mind. Mahomes goes 39. We're going to go ahead. We're going to get Waddle. Y'all know I love me some Jalen Waddle here. Maybe if we could go back in a time machine, we decide to go CeeDee Lamb. I'm sorry, we go Saquon Barkley over CeeDee Lamb. But still, I think that this is a fine start through the first 4 rounds, specifically on underdog, where we know we are going to be getting running back value late. Now, Dylan says, should I be worried about the starting wide receivers being Michael Thomas, Allen Robinson, and Terry McLaurin? Also have Ayuk, Lazard, and Romeo Doubs. No, you should not. You should not. I think you have more than enough upside. I would say that you probably have a pretty safe bet that one of Michael Thomas, Allen Lazard don't work out. But then, what if we get a breakout from Allen Lazard or Brandon Ayuk? I think you're in a good spot, my friend. Carlos says, Flock, have you ever dreamed about fantasy football? Guys, put yourself in my shoes. This is all I do. All I do. During the season, I live stream every single night for like 4 hours. For like 200 nights in a row. Make multiple videos every single day. Constantly researching. The only thing I think about is fantasy football. When I go to bed, I'm thinking about fantasy football. When I wake up, I'm thinking about fantasy football. So, of course, I've dreamed about fantasy football a lot, my friend. Okay. So, oh my gosh. Somebody told us to take honey. I think Teresa was in the chat earlier telling us to go honey for my voice. And I don't know if it's going to help the voice, but it was about the best tasting thing I've ever had. Now, Timothy says, Darnell Mooney, half PPR, 12-team league. We got pick 2. Money, half PPR league, 12-team league. We have pick 2. We have CMC, Javonte Williams, Tyreek Hill, Brandon Cooks, J.K. Dobbins, Dak Prescott, Darnell Mooney, Zach Ertz, Jerry Jeudy, Packers, Boyd, Gallup, Folk, and Antonio Gibson. I like the team. I wonder did you actually get Antonio Gibson in the last round? This isn't how you drafted the team, is it? I really like it. Like, if we could go through, if we could look to trade for Lamb, I think it'd make a lot of sense. Like, if we can move Tyreek Hill and say a small bench piece, like if we can move Tyreek Hill and Tyler Boyd and get CeeDee Lamb, I think it's going to be a no-brainer. Of course, it's a lot easier said than done. It's going to depend on where Lamb went in your draft and what the owner thinks of him. Now, we have Lamar off the board here, 42. Interesting to see Mahomes going 39 again. So you have seen these drafters out here willing to go through and reach on Mahomes consistently in the 4th round to get that stack in. Schultz goes 55. Interesting to see Schultz at 55. This team in front of us has 4 wide receivers with Diggs, Dillon, Higgins, McLaurin. Kyler Murray goes, we're going to go ahead. We're going to take Jalen Hurts. I think the Jalen Hurts pick is a no-brainer here. I mean, if we go through, if we look at what this team did earlier on in this draft, you have the same roster with Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson. I think we have to make sure that we're getting our elite level quarterback in here. Let's guarantee ourselves Jalen Hurts at 57. And knowing that we're probably not going to get one of these guys on the way back around. But Bryce says he has a 10-team PPR league, Josh Allen at quarterback, a running back, Aaron Jones, Elijah Mitchell, Mike Williams, Justin Jefferson, Zach Ertz, Amon-Ra St. Brown. The bench, we have Breece Hall, Devin Singletary, Christian Kirk, Allen Robinson, Kadarius Toney, Kirk Cousins. Love the team. The one thing is, when we have Josh Allen, there's no reason for us to be rostering Kirk Cousins. Even if you're a massive Cousins fan, even if we have Justin Jefferson, in reality, there's no world that we're ever starting Cousins over Josh Allen. I mean, if Josh Allen goes down, then hell, we'll hit the waiver wire. And for Josh Allen's 1 bye week, then we can roster a second quarterback. We'll just go through and pick up whoever has the best matchup that 1 week. So go through and let's cut Kirk Cousins. But MVS off the board 60 here. Oh my gosh. Pushing down value for us, MVS and Brandon Ayuk off. See who we end up getting at 64. Adam Thielen goes 62. So we're going to get one of Dylan or Akers in a league where we need a running back. We haven't taken a running back yet. Getting our first guy in round 6 here. I think we are very confident with this. Yeah, Dylan goes. So we're going to go ahead. We're going to take Cam Akers. I understand a lot of people are worried about the torn Achilles, as you should be. But at the same time, we're not drafting him in round 1 where he was going last year before the torn Achilles. Instead, you're getting him in round 6 here. So personally, I think it's going to be a no-brainer. And Comp today says 14-team league, half PPR. Need some trade advice. We got Josh Allen, Jonathan Taylor, DeAndre Swift, Juju, Deontay, Robert Tonyan, Kareem Hunt, Sky Moore, Darrell Henderson, Hines, Pacheco, Dubs, Julio, Hardman, Irv Smith Jr. P.S. No chance for a Patrick Mahomes trade. All good, my friend. All good. I think here this is the one spot where we're fine rostering multiple tight ends, where it's a 14-team league, where we have Robert Tonyan and Irv Smith Jr. In a 14-team league, I think this is a very strong roster. We have the elite level quarterback. We have 2 top 10 running backs. I mean, in my opinion, Jonathan Taylor is the running back 1 overall. We have upside wide receivers down there on the bench as well. Guys like Sky Moore, Romeo Doubs, Julio Jones. Really like the team. And McCole Hardman. Obviously, I mean, maybe we have to cut McCole Hardman after week 1. We'll see how things go. But Metcalf making it all the way to pick 70. Have y'all ever seen Metcalf fall this far on Underdog? Have y'all seen Metcalf fall this far on Underdog before? Personally, I haven't. Carly says, what will Griff Kahn's GPA be? Make a prediction, please. I would say Griff Kahn's GPA 1.8. Going 1.8. The name Griff Kahn sounds like someone that's not cracking a 2.0 for his GPA. Like, dear God, how do you get DK Metcalf pick 70? I mean, obviously, it's a horrible situation in Seattle here. And I know DK Metcalf does go pretty late on Underdog, but still at the same time, getting Metcalf at 70 is going to be a no-brainer here. Josh Jacobs goes 76. I mean, y'all know we would have been looking for Josh Jacobs on the way back around if we could have had him. I'm not gonna play if we get Dobbins. Nobody wants to take the injured running backs here. I'll be the fish in the room. We'll draft the injured guys. We'll take Dobbins. We'll take Cam Akers in the 6th and 7th round. Pollard goes off the board 77. And real quick, if you have not dropped a like in the live stream yet, go down there, drop a like in the stream, guys. Subscribe to the channel. Closing in on 90,000 subscribers. Outside chance we get 100,000 by week 2. Support the live stream. This is a 24-hour live stream. Have you ever seen this before on YouTube with fantasy football drafts? I'm going to guess you haven't. We're actually going to probably go ahead and take... I guess maybe Kirk never falls here. I don't care. We're going to take the player that we think has the elite level ceiling in weeks 15, 16, 17. We're going to take DeAndre Hopkins. I think Hopkins has the elite level ceiling weeks 15, 16, 17. In the Puppy 4, I'm trying to load up as many Hopkins shares as I possibly can. Okay, so let's smooth this over. Kirk goes directly after us, 82. Yeah, I imagine most people are going to be excited about Kirk. Like, if it was a private draft, we go Kirk, we don't think twice about it. But specifically in a tournament draft like this, where we're looking for upside through the final 3 weeks, I think the pick's Hopkins. Robert Woods off the board here, 84. Let's see what we have. I think we may get a value we like. Okay, so now we have London going. I actually like Amari more than Renfrow. I know most people say, oh, go Renfrow, then get the double stack with Derek Carr later on. I know we could also go Dallas Goedert. We could get the stack with Jalen Hurts. I want to take a player that I think has access to an elite level ceiling weeks 15, 16, 17. I want to set ourselves up with the ability to go Watson later on. And I think it's a little bit of a unique build. I mean, with Dallas Goedert, I know he's probably most people's picks. If anybody's smart is drafting here, they go Hunter Renfrow, they go Dallas Goedert. But we are 14 hours into this live stream. So we're losing our mind here. And we are going to go Amari. Okay, so Jay Wingy says, should I do this trade? We got Jacobs and Olave for Juju and Bateman. If you only have one flex spot, in reality, I think it's going to be very easy for you to find wide receiver depth, and that's not going to be something we're too excited about. Whereas if you have multiple flexes where we can start like up to 4 wide receivers, then sure. Bryce says, all right, last one. Thank you, my friend says. All right, last one. Jalen Hurts, Dalvin Cook, James Conner, Keenan Allen, Stephon Diggs, Dallas Goedert. So you were smart. You got the Jalen Hurts and Dallas Goedert stack, which we did not. Then Antonio Gibson in the flex, and on the bench, we have Chase Edmonds, Elijah Mitchell, Allen Lazard, Michael Thomas, Jalen Waddle, and Derek Carr. I really like the team. I mean, Carr's good enough where I'm fine if you want to roster him. I feel like we could get something for him in trade. The thing is, when we have on the bench Michael Thomas, Allen Lazard, Jalen Waddle, Elijah Mitchell, Chase Edmonds, like, how are we ever going to go through and make a move on the waiver wire? How is that going to be possible here? Like, if we have a hot waiver wire pickup, you're not going to want to drop any one of these guys. So I think if we could, I think that we go ahead, make a 2-for-1 type deal. I know it's what we've been saying all night, but at this time of the year, it's what we want to be doing. We want to prepare to know that we're going to have waiver wire pickups. If we can trade like Allen Lazard and Antonio Gibson, or Michael Thomas and James Conner, and get that upgrade at running back in the starting lineup, and then open up a roster spot for later on, I think it makes a lot of sense. Okay. Tom says, do I ship off Stafford, Jonathan Taylor, and Jalen Waddle for Josh Allen, Derrick Henry, and T. Higgins? Yes, I think we do it. I mean, y'all know I like Jonathan Taylor. I'm not the biggest Derrick Henry guy in the world. But at the same time, we're getting a serious upgrade from Stafford to Josh Allen. We're getting an upgrade from Waddle to T. Higgins as well. Great deal. I think we go ahead and make that trade. And now, let's move this over. We got George Pickens off the board here, 99. So, of course, we're looking for running backs on the way back around. I think we are going to have some running backs that we like. Wide receivers, not the highest of priority, but I'd imagine some receivers go off the board before we're even on the clock again. Duke coming out. Thank you, my man. Says, in a 14-team PPR format, double flex spots, we got Trey Lance, Deebo Samuel, Hollywood Brown, Dalvin Cook, J.D. McKissick, Mark Andrews, Gabriel Davis, Allen Robinson as starters. The bench consists of Darnell Mooney, Sky Moore, Samir White, Isaiah Pacheco, Tyler Algier. Kind of punted running back. What are your thoughts? In reality, I think that this is a league that isn't as important to have the elite level tight ends. So if you're worried about your running back position, I'd rather punt tight ends in a 14-team league with multiple flexes, even though I really like having Mark Andrews in a vacuum. I think that's going to be a good squad, but what we have to really look at is we have to look at the usage of these rookie running backs early on in the year with Samir White, Isaiah Pacheco, and Tyler Algier. It's going to be difficult for us to go through and know who to start, but at the same time, it's going to be difficult for us to even know who to roster whenever we have those waiver wire pickups, as we were discussing previously. I don't want to move Lance. We have the Deebo stack. I think it's a very strong team overall in a 14-team league. We just have to be the most active guy on the waiver wire for the running back position. Hunt goes 103. This team right before us also needs help at running back. Their two running backs are David Montgomery and Chase Edmonds. C. Wagner says, trade Ayuk, my wide receiver 4, for Russell Wilson. My quarterback 1 right now is Kirk Cousins. I would say yes. Let's go ahead. Let's trade Ayuk if we can get Russ. Specifically, if this is a league that only has one flex, I think it would make a lot of sense to just make a move like that. Okay. Let's go through and let's take a Miles Sanders here at running back. We get some correlation in with Jalen Hurts, and at the same time with Miles Sanders back and healthy, running behind the best offensive line in the NFL, has some usage in as a receiver. I think you are going to get a much better price. Omar says, Starbucks on me. You're going to need it. Thank you, my friend. And yes, we did start drinking some caffeine here. 10 hours left. I think we made the right call not doing any caffeine through the first 14 hours. This is what we put in here. How much caffeine does this have? Let me make sure I'm not going to kill myself if we drink 10 of these. Okay. Really hiding the caffeine from us. Never mind. 205 milligrams of caffeine. So I think we have to limit ourselves to 2 of these today. Yeah, we definitely can't have more than 2 of these. And now Cole Kmet goes 109. Swing this back around. I think we were very lucky that Miles Sanders made it back to us with the Jalen Hurts build. Cordell Patterson goes. Do we take Dawson Knox now that we have no Hunter Renfrow here? I'm sorry, now OJ Howard in Buffalo. Not a massive Dawson Knox guy. We could go Tyler Lockett and not have to take another wide receiver through the rest of the way. Let's go ahead. Let's take Lockett here. Yeah, let's go take Lockett. I think that if we do this, maybe we see wide receivers get pushed up later on in this draft. We're not going to have to draft another one of these receivers after we have Devontae Adams, CeeDee Lamb, Keenan Allen, Jalen Waddle, DeAndre Hopkins, Amari Cooper, and Tyler Lockett. Dribble says OJ Howard got released. Yeah, that's why I even considered. I mean, Dawson Knox here. I just think that if we're going to be able to get like Pat Frymuth at 129, I could make the argument for Pat Frymuth straight up over Dawson Knox. I think they're all about the same. Okay, we have someone. Timothy says Dawson Knox sounds like a TV show for rural people. That is pretty funny, my friend. That is pretty funny. Thomas in the chat says, let's go. Only 10 hours left. My man, put some respect on the streams, man. We only got 9 hours and 40 minutes left. You're like 20 minutes late for that, my friend. We want to see wide receivers off the board. We are trying to see as many wide receivers drafted as possible now that we're probably done taking these guys. And if you want to get in our next draft, of course, go to the link in the live chat. Go sign up for Underdog Fantasy. Use promo code FLOCK when you sign up. They'll match your first deposit dollar for dollar up to $100. I'll get our 2022 fantasy football rankings. You'll get our 2022 fantasy football draft guide. And with a $10 deposit, you are going to support this channel, be able to get into drafts with us, and have a lot of fun. Okay. So Darrell Henderson off the board at 122. Zach Ertz still falling. I mean, if we get Zach Ertz here, I think that definitely proves that our selection of Lockett earlier on was probably the best way to go. Julio Jones goes 124. We're really wanting to see some wide receivers off the board at this point. Guys, since we started drinking this caffeine, I am telling you right now, I am going to have to go pee 10 times over. So let me make Ursula. I mean, Russell Gage goes 125. We'll make our next two picks, and then we'll go to the bathroom. I can hold it for another 10 seconds. And I'm starting to smell bad, guys. Y'all are so lucky you can't smell me. Y'all are so lucky. Garrett Wilson goes 126. Romeo Dubs. Okay, good. We get a lot of these wide receivers going right before us. This is exactly what we want, this run on wide receivers. This team has Kyler. There's no way they pass on Zach Ertz here. Zach Ertz, literally 18 picks past ADP. You have Kyler Murray. It's the easiest pick in the world for them. At least I'd imagine it is. What's the Zach Ertz report? Considered day-to-day this week. They do not take Zach Ertz. We're going to get Zach Ertz as our tight end one here. We are going to bet on this Arizona Cardinals passing offense with DeAndre Hopkins and Zach Ertz. Maybe we're making a bet that Hollywood Brown doesn't really pan out here in Arizona. In reality, I think it's a very strong value on Zach Ertz. I think you make the argument that Zach Ertz should possibly be drafted before Dawson Knox. And once we take Zach Ertz here, we're only going to have to draft two of these tight ends in general. Love this team. Andrew says, in a 10-team league PPR format, we have Lamar Jackson at quarterback. At running back, we have Dalvin Cook, Joe Mixon. At wide receiver, we have DJ Moore, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Drake London. On the bench, Trey Lance, Ramondre Stevenson, Tony Pollard, George Pickens, Irv Smith Jr., Alexander Madison. I really like the team in general. I mean, if we are going to be going ahead and looking at having Lamar Jackson and Trey Lance, we've said this like 10 times over in the live stream. I think so many people watching the stream have literally those exact two players. But at the same time, we're eventually going to go through and we're going to look to trade one of those guys. I think the most obvious trade is if we can go through and wait until Trey Lance actually breaks out and your league mates realize, oh crap, we should not have let Trey Lance fall to the very end of our draft. If we can then look to package together, say, Trey Lance and Amon-Ra St. Brown and bring in a truly elite of a wide receiver, I think that would make a lot of sense here. Okay, but let me go to the bathroom real quick. We take Kenneth Gainwell here, monopolizing hopefully every touch in Philadelphia. Hopefully for this team, we don't have a decent sized role for Boston Scott. Okay. Okay, so we are back. Sorry, that's going to be something you'll have to deal with a decent amount if we're going to start drinking caffeine here, as I said. Trust me. I know my bladder. We're going to be going pee a lot. Now, Carlos says, how many tentacles will be in effect tomorrow for Must? I'd say approximately about 7. But Bobcat says, thank you, of course, for hanging out. Says you should stretch for a little bit. You've been sitting for a while. Besides, that is an amazing stream. Besides that, it's an amazing stream and extremely glad to be here. No, thank you for hanging out with us the entire day, my friend. And I have been stretching a little bit whenever we turn the camera off to go between scenes. I've definitely been touching my toes a decent amount. Don't think y'all want to watch me stretch, but thank you for the advice. And I do feel much better when we do that. Okay. So if we're looking at quarterbacks we can take here, I mean, obviously we're looking at Watson a little later on, potentially. Outside of that, Tua's already off the board. Herbert's already off the board. Dak's already off the board. Carr's already off the board. Kyler's already off the board. So really, the only guy that we're going to be looking at to potentially stack with someone is going to be Deshaun Watson, and I really like him in a tournament-style contest. KJ Hamler 150. I think we made the right call going Tyler Lockett 112. Locking up our wide receiver room. And thank you so much for everybody hanging out with us tonight. I mean, we have broken every record on the live streams total. Hasn't even been close either. Like if we're looking at likes, subscribe, anything. Thank y'all so much. I mean, we're already back up to 2,300 likes in this live stream. We had like over 6,000 in the last one. Thank y'all, everyone. I never imagined this 24-hour live stream would be so successful. Isaac says, should I trade Aaron Jones for Dalvin Cook? I have Dalvin Cook ranked ahead of Aaron Jones, even in a full PPR format. Yeah, we'd go through and we'd make that deal. Dog79 says, I've been here since 7:15 a.m. Thank you, my friend. As have I. But thank you so much. Of course, I appreciate it, my man. And after we go Rachaad White, 153. I mean, I am ecstatic to go Rachaad White here. I didn't love his ADP a couple months ago whenever you were having to take him in like the 11th rounds. But at the same time, I mean, if we're going to be getting him here at 153, no brainer. He has a receiving down role here in Tampa, hopefully. And upside for more if we were to have an injury to Leonard Fournette. Sky Dude says, still going strong. Hope you're feeling okay, my guy. It's getting a little bit more difficult, but that's as expected. Still easier than I was expecting it to be. So we're not looking at wide receivers here as some of these other teams may be. Finally, we're not looking at wide receivers, even though I do really like Christian Watson in this range. I know what player that we want. I think we honestly probably end up getting him. Donovan Peoples-Jones goes 158. Yeah, I think we end up getting him. We get David Njoku here. We're definitely setting ourselves up with the double stack later on with Amari Cooper, David Njoku, and Deshaun Watson. At this point, we are definitely not drafting another tight end unless we get one at an absurd value. So I think we could go 3, 6, 7, 2 here. So at wide receiver, we have Devontae Adams, CeeDee Lamb, Keenan Allen, Jalen Waddle, DeAndre Hopkins, Amari Cooper, Tyler Lockett. Running back, we have Cam Akers, Miles Sanders, Kenneth Gainwell, Rashad White. Quarterback, we have Jalen Hurts. We're just going to have to grab 2 more guys later on. Probably going to be looking at Watson and then just a filler player that can get us through to the fantasy football playoffs. But Carly says, you think Tenta Must can reach 7.5 on the Must scale? I think you probably get to 8. I don't know about 9, but probably to 8. Jalopy Sausage says, when you said testicles instead of tentacles. Yeah, I mean, Carly out here speaking gibberish nonstop. I have no idea what Carly's ever saying. And Sean says, are we going to go with Method Man says, are we going to go with weekly rankings, Mason? Yes, I have a week 1 wide receiver rankings video going to drop for y'all tomorrow morning. Recorded that yesterday, of course. No way in hell we're hopping off the live stream after 24 hours and then recording a video for you directly after. But we have already our first week 1 wide receiver rankings video coming for you tomorrow. And Poseidon Resider says, hang in there like the kitty on the poster. Thanks for all the help this season. That is a pretty good call out. Let me look this up. This is us right now. This is us right now. We're hanging in, baby. We are hanging in. We're making it there. Galladay goes 169. Suzuki says, thanks for the best present ever. The flock number 1. Happy birthday, my friend. And thank you for being a part of the flock for so long, of course. And Cheeky Opson says, set hourly alarm starting at 2 a.m. It would be hilarious if you pass out for 30 minutes, not for 5. If I'm feeling tired, I will go ahead and I'll set some alarms. But to be honest with you guys, I'm feeling way better than I was expecting to. I thought that I had no idea how we were going to be able to do this. Obviously, we still have 9.5 hours, and these are going to be the toughest hours of the stream. But at the same time, we saved our caffeine till now. I think we put ourselves in a very good position this stream. I think we put ourselves in a good spot. Eduardo says, Dynasty, Montgomery and Dawson Knox for Travis Kelce. Do I take Kelce? Yes, I think you can. I think with Dawson Knox, not necessarily a super special talent we want to be building around the long term from a Dynasty fantasy football context. Sandy broke out year 3. Historically speaking, you want to get excited about that when usually you don't see these other players at tight end break out. But at the same time, you're looking at them in the light saying, okay, well, it was just with this touchdown rate. Touchdowns can always come back to earth. Okay. Winston goes 75. There was an outside chance we ended up taking Jameis Winston here, even though we didn't have anybody for New Orleans. But if he would have fallen this far, we'd have had to take him. We're going to go here, Raheem Mostert. I'm not a massive Mostert guy, but at the same time, if we're looking at no Sony Michel in Miami, we need a running back here as our 5th guy. I think that he's going to be a no-brainer selection. We have Waddle at wide receiver. In reality, I don't necessarily think that makes a difference in our Raheem Mostert selection. Regardless, I think that is a fine value at 177. I wasn't that excited about him here until Sony Michel got cut. But Carly says, do you think Tindemust will be to school on time tomorrow? A 0% chance. 0% chance. Okay. Let's move this down. Mac Jones going 178. So obviously we're still needing 2 more quarterbacks. We're going to need to go through and we're going to need to draft 1 more RB as well. Yeah, I figured at this point, like, I'd be dying to go through and start playing NCA or something and do something different. But to be honest with you, I just love these underdog drafts. Okay, Zay Jones off the board. Do we go Tyrion Davis-Price? Let's go Tyrion Davis-Price as our 6th running back here. And then we go 2 QBs after this. David Bell goes 186. Okay, so as long as we don't have quarterbacks off the board, getting drafted right now, I think that we are going to be in a good spot. Those are our last 2 guys. Obviously, you'll kind of know who I want in the next round. And do y'all even need to see this last round? I want Deshaun Watson, and we're going to take the 3rd best quarterback available. Running back, we have Akers, Miles Sanders, Kenneth Gainwell, Rashad White, Raheem Mostert, Tyrion Davis-Price. Of course, on paper, this running back room doesn't look great. We're going to need something to break in our favor. We have the elite level wide receivers. We have Jalen Hurts, who should give us the rushing upside on a week-to-week basis. We're going to grab Watson, hopefully, for the double stack with the Cleveland Browns. And we're going to hope to just grab another quarterback that could get us there for the fantasy football playoff tournament. But I think I don't necessarily need to see that. We're just grabbing 2 quarterbacks. Let's go ahead and let's jump into our next draft here on Underdog. And let me pull up the other draft on my phone so we can queue up those QBs. Now, where are we picking here? Okay, so we're at the 110. I'm fine with it. I'd rather be at the 110 than at the 111, 112. Could be worse. Could be worse. There's a report coming out about Kenny Pickett 7 minutes ago. Pickett is listed as the number 3 quarterback on the team's week 1 depth chart that was released on Monday. What do y'all think about that? Does that matter? Does that matter? Joseph coming out says, been so pumped just to throw the stream on at any time today. Thanks for working so hard, Flock, and congrats on the 90,000 subs. Thank you so much, my friend, for hanging out with us in the live stream. And yeah, no, this has been an unbelievable stream as well. Alexander says, drafted today at work. We got Derek Carr, Jonathan Taylor, Joe Mixon, Keenan Allen, Michael Thomas, Darren Waller. So we have the quarterback tight end stack. Montgomery, Dobbins, Gaskin, Sanders, Bateman, Claypool, Judy, and Allen Lazard. Any drop/trade ideas? Need a defense. Also, what would you rate the squad? So if we're having to drop a player here, this is why we were talking. Oh, we go through and drop Myles Gaskin. Yeah, Myles Gaskin is going to be the easiest drop of all time. We did end up getting Watson in the 17th round in the other draft. But yeah, we're going to go ahead. We're going to drop Myles Gaskin. I mean, here I think if this coaching staff was excited about him, hell, they wouldn't have brought in Chase Edmonds. They wouldn't have brought in Raheem Mostert. They wouldn't have brought in Sony Michel, doing everything they could to make sure they'd have a different option at running back. Drop him for a defense. And outside of that, I don't love Carr, the quarterback. Like if we have like a Justin Fields sitting on the waiver wire, I definitely go try to find someone with the rushing upside. But Eckler 4, Najee Harris goes 5. So Kupp goes 6. You're going to get Jamar Chase at 7 here. Oh, I'm excited about this draft. I think it's going to be an interesting draft overall. Yeah, I love the team overall, Alexander. I'm not in love with Derek Carr as our quarterback. But I think if we can just find a high upside guy off the waiver wire, it would make a lot of sense. So Stephon Diggs goes 8, Devontae Adams 9. So we're going to get Derrick Henry at pick 10 here. Y'all know I'm not the biggest Derrick Henry guy in the world, but if we're going to get Derrick Henry at 10, we'll be fine with it. And yeah, we're going to take Tannehill as our third quarterback in that other league. So that other league, we have at quarterback, Hurts, Watson, Tannehill. Running back, we have Akers, Miles Sanders, Kenneth Gainwell, Rashad White, Raheem Mostert, Terry Davis-Price. Receiver, we have Devontae Adams, CeeDee Lamb, Keenan Allen, Jalen Waddle, DeAndre Hopkins, Amari Cooper, Tyler Lockett. The tight end, we have Zach Ertz and David Njoku. One of my favorite teams who drafted today. Okay. But Dalvin Cook, Joe Mixon going at the turn here. I think we almost just take highest ranked player according to ADP, just knowing that we are not going to have a lot of teams with Derrick Henry and Saquon Barkley, or with Derrick Henry and Alvin Kamara, even Derrick Henry and CeeDee Lamb. Barkley goes, let's take Lamb. I mean, Lamb and Kamara have an identical ADP. I probably prefer Lamb in a league like this where you have to start 3 wide receivers and we're going to get running back value later on. I still think there are not too many drafters that were able to pair up Henry and Lamb on the same roster. Robert says, how many drafts have you done? Let me go through and check this out. What's nice is the majority of drafts we've gotten in today have just been Puppy 4 drafts. We have one non-Puppy 4 draft. Majority are Puppy 4. So this is our 24th draft on the live stream. 24 draft. Carlos says, Flock, you didn't answer my last donut. You the best. I think we did. Oh, how dumb is must? Will his GPA be over 1.2? Explain. I think in math, probably not. I think it's over 1.2. I think it's hovering about 1.3, 1.4. Okay, so Javonte Williams off the board, 19. DeAndre Swift goes 20. So DeAndre Swift falling a considerable amount here. Wait, we have the team at 8. Canadian Milker decides to go through and take Josh Allen and Stephon Diggs on the same roster. That's not the surprise, but the surprise is reaching on Josh Allen so they can make sure they have Stephon Diggs and Allen's stack. Very interesting here. And let me know, are y'all wanting right now my girlfriend to do the next draft with us in the live stream, or are you preferring it to just stick it like this and I call her in when we really need her at like 3 a.m.? Is that something y'all would like to see? Okay. Tyreek Hill goes 23. Aaron Jones 22. I mean, getting Justin Jefferson and Aaron Jones in the same build is going to be extremely exciting. Very, very exciting there. Gardner Minshew says, hey, Mace, would you take CeeDee Lamb or Deebo Samuel? I'm going with CeeDee Lamb over Deebo Samuel. I mean, obviously, Deebo Samuel crushed him last year, and he's still incredibly young. But I do think that Deebo Samuel sees some serious regression in terms of his rushing touchdowns. But Cesar coming out with the donation. Thank you, my friend. Thank you, definitely. Okay. So it looks like, yeah, we're going to call her in when she's needed. We'll call her in when she's needed. Desmond says, thoughts on my team, shallow league. We got Kyler Murray at quarterback, a wide receiver, DJ Moore, Jalen Waddle, running back, CMC, James Conner. Okay, so we have the elite level tight end with Travis Kelce as well. We have Hollywood Brown stacked up with Kyler. We're going all in on the Arizona Cardinals offense with Kyler Murray, Hollywood Brown, and James Conner. Started at pick 3. Great team. Great team. I mean, obviously, you got a little lucky whenever we had Travis Kelce making it back around to us in the second round after a Christian McCaffrey build. But still, I mean, a part of fantasy football is just going through and making sure that you get a little lucky in your draft that your league mates give you a gift, which they clearly did. Okay. Carly Muss says, Flock, you've been a reliable man when times get tough. Thank you, Carly, of course, for coming out to the live stream every single night out here hanging out with us. I hope you're able to get in a draft with us today, my man. And Julia says, hey, brother, announce the next draft when you post the join thing. I want in. I want to click on the link. It will be my first underdog draft. Look for ResDog. Thank you, my friend. And okay, so if we are drafting these tournament style drafts on underdog, what you're going to do is you're going to go in a join. We're going to take Mike Williams here. I mean, I'm not a massive Mike Williams guy when he usually goes to 31, but if we get him 34, we'll be fine with it. You're going to join the Puppy 4 draft at the same time as us. So if you want to wait, if it's your first draft ever on Underdog, if you want to wait until we do a private draft, that'll be just fine. I'll definitely clarify whenever we're ending this draft, getting the next one, exactly how to join. Dylan says, would you let chat do the next draft? Possibly. I like the idea. The issue is Underdog only has a 30-second timer. But yeah, no, I like that idea. I like that idea. We'll let the chat do the next draft. We'll let the chat do the next draft. I am only going to give you all the options at the very top of ADP. We're not having you go out there and draft Johnny Football at pick 18. Russian Collusion says we want her to answer super chats. Also, she will answer super chats. Probably need to run through what she's allowed to answer, what she's not, but I'll talk to her about that. We get Sutton 33. So people are going through there testing our limits on Cortland Sutton. I think if we're taking Sutton 39, ADP 33, this is going to be a very unique build so far through the first 4 rounds. So let's go ahead. Let's take him. I mean, we kind of want wide receiver here almost regardless, and it definitely makes sense. But yeah, so how about this? Next draft, we'll let the chat draft it. And then later on tonight, when my girlfriend's drafting, yes, she will answer super chats for you. Definitely. But Keith Price coming out, thank you, says in a 14-team league at quarterback, we have Patrick Mahomes. Okay, 14-team league, of course, we got to lower our expectations here a bit. It's going to be very hard to build super teams. We have Brees Hall, running back, James Cook. Jamar Chase at receiver, Brandon Cooks. We have the elite level tight end, Mark Andrews. Juju in the flex to pair up with Mahomes. I really like that. Bench, we have M. Jones. I'm assuming this is Marvin Jones, Alexander Madison, Rashad White, Mike Davis, Tyler Lockett, Noah Fant. First draft ever. Am I screwed? Trade for running back. Thanks, Mason. Thank you. I'll say at the very beginning part of the year, you're going to have a very hard time at running back. Until we have a Brees Hall or a James Cook breakout, it's going to be very tough. It looks like a lot of these guys down there on the bench, you're just rostering because whatever format you're playing on, maybe they have the highest projection for week 1. Guys like Mike Davis, Noah Fant, and Marvin Jones. I'm definitely going to look to drop a couple of these players, try to pick up some higher upside rookies if we possibly can. Like Marvin Jones will maybe give you a high floor on a week-to-week basis, but the ceiling's never really going to be there. So I would look to drop Marvin Jones, pick up someone else off the waiver wire. We're definitely not going to be looking to roster Noah Fant whenever we have at tight end Mark Andrews. So drop Noah Fant. You don't need a backup tight end. Pick up an extra running back. And then same thing with Mike Davis. I mean, Mike Davis, if you want to roster him week 1 until we see what's going on with Dobbins, that'll be fine. But at the same time, I definitely think we're looking to drop a lot of those players on the bench. Okay, so let me go through and let me pee. I really got to go, guys. Okay, sorry, ladies and gentlemen. We are about to be back for our pick. Honestly, I love our team so far. Love our team. Jake has a donation. Thank you, my man. We'll get to that in just 1 second. But first, let's figure out where we're going. In looking at some crazy picks, you had Leonard Fournette falling to 32. Kyle Pitts goes 30. Gabriel Davis with 29. Very early for Gabriel Davis, of course. I mean, taking Gabriel Davis over Leonard Fournette is going to be extremely bold here. Okay, there's one player y'all know I really like in this range. Let's see if we get him. Firestarter 77 has Alvin Kamara, Devontae Adams, Keenan Allen, and Allen Robinson so far. Goes DK Metcalf, so we're going to get our guy. We're going to get Darren Waller. I know maybe Brandon Cooks is a little more of a unique pick, but at the same time, I think that Darren Waller is just a smash here at 58. I don't even think twice about this. Even if the team behind us has Kelsey, there's a small chance we get Waller on the way back around, where there's no chance we get Brandon Cooks. I'm not overthinking it. I'm taking Darren Waller, not thinking twice. And Jake coming out says, hey, Mason, just drafted at 9 in a 12-team 6-point passing touchdown league. We got Austin Eckler, running back. At tight end, we have Travis Kelce. Wide receiver, we have Jalen Waddle, Mike Williams, Adam Thielen, Hunter Renfrow. Traylon Burks down there is upside. Really like this team. I mean, at quarterback, we have the elite level guy with Herbert, as we already discussed. We have the elite tight end. We have Herbert stacked up with Eckler. And we have Mike Williams, so we have the double stack there. I think in a 6-point passing touchdown league, I'm even more excited about Justin Herbert. Great team. I wish there could be something that I'd go out here and say to... But in reality, I mean, it's a great team. There's not much I can say, my friend. I don't even know if we make any moves from it. Congrats. I know that's just the worst answer we could give. I wish we could suggest something. But we're going to go ahead. We're going to take A.J. Dillon. Even if I were to have like David Montgomery ranked above A.J. Dillon in fantasy this year, like I think it's going to be such a unique team. If we're looking at A.J. Dillon with an ADP of 54, we go ahead, take him here at 63. I think he does have a very high ceiling if something were to occur to Aaron Jones. And we can still get some of these quarterbacks they'll be very excited about on the way back around, where we could end up getting Russell Wilson pick 82. If we don't get Russell Wilson pick 82, we could be looking at CeeDee Lamb pick 87. Okay, Brandon says, 10-team league, trying to package Judy and Damian Pierce for Nick Chubb, Aaron Jones, James Conner upgrade, but no bites. Who's a good running back 2 to target for Damian Pierce and Jerry Judy, or Ayuk or Drake London? Okay. If we're looking at running backs in this range, I mean, any running back before James Conner here. If we're going to trade Damian Pierce and one of these wide receivers like Jerry Judy or any other guy in that tier that you listed, if we could get Connor, ETN in a full PPR format, which I'm assuming this is, Leonard Fournette, Nick Chubb, Aaron Jones, DeAndre Swift, Javonte Williams, obviously you're never getting any of those players above. Those are going to be the list of guys that we're going to go through and we're going to try to get. Okay. And we have 2,500 likes in the live stream. Thank you so much for everybody going down there and dropping a like in the stream. I appreciate it. This has been a legendary 24-hour live stream. This has been legitimately legendary. Matt Tutoring Lab says, just drafted at quarterback. We got Justin Herbert. Running back, Alvin Kamara, Javonte Williams. Great spot at running back. Wide receiver, we have Cooper Kupp, DJ Moore, Jalen Waddle. Do you think I made a mistake drafting Kamara over Saquon Barkley? I have Saquon Barkley ranked over Alvin Kamara, but it's literally one spot, so it's just going to be up to your personal preference. They're in the same tier for me. Love the team in general. Like, if we could go through, if we could look to maybe move Jalen Waddle for Mike Williams, move him for Keenan Allen, same thing with DJ Moore. I think it'd make a lot of sense on a Justin Herbert build. But no idea how we got this much value, where we're looking at potentially 2 running back 1s with Kamara, Javonte Williams. Potentially, I mean, obviously the wide receiver 1 overall, or wide receiver 2 based on how you're breaking it down with Cooper Kupp. We have DJ Moore, Jalen Waddle here, James Conner. Great team. I think that just the play is we try to move one of those wide receivers like DJ Moore or Jalen Waddle for Keenan Allen, Mike Williams, guys in the same tier, but fit this build with Justin Herbert. Fizz says, been here since 22 hours left, and wow, good job, brother. You're doing great. Been trying to get in a draft with you all day. Hope I'll be able to. No, thank you so much for coming out to the live stream. And yeah, probably later on. Actually, it depends. If later on in the stream, like 3-4 hours from now, we still have this many people, we'll go through, we'll fire up some private drafts, but I'd imagine it's going to be significantly easier to get in drafts with us as it gets later and less people continue to watch. But thank you so much for everybody sticking with us so far. I mean, this is blown by all my expectations. Okay, Dallas Goedert goes 77. Six Letter says, the 24-hour stream has been a lot smoother than I thought. Yeah, me too. I thought, guys, I would be dying at this point. Maybe the honey helped. Maybe the tea helped. Okay, so let's go ahead. I guess we take Drake London here. I mean, when we're taking London, it makes a lot of sense if we're just looking at the ceiling that he'll have in the final 3 weeks of the season. At the same time, we're just continuing to build a team that I think really nobody else has on Underdog. There are 3 different running backs here that I'd be fine with on the way back around to pick 87. I think we're almost guaranteed to get one of these guys. Hawkinson goes 84. Yeah, I think we made the right call going London here. If we're getting Tony and Hawkinson off the board directly after this, and we're going to get one of these running backs guaranteed. Okay, I maybe made the mistake. We just drank all this caffeine right now. We should have probably spaced this out. We should have sipped on this. Jacobs goes. So we were going to look at Jacobs. We'll take Tony Pollard here. I mean, we recently did move Tony Pollard above Clyde Edwards-Helaire in our rankings, despite me having CEH above him all offseason. The issue is with Clyde Edwards-Helaire, as we've already discussed previously, I mean, you have 4 running backs making this team in Kansas City. And on top of it, with Tony Pollard, in my opinion, Jalen Tolbert not looking great. James Washington hitting the PUP. There is the outside chance that he has the slot wide receiver role here at the beginning of the season, and obviously the contingency value if anything were to occur to Ezekiel Elliott. So we previous to this have had Clyde Edwards-Helaire before Tony Pollard for the majority of the year. But I think at this point we do have to throw in the towel. We have to move Tony Pollard ahead of him. But I would definitely prefer Josh Jacobs though. I mean, if we got Jacobs making it back to us here, that would have been a no-brainer. But Shane Pickle says ESPN had me rated 9th. I wanted to get your thoughts. Real quick, guys. Those like ESPN, Yahoo ratings, or even Underdog Fantasy, I will say Underdog has by far and away the best ADP you're going to find. I think it's because the most money is drafted on Underdogs, and naturally that's where the best drafters are. Like, those end of season projections, in my opinion, they don't mean anything. I wouldn't even bother looking at them. But 10-team league, full PPR, where we have 1 quarterback, 2 running backs, 2 receivers, a tight end, and a flex. Tom Brady at quarterback. We have 2 top 10 running backs with Eckler, Nick Chubb. Wide receiver, we have Mike Evans, A.J. Brown, Zach Ertz at tight end. Godwin, so we have Godwin stacked up with Brady for the flex spot. Bench full of high upside guys like Mike Williams, Antonio Gibson, Tony Pollard, Melvin Gordon, Tyler Lockett, Trey Lance, and Pat Freiermuth. I really like this team. I think actually after week 1, obviously week 1, Brady has a great matchup against Dallas where there should be a million points scored there. I think after week 1, we could even look to potentially play Trey Lance over Tom Brady, assuming it's a 4-point passing touchdown league. Great squad. I mean, I would love to try to package together Zach Ertz if he starts hot with no DeAndre Hopkins in this offense, with another wide receiver or running back. Like if we package together Zach Ertz and Antonio Gibson after week 3 for an upgrade at running back, then slide Pat Freiermuth into the starting slot and have an extra roster spot in general, I think that make a lot of sense. Julia says, brother, the Underdog link just sends me to the Underdog app. So yeah, if you're looking at the link in the live chat that automatically goes off, it's going to send you to Underdog Fantasy, where obviously sign up with promo code FLOCK. But to get in our draft, you're just going to join through the public lobby. So it will take you to the Underdog app, and you will go through and you'll join directly through there. If we're setting out a private draft, I will specify on the live stream, I'll say out loud, okay, setting up a private draft. There'll be a different link in the live stream. We'll say $3 draft here. You click that, and you'll be directly in our draft. Okay. But Dak Prescott off the board. Traylon Burks goes 102. I think we're in a good spot in general. We don't have a ton of needs here. Running back, we have Derrick Henry, A.J. Dillon, Tony Pollard. Wide receiver, we have C.D. Lamb, Mike Williams, Cortland Sutton, Drake London. And then we have Darren Waller at tight end. Let's go ahead. Let's take MVS. MVS is never making it here to 106. I think we are getting a piece of this Kansas City Chiefs offense we can be very excited about. You're much more excited to draft MVS when you have Mahomes, obviously, but still, 106. We're fine drafting a wide receiver here. We're looking at quarterbacks on the way back around. I guess we could go Carr to pair up with Waller. I don't like it, though. Honestly, not a massive fan of it. What else could we do? Could go Mariota super late. Grab Watson. I'm just trying to build as many Watson teams as I can, if y'all can't tell. I'm going to get a vacuum. Stafford just so much better of an option than Carr. I know Carr has the weapons this year, of course, but still. Kenneth Walker, 110. I am not going to do the stupid thing for the millionth time in the row. I'll take Derek Carr here. It is what it is. We'll get the correlation in with Darren Waller. I'm not a massive Derek Carr guy, but let's go with them. Quarterback 1, pick 111. I think that this team has been so strong so far through this draft. At this point, it's just play defense mode. Don't mess it up. But Russian Collusion says, pretty selfish for the chat to want to do a draft. Mason and his girl spent no time together on this holiday. Not selfish at all, my friend. I'm happy to get in as many drafts as we possibly can after this. Even though, like I said, once we get to 3 a.m., we're probably going to have to go through. We probably are going to have to look to play some NCAA if we get tired of these drafts. But so far, we've done 15 hours of this. We've been live for 15 hours, and I'm not tired of these drafts yet. We only have 9 hours left. Like, we are in the zone in these drafts. I feel like our drafts are getting better as well. Maybe I can't talk as well as we could, but come here, girl. Yeah, my dog's coming in here. Come here, baby girl. Come here. Come here. I know. We're almost done. Come here. Come here, baby. No, we have not seen the most beautiful dog in the world on the live stream today. Usually she does like to make an appearance. Come here. Sorry, forgot we turned the volume down on y'all. But come here, little girl. I know. You're hanging out with Elliot, aren't you?
I know you let her eat the bone in the bed.
I know. You left her. She had to eat the bone in the bed. Right? You had to eat the bone in the bed? You were hungry? Same with the girl. You deserve to eat the bone in the bed. Can you not just brush it off? Did you get it all? Okay. Thank you. There's a little bit left in here. Don't dump it out. It has like a little caffeine. Okay. So let's move this down. We got Jameis Winston, 128. Take this a couple different ways. I think we go Freiermuth. We don't have to draft another tight end. No, Freiermuth goes off the board, so never mind. That's not going to be in play for us. I guess we'll go Nyheim Hines. We kind of need another running back that's going to catch some balls. Julius says, let's do a $50 private draft, brother. I want in. We'll definitely get a $50 private draft going at some point this live stream. Maybe in 2 drafts. I did promise the next draft that we're going to have the chat draft the team for us. I'm not letting y'all take over for this team. I think this team's too good to go through and give it to the chat. But let's take Nyheim Hines here at 130. Toxic Lore says, rate the Friends 12-team PPR format. Quarterback, we have Justin Herbert. Running back, we have Dalvin Cook, Rashad Penny. Wide receiver, Michael Thomas, Chris Godwin. Tight end, Dallas Goedert. Honestly, he gets mad when I make fun of him for it. Yeah, I'm hoping that this isn't your team because this is not a great team. Herbert, quarterback, obviously, bravo. Goddard, mid, tight end 1, acceptable. If we take another running back here, we're done drafting RBs. Yeah, let's go ahead. Let's take Kenneth Gainwell. I mean, playing behind the best offensive line in football. It is what it is. But going back and looking at this, I mean, Dalvin Cook, great running back 1, but beyond that, Rashad Penny, I'm not that excited about it. Wide receiver, I feel like he's behind the 8 ball, especially if your flex is Hunter Renfrow. If you're flex in a shallow redraft leagues, Hunter Renfrow, I don't think you're sitting pretty. Thank you. Okay. I feel like I kind of want to eat, but at the same time, I think maybe I'm just bored. Maybe I'm convinced myself I'm hungry that I'm bored, but also I need to keep drinking water, but I don't have to go pee every 5 seconds like I have been. So we're really hoping that we get running backs off the board when we go Kenneth Gainwell here. And we have Thrasher John MP says 10-team PPR format where we have Joe Burrow at quarterback. A running back, we have Jonathan Taylor, Ezekiel Elliott. Wide receiver, Devontae Adams, A.J. Brown. Tight end, Cole Kmet. Jalen Waddle at wide receiver. DJ Moore, Damian Harris, Melvin Gordon, Alexander Madison, Michael Gallup, Kenneth Gainwell. Rate and any improvements. So we have the elite wide receiver 1, Devontae Adams, the elite running back 1 with Jonathan Taylor. If we were to be able to go through, if we were to trade A.J. Brown for T. Higgins, a lateral move inside the same tier, but at the same time, we would be able to pair him up with Burrow. I think that would make sense here. I like down there on the bench, we're just chasing those high upside guys like Melvin Gordon, like Alexander Madison, like Michael Gallup, like Kenneth Gainwell. If we have a hot game from like Damian Harris out the gate where he goes out there and he rushes for 2 rushing touchdowns, it'll be an immediate sell candidate. Carlos says, just deposited with promo code FLOCK. How do I join the draft? Thank you so much for supporting the channel. Of course, always coming out for the live stream. And thank you for using promo code FLOCK on Underdog. And here, if we're going to look to join in the next draft, the next one's going to be the public tournament draft on Underdog. It will be best ball, will be the Puppy 4. So after we end this, I'm going to go to that contest, hit Puppy 4. If you hit it at the same time as we do, if you have a strong enough internet connection and you're in there at the same time, you will be in the draft. If not, you can wait for a private draft. We are going to get a private draft going in, I believe, 2 or 3 drafts. How about this for the schedule? We go next draft, y'all drafted for us. Chat drafts the team. Draft after that, we go $50 private draft. And maybe the draft after that, we let the girlfriend on. I think at that point, it will be like closing in on midnight. Maybe we have to wait a little bit longer than that. Tyler says, will there be a stream tomorrow night? Of course there'll be a stream tomorrow night. Are you kidding me, my friend? What kind of question is that? Of course, there's streams every single night. I think we're taking the night off tomorrow. Devontae Parker goes 146. And we are closing in on 3,000 likes in the stream. Of course, thank you so much for everybody who's gone down there and dropped a like. Y'all have made this way better than I could even imagine. Like, guys, I was worried about this 24-hour stream, but it's a walk in the park. Maybe we do this, and maybe we have this every single year if y'all enjoy it so much. Of course, we have 9 hours to go, so maybe my tune changes in about 5 more hours. But as it stands now, I think we're great. Scandalous says, when the chat drafts the team, you're going to win $75,000. If y'all draft the $75,000 team, I dibs it, but I'll get y'all another 24-hour live stream next year. I definitely will tell you that. Carlos says, please do one more $3 private. I got to sleep. Oh, we're definitely going to do like a $3. Tomorrow night, I'm assuming Puppy is probably going to be filled, so we'll do like a lot of $3 drafts then. A lot of $3 private drafts then, though. Gosh, I'm about to pee myself again. We're going to have to go pee every 5 minutes with how much caffeine and water I just drank. Okay, so we're not drafting running backs here. Running backs aren't even on our board. If we're going to be looking at players in this range, I actually kind of like Jacoby Myers. Let's go ahead and take Jacoby Myers. Just get the targets guaranteed here. I think we could possibly go Hunter Henry after this. If we go Hunter Henry after this, then we'll be in a spot where we don't have to draft another tight end. We could go Mac Jones later on. We can get the double stack in there with the New England Patriots. Okay, I am bouncing. I got to go pee so far. Hurry this up, guys. What are we doing here? KJ Hamler went right before us. Y'all know I'd have been excited about getting Hamler at 154, but sometimes it's not meant to be. Mac Jones goes 156. So never mind. It looks like we're not getting Mac Jones late. Don't know why this team's going Mac Jones. I guess if they were going to go Hunter Henry, then sure. But still, you have Mahomes, Baker. Now you go Mac Jones. Yeah, no, that team has no idea what they're doing. They're completely lost. Okay, so we have, I guess we're just going to, honestly, I'm fine auto-drafting one of these wide receivers. We're going to auto-draft one of these receivers, and I'm going to go to the bathroom so I don't piss myself in the live stream. I am not hungry, but I feel like we're going to have to eat something, or I'm just going to keep on having to go pee every 5 minutes. I have like, for dinner, we had a salad, so I have like no salt in my body. So this water's just going right through me. I can't stop drinking water or my throat's going to dry up. But Thomas says 12-team PPR format. We got Josh Allen at QB. Running back, we have Kamara, Saquon Barkley. Wide receiver, Deontay Johnson, Jerry Jeudy. Tight end, we have Dalton Schultz. Lazard or Clyde Edwards-Helaire at the flex spot. I like this team. Should I flex Lazard or CH? I would say you could actually probably flex Lazard at the beginning of the year if you want, because he should have the large role before we either get Christian Watson or Romeo Doubs expanding their own role in this offense as the season goes on. So if you wanted to go Allen Lazard, not necessarily knowing what to expect with this Kansas City Chiefs running back room, I'd be fine with that. I think it's a good team. But yeah, everybody's saying Jalen Tolbert here at 159 is bad. Trust me, guys. Remember, we were making fun of people for drafting Jalen Tolbert nonstop when they were taking him in the 10th round. People were taking Tolbert in the 10th round about a month ago. But to be honest with you, when we never drafted Jalen Tolbert there, when he was going before Garrett freaking Wilson, I'm not going to say this is the worst pick in the world here. Like, we left the draft and we were willing to auto because, I'm going to be honest with you, I kind of felt all these wide receivers were about the same. We have CeeDee Lamb with this build. So maybe this is the team where we bet that Gallup doesn't have the emergence we hope he does. Now, Cody says, rate please in a 12-team PPR draft where we have at quarterback Joe Burrow, Kenny Pickett. Okay, cut Pickett. If this is a 12-team redraft shallow league, cut Pickett immediately. And running back, we have Alvin Kamara, Kareem Hunt, Tony Pollard, Naheem Hines. Wide receiver, we have Diggs, Waddle, Cooks, Julio, Dotson, Pierce, Tolbert, Zay Jones, Corey Davis. Tight end, we have Darren Waller, Evan Ingram, and Gerald Everett. I like the team, but there's no reason for us to be rostering 3 tight ends here. There's no reason for us to be rostering Kenny Pickett. Let's cut Kenny Pickett, pick a high upside running back off the waiver wire. Let's cut Evan Ingram, pick up a high upside running back off the waiver wire. I mean, there's no situation ever where, in my opinion, Evan Ingram becomes a league-winning player. Like, and we know that right after week 1. I think if we can just pick up guys like Tyrion Davis-Price, Isaiah Spiller, and cycle through these guys off waivers through the beginning portion of the season, that's going to be great. Okay, Daniel Jones goes 173 here. We have to remember that this other team here at the end went ahead and they reached on some of these quarterbacks with the combo of Mac Jones and Baker Mayfield, so the depth isn't going to be exactly what you would expect in a regular draft. Van Jefferson goes. Galladay as well. Do we have anybody for... we don't need a tight end here. We got to grab a tight end soon. So I don't necessarily care about the tight ends in this range. Take Marvin Jones and cut at receiver. Let's go, Marvin. In the receivers for us, where we're just... And we're done at running back as well. We're only quarterback tight end from here on out. We can't even get our guy Watson. Where did Watson go in this draft? Yeah, Watson went pick 163. We can't go with him here. Mariota's the only player that correlates later on with what we have on this roster, but at the same time, like, we're not excited to draft Mariota as a second quarterback, not get anybody else. So maybe we go ahead and draft 3 quarterbacks total with this build. I don't know. This is why I don't like taking Derek Carr, because I feel like I'm never confident enough to only draft 2 quarterbacks with Derek Carr. We're going to have to go ahead and we're going to have to draft 3, but at the same time, we spent some serious capital on them. But Cornish Crypto coming out, thank you, says, help UK first timer here. I'm in a full PPR 10-team league with 3 flex options. Okay, so in this kind of format, we are going to be willing to slide up those wide receivers, assuming it's a full PPR league. We have Lamar Jackson, Dak Prescott at quarterback. At tight end, we have Travis Kelce, Pat Frymuth. Running back, we have Derrick Henry, Ezekiel Elliott, Tony Pollard, Darrell Henderson. Wide receiver, we have Michael Pittman, Devonta Smith, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Elijah Moore. In a 10-team league, you actually have a very strong roster. What I would say is when we have Travis Kelce, we're starting him every single week regardless. I'd say the same thing with Lamar Jackson. So if we could go through, if we could look to trade Dak Prescott for an extra wide receiver in this league where you have 3 flex spots, I think it's going to make a lot of sense. It's same thing with Pat Frymuth. Like, let's go through. You don't need a backup tight end. You don't need a backup quarterback when you already have these elite level options at the position. I say we go through. I think we try to trade them specifically for an upgrade at receiver. Okay, but we are joining the puppy for now. So if you wanted to get in this draft with us, have to do it at the same time. If you want to guarantee you'll be in the next draft with us, I would wait until the private draft. But we just joined. And yeah, there are 11 spots open in this draft. So I'm sure that 11 of y'all are getting in here at the minimum. Actually, at the maximum, there are only 11 spots. Now, KCM says Knox, Galladay, or Marquez Valdez-Scantling for the second flex spot this week. I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to play MVS for the second flex spot. I mean, I think that you're looking at him in an offense where you should be very excited about how many points that the Kansas City Chiefs can put up against Arizona. 6 Letter says, is likely the only tight end 2 drafted behind Mark Andrews? I would say probably. Yeah, I think Isaiah Likely is the only tight end 2 drafted, and I'm not drafting him. Maybe in Dynasty, sure, but not here. Okay. So now we have Steph LeBom coming out with a donation. Thank you, my friend. Russian Collusion says, Mason, finish up strong. It's almost midnight, getting up a 4 a.m. for work. Congrats on all you've done. Thank you, my friend. If you have to get up at 4 a.m. and it's almost midnight at your time period, I completely understand. You got to shut off the stream. I get it. I get it. Shut off the stream. I hope I get to see you out tomorrow morning because we will be live for another 8 hours. So if you're waking up in 4 hours, I expect to see you in 4 hours, my friend. But you can take a quick nap on us. Now, Luke says, don't know if you remember, but I was the first donation today. Had the stream on almost all day today in the background. Calling it a night now. Good luck, Mason. Thank you so much for hanging out with us today, my friend. Very similar. Yeah, I gave you permission to call it a night now. I understand you've been out here all day with us, but I would like to see you in the morning as well as we're wrapping this up. And Logan coming out says, I love the channel, man. We got Lance at quarterback. At running back, we have Saquon Barkley, Travis Etienne. Wide receiver, Justin Jefferson, CeeDee Lamb, Cortland Sutton. Tight end, we have the elite level guy, Dalton Schultz, or respectable tight end in Dalton Schultz. Bateman, Stevenson, James Cook, Alexander Madison, Dawson Knox, Nico Collins, and Jameis Winston. I don't necessarily think we need to have a backup quarterback when we have Lance. I think you're starting him every single week regardless. But in reality, I think it's a very strong team. I mean, if we could go through, oh my gosh. If we could go through and decide to trade away, I know I'm going crazy here, but if I plug my ear with my knuckle, my voice sounds completely different. Oh, you know I'm losing my mind at this point. But if we could go ahead, if we could just make a move where we're trading away Dawson Knox in a package with someone like Ramondre Stevenson, getting an upgrade that we would feel very comfortable about putting in our flex spot. I think that does make a lot of sense because even if Dawson Knox playing in an elite level offense, I'm never going to be excited to go through and play Dawson Knox over Dalton Schultz. Okay, so we're going to go ahead. We're going to take us. Oh, crap. I forgot that we were supposed to be drafting this with the stream. Okay, so never mind. I apologize for that. Next draft, y'all are taking it. Looks like most people preferred us to go Eckler anyway, so we are good. So if y'all don't know, we are drafting. Y'all are drafting the team right now. So as we get up, there's a little bit of a lag on it, so I'm going to have to give y'all some options early on. And y'all are only getting options at the top of ADP. I'm not letting y'all draft Johnny Football for me at pick 19. We're not letting you draft Johnny Football for us. So y'all will get the second round pick. Let's pull this around. We got 8 picks to go here. Yeah. So sorry for taking Austin Eckler. I forgot that we were letting y'all draft. Okay, so Kelsey going here. And we are a little less than 200 likes away from the stream. If you have not done so already, go down there, drop a like in the live stream. We're about to get 3,000 likes. Go down there, drop that like. Helps us out so much. Okay, so Barkley goes 15. Okay, so 19, what are y'all thinking here? If y'all wanted a wide receiver, your guys are Deebo Samuel, Tyreek Hill, Mike Evans, and A.J. Brown. I'll give you those players. Running backs, obviously, you can go DeAndre Swift, Aaron Jones, Javonte Williams, or you can go Mark Andrews at tight end. Let me know who you're wanting. Ignore how I have the ADP, the queue set up. It's just whoever y'all want. Whoever you want. But first, Bradley says, how much are you buying into Lamar Jackson's bounce back this season? Do you think the contract extension gets done soon? No idea regarding the contract extension, but regarding the bounce back, I've been drafting him a crap ton, to be honest with you. I'm really all in on that contract extension. Okay, let's go ahead. I don't know what to do in that other draft. Okay, so let's see what y'all are saying. Okay, so we have Swift, Jones, Javonte, Swift, Jones, Deebo, Swift. Most people want DeAndre Swift. Yeah, most people want DeAndre Swift in the chat. We will go ahead. We'll draft him. I feel like this is literally, we've drafted DeAndre Swift and Austin Eckler in so many drafts today. And every time we draft them, I go, oh, not many teams are going to have the combo of these two guys. And we end up going with them again. Common Sense, a long time no see. He says, caught you this AM. And 15 hours later, you're still going strong, brother. Congrats on everything. And thanks for all the great content. Thoughts on Julio Jones versus Russell Gage? Thank you, my friend. Honestly, I understand that, yeah, Julio Jones probably has the higher ceiling. Julio Jones being drafted before Russell Gage at this point, according to ADP. I'm taking Gage. I'm taking the player that just got a $30 million contract, $20 million guaranteed in Tampa. And Oris coming out says, a rate in a 12-team PPR format where we have Jalen Hurts at quarterback. At running back, we have Jonathan Taylor, Breece Hall, Damian Harris, Ramondre Stevenson, Darrell Henderson. Wide receiver, we have Tyreek Hill, Terry McLaurin, Bateman, London, Dotson, Sky Moore, Garrett Wilson, Kelsey, need to drop two. So hard to drop players on this team. I think if we have to drop someone, we're probably going to go ahead and drop Jahan Dotson and Garrett Wilson. But this is why we're trying to make as many 2-for-1 deals as possible, because we don't want to have to drop those guys at the beginning part of the season. Okay. So let's move this back around. So if y'all want to go running back, your option is going to be Leonard Fournette, James Conner, Travis Etienne. If you want to go receiver, hell, we'll throw up all these guys for you. We're not taking quarterback. We're not reaching on Herbert here. We're not taking tight end as well. Your options are going to be anybody we have queued up. Ignore the order that we have these guys queued. Just wanted to make sure that you can see the running backs down there at the bottom. Okay. Jayan says poll. Jayan, we're not able to do a poll. That's going to be way too complicated. And we don't have enough time for that. If it was a minute-long clock, sure. Okay, looks like a lot of people are saying Brown, but he's off the board. So we have a Brown or Higgins as the next vote. Higgins is off. We see some people saying Mike Williams. Let's move Mike Williams to the top. I don't see many people saying Pitman. Okay, and actually, now we have some Pitman votes. Now the majority of people are saying Michael Pittman here. Yeah, it does look like it's between Mike Williams and Michael Pittman, with the majority of voters going Pittman here. Now some Keenan Allens are sneaking in. Let's go ahead. I think most people are saying Pittman. He falls 3 picks past ADP. It is what it is. We'll go ahead. We'll take Michael Pittman. And dear God, this chat is flying. We've never seen the chat go this fast. We've never seen the chat go this fast. Okay. I'm sorry, guys. It looked like the majority of y'all were saying Pittman. I think we had a lot of votes for the Los Angeles Charger receiver as well. I mean, personally, I think if you could have gone Keenan Allen, pair up Eckler and Keenan, and then get Justin Herbert in the 4th, that would have made a lot of sense. But it looked like, from what I was looking at, most people were saying Pittman. Now, DJ Moore off 33. And of course, if you are wanting to support this live stream, if you are wanting to get in another draft with us tonight or tomorrow night or the night after that or during this season, or check out some cool player props, go sign up for Underdog Fantasy. When you sign up for Underdog Fantasy, just make sure you use promo code FLOCK. You can find the link in the description. When you use promo code FLOCK, they'll match your first deposit dollar for dollar up to $100. You'll get our 2022 Fantasy Football Rankings, our 2022 Fantasy Football Draft Guide, and it's best ball. That means there's no time commitment at all during the season. Your best starting lineups automatically submitted for you at the end of every week. So that's how we're able to draft 700, 800 teams here. Support this channel, even if it's week 5 when you're watching this. Of course, nobody's watching this in week 5, but go use promo code FLOCK. Please make that $10 deposit. I promise you, nothing would support this 24-hour live stream more. Nothing would. Now, Mahomes goes 38 to pair with Kelsey. We've seen this over and over and over again here. Okay, but now let's go through and let's see what y'all are wanting at this point. I think at running back, we can go Etienne, Zeke, or Breece Hall. I mean, in my opinion, we get Breece Hall in the 5th a lot. Wide receiver, we can go McLaurin, Juju. We can go Lamar, quarterback if y'all want. We can go Deontay Johnson, Amon-Ra St. Brown. We'll throw them up here as well. So spam the chat, whoever you're wanting. Some people saying Herbert. Herbert goes right before us. We're not going to have that chance. We have Terry, Juju, Hollywood, Etienne. Etienne goes. Judy, Hollywood, Zeke, Terry, Lamar, Terry, Judy, Deontay, Zeke. Okay. It's like most people are between Terry and Zeke. It's so hard. This is so difficult, guys. It looks like it was mainly split between Ezekiel Elliott, Terry McLaurin, and Jerry Jeudy. It looked like those were the three guys with maybe the most names saying Ezekiel Elliott. I don't know, guys. I don't know if we can draft many more running backs after this. I apologize. Apologize if we got the sentiment wrong of the crowd, but it looked like the majority of y'all were wanting Zeke. And Dream says, what's good, Flock? Got a 12-team half PPR league where we start 1 quarterback, 2 running backs, 2 wide receivers, a tight end, and a flex. Drafting tomorrow, what should be the strategy? In this league, I mean, grabbing the elite level tight end is going to make such a big difference whenever we only have 1 flex, when we only have to start 2 wide receivers. I think we grab the elite level tight end early. We also go running back early, knowing that we're going to have a lot of mid-round wide receiver values we're able to take advantage of in this format. Okay. So we have a run on wide receivers happening here, guys. I think y'all screwed us. Look at what's happening with all these wide receivers here. I think y'all screwed us on this one. Let's move this back around. So, quarterback, we could go Lamar, go Jalen Hurts. Tight end, we can go Darren Waller. Receivers, we can go Brandon Cooks, Rashad Bateman. We can grab A.J. Dillon as well. Outside of that, I think these are going to be our options. Spam the chat right now with who you want. Give me your top 2 options because, of course, some of these guys are going to be off the board. And the order of the queue means absolutely nothing. The order of the queue means absolutely nothing. Okay. Most people saying Lamar, but he is not on the board. A lot of people are saying Cooks. Zach saying Brees over and over and over again. Guys, don't message your name over and over again. There are 1,300 people out here. Please say your name once. Okay, looks like most people are saying Cooks. Most people are saying Brandon Cooks. I mean, we get a lot of Brees Hall in there, but I think that's just because Zach's saying it 10 times over. So let's go ahead. Let's take Brandon Cooks here, pick 54. Okay draft so far. I think Terry McLaurin would have been a lot better in the last round. But we have Carl coming out. This is a 12-team super flex league. We got Lance at quarterback. So there's second quarterback. Okay, Field. So someone with rushing upside. Really like that. And then at running back, we have Barkley, Dobbins, a receiver. We have A.J. Brown, Justin Jefferson. Higgins as well as our third guy. Pickett on the bench. I think Pickett's fine to have in a 12-team super flex league. Kenneth Gainwell, Boyd, Jeudy, Thomas, Tunyon. I really like the team. I mean, I even would be fine rostering the second tight end here with Robert Tunyon and Cole Kmet, even though we do have the Kmet and Fields stack. And, I mean, Josh says, rate my team. We have Mahomes, Jefferson, Diggs, Fournette, Elijah Mitchell, TJ Hawkinson, Juju. Got Stevenson and Walker as backup running backs in that PPR format. I like the team, like having the Mahomes and Juju connection. We have 2 elite level wide receivers with Justin Jefferson and Stephon Diggs. Great squad. There's not too much I can say, to be honest. I mean, I know it's a very horrible answer. It's a horrible, horrible answer. But at the same time, what am I supposed to say? Are we supposed to just make something up in terms of how we can improve the team? I think it's just a well-balanced roster. Okay, so now let's go through. Let's queue up the guys we're going to be looking at running back in particular. I think these are the only 3 names in play. Akers, Montgomery, Dobbins. At wide receiver, we can go with any of these guys. If y'all wanted to go Dalton Schultz, you can go Dalton Schultz. He's the next best. And the 2 quarterbacks would be Lance and Burrow. Okay. So, of course, go down there. Let me know what you are wanting in the live chat right now. So far, running back, we have Austin Eckler, DeAndre Swift, Ezekiel Elliott. At wide receiver, we have Michael Pittman and Brandon Cooks. Okay, we have some Schultz votes. Some Dobbins votes. Some more votes. I think it looks like most people are either Dalton Schultz or Elijah Moore. I think most people are actually saying Dalton Schultz, which is surprising. I personally don't grab a lot of Dalton Schultz here. I don't know if y'all are just big Dallas Cowboys fans in the chat, and that's why we're going to go through. We're going to take Dalton Schultz here at 67. I'm not a massive fan of him, but this is y'all's draft. This is y'all's draft. I'm sure y'all are tired of seeing me just ruin teams nonstop. And Christian says, had a 12-team Superflex Dynasty startup recently. We had Lamar Jackson, Jameis Winston at quarterback, a running back, Christian McCaffrey, Ezekiel Elliott, wide receiver, Tyreek Hill, Deontay Johnson, the elite level tight end with Travis Kelce. We have Michael Thomas, Brandon Cooks, a bench of David Montgomery, Dallas Goedert, Damian Pierce, Christian Kirk. To name a few, I have no 2023 first in a bad spot. I'm not going to lie to you, my friend. I think you're in a bad spot in Dynasty. If this was a redraft league, sure, you're crushing this season. I really wish you the best of luck to bring in the ship this year, but beyond that long-term value, I don't like where we're sitting, if I'm going to be honest with you, my friend. I don't like where we're sitting. Okay, so now we have these run-on running backs happening with Dobbins, Edmonds, and Montgomery at the very end of the 6th rounds. Let's swing this back around. If y'all were to want to go running back, I guess we can go Jacobs, Pollard. We can go with any of these receivers. Up to y'all. Like I said, this is your draft. So far, we have Dalton Schultz at tight end. Our 2 wide receivers are Michael Pittman, Brandon Cooks. Our running backs are the combo of Austin Eckler, DeAndre Swift, and Ezekiel Elliott. Don't say your answer, of course, if we get a little bit closer here so we know who is going to be off the board. Fantasy Guy says, thoughts on taking 2 wide receivers from the same team? I'm fine with it. You're going in and you're betting on that offense being better than expected. So it's okay. It's okay. Yeah. So it looks like immediately we have a lot of votes for London at this point, but. And like I said, do not bother with how we have the queue listed. I'm literally just queuing players at random order. I don't necessarily think we can make the argument for Russ here if we don't have anybody from Denver. Yeah, we have a ton of London in the chat. Looks like most people in the chat are wanting to go Drake London. Jeff's telling us to hydrate. I'm trying to hydrate, but at the same time, we haven't eaten anything. So this water's going right through me. This water's going right through me. We have 1 vote for Burrow, a couple of votes for Hopkins. I still think London's by far and away the most popular. I don't think we've seen a single vote for one of these running backs. So, yeah, we're definitely going to go either Burrow or one of these receivers here. Just depends who we get available to us. Okay, yeah, so I think 9 out of 10 people here have been saying Drake London in the live chat. So we're going to go ahead. We're going to take Drake London. And I'm going to annoy you again because we've had too much caffeine. We've had too much water. And I'm about to piss myself. So we'll go very fast. Okay, so we're back, ladies and gentlemen. Do not miss any picks here. I think we are good to go. Looks like some people wanted Hopkins, but yeah, no, I think the majority of people in the live chat wanted Drake London based on what I was saying. So this is y'all's creation so far. Let's show this off. We're letting the chat draft this team. At running back, we have Eckler, DeAndre Swift. Wide receiver, we have Michael Pittman, Brandon Cooks, Drake London. I guess we also have Ezekiel Elliott at running back, and we have Dalton Schultz at tight end. So we do not get the ability to go Dak Prescott in this draft, where we could have taken Dak Prescott as well as Zeke and Dalton Schultz for probably the unique double stack. I don't necessarily think that too many people are going to attack the Dallas Cowboys offense in that way. Okay. So let's move this down. Jacobs goes 88. Okay, crap. I got to get this up for y'all, don't I? Okay, so I think if you're going quarterback, we can go Brady. He's going to be the only option at quarterback. If y'all want a running back, Clyde Edwards-Helaire, Gibson, my opinion, the only options. Wide receiver, we go Chris Olave, Sky Moore, Robert Woods, George Pickens. Here are your options. Let me know what y'all are wanting right now. Like I said, we have 3 running backs as is, 3 wide receivers, and the tight end. Yeah, Dak's gone, guys. We can't get Dak. We have Olave. Some people saying Brady. Brady went right before us. Looks like it's either Olave or Brady. Nobody's saying CEH. So we're going to go through. We are going to take Chris Olave here. I know people are saying Brady because they didn't see that he went 1 pick before us. So go ahead. We'll take Chris Olave 91. Y'all know I'm a Clyde Edwards-Helaire guy. I hate our Ezekiel Elliott pick. Like, I would rather have Terry McLaurin and Clyde Edwards-Helaire over Ezekiel Elliott, Chris Olave any day of the week. Rob says Olave will finish top 24. Thing is, how does Olave, Michael Thomas, Jarvis Landry, Alvin Kamara, how did they all get there? I have no idea. I don't know how they all get there. Okay, so Clyde Edwards-Helaire, Antonio Gibson. Okay, we have a run on running backs right after us. Yeah, so it looks like if y'all wanted a running back, yeah, we are not going to be able to get him here. Unless y'all want to, I don't even know what we could do. Yeah, I guess y'all could go Cordell Patterson, James Cook if you want. So here, I mean, really just anybody at the top end of this ADP. Let's get rid of Pickens in the queue. I mean, all these guys are about the same. So far at running back, we have Eckler, Swift, Ezekiel Elliott. At wide receiver, we have Pitman, Brandon Cooks, Drake London, Chris Olave. And then at tight end, we have Dalton Schultz. Let me know what y'all are wanting here. Okay, Burks, Pollard. Guys, Pollard's way off the board. We're at the 102 here. If you don't see the name on the side of the screen to the left, he's not an option for you. Lockett, James Cook. We got a lot of Locketts. Stafford, Patterson, Burks. I think Lockett's definitely the most popular name so far. I'm going to wait a little bit. We have some Traylon Burks, but Burks goes off the board right before us. Yeah, so it looks like most people were either Tyler Lockett or Traylon Burks, with Burks going at 101. Let's lock in Tyler Lockett here, 102. Okay, so let's move this down. And Wayne says, you are the absolute man. Have watched so many of your drafts. Keep up the good work, my friend. You're an animal for what you're doing today. No, thank you so much. And I'm going to be honest with you guys. Today is so much easier than I was expecting it. Y'all have made this so enjoyable for me. All I got to say is thank you so much for everything y'all have done. And yeah, we have been live for this point, what? Like 15 and a half hours going in on 16. But come on. This has been a ton of fun. Y'all have supported this way, way more than I thought y'all were going to. I thought y'all were going to get tired of this an hour in. But yeah, no, we're about to pass 3,000 likes in the stream. Like, we're only 10 likes away from 3,000 likes. So if you want to be our 3,000th like, make sure you go down there and drop a like in the live stream. Of course, subscribe to the channel while you're at it. We are on the road to 100,000 subscribers at this point, which is crazy to think about. Okay. So some people are wanting quarterback with this draft. So if y'all were wanting quarterback, Carr, Rodgers are going to be the guys. I'm not queuing up. We're not queuing up Cousins for y'all here. I think if y'all wanted to go QB, this could be the players. We could go James Cook, Devin Singletary, Melvin Gordon at running back. Y'all could go Cole Kmet at tight ends, and wide receiver. Here are your options. But wait a little bit before you tell me what you want, because we are 5 picks away. So, of course, a lot of these guys are about to go off the board. And ignore the way that we queued up these guys. I mean, literally, it doesn't even matter. I can unqueue these players because all the guys we queued up are at the top of ADP. The only guy I don't want to queue up for you is Kirk Cousins. Like, the only player I'm not taking here is Kirk Cousins. I'm vetoing that if that is what it comes down to. Jasmine says 18-team PPR league. Rate the squad. We have Jalen Hurts, DeAndre Swift, Joe Mixon, Allen Robinson, Michael Thomas, Godwin, Albert O, London, Jacoby Myers, Wendell Robinson, Brian Robinson. Love the team in an 18-team format. I think that's a great team. If it was like a 12-team league, not so much, but in an 18-team league, that's 18-team league, that's fantastic, my friend. Okay. Everybody's saying we need a quarterback. Yeah, guys, I know Rodgers already off the board. Rodgers is gone. We can't take Cousins here. We're not taking Cousins. It ain't happening. Singletary, Cousins, Jones. I'm ignoring any Cousins. Okay, so it looks like Singletary, Rodgers. Rodgers is off. Singletary, Rondale, Singletary, Kmet, Julio, Singletary. Looks like the majority of people are wanting Devin Singletary at this point. We will go ahead. We'll take him as our 4th running back off the board. Guys, I understand y'all are worried about quarterback. I understand. I get it. I think we honestly probably had more Singletaries than Cousins anyway, but Cousins would have been probably the 2nd vote outside of Singletary, and there's a chance to get Cousins all the way back around 126. Okay, so let's move this down. I believe Singletary's our running back 4 with this build. Okay, so we have Chase Claypool. Cousins does go off the board to 118 to the team that decided to grab Justin Jefferson at 3. I think that should be the expectation here. Okay, so we're 6 picks away. Quarterback, I mean, y'all can go Justin Fields if you want. Don't necessarily know how excited you're going to be for that. But I think we just keep it. Y'all let me know who you want on the side left of the screen they're not there, there's a chance we get them on the way back around. If they're not there, there's a chance we get them on the way back. Joshua Palmer going off the board 120. Okay, we have a vote for Julio Jones at this point. Don't know if Julio's going to make it to us. We are 5 picks away. We have a lot of Julio Jones votes. We have a Palmer. We have a Romeo Doubs or Cole Kmet. Hines goes 121. Julio 122. Okay, so Julio's not going to be an option for y'all. Some fields, we have a Garrett Wilson in here with some Romeo Doubs. Romeo Doubs goes 123. So it looks like the only names we've seen are Kmet, Wilson, and Fields. Looks like those are the names we've seen so far. It looks like most people are saying Fields. Wilson or Fields. I think that's what it is. Garrett Wilson goes. If we get Justin Fields, I think we go Justin Fields based on what the chat is saying. Have a few Kmets in here. So I think we're going with the Chicago Bear, regardless. If it's Fields, looks like that's what y'all really want. If we don't get Fields, it looks like we have some other votes for Kmet. Freiermuth goes, so we're going to go ahead. We're going to take Justin Fields here, 126. I mean, at ADP. Let me know what y'all think of this. Do y'all like the team so far? I hope you like the team. This is your team. I mean, if this team wins $75,000, it's our team, but y'all drafted it. Gosh dang, we just had some more honey. That is just the best thing I've ever had. Okay, everybody's saying they hate the team. Okay, guys. What are y'all doing here? If you hate the team, what have you been doing? Fantasy Guys says, do you have a league you care about the most? In reality, maybe my brain's broken. I care about the highest buy-in league we have the most. I think I care about the $1,000 league we have the most on Underdog, which definitely sucks because, of course, we're not submitting a starting lineup here every single week. I think we're going to start I have an idea for next year to start a league that could be really cool. Could be really cool. Okay, so now we have Alexander Madison, James Robinson off the board. Kmet goes directly after us in 127. Dylan says, boys, why we pick Zeke if we all hated it? That's a good question. If y'all are all in the chat going to hate Ezekiel Elliott, I did not take Zeke in the 4th. Y'all took Ezekiel Elliott in the 4th. We got the chat replay on this. I can go back and you can look. Okay, Zay McKinsey off the board 135. Rashad White goes 136. Okay, so what are y'all wanting here? At quarterback, we have Fields. Running back, we have Eckler, Swift, Zeke, Singletary. Wide receiver, we have Pitman, Cooks, London, Olave, Tyler Lockett, and we have Dalton Schultz at tight end. I know who I would want, but let me know who you want. Okay, so we got some Gage, Trevor Lawrence, Nico Collins, Gage off the board. Looks like a lot of people are taking Trevor Lawrence. Guys, we're taking Lawrence here? Most people want Lawrence. We have some votes for Nico. We have some votes for Hardman. My pick would have been McCole Hardman. My pick would have been McCole Hardman. I don't get why we were taking Trevor Lawrence here. Puts us at a very awkward spot where I don't think we're strong enough to only draft 2 QBs, but we are probably too weak at wide receiver, running back to draft a 3rd. I don't know. Are you sabotaging this? Is that what's going on here? Is that what's going on here? I think you're sabotaging this draft on us. Okay, so let's move this down. After go Lawrence, 139. I'm not going to give you all an option for a quarterback for a very long time. Avoid Lloyd says Chad has been up for 16 hours as well. Yeah, I mean, I guess if y'all been drafting with us for 16 hours, we're probably all losing our minds here a little bit. Omar says, Jefferson and Adams at wide receiver. Do I trade one for James Conner? Hell no. Obviously, I mean, you're loaded up with wide receiver. You don't necessarily need both guys, but we're not making a clear downgrade trade just because we have 2 stud receivers. Okay. I am not even giving y'all the Winston option, okay? Y'all do not have the Winston option. You lost the privilege when we went Trevor Lawrence there with our second quarterback spot. Running back, we have Isaiah Pacheco, Tyler Algier, Khalil Herbert, Raheem Mostert. Wide receiver, we have DJ Chark, Jalen Tolbert, KJ Osborne, KJ Hamler. Tight end, we have Hunter Henry. We're 5 picks away, so wait a little bit to let me know what you want. But Common Sense says, is the $50 draft the next one? Yeah, we'll fire up a $50 private draft after this one if y'all want. We'll do a $50 private draft after this. I'm not going to read the chat to figure out what y'all want right now just because we're 4 picks away. I think there's a decent chance that whoever you want ends up going. Okay, Jalen Tolbert goes off the board here, 146. Okay, now we can read the chat, see what y'all want. What are y'all looking for here? We got some Chark votes. Tyler Algier. Okay, he's off the board. Hamler, Henry. Hamler. Looks like a lot of people are wanting Hamler. It's either Chark or Hamler, whoever falls. Herbert goes, so we have the option for both guys. It looks like it's really split for Chark and Hamler. It looks like it's literally 50-50 for these players. I will use the tie break. We'll go DJ Chark, thinking maybe there's a 1% chance we get Hamler on the way back around, whereas we're probably not going to have that option with DJ Chark based on how the ADPs line up. So Hamler's probably my guy out of these two, but I mean, I think it was like a 50-50 split in the chat. We can possibly get KJ Hamler in the 14th round. We got him in the 14th round a couple drafts ago, where you're never going to get DJ Chark there. Okay. And we have Michael coming out with the donation. Thank you, my man. Says, rate the team in a 10-team PPR league where we have Kyler Murray at quarterback. Running back, we have Alvin Kamara, Ezekiel Elliott. Wide receiver, we have Devontae Adams, Brandon Cooks. We have Dallas Goedert at tight end. Flex, we have Gibson or Adam Thielen. The bench, we have Tyler Lockett, Robert Tonyan. I think Tunyan's fine to roster if we have Goddard. Patterson, Melvin Gordon, Chase Claypool, and DeAndre Hopkins. I really like the team. Obviously, we're going to be a little bit weak until we get back DeAndre Hopkins, but long-term, we do have him stacked up with Kyler. I think that makes a lot of sense. Just be quick to cut Robert Tonyan if it's not working out at the beginning of the year. It's not working out at the beginning of the year. Cut him. Let's try to figure out a different running back or wide receiver off the waiver wire. Randy coming out. Thank you, my friend. Says, rate the team in a 10-team happy PPR league. We'll do this in 1 second. 1 second, my friend. Let's first pull up the live chat and figure out what y'all want. Quarterback, I'll let y'all have the option for Matt Ryan since we have Michael Pittman. So far, quarterback, we have Justin Fields, Trevor Lawrence. Running back, we have Eckler, Swift, Zeke, Devin Singletary. Wide receiver, we have Michael Pittman, Brandon Cooks, Drake London, Chris Olave, Tyler Lockett, DJ Chark. And then at tight end, we have Dalton Schultz as well. Okay, so let me know what y'all are wanting here. Jarvis goes 161. Looks like we have a lot of Alec Pierce votes. What are y'all? I didn't know we had this many Pierce fans. We have a Robbie Anderson vote, Goff, Landry, Matt Ryan. We have a random Jamal thrown in here. Looks like it's so split. I'm not a massive Matt Ryan guy. Like, guys, I don't like this. This is a trash team. We're going Matt Ryan as our quarterback 3 here, but looks like it's split. Looks like most people are probably preferring Matt Ryan. Let's go ahead. Let's take him. And then we have a donation coming out from Randy again. Thank you, my friend, where we got CMC at running back. We have Andrews making around to us in the second. Chubb in the third. Love this in a team half PPR shallow redraft league. Deontay Johnson, Jalen Waddle, Chris Godwin. So we're firing up some wide receiver upside here, as well as Darnell Mooney, Kareem Hunt, Kadarius Toney, James Cook, Trey Lance, Gage. Fantastic team. There's nothing I can say to make this team better. Fantastic squad. I don't think there's really anything that you can do, my friend. I don't think there's anything you can do. And Finn says, been in the stream off and on since 23 hours. I'm equally worried as I am impressed at how dialed you've been in lately. Join Underdog with promo code FLOCK today. Thank you, my friends. This is picked at the second spot with Taylor, Josh Allen, Deontay, and Kittle. Let's go. Love it, my friend. Thank you again, of course, for being a part of the flock. And I'm surprised with how dialed in we are as well. We had some caffeine like an hour ago at this point. And we're almost 2/3 into the stream. Just 2/3 into the stream. Okay, so now let's see what the chat wants. Cannot go with quarterback here. QB is not even an option for you. We have Alec Pierce, Gesicki, Evan Ingram. I think I know. People asking who the tight end is. The tight end's Dalton Schultz on the squad. We have a lot of Gesicki. We have a lot of Alec Pierce. They're both off. Okay, so we got to pivot off, guys. No Gesicki, no Alec Pierce available to you. Marvin Jones, McKinnon, Hayden Hurst, Evan Ingram, Isaiah Spiller. I think the majority of people are going Marvin Jones. I had no idea what y'all are doing, guys. Y'all are all over the place. I tried to take it down to the very last second. In my opinion, Evan Ingram was the right selection. I mean, we had Trevor Lawrence. We have nobody else in Jacksonville. I think we should have gotten Evan Ingram, but it looked like more people wanted Marvin Jones. I think Evan Ingram was probably the right pick, but Orlando says, 12-team PPR league. What are some trade ideas? At quarterback, we have Josh Allen. At running back, we have Mixon, Gibson. We have the stack with Diggs and Allen here at wide receiver. We have Deontay Johnson as well, some depth. Chris Godwin in the flex spot. Robert Tonyan at tight end on the bench. We have Michael Thomas, Devonta Smith, Ramondre Stevenson, Michael Carter, Michael Gallup, Isaiah Spiller, Isaiah McKenzie. Love the team. If we could go through, if we could trade Stevenson and Robert Tonyan for an upgrade at tight end, even if it's not necessarily a great tight end, even if it's just like Dallas Goedert, TJ Hawkinson, I think that would be very exciting. And knowing that we're going to have to go through and look to drop one of these players if we want to pick up an option off the waiver wire at the beginning of the year. And I'd rather not have to do that. Okay. Murad says, just had a 16-team draft, 15th pick. Okay, 16-team league, obviously lower in our expectations. We got Aaron Jones, Saquon Barkley in the first two. Love that in a 16-team league. We had Hollywood Brown, Kyler Murray. Love that as well. Miles Sanders, Bateman, Cole Kmet. What are your thoughts? I'm trying to put my mind in a 16-team league. I think Hollywood could be a top 16 wide receiver, so you could have a wide receiver 1. Bateman is a top 32 wide receiver, so you definitely have a wide receiver 2 minimum. We have a tight end 1 with Cole Kmet here in a 16-team league. We have an elite level quarterback. We have multiple running back ones. I think it's a very good team. I think it's a solid team in a 16-team league. But I'll smooth this back around. So far, we have 7 receivers. The receivers are Pitman, Brandon Cooks, Drake London, Chris Olave, Tyler Lockett, DJ Chark, Marvin Jones. Our 1 tight end is Dalton Schultz. Our 4 running backs are Eckler, Swift, Ezekiel Elliott, and Singletary. Okay, so we already have 3 QBs. Can't take another quarterback here. Not even going to give you the option. Let me know what you are wanting. Caesar says the girlfriend draft will do way better than ours. I don't know about that one, my friend. You would want to hope so, but I don't know about that. A lot of people saying Isaiah Likely. Oh, dear God, guys. He goes. Thank God he goes. I did not want to have to press the button on Isaiah Likely here. We have Davis, Hooper, Davis, Tannehill, Davis, Spiller, Davis. Looks like the same person saying Davis over and over again. Hooper, Spiller, Spiller, Fant, Hooper. Looks like it was kind of split between Spiller and Hooper. We'll use it as a tie break saying, okay, there's an outside chance that we end up getting Hooper on the way back around. So let's go ahead. Let's take Isaiah Spiller here. Once we take our 5th running back and we invest it into Eckler, Swift, and Zeke, we're probably not going to give you all the option to go with a 6th RB here. So I think our next time on the way back around, we're just going to be looking at tight end and wide receiver. And yeah, our next draft we're going to get in after this will be a $50 draft on Underdog. I'll set up a private draft for anybody. I think we have enough people here to fill out the $50 draft on Underdog. We have, 1,200 people out here. And we already have 3,100 likes in the stream. Thank y'all so much for everybody going down there and dropping a like in the stream. Y'all have just been crushing it for us. Thank you, guys. Okay. And Jamalia coming out says, standard half PPR league where we got Jalen Hurts at quarterback and wide receiver. We have Jamar Chase, Jalen Waddle. Running back, we have Saquon Barkley, Cam Akers. We have the elite level tight end, Kyle Pitts. Great team. Darnell Mooney. On the bench, we have Brandon Ayuk, Damian Pierce, Garrett Wilson, Chris Olave, Jalen Tolbert, Christian Watson. What do you think? And 24 hours is crazy. Keep it up. Thank you, my friend. And elite level quarterback, elite level tight end, running backs with upside, wide receivers that we like. What is there not to like with this team? 100% great roster. 100% great roster. Okay. So let's go ahead and y'all can go tight ends where we only have Dalton Schultz and wide receiver here. Gonna be the only options y'all have. Fant goes 195. Fant would have been my guy, but let's see what y'all want in the live chat. Okay, we have Logan Thomas. Yeah, most people are saying Logan Thomas. Taysom Hill, Thomas. Brevin Jordan. Definitely looks like we're going tight end here. Just comes down to who is it going to be. I think it's Logan Thomas. I think if we're looking at the majority of names here, they're all saying LT. And then 333 Awakened coming out says, rate the 12-team league. We have at wide receiver Jamar Chase, CeeDee Lamb. Okay, so top 6 receivers. We have CeeDee Lamb. James Conner, Breece Hall at running back. Dalton Schultz, Joe Burrow, and Juju Smith-Schuster. I like it if we have Burrow in that Chase stack. Dalton Schultz is a mid-tight end 1 this year. Obviously, people in the live chat love him with where we ended up drafting him in this draft in particular. I think it's a strong squad. I think it's a strong team. And then we have Nikki NFT coming out. Thank you. Says, rate the 12-team draft. In the first, we went Chase. Second, Swift. Love that. Debo in the 3rd is great. Pitts in the 4th is even better. Waddle in the 5th is great. Deontay in the 6th is great. Lance in the 7th is great. London in the 9th is ridiculous. Tony in the 10th is ridiculous. Love the team, my friend. Obviously, we're not that strong at tight end, but in reality, we just got so much value across the board here that I think it's completely fine regardless. And let me rate our own draft here. So at running back, we have Eckler, Swift, Zeke, Singletary, Isaiah Spiller. It's all right. I don't love the Ezekiel Elliott pick. Wide receiver, we have Michael Pittman, Brandon Cooks, Drake London, Chris Olave, Tyler Lockett, DJ Chark, Marvin Jones. I think we're fine at receiver as well. The issue is just quarterback is disgusting. I have no idea why y'all wanted to take Trevor Lawrence where we did. I kind of understand Matt Ryan. Like, we had Michael Pittman. Just don't know why y'all wanted to go through and take Lawrence where you did. Okay. Yeah, Nikki NFT. That was just an unbelievable roster. I'll smooth this down and let me know what y'all are wanting here. I think we can go wide receiver, tight end, up to you. Jay and saying Devin Duvernay, I'm sorry to give you the news, my man, but he is off the board at this point. We had some people saying Brevin Jordan in the last round. So at tight end, we have Dalton Schultz and Logan Thomas. I don't know if y'all want to stop at tight end or if y'all want to grab a 3rd guy. Ferris Jones says, guys, let's do Kyle's use check. I'm not giving you all that option, okay? You have the option on the guys you can see on the left side of the screen. We have a lot of votes for Odell. At least 3 votes for Odell. Donovan Peoples-Jones. Okay, it looks like most people are saying Odell. Let's go ahead. Let's take Odell here. And then let's set up a $50 private draft. And then maybe after the $50 private draft, depending on what time this ends, we can go through. We can grab the girlfriend and maybe she can fire up our next one with us. What is this? Hail Mary. NFL main slate. Okay, we'll look at that. I don't know exactly what that is. But first, let's fire up a $50 private draft. Actually, no, we can't do a $50 draft. It's only 3-person. The private drafts, the highest stakes that we're going to have for a 12-team league. Yeah, the only 12-team private drafts we don't have any now. Guys, yeah, Underdog doesn't have any more 12-team private drafts. I'm not doing a 10-team league because I want to get in as many of y'all as possible here. Oh, no, we selected the wrong one. NFL 2022 season. That's why I was a little confused about the tournaments that Underdog had. Never mind. We're good to go. What is this little... Okay, instant. We're not doing that. Let's go ahead and let's... Oh, no. Why am I setting up a $3 one? Let's leave the $3. We're setting up a $50 private draft for everybody here. Okay, so... $10, $50. Yeah, there's a $50 12-team private draft. Let's grab this private link. I'm going to send out a link in the live chat. It's going to say $50 draft here. Click the link and you're in. Okay, and I'm about to piss myself again, so I'm going to run to the bathroom. Okay, did this get filled up? Yes, this got filled up, and we're at the 103. Okay, so we're at a good spot in this $50 draft. Snaz Apple says, rate the team. It's a 10-team format. We got Justin Jefferson at wide receiver, Aaron Jones, running back Keenan Allen, Cal Pitts. Okay, thank God we have the elite level tight end here. Jacobs, Dobbins, Judy, Burrow, Hunt, Penny, Garrett Wilson, James Robinson, Kenneth Gainwell. We just have so much running back depth. I mean, I'm trading Penny for any upgrade we can get elsewhere immediately. I can try to trade Rashad Penny and Jerry Jeudy for an upgrade at wide receiver yesterday. Like, if we can go trade Jeudy and Penny and get Higgins on a team where we have Burrow, I think that makes a lot of sense here. Teresa says Mason must get up to piss 50 times a night. No, usually I do get up to pee every single night, like when I sleep, but usually it's only once. And the issue is I just didn't have any salt with our dinner, and I've been drinking way too much water. Like, if you go through and look at how many of these I've drank on the live stream today, just because we're trying to save my voice, God knows how many we drank. Probably like 10. These entire things. As if I don't drink them, then my voice starts to hurt. Oh my gosh, that is amazing. Brian says, 10-team league. We got Burrow at quarterback, running back Mixon, wide receivers Justin Jefferson, Keenan Allen. We have the elite level tight end with Travis Kelce. Down there on the bench, we have Akers, Deontay, Ayuk, Jerry Jeudy, Alexander Madison, James Cook, and George Pickens for some upside. Really like what we're doing down there on the bench, focusing on those players that do have very high ceilings with Alexander Madison, James Cook, and George Pickens, and not really worrying about the floor of these players, which I think this is what we should be prioritizing on in a 10-team shallow redraft league. I think that's a great roster. Aaron said, what did we just take? Honey. We heard it. Teresa in the chat told us honey is going to save our voice, and I tried it to just have some honey in general. I'm sorry, to save our voice, but now it just tastes amazing. Okay. I'm actually going to eat a sandwich real quick just so I can stop peeing as much. Okay, so Basim coming out says, rate the 12-team half PPR format where we got Dak at quarterback and running back. We have Mixon, Brees Hall. Wide receiver, we have Debo, Waddle. Okay, thank God we have the elite level tight end. I mean, if we didn't have Pitts here, I think this would have been a bad roster. But having Pitts is going to be very strong. Juju and Christian Kirk as well. I like the team. Obviously, it's going to be very difficult at the beginning of the season to start Brees Hall at running back too. But at the same time, long term, I think Brees Hall does have that upside we're looking for. Dylan says that's the first and last time draft chat will do a draft. Yes. Probably the first and last time y'all are going to be able to draft a team for us in the puppy. I don't know if we're wasting any more entries on that. That was pretty tough. And we are about to pass 3,200 likes in the live stream. Thank you, everybody, so much. 3,200 likes in the stream. And we are, what, 16 hours into this? Only 8 hours left? We're killing it. Sultan says, in a 12-team PPR format, we got Kyler Murray at quarterback. At running back, we have Eckler, Javonte Williams. Very strong running back. Surprised to see, how do we have Kupp and Eckler on the same team? And Mark Andrews. Absurd team here. When we have Andrews, there's no reason, in my opinion, to even roster Austin Hooper. Like, let's go through, let's cut Austin Hooper, pick up a running back off the waiver wire, the guy that you think has the highest ceiling. That's like that great team in general. Okay. Lamb fell to pick 20? Lamb falling to 20 here is absolutely absurd. We'll go ahead. We'll get Debo paired up with Cooper Kupp. We're not worried about having a unique build compared to the rest of the field because this is that private draft. This is not a tournament style draft on Underdog. How did Lamb fall to 20? Tyreek Hill goes 23. Walter Craig says he got CeeDee Lamb. Congrats on that value, my friend. Great Lamb value. In a private draft, I'm probably going to go ahead. Yeah, we're taking a running back here. We were going to take a running back almost regardless. Reason we go Deebo Samuels, we know we're going to get one of Leonard Fournette or Nick Chubb on the way back around. Maybe we end up actually getting both. But no, we get Chubb here. I think it's a no-brainer pick in the third round when we start Cooper Kupp and Deebo through the first two. I mean, I've never been a massive Chubb guy, but when we're getting Chubb in the third, we're taking it. Okay, so Jayan on the clock. Jayan decided to go Andrews in the second. So he goes T. Higgins in the third to pair up with Justin Jefferson. Okay. So I think here's the plan. I guess it's only 11:30, so we'll get done with this draft around midnight. Like 7.5 hours in the stream. Maybe we can fire up 2 more drafts. Have the girlfriend come in after that. Do a draft with us. She will answer your questions in the chat. Be respectable, please. Be respectable. And then maybe after that, there'll be an additional 3 drafts. Then we can fire up some NCA if the live stream's working. Yes, please. Did you not get my text? Oh, the second part didn't send. Okay. Allen goes 31. Not too many surprises. Outside of CeeDee Lamb falling to 20, I guess Kyle Pitts went before him. Now, Kyle Pitts going 19 is very surprising. Very interesting. Anthony says Chubb better than Leonard Fournette. I think in a half PPR format, honestly, I prefer Chubb. It's a big reason why we taken Deebo Samuel in the second round there, just knowing that we're going to get Chubb on the way back around in the third. Yeah, we may hit 93,000 subs. We're definitely going to hit 93,000 subs tonight. Thank you all so much for all the support y'all showed the live stream. Going from thinking it was impossible to hit 90,000 to now possibly hitting 95 before the season starts. Absurd. What I'm excited about is I'm excited about hitting 100. and getting the YouTube play button. Like, do y'all know what the YouTube play button is? It's that little silver plaque. It's going to be so cool. Now, James Conner going 38. So at this point, if we're looking at what we can do with the 4-5 turn, well, no, usually I'm a big fan of grabbing the elite level quarterback here. Okay, this is a big, what kind of sandwich did you get? Oh, this isn't from, then where did you get this sandwich from? I want to know how you...
They're like, highly recommended.
Okay, well, thank you.
Try it.
I'm going to try it. Very good. There's just like no meat.
Oh, it was a really cheap sandwich.
How much was it?
$3 or something.
Oh, there's no way this was $3. If this is $3, a good deal. How much was the salad?
6.
Yeah, okay deal as well. Okay, crap. We end up drafting, auto drafting Terry McLaurin, but in reality, I don't really care. We probably would have taken McLaurin regardless. Jerry Jeudy goes 49. Deontay Johnson off. Based on the report that we have with Godwin today, I think we have to go ahead. We have to take Godwin here, 51. You could make the argument we go ahead and we take Darren Waller, but if Chris Godwin was 100% healthy, he's going before Mike Evans in these drafts. God, I'm not going to lie. This sandwich is way better than I was expecting. But we have Jane deciding to double up on tight ends with Darren Waller here, 52. Dom Stone says, Mason, been a subscriber and a fan for a long time. Congrats on the success, my man. Can't wait for you to hit 100K. Get some rest after this stream, LOL. Yeah. I'll be happy to go to bed after this. And thank you so much. I know you've been a part of the vlog for a very long time. And thank you so much for sticking with us. And Trent Fletcher Band says, in a 12-team half PPR league, the 107, we got Jalen Hurts at quarterback. Running back, we have Najee Harris, Travis Etienne, Ramondre Stevenson, Kenneth Walker, Rashad White. And at wide receiver, we have A.J. Brown, Chris Godwin, Rashad Bateman, Brandon Ayuk, Kadarius Toney, Julio Jones, Jalen Tolbert, tight end market. Love the team. We have the elite quarterback. We have the elite tight end. Etienne's a little bit more concerning now that it looks like Robinson's actually good to go week 1. We don't have to worry about the 20 kilos for Robinson. But you have Ramondre and Kenneth Walker and Rashad White as upside shots at running back, so it doesn't really matter. We have the stack with A.J. Brown and Jalen Hurts as our wide receiver 1. Godwin obviously getting the positive buzz today. Bateman is an upside play. Love the team, my friend. Love the team. Honestly, there are no ideas I can give you. I think it's constructed in an exact way. We're not wasting bench spots either. I think it makes a lot of sense. Adam Thielen, Darnell Mooney off the board. God, this sandwich is really interesting. It's like ham. Usually I don't like ham and salami. Like, I don't dislike it, but I would never order it on my own. But pretty good. Brees Hall finally off the board here, 62, as well as Cam Akers. Let's scroll this down. Are you going? Obviously, we are strong enough at wide receiver. We don't necessarily are dying to draft one of these receivers here. I mean, if Ayuk would have made it to us at 70 and we got Lance at 75, that would have been exciting. We're going to grab Lance. Obviously, we have the elite rushing upside. We have Deebo Samuel on this roster as well. If Montgomery would have fallen, we would have taken Montgomery. Okay, we're in a tough spot now. Now that Jacobs is off the board, I don't know exactly what we're wanting for in the 7th. I'm not a massive Schultz guy. We'll take him 75. I mean, I think we're not dying to grab one of these receivers here. Like, we've been drafting in those tournament-style drafts on Underdog a lot. There, I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to take Hopkins, but specifically in these private drafts, where it's cumulative scoring weeks 1 through 17, I'm not taking Hopkins here in the 7th. I think it's just a completely different format. And you know what? How about this? If we hit, we're at 3,300 likes right now. If we hit 3,600 likes by the time this draft is over, we'll go through and the girlfriend will come on the next draft with us. Probably a little too early for my liking. I'm going to need more help later on in the night, but I think it would probably be exciting for y'all. MGM says, rate the team. We got Jalen Hurts, Aaron Jones, Kenneth Gainwell, Stephon Diggs. Okay, so we have the elite level wide receiver, Stephon Diggs. We have the elite level quarterback, Jalen Hurts. Pitman, Goddard. Hurts obviously stacked up with Goddard here. Mike Williams, Brandon Cooks. On the bench, we have Melvin Gordon, Dale Henderson, Rashad White, Michael Thomas. Really like the team. Excited to see that way Michael Thomas. That way we do have a little more upside at the wide receiver position. Just really like that we're not rostering a backup quarterback or a backup tight end here. Compton Ace is still tuned in for Mason. Shout out to the missus for the food. Shout out to the missus. Shout out to the missus. Dylan says, why does Godwin go before Evans when healthy with the red zone touches he gets? If we go through, look at a points per game basis between Godwin and Evans in games where Antonio Brown's played over the has not played over the past 3 years, the past 3 years, like Godwin's been a better wide receiver than Mike Evans from a target share perspective, from a yards per route run perspective, from a raw points per game perspective. They're like neck and neck because of the Evans touchdowns. But at the same time, you're looking at Mike Evans as a wide receiver that was drafted in 2014. Chris Godwin drafted in 2017. I think that at some point we'd have to expect some regression in here for Mike Evans, given the fact that he's closing in on his his ninth NFL season. So I think if Godwin was healthy, I think we would be projecting Godwin over Evans. And JB says, in a 12-team half PPR league where we start 2 wide receivers in a flex, we got at quarterback Lamar Jackson. At running back, we have Dalvin Cook, Leonard Fournette. At wide receiver, we have Mike Williams, Gabriel Davis. We have the elite level tight end Kyle Pitts. We have Bateman stacked up with Lamar. Really like that. Bench, we have Damian Pierce, Darrell Henderson, Isaiah Pacheco, Dontrell Hilliard. Cutting Hilliard. Sky Moore, Michael Gallup, Dak Prescott. Should I pick up Wan'Dale? Yes. Cut Dontrell Hilliard, pick up Wan'Dale Robinson. I think he does have a higher ceiling, even in a league where we only have 1 flag spot. But, I mean, you have Darrell Henderson and Damian Pierce on the bench. So it's not like we're dying to have some running back depth here. So we're going to go ahead. We're going to take Kareem Hunt. We're just going to monopolize every single touch in this Cleveland Browns offense. Be backfield behind with Nick Chubb and Kareem Hunt. Now, San Diego coming out says, I have Kyler Murray as my quarterback. Do I start T. Higgins or Hollywood Brown? I also have Pitman and Michael Thomas as other options. I mean, if I'm looking at my rankings this week, I'm currently going to have T. Higgins as wide receiver 14, Hollywood Brown wide receiver 11, Pittman's wide receiver 12. They're all in the same tier. I think it is up to you. If we have one of Rondale Moore or Zach Ertz missing, then you can go ahead. I think then you can draft Kyler Murray. I'm sorry, you can start Hollywood Brown. I apologize. And honestly, even if they play, if they're limited, I'm still probably going to start Hollywood Brown. It's just a great matchup against the Kansas City Chiefs. At this point, we're going to go ahead. We're going to take Miles Sanders. I almost asked y'all what y'all wanted as if we were drafting your team here like we did in the last one. But I think with Miles Sanders, now that he's actually practicing, playing behind the elite level offensive line, I think it will be a fine selection. Go ahead and to take him here at pick 99. And let's move this down. Teresa says 7:44 left. Teresa, thank you so much. Teresa's been out here the entire stream with us. Legitimately, the entire stream. Thank you. And out here, not only all of this live stream, but every single stream. Thank you so much. And also moderating the chat, doing everything. Thank you, Teresa. Send me an email. You can find my email, preferably with the same account you comment on the YouTube stuff so I can see your name. I can see the profile pic and everything. I'll be happy to send you a hat. Please just send me an email with your address. I'd be happy to get a hat going your way. But NFL Rando says, what's the rating / trade suggestion here? We got at the quarterback spot, Josh Allen. Running back, Jonathan Taylor, David Montgomery. Wide receiver, CeeDee Lamb, Rashad Bateman. We have the elite level quarterback, Travis Kelce as well. So we have the elite level quarterback, elite level tight end, Travis Kelce. We have the elite quarterback in Allen, the elite tight end in Kelce. We have Amari Cooper, Ayuk, and Brian Robinson down there on the bench as well. Great team. Honestly, in terms of suggestions to make on this roster, I don't necessarily know exactly what we should be doing. We can move Lamb in a small piece and get Diggs on a Josh Allen build. We do it. But outside of that, I don't necessarily think that we have to. I think you're in a good spot. Now, Izza Smith coming out. Thank you again. Let me see if you had a question in the live chat. Thank you so much for the donation. And we have Matthew Stafford off the board here, 106. So we're not dying to have Stafford make it. Actually, no, I'm lying to you. It would have been perfect to have Matthew Stafford making it back on a team where we took Cooper Kupp. We could have taken Stafford, only had to draft 2 quarterbacks total. But Izza Smith says, in a 12-team PPR league at pick 8, we went Justin Jefferson, Javonte Williams, A.J. Dillon, Michael Pittman, assuming Pittman in the 3rd, Hollywood Brown, Rashad Bateman, Kyler Murray, Zach Ertz. What are your thoughts? I like the team, especially the double stack that we have here in Arizona from a construction standpoint. I think it's a great roster. Very hard for me to make any suggestions if I'm going to be honest with you. I think you're in a great spot. Okay. Now, Zach Ertz goes 108. Melvin Gordon off the board here. And like I said, if we hit 3,600 likes in the live stream, we will have the missus come in here and draft the next draft with us. And she'll answer your questions in live chat. As long as you keep it PG-13, all right? Please be respectable. Now we have Vikes cards out here. It says in a 10-team PPR league, at quarterback we have Lamar. Running back we have Alvin Kamara, Saquon Barkley. Wide receiver Jamar Chase, CeeDee Lamb. Tight end Dallas Goedert. Flex Bateman, ETN. Godwin, Prescott. So Prescott down there on the bench. I guess we have him stacked up with Lamb, so it's not like we're necessarily super inclined to go through and trade Dak for anything. We have Patterson, Damian Harris, Freiermuth, and Chris Olave. I think we're fine rostering Freiermuth as a backup tight end and waiting if we have a serious breakout from either Dallas Goedert or Pat Freiermuth. It's a great team in general. It's hard to make any suggestions outside of maybe trading one of these quarterbacks in like Dak Prescott and Travis Etienne and getting an elite level running back in return. I'm sure you've already tried that. It's a very strong team, and even in a 10-team league, we're expecting most teams to be a little bit better. Okay, so now Joshua Palmer goes 115. Isaiah McKenzie goes as well. So we are in an interesting spot here. See what Jayan decides to do. Jayan at running back has Montgomery, Antonio Gibson. At receiver, he has Jefferson, Higgins, Hopkins. Lockett, obviously, he can't take a tight end. He goes Derek Carr to pair up with Darren Waller. We're going to get James Cook here at 118. I'll be excited about the James Cook selection as our running back 4. Yeah, very excited about that James Cook pick. And Tyler says, hey, Mason, keep up the great work. The 100,000 subs incoming is well-deserved. Thank you. And sick accomplishment. Full PPR for the flex. We're going to go Allen Robinson, Elijah Moore, or Christian Kirk. I think here, just because the game he's going to be playing in, how many points should be scored with Las Vegas and Buffalo, I think we go ahead, we play Allen Robinson. There's a wide range of outcomes. We don't exactly know what to expect week 1 for Allen Robinson, of course, here in Los Angeles. But we're going to be playing him in this matchup. Okay. So now we're back up on the board. I guess Kirk Cousins aren't going to be too appealing here for us. I'm actually going to go ahead. I'm going to take a rookie. I don't love drafting too many rookies here in these private drafts where it's just cumulative scoring, as we've already discussed. But at the same time, I mean, players in this range, I think that Garrett Wilson is just a very strong in value regardless. I think he does fit the construction of this team as well. Let's go ahead. Let's take him here at 123. Okay, Jesse says, just impressed with how strong you're still going. Yeah, I mean, but come on, guys. If you think about it, I live stream every single day for like 200 days in a row, for like 3-4 hours a night. I'm surprised how strong we're going as well. Like, I'm not going to act like this was guaranteed. Like, we only have 7.5 hours left. I feel like we're crushing it right now. But it's not like when we are about to live stream for our 150th day in a row without a single day off and recording videos at the same time that we're not tired at that point. Like, we're tired all the time, guys. We're grinding out. We're working this hard all the time. This time it's just consecutive. Obviously a different kind of challenge. I think we had a good strategy coming into this. Okay, Gavin says, what do you think of the team in a 10-team full PPR where we got Justin Herbert and Tua Tagovailoa quarterback? Cut Tua. Running back, we have Dalvin Cook, Travis Etienne, A.J. Dillon, Damian Pierce, Isaiah Pacheco. Wide receiver, we have Diggs, A.J. Brown, Sutton, Hollywood, Elijah Moore, Romeo Doubs, and Traylon Burks, Pat Freiermuth at tight end. I like the team in reality. Like, are we ever starting Tua Tagovailoa over Justin Herbert here? Ever? No. Not in a million years. Doesn't matter the matchup. I think that we go ahead. I think that we honestly just move on from Tua. Look for the upside that we could have elsewhere just with a running back off the waiver wire. I'd rather have the open roster spot. If we could look to make a move for Mike Williams or Keenan Allen, it's going to make sense to move off of Cortland Sutton or Hollywood for either one of those players, just so we can correlate there with Justin Herbert as well. Okay, Dawson says, are we only doing $50 drafts? No, this is the only $50 draft we've done in the live stream. We're mainly doing puppy drafts. We're going to hop into a puppy draft after this one. Kirk Cousins goes 132. James Robinson, 133. They know exactly what we're looking for here. I mean, I guess at running back, we're still a little weak. We have Chubb, Hunt, Miles Sanders, James Cook. I like that running back room. Like we have such a balanced roster. There's nothing that we necessarily need. I think we just continue to take the value that makes it to us. Okay, Winston goes 138. I mean, if Winston were to make it, we're probably still not even going Winston if he were to make it to us here. We have Daniel Lee. Hey, Mason, week 1, start A.J. Dillon or Kareem Hunt. Honestly, my man, I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to do Dillon. I mean, obviously going against the Minnesota Vikings, there should be a lot of points scored in this game. Not necessarily expecting a lot of them to be on the ground, but still, I'm fine with the value. We're going to go ahead. We're going to take Chark. Honestly, if we're going to look at some of these other players in this range, I'm not a massive DJ Chark guy, but particularly in these private drafts where it's cumulative scoring, where points in weeks 1, 2, 3, 4 are going to matter just as much as points in weeks 15, 16, 17. I think that we probably avoid DJ Chark in tournament style drafts when we draft him in the just private draft here. Alberto goes 143. Thing is, I probably want to draft 3 tight ends in a private draft, even when we have Dalton Schultz. And if we take a tight end here, I don't think we're going to be able to get away with it. So I wonder if, yeah, Lawrence off the board 144 here. That makes a lot of sense. Does this team have Kirk? Does this team have... They definitely don't have ETN. No, they have nobody in Jacksonville. I guess they just thought that Lawrence was a great value at this point. Hamler goes 145. Nathan says, got to go Isaiah Pacheco here. I'm not an Isaiah Pacheco guy. I'm not drafting him. Maybe if Rojo didn't make the team, then yes. Obviously, Isaiah Pacheco still looks like he's going to be the starter over Ronald Jones, but I mean, I think if Clyde Edwards-Helaire goes down, like it's still just one big committee here. Isaiah Pacheco goes, so we didn't have that option. We're going to go ahead. We're going to take Jacoby Myers. We're just going to get a wide receiver that should get a lot of targets here in New England. Not too much to discuss. Not a sexy pick in the slightest. Probably one of the most boring picks you're ever going to find. And then so far, running back, we have Kupp, Debo, McLaurin, Godwin. And we just took Garrett Wilson, DJ Chark, Jacoby Myers over the past 3. So at running back, we have Nick Chubb, Kareem Hunt, Miles Sanders, James Cook. We have the elite level quarterback, Trey Lance, stacked up with Debo. And then we have Dalton Schultz as well. Okay. Let's move this down. We got Jarvis Landry, 151. Nothing we're really rooting for. I mean, it makes sense for the Jameis Winston team to take Jarvis Landry here. Stiz says, is underdog allowed in California? Yes, underdog's allowed in California. The states that underdog's not operating in: Louisiana, Connecticut, Nevada, Washington, Michigan, Hawaii. I believe those are the 6 states. Please correct me if I'm missing one. And it's not available in Ontario, Canada. It's not available in Mexico, not available in Europe, not available in Australia. Everywhere else it should be. Like, we don't have sports betting in Texas or Florida, where I lived last year as well, but we have underdog fantasy. Definitely we have in California or other parts of Canada. So, of course, if you want to draft with us, if you want to support the stream, if you want to go check out some cool player props, go sign up for Underdog Fantasy. Use promo code FLOCK when you sign up. They'll match your first deposit dollar for dollar up to $100. You're going to get our 2022 fantasy football rankings. You're going to get our 2022 fantasy football draft guide with a $10 deposit on Underdog, 300 pages and nearly of very valuable information this year. That is going to help you out even if you've already had your draft, so definitely take advantage of that. And most importantly, support this live stream. I promise you right now, nothing, NRP, nothing supports the stream more than going and signing up for Underdog Fantasy with promo code FLOCK. And if we hit 1,600 likes in this live stream, you'll be able to get in a draft with not only myself in the next draft, but also The girlfriend will be drafting the team. I don't know how it's going to go. It's probably just going to light $5 on fire. Probably guide her a little bit. Robbie Anderson goes 159. Samir White off the board, 161. I think we're in a good spot. Like I said, I kind of want to go 3 tight ends here. Even if we go Dalton Schultz, maybe that means we shouldn't go Schultz if we want to go 3 tight ends in a private draft. Okay, so Jameson Williams, Jamal Williams, they all go off the board. After us, this team has at tight end Kittle and Frymuth. I don't think they can go with another guy. But still, I think Gesicki is clearly in his own tier here. We're going to go ahead. We're going to take Mike Gesicki. I actually love getting Gesicki 166. I know I'm the fish in the draft room taking Mike Gesicki, obviously falling a ton. Dawson says, how much have you spent on underdog this season? Too much. We have too much in drafts. I know a lot of people wanted us to get in the massive draft, the $2,500 league. Let's just say that would have been a very bad decision on my part. We spent too much on underdog drafts, but at the same time, it's like we can't put it on taxes if it's a business expense, but in my mind, it's a business expense because obviously the live stream's the channel's almost up to 100,000 subscribers. We've grown more than anybody else on YouTube this year. I think a big part of that is because us streaming these drafts every single night. So a little bit different for me spending money in drafts than it would be for y'all, of course. Because I get the added equity that we get to have live stream content from it. Okay, Evan Ingram off the board. We're going to go ahead. We're going to take Daniel Jones. I mean, with Daniel Jones, I think he does have some rushing upside. I think that we have the ability to not draft a third quarterback if we take him. And Rosario Cool coming out. Thank you, says 12-team PPR redraft where we got Russell Wilson at quarterback. Wide receiver, we have CeeDee Lamb, Adam Thielen. A running back, we have Derrick Henry. Okay, thank God we have Henry here. Elijah Mitchell, TJ Hawkinson, Michael Thomas in the flex, and or Breece Hall for the flex. I really like this team. I think that you just have to wait and look for the upside that we are going to have later on in the year, specifically with Breece Hall at the running back position. Obviously, it's going to be in a tough spot at the beginning of the season. But once Breece Hall does have that breakout in the second half, I think you could be very excited about it. Yeah, I think I'm trying to come up with something we can do with the squad. Maybe trade Michael Thomas for either Cortland Sutton or Jerry Jeudy if we can get that deal done with Russell Wilson here. I think that would make sense. But in reality, you don't have to do anything with that team. Hayden Hurst off the board, 176. So we're going to make our next 2 picks, and then we're probably going to bounce. I'll tell you what we end up within the 18th round, but I do want to fire up another draft after this. Like I said, we hit 3,600 likes on the stream. I think we are 150 likes away. The girlfriend will do the next draft with us. Maybe we save it a little bit later in the live stream if we don't get there, but if we hit 3,600 likes by the time this draft ends, she will get in the next one with us. If not, we'll probably wait till we get like 4,000 likes total. James says your quarterbacks have the same bye week. Honestly, in a private draft, I may draft a third QB here. Obviously, we'd never do it in a tournament-style draft, but in a private draft, I think it's going to be a little bit different. Okay, Zay Likely off the board here, 179. Mike Davis goes. I'm honestly not a massive Mike Davis guy. Like, I'm fine seeing him go off the board. We can take this a couple different ways. Maybe we don't draft the third tight end or a third QB. I think in a private draft, we're probably done drafting wide receivers unless we get a value that we really like. Of course, this is specifically for a private draft. Tournament draft is going to be a little bit different. Galladay goes 185. At this point, I guess there are a couple different running backs we go looking at. It looks like a lot of people are excited about Jeff Wilson this year. I'm not a massive Jeff Wilson guy. Noah Fant goes 186. Deshaun Watson 187. What I'm very worried about is if we do play NCAA in this live stream, I don't know if they have copyright music. I don't know if I can stream it without YouTube demonetizing the stream. Not recommending it in the future. We're going to go ahead. We're going to take Jerick McKinnon here. No, that's a no-brainer. We need another running back. I think McKinnon, he looks like he can be the passing down guy in Kansas City. Makes a lot of sense to take him on this build. And then I know who else we want. I don't necessarily know if we get him here at pick 195. But I have an idea of what we are going to be looking for here. Noah says, are you feeling tired yet, Mason? Honestly, guys, I'm not that tired. Like, compared to where I thought we would be, what we are, like, almost, we're 16 and a half, almost 17 hours into this live stream. I thought we'd be way more tired than this. But Kenyon Drake got the board 192. We do have honey here. And this does have some sugar for us. So Morgan coming out says a 12-team non-PPR flex spot fill-in. Are we going to go Hollywood Brown or A.J. Dillon, or the rosters Lamar Jackson, Justin Jefferson, Jamar Chase, DeAndre Swift, Damian Harris, Hunter Henry? Thanks. No, thank you so much for supporting the channel. Honestly, I think we do neither. I think that instead we take Damian Harris out of this team. I think that we go through play A.J. Dillon over Damian Harris even in a non-PPR format, and then we slide Hollywood Brown in the flex spot because we definitely have to be playing Hollywood Brown against the Kansas City Chiefs. And I think we want to get A.J. Dillon in here over Damian Harris as well. So I try to play both these guys. I rank it as Hollywood, A.J. Dillon, then Damian Harris. We're going to go ahead and we're going to get Logan Thomas as our third tight end. Not drafting a third tight end here if it was not going to be a 12-team private draft. If it was a tournament-style draft on Underdog, no way we're taking a third tight end. We're just rolling with Gesicki and Dalton Schultz. But specifically in a private draft, I think we have to try to chase the highest median projection and not necessarily the highest top 1 percentile outcome, or it's just a completely different approach than what you're doing in a tournament. And C-Law coming out, thank you, says 10-team league, half PPR, $200 buy-in, $2,000 to first. Okay, this is a cutthroat league. Second place is not seeing a penny here. Second place is not getting a penny in this draft. It's a $200 buy-in league, $2,000 for first. We got Lance at quarterback. At running back, we have Leonard Fournette, Elijah Mitchell. Wide receiver, we have Cup Adams. Don't know how that happened. We got Higgins in the third as well. How did we get Cup, Adams, Higgins, Fournette on the same roster? Maybe Higgins fell to the fourth. Bench, Edmund Stevenson, Rashad White, Kadarius Toney, Brandon Ayuk, Joshua Palmer. Got offered A.J. Brown for Allen Robinson and Brandon Ayuk. What are you doing? Love the content, Mason. Thank you so much. And a 10-team league where we want to make sure that we're going to have open roster spots down there in the bench for us to potentially make plays with the waiver wire week 1, week 2. I'm always looking to make 2-for-1 deals at this point. I think this is the perfect example. Let's go through. Let's trade Allen Robinson and Brandon Ayuk. Let's just go get A.J. Brown. Let's get the best player. At the end of the day, you have to also look at it where you're going to get another option off the waiver wire. You're not just trading for Allen Robinson. You're going to get whoever you pick up off the waiver wire, whether that's Christian Watson, Romeo Doubs, just any high upside running back and receiver that you like. And I think the waiver wire option should be very respectable in a 10-team league like this. Guess we have Curtis Samuel, Odell Beckham Jr. off the board. Trent Fletcher Band says, where do you enter the private drafts on Underdog? So if we're doing a private draft, I'm going to send out that link directly in the live chat. It'll say $3 draft here, or this was a $50 private draft, so it'll say $50 draft here. And they'll click that link. You'll automatically be in. But regarding the tournament style drafts, which we're going to be doing after this, we're going to go back to doing the puppy drafts. I think you already know where to get in those. Just homepage, click puppy 4, and you're there. But yeah, private drafts, you never have to go and try to find somewhere to join on Underdog. If you want to draft with us, I'm going to go through. I am going to just send that out directly for y'all. So Cameron Brate, Rex Burkhead off the board here, 208. I mean, if you think Burkhead's going to get touches in Houston, there are definitely worse picks than Rex Burkhead in the world. Daniel, cue the plug, says he's going to sleep. Good luck the last 7 hours. Have a good rest, my friend. Have a good rest. Hopefully wake up early enough before we end this live stream over the next 7.5 hours. Hopefully you're back up at like 7 a.m. Central, 8 a.m. Eastern. Daniel Bellinger here, 211. Davis Mills goes. It's the most boring selection ever. It is. It is. I get it. Private draft, we never do it. Private draft, you go Donovan Peoples-Jones. We chase the top 1 percentile outcome. I'm sorry, tournament draft, public draft, regular draft on Underdog. That's what we do. Here, we're not going to. But it looks like we did not hit 3,600 likes in the live stream to wake the girlfriend up right now to go through and draft with us. So we'll instead do right now is we'll go get in a puppy draft. And how about this? Just whenever the live stream hits 4,000 likes, that will be the time that we go through. That will be the time that we wake her up, tell her that it's her time. She's in here firing up a draft. So let's do that. I don't know exactly when it's going to happen. Now we have at 7. I'm assuming we're getting Diggs. We'll go Diggs. We'll go Diggs here. Ethan says, wait, she's sleeping. Yeah, she has work in the morning, but if I'm gonna have some sanity over the next 7 hours, I have to have someone coming in with us. And based on how the live stream almost shut itself down earlier when we had guests on, I don't necessarily know if we're going to be able to have more guests. That was a tough spot to be in. Now, CMC off the board here at 1. I mean, this has been something we've seen a lot today. I feel like if we go through, if we track every draft that we had and we do a coin flip, I mean, if we track every CMC versus Jonathan Taylor at the 101, it's literally just a coin flip. So Chase goes. So yeah, I think we're going to go ahead. We're going to get Diggs. Specifically in a tournament style draft on Underdog, I think we take Diggs here. I think that we have access to running backs that we like later on where wide receiver value is going to be significantly harder to come by. Voss says, can't believe you've been drafting this long. I'm not lying to you. I thought this was going to be brutal. Like, we had a little spurt where we had to go pee every 15 seconds, but that was because we hadn't eaten anything with salt, and we've been drinking way too much water. But since we got some food in us, don't even have to go pee. I feel like we're just coasting here. Of course, I imagine The closer we get to the end of it, obviously, the more difficult it's going to get. But at this point, guys, I'm not lying. I feel like this was so much easier than I expected it to be. I was not sleeping over the past few nights. I was so worried about this. I thought when we were 10 hours into the live stream, I was going to just completely shut down. But you know what it is? Maybe this is my superhero ability. Maybe I'm not human. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe God put me on this planet to be bad at fantasy football drafts and to be able to do them constantly like a robot for my entire life. Yeah, I think that's what it is. I think God put me on this planet to be a bad fantasy football drafting robot. I don't know if we're good at it, but we can definitely do it a lot. Now, let's go. Saquon Barkley at 14. We're not necessarily dying to get Barkley on the way back around. Kelsey goes 15. Keep in mind at the same time, like if we're wanting a unique build, we don't even want to necessarily go with the Najee Harris. I mean, we'll go Najee Harris, but like Kamara, CeeDee Lamb, a lot of teams are going to have that combo, the guys. I think if anything, maybe Debo and Diggs is not something that occurs a lot in these puppy drafts. And yeah, so we took one of these caffeine things. It has 200 milligrams caffeine a while ago, but it has like a bunch of B12 vitamins and stuff. I think we can get up to 400 milligrams of caffeine without dying. So if I do get tired in the next couple hours, I want to go ahead. I'll probably pop another one of these open. But the issue is I don't want to get too jacked up on caffeine where we are in a tough spot where I can't go to sleep right after this. If we take another thing of caffeine and we have 400 milligrams going through us, it's like 7 a.m. I can't go to bed after being up for 24 hours. Probably wouldn't be the best spot to be in. Okay. Najee Harris off the board. So we'll go ahead. We'll take CeeDee Lamb. Very rarely getting CeeDee Lamb falling this far. I think it's because Deebo Samuel slides up a little bit. You have Javonte Williams sliding up to 13 as well. Not too unique of a start to go with a combination of Stephon Diggs and CeeDee Lamb. But still, regardless, I'll be excited about it. Okay, how many milligrams of caffeine do you think I could take and be okay? Y'all think I could take 400? This technically has 205. Wonder if on the box it says how many I can take. Oh my gosh, you read the ingredients list on here. It is just straight up chemicals. Obviously, you can taste it when you have it. It's just straight up chemicals, but a lot of people saying 600, 700, 800. Guys, I'm not asking how many I can do until I physically die. I'm asking how many I can do before I cause some mental harm. Okay, Chase says 400 safe. Okay. Chase, I'll leave you, my friend. We have a lot of people saying 400. 6 letter says I've taken 600 in a day easily. So if y'all don't know this about me, I used to be on the UT powerlifting team. And yeah, back at my first powerlifting meet, I did go absolutely wild. And I drank 2 bangs. Or maybe like 1.5. Close to 2. I told myself it was 1.5. We drank 2 of them. And I think that was a total of 600 milligrams. But that was also like at the beginning of the day where we weren't trying to go to sleep right after. Now, Booty Madon says, Mace, a man's offered me Lamar and Dak Prescott for Tony Pollard. Yes, take the deal. Take the deal. Let's go ahead. Let's get Lamar Jackson for Dak Prescott and Tony Pollard. I'm assuming that this is a shallow redraft league that we were talking about previously. Definitely making sense. Chef EV says physique reveal. Y'all can go and y'all can look at, if y'all want to see a video of me, I couldn't do this anymore. Recently, I benched 225. I didn't have a spot, so I didn't go as hard as I could for as many reps as I could get. And we got, I believe, 6 or 7. But that was at Golds. Literally just went. Put it off by myself. Maybe we could have got one more, but definitely couldn't get what I used to. But there's a video of me, the first video on this channel, like, not the first one I ever uploaded, but the oldest one that is public for y'all is our NFL Combine. And if you look at the end of the video, there's a video of me benching 225 for 12 on there. Walter says, Mason is the fantasy hero no one asked for, but always needed. Thank you, my friend. Thank you. And Avery says, 100,000 subs to do a powerlifting video. It would be funny for me to go do a max deadlift, a max squat, and bench for y'all. I used to be very strong. I used to weigh like 155 pounds. I could deadlift 465. I doubt we could do that. I recently deadlifted at Gold again. Maybe I could have done a little bit more, but not much. 405 for a double. So I definitely couldn't get to 465 again. Lang Dodd says he's 6'8" and 350. Of course, if y'all didn't hear me earlier in the live stream, I am 6'8", 350 pounds. So it does make a lot of sense. Okay. Now we have Josh Allen falling. Yeah, so we decided to pass on Josh Allen when we have Stephon Diggs here at 7. I think there's the outside chance that we end up getting a Lamar Jackson or Patrick Mahomes making it back to us at 55. So if there is that possibility, let's go ahead. Let's take T. Higgins here. I think that not too many people are going to have the combination of Diggs, Lamb, and T. Higgins through the first 3 rounds. And of course, when we hit 4,000 likes in the live stream, my girlfriend's coming out here. She is going to draft a team with me. If you want to see that, make sure you go down there, drop a like in the live stream. And we're closing in on 100,000 subscribers. Make sure. Jane says it doesn't count. He had a weight belt. Oh yeah. We had a argument with someone in a fantasy football dynasty league with us a long time ago, betting me that I couldn't deadlift like 405 for 3 or something. I don't know what it was. So I literally sent a video of me deadlifting 405 for 3. He was like, doesn't count. You're wearing a belt. Okay, big fella. Okay, big fella. Okay. Joe says, is your girlfriend Manti Te'o's ex? How did you know that? Small world, small world. Did you run into her at the grocery store or something and she told you? Smoothest around, we have Diggs, Lamb, Higgins here, obviously at wide receiver. Not even that excited to draft Zeke, if I'm going to be honest with you. I may end up going with the 4th wide receiver. On Underdog, obviously it's different. On Underdog, we're going to be able to get some very strong running back value later on. Dre says, I'm in here at the 2 pick. JT fell to me at 2. Let's go. Happy to see that, my man. Let me go through. Let me check out your team after we take Terry McLaurin here. I think we pass on Herbert, hoping that we get Lamar or Mahomes on the way back around. If we sacrifice Herbert to one of these teams in the end. But yeah, going through taking Pitts at 23. Like the boldness, and Mike Evans still making it there to you at 26. Like the start through the first 3 rounds, my friend. Like the start through the first 3. Okay. Okay. So at this point we have Lamar going at 43. I guess if Lamar's going here, there's not a great shot we get Mahomes or Herbert making it back around. Like Herbert never makes it to the 5th anymore. There was like a 2 or 3 week stretch where Herbert was making it that far. Like we had a draft where we ended up getting like Austin Eckler at like 7 or 8 and then had Herbert in the 5th as well. And that was beautiful. Chef says all wide receivers. Yeah, so on Underdog, you're going to get some crazy running backs value falling too since it's best ball. And you have to start 3 wide receivers every single week and you have a flex. So yeah, it looks like we've gone crazy through the first 4 rounds, but in reality, we have not taken a single player that can't hit our starting lineup in the same week. So on Underdog in particular, I think we were completely fine doing this. Now, if you're drafting in a regular casual redraft league where you start 2 wide receivers in a flex spot, and it's only like a 10 or 12 team league, then no, I would definitely not recommend doing this. But on Underdog, it's going to be a little bit different, of course, because it's best ball. So Breece Hall goes 49. Deontay Johnson off the board 50. Let's swing this around here. I think we're going to be an interesting spot. Middle of the 5th. 2 guys that I really want. One that I'll settle for. I think we're going to get one of the two guys that we really want. Avoid Lloyd on the clock has Aaron Jones and Nick Chubb a running back. Wide receiver is Cooper Kupp, Juju Smith-Schuster. Kittle goes 53. That's one of the guys that we wanted. It is what it is. We have one more that we'd like, one that we'll settle for. We'll see what we get. This team has Lamar, quarterback. They go Brandon Cooks. Yeah, so we're going to get the guy that we actually want. We're going to get Darren Waller here at 55. I love grabbing the elite level tight end. We had Darren Waller ranked above George Kittle for the majority of the offseason. There's about a 1 or 2 week gap where we ended up moving George Kittle above him. But now that Darren Waller's back at practice, I think we go ahead. We put Darren Waller at 55. Okay, so now we have Rashad Bateman, 56. And we are looking at running backs on the way back around. But guys, in the middle of the 6th, we're going to get Cam Akers. We're going to get J.K. Dobbins. We're going to get Breece Hall. We'll have one of those running backs where I'm not too worried whatsoever. And we are 90 subscribers away on the stream from hitting 93,000. If YouTube Studio's correct. Sometimes YouTube Studio lies to me. But if it's correct, we're 90 subscribers away from hitting 93K. Crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Okay, so Elijah Mitchell off the board here, 58. Hunter says, why do you like Breece Hall? He's not the starter. Yeah, guys, I'm not worried about who the starter is week 1. This is a fantasy football playoff tournament. We're trying to optimize for weeks 15, 16, 17. If Breece Hall has the elite level ceiling that we're looking for at the end of the year, I think we're completely fine taking him. Like, obviously, Breece Hall has fallen a considerable amount in drafts because people do think Michael Carter has this job on lock, but I'm not panicking at all. Where did Breece Hall go in this draft? Hall went at pick 49. Like, you've been getting Breece Hall all day long at the 5-6 turn here. Obviously, goes a lot earlier than that in this draft in particular. So Darnell Mooney off the board, 61. Yeah, I think we're going to get one of these 4 running backs. Especially when Michael Thomas goes, we're going to get one of these guys with A.J. Dillon, Cam Akers, David Montgomery, or J.K. Dobbins. Just bring on whoever. I don't really care who we get. We need a running back. We have the elite level wide receivers. We have the elite level tight ends. I think these running backs are much better than the wide receivers in this range, specifically for this team as well. And we are 350 likes away from going and waking the girlfriend up, telling her to get her butt over here and firing up a draft with us. Travis says, in a 12-team PPR league, we got Lamar Jackson at quarterback. At a running back, we have... Ooh, sorry. Don't know why this isn't loading. Running back, we have Travis Etienne, Elijah Mitchell. We have the elite level receiver with Justin Jefferson and Devontae Adams. Kyle Pitts there. Flex Deontay Johnson or A.J. Dillon. Not sure if I should flip a wide receiver for running back 1. You're fine, my friend. If we have A.J. Dillon, I think you have enough upside of the position. I think we just ride it out with what we currently have, and we see what we are looking at in weeks 2, 3, 4, and then possibly go. But whenever you have Lamar Jackson, let's just make sure that we're not rostering a backup quarterback. When we have Kyle Pitts, let's make sure we're not rostering a backup tight end, and you're going to have extra roster spots for those running backs down there to potentially have even more upside as well. Nicholas says, keep it up, man. Good work. No, thank you, my friend, for hanging out with us. And yeah, I mean, 7, we've killed this. Everybody that I knew told me this was the worst idea ever, that this was not possible, that this was going to go wrong. It's been the easiest thing in my entire life. GDF says, more likely are we going to go Hollywood Brown finishing a wide receiver 1 or A.J. Dillon running back 1? I'll take Hollywood Brown finishing wide receiver 1 because I think that it's possible for Hollywood to finish as a wide receiver 1 outside of an injury to anybody in Arizona, where I don't think it's possible for A.J. Dillon to finish as the running back 1 as a running back 1 without an injury to Aaron Jones. Now, No Chill Bill coming out says, let's go, Mason. Absolute beast. About to get 100,000 subs in under a week. Thank you, my friends, so much. for being a long-time member of the flock. Thank you for the massive donation. As always, my man. Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay. And Steven says, just wait for the crash. It'll probably happen. But the thing is, if y'all are telling me I can take another 200 milligrams caffeine, which the YouTube chat is probably a good place to rely on health advice here, then we're good to go. If we crash, we have 200 milligrams caffeine in the back pocket. We are good to go, ladies and gentlemen. Sean says, the final 6 hours always will feel longer than the first 18. I don't know if that's why we saved the caffeine till the end. We saved it to the end. We're going to be completely fine. And I love this team. Getting Cam Akers at 66. This should not be allowed. It should not be allowed to get Akers here. This is a straight up cheat code. Lining off the board 75. Dalton Schultz off. So I guess Wilson's not going to be intriguing. We don't have Sutton. We don't have Judy. Obviously can't draft Tim Patrick later on. Hopkins goes. Y'all know I'm a big Smith fan, but at the same time, if we get Josh Jacobs here, I'm going to be fine. Josh Jacobs, 79. If we look at the teams after us, though, I feel like they kind of have to go receivers. Jacobs goes. Now that Jacobs is off the board, never mind. We're going to go ahead. We're going to take Devonta Smith. Not doing this in a regular casual redraft league, but on Underdog in a best ball tournament. Even in a private draft on Underdog. Y'all know we've been getting in a bunch of private drafts on Underdog over the past month. There, I'm not necessarily going to be building around this construction, but specifically in a best ball tournament, I do think that this provides us access to an elite level ceiling. So let's go ahead. Let's go to Devonta Smith here, 79. Not too much to discuss about this pick. I just think that it's the right selection, if we're going to be honest. Okay. Now we have Jack coming out. Thank you, my man. It says 12-team PPR where we got Joe Mixon, Ezekiel Elliott at running back. At receiver, we have Stephon Diggs. Mike Dubb. I'm assuming you're meaning Mike Evans. Allen Robinson, Cole Kmet, Justin Herbert with 3 bench spots. Only 3 bench spots? Elijah Moore, Sky Moore, Drake London on the bench. What the heck is our league doing with only 3 bench spots? Oh my gosh. Easiest thing to ever say is, oh, let's go and let's try to trade away. I mean, even Mike Evans and Cole Kmet get an elite level tight end here. I'm going to try to just package together 2 starters with 1, get an upgrade. 2 starters with 1, get an upgrade. 2 starters with 1, get an upgrade. Because if like Elijah Moore, Sky Moore, and Drake London those are the quality of players that are going to be on benches / waiver wires. We're just trying to go studs and duds because the duds on the waiver wire are going to be great every single week. Now, Kai coming out says, I'm noticing Javonte Williams drop in a lot of drafts. Is this for good? Would you still draft him ahead of James Conner? I would 100% draft Javonte Williams over James Conner. I mean, with Javonte Williams playing an elite level offense, he's an elite level talent as well. An ascending player, youngest running back in the NFL draft last season, was hyper efficient. We saw the 1 week with no Melvin Gordon where he had like 8 targets. Yeah, I would go through. I would definitely draft Javonte over James Conner. We would buy the dip there. Okay. So now Pollard off the board. Stonewall goes Amari Cooper, 82. Has the elite quarterback in Allen, has the elite tight end in Kelsey. It has to go Chris Olave there. I don't think they have another option. Poker Toker goes with the double stack with the Denver Broncos offense. Russell Wilson, Cortland Sutton, and Jerry Jeudy. I think that is a very interesting build. I like that. I like that. We just hit 3,700 likes in the live stream, so thank you guys, and 300 more likes. Go wake up the girlfriend, and we'll fire up the next draft with her. Okay, so I think at this point, we didn't take Godwin. We don't have Evans. We're not dying to grab Julio Jones, Russell Gage later on. We get Clyde Edwards-Helaire, our second running back here in the pick 90. Literally another cheat code. Akers in the 6th. Akers at pick 66. Clyde Edwards-Helaire at 90. Could not be more excited about this. Okay, let me move this down. I think we're crushing this draft so far. I'm going to run to the bathroom real quick. Okay. So after we go CH, you have Antonio Gibson going directly after 91. Okay, please let me know what y'all think about this in the live chat right now, because I have no idea what to expect with Antonio Gibson. I've said this over and over again. I've said this all offseason. I think he has one of the widest ranges of outcomes in fantasy football. I think that he may not even be a starter this year, but at the same time, he has the same athletic profile as Jonathan Taylor. So I'm never drafting Antonio Gibson before his ADP, but when he falls, I'm fine taking him. I just kind of want to be neutral on Antonio Gibson. I don't have any strong takes. I would love to hear your arguments on him if you're drafting him or if you're avoiding him. Specifically, I picked 91 because this is where he goes in the majority of these drafts now. Dalton says, I have a theory that these bathroom breaks are actually short naps. That was the first bathroom break we've had in a while. There was a little stretch there where I could not stop peeing, but when we had that sandwich, like if I don't have anything in my stomach, like if I don't have any salt, I just go. But the sandwich soaked it all up. Okay, Cal says, Mason, are we firing up a puppy or private draft after this one? Definitely a puppy after this one. We did the private draft right before this. I want to try to get in as many of these puppy drafts as I possibly can, because I want to win one of these puppies. Sam says, Gibson does the least with the most talent. Brian says, the guy eats popcorn before every game. That's pretty funny. Connor, my friend, that is not funny, my man. But let's go ahead. Let's get Rashad Penny off the board here, 103. And when we're going Rashad Penny at this point, I mean, I think that we are going to go ahead and have a running back that can give us that production at the very beginning portion of the season if Cam Akers isn't necessarily giving us what we want. Obviously, I'm concerned with the injury history. At the same time, I'm concerned with Kenneth Walker coming in the second half of the year. But very rarely is Rashad Penny ever making it this far. It's pick 103. It's like 13 picks behind his ADP. We need a running back. Let's go ahead and let's take him. JDK says, how many leagues are you managing this year? Yeah, so I'm in over 20 dynasty leagues. So in terms of leagues that actually have to submit a starting lineup each week, I'm in over 20 of those, my friend. Now, of course, Underdog allows me to get in 700 of these because we don't have to submit a starting lineup every single week. So, leagues where I actually have to submit a starting lineup and do work during the season, probably about 20. It's hard for me to get in more than that because I'm doing live streams every single night and live streaming on Sunday morning. Those live stream Sunday mornings are very tough in terms of, oh, we don't know what players are going to be active until 90 minutes before. Then I'm live. How am I supposed to go through and fix 20 lineups? Swing this around. So we have Darren Waller at tight end. I guess maybe we could go Dawson Knox here and then we are done at tight ends. It depends. It depends. Kenneth Walker goes 109. I was going to say maybe it would be interesting to go Walker and Penny on the same roster. Sneak a Walker team through possibly. And then we have Josh coming out, says in a 10-team PPR format, we got Jalen Hurts at quarterback as well as Trey Lance. Running back, CMC, Aaron Jones, Travis Etienne, Rashad White. Wide receiver, we have CeeDee Lamb, Jalen Waddle, Monroe Brown, Devonta Smith, Sky Moore. Tight end, Zach Ertz, Cole Kmet. How did I do? Really like the team long term. I don't want to roster 2 quarterbacks, 2 tight ends here, but specifically with the 2 players that you have at both positions, I think that they're worth the roster spot. So it's a very awkward process. Like in a 10-team league, we're never going to be able to trade Zach Ertz and get a very high asking price. I don't know. I think it's a strong team. I just think we are rostering 1 too many quarterbacks, 1 too many tight ends, but I don't know what we can do to avoid it, if I'm going to be honest with you. I don't know what we can do to avoid that. DeCannon says, bro, 20 leagues, you're a beast. I have 2 leagues and I was hesitant to join a 3rd. Yes, but also keep in mind, this is my entire life. This is all I do. Fantasy football, fantasy football, fantasy football, fantasy. This is all I do. I don't have kids. I don't have a family to look after. I obviously have a significant advantage in that I'm able to dedicate my entire life to fantasy football, where I know the average person has actual responsibilities. Okay. Augustus says, what was your degree in, Big Dog? I actually got 2 degrees from UT. I got 1 degree. It was a BSA in biology from the College of Natural Sciences. And then we had a BS in exercise science from the College of Education from UT. So we had 2 degrees. And the reason we did that is I was like, okay, well, we want to get in medical school. We want to stand out a little bit. Looked at the degrees and they lined up. They had a lot of overlap. So I was like, okay, I can finish both these in 4 years. So we did both of them. And then we kind of took off on YouTube. And I was like, okay, well, I guess never mind. Looks like we are a fantasy football YouTuber at this point. But Tim says, signing off to sleep. You rock, homie. Best channel. Thank you, my friends. I appreciate it. And hopefully we get to see you in the morning. Hopefully you're up in about 6.5 hours so we can see you as we end this live stream as well. And Joe says, would you start Ramondre Stevenson or Alan Lazard at the flex? Thank you, my friend. I don't know what to expect exactly with the workload between these running backs in New England week 1. Let's go ahead. Let's go Alan Lazard. Even if I'm worried that Christian Watson and Romeo Doubs, they're going to expand their roles in Green Bay as the season goes on. At the same time, we're not expecting to have super large roles week 1 in particular. So I think we go Lazard with a lot of points probably being scored in that game between the Vikings and the Packers. Guys, it's one of my favorite drafts we've had. Getting Miles Sanders 114 is... like we were talking about Akers 66 being a cheat code, Clyde Edwards-Helaire 90 being a cheat code. Miles Sanders 114 is ridiculous. Brandon says you plan to finish school at some point. I did finish school, my friend. I graduated with both degrees. We got very lucky that all classes went online senior years, so I was able to actually do full-time YouTube and that. I wouldn't have been able to do it there in person. I got very lucky that classes got put online if we finish everything out. I know Ryan coming out says in a 10-team PPR league, we got at quarterback Russell Wilson, running back CMC, Alvin Kamara, Nick Chubb, Ramondre Stevenson, Alexander Madison. Wide receiver, we have Mike Williams, Allen Robinson, Michael Thomas, Gabriel Davis, Chris Olave, MVS. We have Dalton Schultz at tight end. I like the team. I think we have so much running back depth here. I'm fine trading away Ramondre Stevenson with one of these wide receivers to get an upgrade elsewhere. We can move like Ramondre Stevenson to Mike Williams to get an elite level wide receiver on the way back. That would be very exciting. I just feel like at the wide receiver position, we have a lot of depth, but nobody that really stands out from the crowd. And you're never going to be starting Stevenson in a league where you have CMC, Kamara, and Chubb. So I'm fine with it. Julia says, can you set up a 3-person private draft or 2v2? No, my friend, I would be out of my water in a 2-person, 3-person draft. It's a completely different format, a completely different strategy you have to have. I can barely do these drafts that I'm used to. We're going to go ahead. We're going to take Darrell Henderson here. I guess we're just going to monopolize every single touch out of this backfield in Los Angeles with Cam Akers and Darrell Henderson. And honestly, I think we can stop at drafting our 5th running back here. I love this team. So at receiver, we have Stephon Diggs, CeeDee Lamb, T. Higgins, Terry McLaurin, Devonta Smith. Tight end, we have the elite level option, Darren Waller. At running back, we have Cam Akers, Clyde Edwards-Helaire, Rashad Penny, Miles Sanders, and Darrell Henderson. Julius says, me versus you. Sorry, not 2v2. My man, you'd probably roll me. I don't know how to go through. I don't know how to construct a team in those drafts. I know we're supposed to push up an elite level tight end. I know we're supposed to push up the elite level QBs. But outside of that, I'm not setting up a $50 1v1 draft against you on Underdog, my friend. I don't think anybody in the live chat would want to watch that either. Jake says, do you profit from the drafts? Last year we did. I honestly would say we probably got lucky last year, though, and that I did not have much Derrick Henry at all. I faded Derrick Henry hard when he had an ADP of 3. Instead, I was taking Devontae Adams in the first round. So I think if Derrick Henry didn't get hurt and Derrick Henry was still averaging 28 points per game, probably would have been a bad season for us last year. But Derrick Henry going down did give us at least a chance. Okay. Joey says, been watching you on and off all day, but I'll be here for the rest. Thank you. Says, where are you putting that 100,000 play button at? Also, do you watch any anime? And if so, which ones? Personally, I don't watch any anime. I've seen maybe like an episode of one. I've never actually seen like an entire thing. I would imagine that they're super good because it's literally just based on my understanding of it. It just comes down to the writing. So like the best writers become the best anime. I don't know. I feel like it would be really good. It would be something I would be excited about getting into, but I haven't at this point. And with that 100,000 play button, I don't know where we're going to put it. Maybe like right here, because we have another very exciting sign coming right here very soon. So I don't know where we're going to put the 100,000 play button. I'm just so excited to get it. And I think it has to take a couple months to get here. Tua goes, so we're going to get Justin Fields. We're going to get the quarterback with rushing upside here at 138. We don't have anybody from Chicago. There's an outside chance that we could have had Cole Kmet making it back to us as our second tight end. That didn't happen, but it is what it is. Winter Lead says you should make a YouTube video on highlights of the live stream. What we should do is make a YouTube video, title it Highlights of the Live Stream, and it's just me eating sandwiches. It's just, every time, it's just the compilation of me taking a bite of every sandwich of the salad we had as well. But KJ coming out says, thoughts on James Robinson in Dynasty and Redraft. I think with Robinson, because Etienne's going to have the role as a receiver in a full PPR format, I don't think Robinson has much upside outside of a Travis Etienne injury. Obviously, coming back from the 20 kilos, I think if anything, that he makes it harder to get as excited about Travis Etienne. And Arjuna coming out, thank you. And just with the donation, thank you. I appreciate it. And we are about 200 likes away from going and waking up the girlfriend, telling her to get her butt over here and fire up a draft with us. So if you want to have the girlfriend out here drafting with us, make sure you go down there, drop a like in the stream. Alex coming out with a donation. Thank you, my man. Says, rate my team. It's a 12-team half PPR super flex league. We're at quarterback. We have Patrick Mahomes. We kind of punt quarterback too, but we have Mac Jones, Trubisky, someone to plug and play every single week. We have the Kelsey stack with Mahomes. Obviously, we like that. At running back, we have Javonte Williams, James Cook, Nyheim Hines, Jamal Williams. We get running back 2. It is what it is. Waddle, Higgins, Deontay, Gabriel Davis, Elijah Moore, George Pickens. Stick with the wide receiver upside or trade for a running back. I think we probably go through, try to roster as many running backs as we can. Definitely make sure we're not rostering a backup tight end. I'm assuming that you're not. I would be fine if we wanted to sit here and wait to actually see which one of these wide receivers we're going to hit and have a better idea of what the overall landscape we were looking at after week 1 was. But hell, if you wanted to trade Elijah Moore and you wanted to package him with James Cook or Nyheim Hines, preferably Nyheim Hines, to get an upgrade at running back, I'm not going to fault you for doing that whatsoever. Like if we can trade like Elijah Moore and Nyheim Hines and get Cam Akers in return, I'd be ecstatic about that. Like if we're looking at this draft, of course it's underdog. It's a little bit different, but we have like Elijah Moore and Akers going within 5 picks of each other. Okay. Wan'Dale Robinson off the board at 147. Okay, Chark goes 148. Yeah, I don't think we can really take Winston here, even if he were to fall to us. Okay, I know what we're doing. We're going to have to wait, see what happens. Okay, the dog wants in here. I'll let the dog in here. I'm sure a lot of people probably want to see her. Actually, first, let's make our pick. We'll just queue up our guy. We're going to get one of these 2 players. Never mind. The dog did not care to see me. She wanted me to open the door to go and see my girlfriend. Julia says, would the girlfriend do a one-on-one draft with me? I'm a rookie on Underdog where just got the first payment with your promo code FLOCK. Thank you, my friend. And no, I am sorry. I do not think a 1v1 draft would be fun. I don't think it would be exciting to watch in the live stream either. So I'm sorry, but we're going to have to pass on that one. Okay. So let's move this down. Yeah. Matt Tutoring Labs is 1v1 would be terrible. I don't necessarily understand why we'd be doing that. So let's move this over. After we go Jacoby Myers, I mean, I think at this point we're probably done drafting running backs when we have these 5 guys. I think we have enough upside at running back and at high enough floor as well. I don't exactly even know what we're trying to get later on. Samir White, 158. Okay, I think it's probably fine if we get some of these running backs off the board. Tyler Algier were to make it to us 162, 15 picks behind us. Maybe this would be a 6 running back build. Probably not. I mean, I think if it was a private draft, hell yeah. If it's a private draft like the ones we've been doing over the past month, we go with the 6 running back here. But in tournament style contests, of course, we got to cut it 1 short. J.D. McKissick goes 159. I don't know. Okay. Yeah. Jason says, in a 14-team PPR format, we got Jalen Hurts, Derrick Henry, Travis Etienne, Mike Evans, DJ Moore, Elijah Moore, Irv Smith Jr., Chase Edmonds, Claypool. Should I try to trade for more running back help? Not really. In a 14-team league, I think you're going to be fine with Derrick Henry. Derrick Henry's obviously a top 14 running back. I'd say Travis Etienne's a top 28 running back, so you have a running back too as well. I'd say Chase Edmonds, confidently a top 28 running back. I think you have multiple running back 2s, potentially 2 running back 1s if Etienne or Edmonds have the breakout. I think you're fine, my friend. I don't think you need to trade for anybody. It's a well-balanced team as well. If it was like a 12-team league, we'd be a little bit more worried. Let's go ahead. Let's take Robbie Anderson here. So let me show off this draft board for anybody just now coming to the stream. So we were drafting at 7. We have at wide receiver Stephon Diggs, CeeDee Lamb, T. Higgins, Terry McLaurin, Devonta Smith, Jacoby Myers, and Robbie Anderson. At running back, we have Cam Akers, Clyde Edwards-Helaire, Rashad Penny, Miles Sanders, Darrell Henderson. We have Darren Waller at tight end and Justin Fields at quarterback as well. Dalton says, I'm literally in tears thinking about Kupp and Justin Jefferson on the 1-2 turn in a 2-person draft. Barely figure out how to do a 12-team draft. How am I supposed to figure out how to do a 2-person draft? Kidding me? Okay. Okay, so someone asking how far we are into the live stream. We are, my math is correct, about 17 and a half hours. We got 6.5 hours to go in this live stream. Fizz says, start, bench cut, waffles, pancakes, and French toast. I think we start French toast. I think it's going to be an easy call. Waffles and pancakes are about the same thing. I think it's very hard to say there's a big difference between the two. Say we cut pancakes, keep waffles. Like waffles, you don't even have to have a syrup. I think waffles you can just kind of eat like a snack. They're all you got. Let's see if we end up getting someone that we've drafted way too much of and probably going to lose a lot of money on this year. Van Jefferson goes 173. This team has Ertz and Komet at tight end, so I actually imagine that we do end up getting Mike Gesicki here just so we can lose more money on Mike Gesicki this year. It's 175. Like, we need another tight end. I honestly, maybe I'm delusional, but I just think Gesicki's a significantly better option than other guys in this range. I don't even view him in the same tier. We're going Gesicki. We're not thinking twice about this. Obviously, I know the quarterback we want later on, but we'll see if he ends up falling. See if he falls. And we are about 170 likes away on the live stream from going, waking up the girlfriend, getting her in the next draft here. So make sure if you want us to take a step back, if you're tired of hearing my voice, if you want to see the girlfriend embarrass herself in a fantasy football draft or embarrass me in that I have not taught her anything, make sure you're down there. Drop that like in the stream. And also, am I the only person who... I feel like I've lost my mind. I feel like we've been live way too long here. But in what world? In what world do Isaiah Likely and Mike Gesicki go back to back? Dear God. Julius Cook says, just joined a draft on Underdog and Cup went at the 109. There's no way Cup fell to the 109. There's a 0% chance Cup fell to the 109, my man. I think you're out here trolling us. Obviously, if Cup fell to the 109, it's probably the best value you're ever going to see. Okay, so we got Baker Mayfield off the board, 182. We have Myers here. Mac Jones goes. This is a tournament-style draft on Underdog, where we're optimizing for weeks 15, 16, 17. Watson will be at low ownership, obviously, because he's not going to give you any points through the first 17 weeks. I'm sorry, first 11 weeks. But through the final 3-week stretch where it really matters, he should have the ability to potentially be the quarterback one overall. So I think it's a no-brainer. Okay. Now, JDK coming out says, in a 12-team half PPR format, super flex and a flex, we can only roster 2 quarterbacks max. We have Justin Herbert and Kyler Murray. Obviously sitting pretty here with 2 top 5 quarterbacks in a super flex league. Running backs, we have Aaron Jones as a running back 1. Cordell Patterson, running back 2. Wide receiver, Mike Williams stacked up with Herbert. We have Amon-Ra St. Brown, Darnell Mooney. We have the elite level tight end with Mark Andrews as well. On the bench, we have A.J. Dillon, Chris Olave, Treylon Burks, Jaden McKissick, Devontae Parker, Jamal Williams. Love the team. Obviously, we're weak at running back 2, but at the end of the day, it's a 12-team league. If we're wanting to come away with 2 top 5 quarterbacks, we're going to have to be weak a little bit somewhere, and I think running back 2 is probably going to be the spot we want to be weak in this league. Great team. Great team, my friend. Okay. And Brian says, who should I put in the flex? Jerry Jeudy, Brandon Ayuk, or Deontay Johnson? Let me pull up my rankings. I believe we had Deontay Johnson high. So yeah, we have Deontay Johnson 15. I have Jerry Jeudy at 22 this week. I would really like to see just what the target distribution looks like in Denver through the first week before we have to go through and we have to make a decision of how we're going to play these guys. At the same time, I understand a lot of people go, oh, we get the revenge narrative, Russell Wilson and the Seattle Seahawks, but at the same time, I don't think this is a competitive game. I don't think there are a lot of points scored. I think Denver can slow the ball down, just look to run the ball in the second half. So I don't know, my friend. I would go Deontay Johnson over Jared Jeudy. Okay, Jason says, thoughts on Gallup? Seems like a great value pick. I love Michael Gallup at this point, especially on Underdog, like in a best ball league where obviously wide receiver depth is going to matter a whole lot more. I mean, with Gallup, a part of an elite level offense, him avoiding the PUP is massive. I don't think we can start him through the first month regardless, but I think it does show us where he is at in his recovery process. And maybe he's a player that we can start by the time the bye weeks start to get here. Dalton says, got Kyle Pitts in a tight end premium FFPC league at 22. Yes, what I love about grabbing an elite level tight end in tight end premium is it's going to allow us to avoid the overvalued tight ends in the middle rounds in particular. So love that pick. Let's look at what we have here. Do we just go Tannehill, sneak a Wentz team through? Yeah, let's do that. Let's go Tannehill here, 199. And then we will just queue up our last wide receiver. Yeah, let's queue up our last wide receiver and let's hop into our next draft. So if you want to join with us, Puppy 4 on Underdog. Dre says, I got wrecked at running back. Going hero RB with CMC is going to cost me. Okay, let me go through. Let me pull up that draft on my phone to check out where your team was, my man. And of course, Jay, thank you for hanging out with us in the live chat. Thank you for being a part of the flock for a long time now. Okay, so we're at the 106 here. Okay, so we are going to be coming away with hopefully Jamar Chase. Hopefully a team before us decides to go ahead and take Eckler. Okay, so going hero RB would take, I mean, you have Cordell Patterson. Actually, yeah, no. But beyond that, it does get a little tough. I'd say maybe I didn't really like the Rodgers pick here with your build. I know you had Allen Lazard, and you got the double stack with Robert Tonyan. You know what? Maybe that's fine. I think you go with the 7th running back there. It could be intriguing, but great value on Cordell Patterson. After that, I felt like it was very difficult for us to find anybody that has upside at running back. Okay, so CMC, Jonathan Taylor off the board here, 101, 102. Jefferson goes, we're looking for Eckler. Please get Eckler off the board. Cup goes, get Eckler at the 105. Take Eckler. Take Eckler. Eckler goes, okay, great. We're going to get Jamar Chase here at 6. Jamar Chase here at 6 is going to be a no-brainer. Easy pick for us. And we didn't have a lot of Jamar Chase previous to this because, I mean, it felt like, obviously we always take Jamar Chase at 5, but still at the same time. And take Will Fuller in the other draft, have a unique player. We've already lost a lot of money on Will Fuller this year if he's not playing. But let's swing this back around. Yeah, I'm trying to find how much Chase we have. I've been taking Chase at 5 the entire offseason. And we only have 7%. I guess it's not horrible. But earlier in the year, there were some drafts. You had Cooper Kupp falling to, you have Justin Jefferson falling to 5. And then right when we had the Stafford report, you had some drafts where Cooper Kupp was falling to 5. And like Jamar Chase was going to 3 or 4, and we were never taking him there. So it seemed like we weren't getting that much Chase. I'm going to see how much I have Jefferson Kupp. Jefferson, we have 10. Kupp, we have 11. Diggs, we have 13. Adams, we have 8. Honestly, it's more than I expected with Adams. So we're above average on every first-round wide receiver except Adams, where we are average with. Because we haven't taken a lot of Eckler. We haven't taken a lot of Dalvin or Derrick Henry in the first round on Underdog. Now we have Arjuna coming out again, says, I drafted Chase, Javonte Williams, T. Higgins, Jerry Jeudy, George Kittle, and Elijah Mitchell through the first 6 rounds. Burrow, Lance, and Wilson were all available at round 7. Who would you take and why? I would go ahead. I would take Joe Burrow here because if this team's going to be any good in the first place when we already have Jamar Chase and T. Higgins, if this team has a chance to win the fantasy football championship, what has to happen is the Cincinnati Bengals, they have to be a top 5 passing offense in the NFL. And so if we are already building around that possibility, in my opinion, you have to go ahead. You have to take Joe Burrow in the 7th. Hopefully you did. If we did not go Burrow, instead I would have gone through, I would have taken Trey Lance, and I would have had, I guess you actually had Kittle here as well. You could do whatever you want. I think you could have gone Lance. You could have gone Burrow. Up to you. Maybe in a 6-point passing touchdown league, we go Burrow with the passing volume. 4-point passing touchdown league, we go Trey Lance with the rushing upside. Honestly, up to you. There's not too much to say. Just definitely don't take Russ. And then Seppian says, how are we feeling, Mason? I had a great hour sleep. Okay, if you slept over the past 8 hours? We've been having a good time over the past 8 hours. I mean, feeling good. Getting a little tired here. I just feel disgusting. Like, I need to, after this, the first thing I'm doing is taking a shower. Do we go Andrews? Let's go ahead. Let's take Andrews. I think there aren't going to be too many combos to the first 2 rounds of Chase and Andrews with how this ADP lines up. At the same time, if we're going to go look at where we used to be able to get Kyle Pitts, like we used to be able to get Kyle Pitts at the end of the 3rd. That's not happening anymore. There's no way we get Kyle Pitts on the way back around to pick 30. So let's just guarantee ourselves the elite level tight ends. And we can get a wide receiver that we like at 30 as well. Like there's a decent shot that we end up actually getting T. Higgins on the way back around. Jasmine says, is your girlfriend coming on? Yes, I said our girlfriend's coming on when we get 4,000 likes in the live stream, which will definitely happen. I mean, we need like 140 more likes and we have 6.5 hours to get there. Medi says, are you accepting trade advice question right now? Yeah, definitely. Definitely, my friend. Okay. Kyle Pitts goes 24. Yeah, I mean, we take Mark Andrews here knowing there's no shot that we're getting Kyle Pitts on the way back around in the 3rd. Arjuna says, thanks. I took Burrow. Yeah, I think you could have gone, Lance. Really up to you. Just definitely. I think Wilson would have been the wrong call. I probably would have taken Burrow if we had Chase and Higgins, though. And Jonas coming out, thank you, says, in a 12-team app PPR auction league, don't know what to expect. This was an auction. We have Lance at quarterback, wide receiver. We have Godwin, Hollywood, Ayuk, DeAndre Hopkins, Michael Thomas, a ton of wide receiver, and Devonta Smith. Running back, we have Jonathan Taylor, Dalvin Cook, James Cook, Raheem Mostert, Brian Robinson, tight end, Dallas Goedert. What are your thoughts? I like the team. I would love to go and package someone like Devonta Smith and Dallas Goedert and try to get back a tight end that we're more excited about, just given the fact that if you have Devonta Smith here, Godwin, Hollywood, Ayuk, Michael Thomas, and Hopkins are all playing over him. I would like to roster another bench running back if we can when our 3rd guy is Raheem Mostert, or 4th guy is on the IR. So I really want to open up another roster spot so we can pick up a running back off the waiver wire. I'd like an upgraded tight end. We have so much wide receiver depth with upside players. I think it does make a lot of sense to go through and make a move like that. Okay, so we're going to go Higgins here at 30. It's what we thought. Higgins has been falling to the Jamar Chase team a lot here. Okay, maybe this honey is actually the reason our throat doesn't hurt that bad, because I swear my throat hurt worse at the beginning of this live stream than it does now. I had a little bit of, I do have a little bit of a headache right now. But I feel like this sugar should probably be keeping us going. Okay, Connor goes 37, Gabe Davis 38. Swing this back around. I think we go. Now, you know, ETN off the board. Never mind. Once ETN's off, maybe we reach on Lamar. Melvin says 12-team PPR league where we have Jalen Hurts at quarterback, Devontae Adams, Cortland Sutton receiver, running back Mixon, Elijah Mitchell. We have the elite level tight end Kyle Pitts. Thank God. I was going to say, I don't love this team, but if we have Kyle Pitts, I think it's strong. Juju and Penny, what are your thoughts? On the bench, we also have Allen Lazard, Jerry Jeudy, Devonta Smith, and Drake London. I would love to go through. I'd love to sell Rashad Penny once we get him starting off hot with no Kenneth Walker here. I mean, in my opinion, that's the easy thing to do. We've said that a million times over this live stream so far. Outside of that, I mean, if we're looking at what exactly we've been selling Penny for, maybe we try to sell Penny and like Allen Lazard as well. If Allen Lazard starts hot before you get Christian Watson, Romeo Doubs working themselves into this offense, we can sell both of them and get an upgrade at running back that we like for the long term. I think that would be exciting. But great team in general. Okay. So we're going to go ahead. We're going to take Lamar Jackson here, 43. I don't exactly know what to do. I don't necessarily know how many teams are going to build around the Bengals here with Chase and Higgins, and then still have Lamar and Andrews as well. So we're going to be looking for Joe Burrow, definitely 78. Monroe St. Brown goes. Wonder if we would have passed on Lamar if he would have made it back. The issue is some teams will take Lamar and Bateman here on the turn. And Justin Herbert off the board here, 47. There's a player that I want in the 5th round, though, that I think makes it okay for us to decide to take Lamar here. Okay, A.J. Dillon off 49. Definitely not looking for Dillon at this point. I'm going to feel bad about myself if Mahomes makes it to us in the 5th. Because then I think that would have said if we passed on Lamar, there would have been a chance that he made it back in the 5th as well. There's a realistic chance this happens because this team has Herbert. The team up in 2 picks has Allen. Yeah, Kittle goes 51. Bateman goes. This is the team that could take Mahomes if they wanted. You got Brandon Cooks. Oh, dear God. We'll go ahead and we'll take a backup running back here in the 5th round. We'll take Breece Hall. Obviously, I don't think he's going to be a backup the entire season. I do think that Breece Hall eventually works his way into being the starting running back here in New York. And JDK, again, coming out. Thank you, says... in a 12-team league, PPR, 3 wide receivers and a flex. Quarterback, we have Herbert. Running back, we have Kamara Gibson. Wide receivers, we have Diggs, Sutton, A.J. Brown, Allen Robinson. Tight end, Cole Kmet. The bench, we have Dallin, Olave, Burks, Henderson, Osborne, Rashad White. Happy with my wide receivers, but not the depth. But at the end of the day, you can have either one of Chris Olave or Treylon Burks breaking out. So I think the depth doesn't look... It's not as bad as it looks week 1. Because long-term, we're expecting one of those wide receivers to be productive. And we're going to be churning through a lot of these guys on the bench as well. KJ Osborne's probably someone we eventually cut for a hot waiver wire pickup. I mean, maybe right now you don't like someone off the waiver wire over KJ Osborne, but eventually you will. So don't stress about the team. I think it's a strong team, my friend. And we have Mahomes going directly after 55. I wonder if we would have gone Jerry Jeudy 43 if Lamar would have made it back. There's a real shot that would have happened. Now, Certified Breaker Boys coming out says, rate my draft. We got the 9th pick in a 12-team PPR redraft league. Jalen Hurts at quarterback. Running back, we have Alvin Kamara, Breece Hall, Clyde Edwards-Helaire, James Cook, Rashad White, Michael Carter. Wide receiver, we have Jamar Chase, A.J. Brown, DJ Moore, Courtland Sutton, Jahan Dotson, Njoku, and the Colts defense. Elite level quarterback. Chase, top 5 receiver. A.J. Brown, wide receiver 1. DJ Moore, wide receiver 2. Sutton, wide receiver 2. Great at receiver. Kamara, top 10 running back. It's just going to be tough at running back 2 at the very beginning of the season, but you have upside later on. Like, we have upside later on, which is, of course, what we're going to be looking for here in particular. We go Dobbins. Partly we have Lamar and Andrews building around Baltimore, and at the same time, we're just looking at Dobbins as a fantastic value in this range. I just love 6th-round J.K. Dobbins. But go back and looking at this, it's going to be a tough stretch of games at the very beginning of the season before we have Breece Hall or James Cook breaking out for you at running back. But once we have one of those rookies as guys that you're feeling comfortable starting every single week, then at that point, I think that this team has so much upside. So definitely, we're just trying to break even through the first 4 weeks. If we can be 2-2 through the first 4, and then we get Breece Hall breaking out, then I think you're going to be in a great spot. Okay, now we have Chase Edmonds, 168. Some wide receivers going after. At this point, we're looking for Burrow. We go Higgins and Chase. We're definitely wanting Burrow. Mehdi says, Jalen Hurts, Leonard Fournette, Javonte Williams, DeAndre Swift, Clyde Edwards-Helaire, Kareem Hunt, Devontae Adams, Brandon Cooks, Michael Thomas, Hunter Renfrow, Mike Williams, Travis Kelce. Thoughts? And also Adams and Swift for Taylor and Godwin. So if we move off of Adams, we're going to be looking at Godwin, Cooks, Michael Thomas, Hunter Renfrow as our wide receivers. I think it's up to you. In reality, I'm personally probably not doing it. Unless we can also line ourselves up with the ability to trade away like Kareem Hunt and a wide receiver and get an elite level receiver in return. Maybe it's enough value where we have so much running back depth we can then parlay this into a different deal for an upgraded wide receiver. I like the team. Obviously, there's so much talent on this roster. I think we probably make the deal and see what we can then flip in return with our running back depth. And of course, we are 80 likes away on the live stream from going and waking up the girlfriend for her to come out here and draft a team for y'all in the live stream. So if you want that to happen, go down there, drop a like in the stream. I'd imagine that the next draft is probably the girlfriend draft that everybody's been waiting for. But we're going to go ahead. We're going to take Burrow 78. I mean, we're going to take Burrow. We're going to pair him up with Jamar Chase and T. Higgins. Obviously, in a non-best ball format, we're not taking Burrow and Lamar in the same roster, but I think it makes sense to do it here. Now, Arjuna says, I love you, Mason. I've been doing fantasy for 30 years, and my knowledge has doubled the last 2 months of watching your content. Plus, you are a dog for doing a day straight. Thank you so much for coming out, and happy that we've been able to help. I have not been doing fantasy football for 20 years, so that is a massive compliment. Hopefully one day I can say I've been in a fantasy football league for 20 years. I guess we're actually kind of, no, we're not closing in on that. I've been in fantasy league for, I think it started playing. Let me look up when Arian Foster's rookie season was. We started playing the year before the Arian Foster breakout. And his rookie year, he did not break out. So we started playing his rookie year. 2009. So it's like year 14. 9, then 10, so that's 11. Yeah, it's either 13 or 14 for us. Yeah, 30 years. That's absolutely crazy. Now, we're really hoping we get quarterbacks off the board. Like, as seeing Tom Brady, seeing Dak Prescott go, that'd be fantastic. Let's get Dak. Alan Lazard makes it all the way to pick 84. Brady goes, great for us. Okay, so Clyde Edwards-Helaire going 88. Swing this around. So wide receiver, we have Chase Higgins. Quarterback, we have Lamar, Burrow. Wide receivers, we have, running backs, we have Hall, Dobbins. We have Andrews at tight end as well. Jacobs goes 89. Gibson goes. Let's go ahead. Let's take Olave. I think we probably need to bring in another receiver. And then the running backs that we're going to be looking back on the way back around are going to be fine. I mean, I actually probably like Hawkinson over Olave in a vacuum. The issue is it's very difficult for us to make that selection whenever we already have Mark Andrews on the team. Like, if this team's good, Mark Andrews stays healthy primarily. Carter says, Jamar Chase, Aaron Jones, Michael Pittman, James Conner. How do you feel about Aaron Jones? I'm not too confident about him. I like the team. I mean, with Aaron Jones, what you have to be worried about is not necessarily that A.J. Dillon's going to get touches. Aaron Jones has never been a running back seeing more than 60% of the touches on a per-game basis in his backfield. Like, he is always split, going back to when Jamal Williams and Aaron Jones were both drafted in 2017. What we are looking for specifically in Green Bay, what we have to be worried about, is A.J. Dillon having the role in the red zone. If A.J. Dillon has the red zone role, then we will be a little more concerned. But that's not necessarily a guarantee. So I'm fine with Aaron Jones knowing the large role he's going to have in the receiving game. If it's a non-PPR format, maybe I'm a little bit more worried. Maybe I'm willing to go ahead and trade away Aaron Jones. But in a full PPR league, I think you're good. Okay. Dak falling, not great for us here. I know where we want to go. Yeah, Robert Woods off the board. We want to go Miles Sanders. I mean, with Miles Sanders, I'm a little bit more excited now that we have him back at practice. He's running behind the best offensive line in football. Obviously, there are real concerns, but at the same time, that's baked into his ADP. We're getting him at pick 102 here. I'm fine with it. Now, Loop says in a 12-team league, at quarterback, we have Josh Allen. Running back, we have CMC, Aaron Jones, Rashad Penny. Wide receiver, we have Brandon Cooks, A.J. Brown. Tight end, we have Dallas Goedert. On the bench, Marvin Jones, Robert Woods, Tyler Lockett, Marquez Valdez-Scantling, Devontae Parker, and Pat Frymuth. I really like this team. I mean, I think this is an okay enough tight end room where we don't necessarily think we have the elite level guy where we can only roster one of them. I'm fine if you want to roster both of these tight ends. The issue with someone like Marvin Jones is, what situation are we ever excited to go through and put him in our starting lineup? Like in a best ball league, maybe he can randomly spike in there, but it's just going to be so hard to know when he's actually productive that I would love to go through. I would love to just move on from Marvin Jones, really just get anything that we can. And when I say move on from him, drop him to the waiver wire. Get any rookie wide receiver that you think that has upside. Go pick up Christian Watson. Go pick up Romeo Doubs. Pick up Jahan Dotson. Go get any receiver that you think has upside. Right? I don't necessarily see that with Marvin Jones. And obviously with your bench guys, that's all we care about. We're probably going to drop him after week 1 regardless for a hot waiver wire pickup. Good team in general, though. Good team because we have Josh Allen. If we didn't have Allen here, I think it'd be a lot tougher. Okay, but we are 35 likes away right now from going and waking up the girlfriend for the next draft and getting her going. I don't even, she's not going to know how to click the buttons to draft the players. We're going to have to do a lot of explaining here. Now, James Cook off the board, 115 for us. Loving the ability to grab a running back that has a very nice role as a pass catcher. This is going to be a team where we can possibly go 2, 5, and 9, 2. We're still grabbing some wide receivers early with Jamar Chase and T. Higgins. I think it's a very unique build on Underdog, and I think that we didn't sacrifice too much upside to have the unique build where we have Jamar Chase, T. Higgins, Chris Olave at wide receiver. Quarterback, we have Lamar Jackson, Joe Burrow. You have the elite level tight end in Mark Andrews. At running back, we have Breece Hall, J.K. Dobbins, Miles Sanders, and James Cook. I really like this team. Really like this team here. And y'all are crazy. It's literally almost 1:30. There are 1,000 of y'all out here watching. Thank y'all so much. Y'all, honestly, this live stream is way easier than I expected it to be. But it's, I think, because y'all have been hanging out with me. Like, I was afraid that we were going to be live for like 11 hours in and there were going to be like 50 people watching us. And I'd be like, okay, this was a big, massive mistake. We should have spent our time recording videos. We should have yada, yada, yada. No. Y'all made this the easiest thing in the world. Okay, we can't take quarterback here. Obviously, Rodgers looks like a strong value. We're hoping that Rodgers goes before us. Fizz says, what's the plan for a 1 million subscriber special, a 7-day stream? Dear God. I mean, obviously, we'd have to do something crazy. But at the same time, fantasy footballers have like 200,000 subscribers. There's no way we could ever hit a million. Literally, I don't think there are that many people that play fantasy football. We're going to go ahead. We're going to take Garrett Wilson here as our wide receiver 4. I mean, obviously, with Garrett Wilson, we are building somewhat around this newer Jets offense with a combination of Breece Hall and Wilson. It's a very bad offense in general. I think it's a very bad situation to be in. But at the same time, Garrett Wilson is an elite level wide receiver prospect coming out of Ohio State. We need a wide receiver here. We're taking him right between Jahan Dotson and DJ Chark. So I think it's a completely fine price. Okay, so let's move this down. And okay, Brandon coming out with a donation. Thank you, my friend. Thank you. Cindy says, this stream has been in my ear all day. Mason charged 4 times and played 18 holes of golf. Thank you, of course, my friend, for hanging out with us. I can't imagine listening to me for that long. Saying the same thing over and over again. I'd have been bored out of my mind, but thank you, my friend. Okay. Yeah, we're almost 18 hours in. James Robinson, 134. Have noticed Rachaad White falling a ton. We got Rachaad White like at the end of the 13th in another draft today. Now, Bills Mafia for life has 5 running backs already. I mean, goes Nico Collins, 137. Irv Smith Jr. off the board. We're going to go ahead. We're going to take McCole Hardman here as our 5th wide receiver. I really like the value with McCole. Obviously, we don't necessarily know exactly what to expect with Kansas City here. I think the uncertainty is probably a pretty good thing for McCole Hardman, where maybe we just take the cheapest wide receiver in Kansas City, knowing that this is going to be a top 5 offense in the NFL. Maybe we see a random spike week in a best ball league. So let's go ahead. Let's take him here. And we are 3 likes away from hitting 4,000. So, of course, if you want to be our 4,000 like, go down there, drop a like in the stream. And looks like we are probably waking the girlfriend up and telling her to be ready in about 10 minutes for our next draft. So I'm going to go wake the girlfriend up. I'm going to tell her to start getting ready. I'm going to tell her to start reading through our draft guide right now. Go study our rankings and get ready to come out here and draft with us. Joking, come on. Actually, no, give me this. Come on. Just get ready. I'm going to need you like 10. Okay. Waking her up. Oh my God. Are you effing kidding me here? This team was so good. I wouldn't care if this happened, if this was a garbage team, but this team had so much potential. And we auto-draft Winston here. I'm honestly devastated. I don't even care about the rest of this draft. Oh my gosh. This team had so much potential. Orion says, Mason, I started watching years ago and this was straight dynasty. We were in a league together in 2019. I'm currently entering the draft results for the league that I started with your help. Thanks. Thank you so much, my friend, for I can't sit here and say I 100% remember the name, but it definitely does ring a bell. Thank you so much for being a long time member of the flock. I mean, way back there in 2019. That's crazy. Kai says, which hour were you closest to giving up so far? Not gonna lie to you, I have not been close to giving up whatsoever. Like, it's getting a little tougher now. But still, we're fine. We're fine. Like, it's getting a little tough. We got 6 hours left, but we saved that caffeine. I kind of want to play NCA, but I'm afraid that there may be copyright music. So what I would actually maybe do is play it and not do the audio and just have the audio of me talking. I know how much y'all probably would enjoy that. Obviously, y'all want it, but you go ahead and take Higbee here. This team's ruined. We auto-drafted Winston. What could we have had other than Winston? What else was available to us? We could have gotten Christian Watson, Wandale, Robbie Anderson. Yeah, we could have had a couple different things over Winston. It's just brutal. First name, last name coming out. Thank you, says. Can you rate this team in a 12-team full PPR? We got Jalen Hurts at quarterback. At running back, we have Jonathan Taylor, Leonard Fournette, James Robinson, Raheem Mostert. At wide receiver, we have Keenan Allen, Jerry Jeudy, Devonta Smith, Brandon Cooks, Drake London, and Treylon Burks. I like the team. I don't see who we have at tight end. I don't know if we have to start a tight end here on a week-to-week basis. I like having the stack with Smith and Jalen Hurts. If we could trade Keenan Allen for A.J. Brown, I think this would make a lot of sense. Go all in on that Philadelphia Eagles offense. We have some high upside guys down the very bottom of the bench with Drake London and Treylon Burks. I think if we get like a Burks or a Drake London breakout, this should be a very strong roster. Okay. Ingram off the board. Jameson Williams go. So we're going to take Brian Robinson, be done at running back, done at tight end, done everywhere. Queue up a million wide receivers. This team's dead. We auto-drafted Winston. But our next draft, we're going to get my girlfriend in here. And we will draft the team. Elliot. Yeah, you can get your glasses, but I don't think they're gonna. I don't think it's gonna be a good idea. Like the lights make it bad. You can try. Okay, honestly, it looks like the stream's starting to lag a bit. This is what happened in the first 12-hour stream as well. I think it's about this range. Okay, ready to come in here? You can get the seat. We're queuing up wide receivers the rest of the way.
Oh my god, there's so much going on.
I know. Okay, so we're going to hop in the Puppy 4 real quick. Okay, so you're going to have to watch how to do this. So this fills up. So this is how you draft players. You click on their name. When you're on the clock, it goes in order. So this team at 1 is about to be on the clock. Can you see this? Where my mouse is? Mm-hmm. They're going to be on the clock in 60 seconds. It's going to say 30 seconds down. It's going to run the clock down. Then they're going to make their pick. Mm-hmm. Then they make their pick. They have 30 seconds. They go. And then we will be on the clock. And you will click a player that you want. And you will hit draft. And they'll be on our team.
And do I have to know, like, if it's a quarterback or
These green guys are running backs. They're the ones that run the ball. These orange guys are receivers. They're the ones that catch the ball. These blue guys are tight ends. They're the guys who block and catch the ball. And quarterbacks are purple. Okay.
I don't know how to do it. Are you going to tell me, like, who you recommend?
I thought you were doing it.
Okay, let me practice. Where's the other screen?
That's the streaming screen. You don't need to press anything there. You were just pressing stuff over here on this one screen.
This is what I'm talking about. How do I see the clock?
The clock is, look, it's ticking down right there.
So it'll say, will it alert me, like, when it goes on, the white will go on to fantasy flock?
Yes.
And then I just click a player and I hit draft?
Yes. How many names of these do you recognize? Do you know who Cooper Kupp is?
I recognize all of them because of your draft guides.
Oh, yeah.
Yet,
Sure.
I do not know what a WR is.
That's a wide receiver.
I don't know what a wide receiver does.
I told you, he catches the ball.
A running back runs.
Yes, but you guys, you're scrolling way too far down. Go back to the top. The good players can be at the top.
That's probably why I recognize their names, because they're the good ones. They're the popular ones. Okay, it's my turn.
Yes.
Draft.
There we go. And you can see the entire board by pressing that right there.
We got Eckler. How do I go back?
Just hold it here. Let's see if you can pronounce all these names. Who's he?
Jonathan Taylor is a running back.
Who's
Christian McCaffrey. Justin Jefferson. Jamar Chase. Cooper Kupp. Austin Eckler. Stephon Diggs. Can I
Impressive.
exit? Can I X out?
Yeah, but you kind of want to see the draft board. I mean, there's...
Well, how much time is left before it's my turn again?
Probably like 5 minutes.
Oh my God, Mason. Autopilot notice.
Oh, crap. We were on the clock in the other draft. It just exit out of that. That other draft is already ruined regardless.
How long does this entire thing take? Oh my God, there's 18.
I told you I need you for 2.5
Mason,
hours.
I'm not gonna run on 4 hours of sleep for work tomorrow. I haven't slept yet. How about I do half? And
Well,
you
we'll
do
see.
the
We'll see how
last
the
half.
team's doing.
Well, how do I get back to the page so I can click on my draft?
The Pro Shop says, get Mixon if you can. Mason will improve.
Mixon? Joe Mixon?
Yes, but he's already off the board, so sadly you cannot go with him.
Sadly, I can't.
Oh, yeah. That's a good. Bildo wants to see how you pronounce this name. How do you pronounce this name?
Albert Ogwugbanam.
That's not horrible. Probably better than I could do.
See, what is that?
He's a tight end.
No, I mean, like, where's he from?
I'm Denver.
Oh.
Okay, we got Kamara 16, Lamb 17,
How many people are watching you?
1,100.
Why are you guys awake?
Alexander says, thank you for being an awesome girlfriend for our boy Mason.
You're
Okay,
welcome.
It says, can't hear that well. You got to move your...
Sorry, I can't see myself.
You are right there. Microphone's right here. You got to talk into here. And we're about to be back.
Thank
on the
you very
clock.
much. Okay. Oh,
So,
are we on the clock?
yes. Think about who do you want to take? Javonte Williams, Deebo Samuel, Mark Andrews.
I'm going to take Deebo Samuel.
Okay.
What would you have done?
Probably about the same. Come here. You come in here.
She's like, what's going on?
Come here. Come here, girlie. Come here, baby. Good girl. Being a good girl. Family photo.
Hey. Let's let Miley pick the next one.
Yeah. Marley, what you think for the next one? I will have her talk on the live stream occasionally.
You'll have her talk?
Yeah,
What do you
I'll
mean?
put her up on the microphone. I'll talk for her.
Does she ever,
But-
like, knock down any chords?
No, she's smart about it.
Did you like the sandwich?
Yeah, it was all right. Well, you got to talk to the chat here. Look, these are the people
Hey,
talking
guys. You got a pony? Cool, you got a pony. She is kind of like a little pony.
to you. And you look like an emo person with your hair right now.
Sorry.
You look like Skrillex or something.
You don't even know
Alex
what
says,
Skrillex looks like.
Great start. You're doing great.
Thanks
There
for
we go.
thanks for the donation, Alex.
Okay, now here, these are this is what's happened so far the first 2 rounds.
I can see. We have Austin Eckler and Deebo Samuel.
Why are you talking like this, Sue? I've never heard you talk like this.
I'm trying to talk like an announcer. I'm trying to talk like you.
You gotta give him some energy. Okay, now here, click the X, and you're about to find our next player.
Click the X.
Okay. So what are you thinking for this next one?
Should I do Kyle Pitt? Oh, he's gone. I think I'm gonna do Michael Pitman. And
we'll see
what?
if he's there.
Well, he's there right now.
Well, we're not on the clock yet.
Oh, I see. Ooh, Ezekiel Elliott.
God, can you smell bad? I smell.
No, no, I can't. I don't think you smell bad.
I smell so bad. I really need to take a shower.
Put on deodorant. Okay. Should I choose a different position than what I've already chosen?
No, I think you're good. If you want to go Pitman, I think you can go Pitman.
I'm
You can
gonna
also look at what the people in the chat are saying.
Pittman or Williams? Josh Allen. Allen, please. Uh-oh, the scary round. Go Pitts.
Okay, well.
Okay, I'm going to go Pittman because I see people saying Pittman.
Okay, look, and then Alex had a donation, so you have to do what he says. He said, please do a Mason impression.
This is my impersonation of Mason. Hey, guys. We're going to do something cool right now. And we're going to be really loud about it and really excited about it.
Yeah, that's how it's done.
Hey, guys. All right, guys. All right, my friend.
Probably a pretty good call. Look at Miley.
I told you need to get a Miley cam.
We did get a Miley cam. Okay.
Marley is a Pyrenees, and her name is Miley, not Marley. My dudes.
Do not tell them your name, by the way.
I'm not telling you my name.
Look mysterious, too, while you're It's like you were sitting 99% live stream.
Sorry.
Walter coming out says, ha ha ha. Do a Mason impression saying thank you for the donation.
I don't know. How do you say that? Thank you for the donation, my dude. Thanks for supporting the channel. You guys make this happen. You are the reason that I'm here doing this. It's us together in this, all of us, right now, forever.
Exactly. Okay, now you got to answer this from Jack.
12 team, half PPR, 3. What are all these letters? Got Mahomes, Chase, Joe Mixon.
You have to first read it out loud. Well, first we got to make our pick, then you can go back to the question.
Okay. Oh, I know who I want.
Who do you want?
Ezekiel Elliott.
Take him.
Only the real will understand. Okay.
Okay, so you got to read this donation and answer it.
This guy? Okay, from Jack. 12. Oh, it disappeared. 12 team, half PPR, 3 WR. Got Mahomes, Chase, AJB, DJ Moore, Joe Mixon, Josh Jacobs, Devin Single, Alberto. You like any trades? My bench is Burks, Julio. Forgot the rest. I'll hand it off to you.
No, you got to answer.
I don't know what
You're
he's
the-
asking. I don't have any trades.
In a league where you start 3 wide receivers, I think you're probably fine. I don't think we need a great tight end in this format. I think you're good.
I concur.
I think we're good to go. Okay. Ignore it. And you have another donation you got to read.
Draft Todd Gurley. I can't believe he fell this far. What do you think, Mason?
I think he's trolling you.
I've never heard of that name, so I'm going to go with no.
Here, and you got to scroll over. Look at the live stream. If you're looking at this, they don't want to see that. You have to see the entire board.
Oh, they can see this? I'm sorry.
Look, this is what they can see right here.
Oh, okay.
This is the chat, and this is what we see.
Okay. I apologize.
Okay, here. Another donation.
You got a Rockstar Girlfriend, Mason. Yes, you do. Thank you, Arjuna, for your $2 donation. Every little bit matters. Thank you.
Okay, hey, you're on the clock.
I'm on the clock. Deontay, I'm going to go with Amon-Ra St. Brown. Amon-Ra St. Brown. I recognize that name. And how do I go to see the whole thing? Right.
And then look, I'll scroll this over. You don't need to bother about this, but so they can see it. Okay, recap the draft so far.
Okay, so far we have
You gotta talk a little louder than that.
a wide receiver, a running back, another wide receiver, and a running back. Interesting.
You're gonna see what other teams have?
Yeah, other teams have also running backs and wide receivers. I don't see... Oh, a tight end, a quarterback. This guy likes quarterbacks. A running back, Nick Chubb, I know that name. Quarterback, Kyler Murray. Didn't he play in college in Texas?
We played
At A&M?
he played at A&M and OU. We played against him when he played at OU. That's why you know the name. You see that football knowledge there?
DK Metcalf, I know that name as well.
Okay, what are you wanting to make it back to us? Here are the names.
Oh, what do you mean? Repeat the question?
What players do you want to make it here?
What players do I want to make it here? What does that mean?
What players do you want to fall to us? What players do you want to draft?
I want to draft Joe Burrow, obviously. Can I draft him? Or is he too low down?
I would wait until the 7th round. You can get him in the 7th.
Is this the 6th?
Yeah.
Wait, it's not our turn? Or it is? No, it's not our turn yet. I hope he doesn't go away. He's my favorite. I also like Russell Wilson. Oh, and I like Clyde Edwards-Helaire because I love that last name. I thought it was so cool.
Can you move up to the top?
Sorry. Brandon Ayuk. I've heard you say that.
If you want to go with it, go with it.
Is that a hint?
You can do whatever you want.
Go Le'Veon Ball here. Guy has finished RB1 multiple times and is being slept on right now. Is that a joke? I don't recognize that name from your guides. And I don't see him up here.
Well, you missed your time. You had 30 seconds. We got auto draft to Damian Pierce.
Why didn't you tell me?
Well, you can get your guy in the next round then. I think we had some donations too. Gavin says, give us an embarrassing story about Mason. Do you have one, or have I ever done anything embarrassing my entire life?
No, he's very careful about doing embarrassing things around me. He never lets anything slip. Is Mason a better handcuff or tight end flex? What's a handcuff flex?
Just answer. Better handcuff or tight end flex?
Handcuff.
Okay, then I think we're caught up.
So basically this whole thing will do it all for you if you aren't paying attention.
Yeah, but it won't be good. You'll have a team, but you'll have no chance.
LOL hot dogs. That's a funny name.
Yeah, they always
Loop
draft this.
Pudoopy. Jack trades. Thank you, Matt.
Come here, baby girl. Say hi to the stream, girl. Hang out here.
He did. I can't believe you've been doing this for 20. How many hours have you been doing this? Almost
19.
19 hours. I'm sorry. I could sit here and talk about a lot of things, but football is not one of them.
Okay, so now you get to pick whoever you want here in the 7th.
Okay, well, tell me if I miss it.
Well, you're going to be on the clock in 2 picks.
Okay. Well, I'm not seeing Joe Burrow anymore, sadly. Okay, I'm going to go with, someone took, can I get Tom Brady? Or is he too old?
Too old.
Too old? I'm going to do Devontae Smith.
We could have had David Montgomery at pick 78, and we went Devonta Smith instead.
What are your thoughts? What's the difference?
One player's a lot better than the other.
Oh. How do you, when it's all said and done, what is it? You just have to wait till they start playing in order to see if you're good or not?
Yeah, pretty much. Here, read this name and then also read their message.
Lupudupu, who is on here as well. I'm the third team. What you think so far, Mason?
Now I'm looking. Very good team. I'd probably take David Montgomery in the 7th round if we get the chance. Alexander says, tell us about yourself. What are your interests?
I'm not very interesting, honestly. Just kidding. I'm very interesting. I really like movies a lot. Movies are my entire life, basically. I'm not allowed to say very much about myself either. I have to remain mysterious. Thank you, Walter. A lot of love.
Okay, so now Brady goes, so you can't get Brady. Okay. Now you can take whoever you want this range. I don't care. Do whatever you want.
Should I do Tony Pollard, Ramondre Stevenson, Amari Cooper, Dallas Goedert, or Antonio Gibson?
Let me go pee real quick. You're rolling on your own.
What types of movies? I love Quentin Tarantino movies. They're my favorite. Gibson, Goddard, Gibson. I'm going to go with Gibson, probably. Oh, okay, I'm going. Antonio Gibson, I'm going. I need a quarterback. Alrighty. Sorry, I'm probably really boring compared to Mason, but I don't usually stay up till 2.
Hey, look,
I did Antonio Gibson.
Okay. Look, I literally shaved before the live stream, and I already need to shave again.
You're like a hermit, man, whose beard grows so fast.
No, it's just that I've been live for so long. Okay, let's send this back around.
Hey guys, I need everyone to use promo code FLOCK on Underdog.
special offer.
There's a special offer.
You know what it is?
I
Read
don't.
the bottom of the screen here. Over here with the message.
You get a free 2022 draft guide, a free month of locals, and our 2022 Red Draft, Dynasty, and Rookie Rankings. What? With a $10 deposit on Underdog code FLOCK, spelled FLOCK, FLOCK. Common Sense says, have you seen David Lynch's Inland Empire? Feel like I'm living it right now. LOL, love you both. I don't get the hint because no, we've never seen it. We tried to watch Blue Velvet the other night and Mason had a freaking heart attack because he hated it so much. So he's not a major David Lynch fan. I think that's David Lynch.
Okay, well, you're about to be up on the clock again. 102.
I've never heard of that guy. Okay. Should I get a quarterback?
Do you get whatever you want?
I want Aaron Rodgers, duh. That's probably a bad choice. I just want all the good-looking guys.
Okay, now click the little grid so they can see it. And then I'll move this down for you.
What are some of your nicknames for Mason? Master.
Okay.
I'm just kidding.
Okay. So you gotta commentate on the board here. Like, what's going on over here?
Sorry, I wish I knew. Well, it looks like we have a quarterback now who plays for the Packers, right? I want to guess who everyone plays for on my team. Aaron Rodgers is the Packers, right?
Yep.
Antonio Gibson is he for the Ravens?
Nope. Try again.
Is he on a red team? What color is he?
Kinda.
Maroon?
Yeah.
The Cardinals.
Guess again.
The team who used to be the Indian people, but then it got changed.
Yes.
Washington, not Redskins, but Commanders.
Okay, now next player up, Devonta Smith.
Devonta Smith, Ravens.
Nope. Try again.
Are they purple? Is he
Nope.
purple?
Green.
Green. Packers.
Nope.
Eagles.
Yep.
Damian Pierce, Eagles.
Nope.
Ravens. The Ravens are my favorite.
We're done doing this. Okay, hit the little X. Okay. So now we're about to be up on pick 115.
I'm about to be on pick 115. What does that mean? This is your 115th pick?
This is the 115th pick of the draft.
Oh. How many people are drafting with you?
12. Well, 12 total.
Okay. I'm going to go with Tyler Boyd. Oh, he's gone.
Okay, now it's your pick.
I'm going to go with Devin Singletary. Bye. What's BYE?
That's what week he has off.
Oh, a bye week. Okay.
Look, hey, also
Zach Ertz. Oh, everyone was saying Ertz. I'm so sorry.
God, disappointing. No idea what you're doing here.
Why did suddenly everyone agree? Is he just the best option?
I don't know if I would have gone with him. I think you're fine.
Well, the guy before him took him from me. So.
Come on.
How are you feeling? Let's talk
Me?
about you. Yeah.
I'm feeling great.
Did you take more caffeine?
No, I just took this one.
You've only taken one? What is that?
It's like little Costco packets.
Oh.
But they said in the chat that I can take 400 milligrams caffeine safely. So if I need to, I'm going to take a second. But I don't want to take a second because I don't know if If I take a second, if I'm going to be able to go to sleep like right after this.
What time are you supposed to go to sleep? 7 a.m.?
Just the second this ends, hopefully.
What time does it end? In 5 hours?
5.5 hours. You can see the timer down here counting down.
5, 6, 7. I'm literally going to be getting up to go when you're going to sleep.
I know. That's why I need to be able to go to sleep immediately.
You should take some Benadryl.
No, I'm not going to take Benadryl. Okay, and now you cannot take any more running backs. I'm cutting you off for running backs. You're only allowed to go quarterback, wide receiver, tight end. So who do you want out of this group?
Is it my turn? I want Garrett Wilson. Draft.
Okay, perfect. Great pick. And you have a couple other messages too.
Tua Tagovailoa.
Here, common sense says it.
Common sense. Mason, if you're going to have a panic attack, have it over Mulholland Drive. Oh, we tried to watch Mulholland Drive. He fell asleep. Blue Velvet is entry level. That's funny. Thanks for the donation.
What was Mulholland Drive about?
Remember it's about the actresses in LA and that scary monster pops out at the diner and we were like, what the?
I don't remember.
It was last year.
What did Joy say?
Julius Cook, it's awesome to see her care enough to be a part of what you do, Mason. My Jeff does the same. That's why I bought her own. Oh, damn, that's why I bought her own motorcycle and proposed. I don't know if I'd want a motorcycle, but.
Joyce is trolling here.
Thank you for your donation. And I'm glad you really like your girlfriend enough to propose to her.
My girlfriend doesn't take David Montgomery in the 7th round. Let's move this over. Okay, now you cannot take running backs, your quarterbacks, wide receivers, tight ends. You take your guy here.
Quarterback, tight end, wide receiver, and I took a tight end last time.
Hey, don't click on those buttons. I clicked on them for you. You're just looking at these names.
Oh.
You can take whatever you want.
I'm going to go with DJ Chark. What did you think of that?
It's whatever. It doesn't really matter.
Well, you can't always have the best team. You got to let other people. Frolicking Heifer. Thank you for letting him spend so much time with us. You're welcome. You're doing me a favor, honestly.
Let's smooth this down. Hee. So funny.
Hee. Your name is funny. Frolicking Heifer. Heifer.
Okay, let's smooth this down.
Mason, we will have the ransom money ASAP. Matt, what do you mean?
Thank you.
Ricardo says, 8-man PPR rate, my squad, Herbert Eckler, Najee Mike, Evans, Deontay, Ertz, Saquon, Bench, Waddle, Juju Sutton, Michael Thomas, A. Gibson, Edmonds, Ayuk. Thoughts?
What are your thoughts?
I think you need to use some commas, sir.
Got him.
Because that's hard to understand. What do you think, Mason?
8-team league, Eckler, Najee Harris, running back ones. Evans, Deontay. Okay. I think an 8-team league would be much better having an elite level tight end specifically. Okay.
Walter Gregg. Do another private draft. Okay,
First,
old Greg.
smooth this down. Okay. You are on the clock. These are the players you can get. You don't have any of the blue guys yet.
Okay. I will go with David Njoku. Is that how you pronounce that?
It's Njoku.
Njoku.
Yeah, everybody in the chat wanted to do that too.
Oh, good. Well. I have good instincts. Kyle Hood, still mad about Monty in the 7th. Rest. Don't matter. Why does everyone keep talking about the 7th round? I have Devontae Smith. Thank you for letting her family see that she's... Sorry.
Julia says not trolling, but I was just messing with you, my man. I know. Thank you. I know you weren't trolling. I was just making a joke on it.
Do you know Mason is the best at his job? Well, he tells me every day. Math tutoring lab. It's sweet how you remember the names he mentions and draft them, but also funny that some of those names are people he repeatedly says are overrated. Ooh, some shade. Thank you, Math Tutoring Lab, for your donation. Ricardo Turibio. Should I trade Najee and Waddle / Sutton for Cooper Kupp? Yes. What do you think? You agree? Wait, is it? No. Thank you for your donation, Taras.
Okay, here, you can go back to bed if you want.
Okay, are you sure?
Yeah, I can take it from here.
Mason's going to save the day. He's going to save the team.
Okay, thank you. Can you fill my water up, please?
Yes, it was nice to meet you all. I had a good time.
Gracias. And can you take the girl out of here as well? I don't know if she wants to be in here all night. Thank you.
Goodbye, everyone. Where's the water?
I don't know. I think I should be good with just that one the rest of the time, though. Oh my gosh. Okay, we are back. Hopefully some of y'all enjoyed it. Maybe some of y'all didn't. Regardless, gave me a break. Did not have to talk for a long time, which should be able to power me through for the next 5 hours here. But hopefully y'all enjoyed that. Hopefully y'all did. Thank you, of course, everybody, for being nice. I definitely appreciate y'all. And now we have Robert Tunney off the board, 162. Let's see if we can save this bad boy. In reality, we probably can't, but it is what it is. Let's go ahead. Let's take Robbie Anderson here as our 7th wide receiver. The issue is, who can we get? You know what? No, we're not going to do that because we can get Sammy Watkins on the way back around to pair up with Aaron Rodgers. So we kind of want someone in Green Bay here if we're drafting Rodgers with this build. Let's go ahead. Let's instead. Everybody says you're awesome.
Oh, thanks, guys.
But, yeah, let's go ahead. Let's take Tyler Higbee here, even if we like Robbie Anderson, so we can get Sammy Watkins on the way back around in the 15th. Alex says, here comes Mason to ruin another good team. Yeah, definitely, I mean, if a team's looking too good, we got to step in. We got to make sure that we go ahead and we ruin it. Okay. Let's scroll this down. We got... Yeah, you can take it. I don't have the block. Okay, we'll just plug it in here. Doesn't matter. Dalton says the tight end room is unique. Honestly, I don't think the tight end room's that bad. Like, if we go through, if we get a third tight end here that's respectable, I'm fine at tight end. I think the issue with the roster is that we don't have anybody really in Green Bay when we have Rodgers. I think that's the issue. Frolik and Effort coming out says, thank you. That was awesome. No. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Elliot, of course. Mainly, I just needed to go through. I needed to save my voice. Do we get Sammy here? Yeah, Zay Jones off the board. We liked Robbie Anderson in the last round, but when we have Rodgers, we have to go ahead. We have to save the wide receiver slots for Sammy Watkins here. And let's move this down. Sky Dude says, if this team wins the tournament, what are you doing? I am never telling my girlfriend. I'm telling my girlfriend that I drafted a team that won the tournament. That's what's happening. I'm going to go, oh my gosh, you know how good I am at fantasy football? I won $75,000 off a $5 buy-in. Like, y'all will all know. Like, I'll definitely make reaction videos, make a ton of content out of it. She'll never know, though. She'll never learn. Okay. So let's move this down. We have Noah Fant, Isaiah Likely off the board here at tight ends. Mckinnon goes 179 as well. I think, obviously, we need quarterback here. I mean, we're only sitting with Rod. I don't know if this team has any upside at all. Maybe make the argument that we should have gone with Matt Ryan with one of those other picks. We had Michael Pitman here. I'm just not used to having Michael Pitman. Golf for Life says on the home stretch, Mason. Yes, sir. We are on the home stretch. We got 5 hours left. Maybe we end up having to take some more caffeine. I'm going to try to avoid it if we can, though. I'm going to try to avoid it if we can. Kristen says she'll know. I don't think so. I don't think so. Oh, this honey situation tastes amazing, giving us energy, soothing our throat, but also making a mess. Okay, so we're going to go ahead. Let's take a quarterback here if we can. We're looking at QBs that are available to us that could be intriguing. Mac Jones, Ryan Tannehill. We don't have any of these stacking options. Goff would have been very appealing for the double stack. Tyrion Davis price goes 186. What are we doing here? This is just a difficult spot to be in. We'll take Tannehill. It is what it is. Let's go ahead and let's fire up another draft for this one. Let's go get a puppy draft going. Let's get a puppy going. And real quick, guys, if you have not dropped a like on the live stream, fix your life. Go down there. Drop that like. Subscribe to the channel as well. Say 24-hour live stream. We are almost 19 hours into this bad boy. And we just passed 93,000 subscribers on the channel as well. Hopefully YouTube Studio, it's not lying to me, but it looks like past 93,000 subscribers. Unbelievable. Thank you so much for everybody supporting the channel. Thank you so much, guys. Okay, so now we have at the 109. I'm assuming we're looking at Stephon Diggs. We got LOL Hot Dogs out here in this draft. We got Golf for Life out here as well with us. Jimmy's in this draft. I'd imagine here it's 2 a.m. I think y'all are going to be able to easily get in these drafts with us at this point. Okay, so let's see. I need to pull up that other draft to make sure that we're fine. In reality, we're probably just punting that team, of course. So Goat Meat King is a name we've seen out a lot. I don't know if they're just a underdog grinder or if they are a member of the flock and a part of the live stream. Maybe they watch the live stream, just come out here and get some easy money from us. I feel like we've seen the name a lot. We have Cup going 1. Very interesting. I feel like at this point that maybe is going to open up you an interesting roster construction and obviously have an extreme ceiling with that as well. Eckler going 6. I think we're looking Diggs. I don't want to lock us into anything, but I think we're Diggs here. Diggs goes. We're going to go ahead and we're going to take Devontae Adams. Last time we took Devontae Adams here at 9. I mean, I was okay with it. Wasn't necessarily jumping up and down with the value that we had, but at the same time, I think it is going to be a fine spot to be in. If we're looking at the running back value that we can take advantage of later on. We have Saquon Barkley, Alvin Kamara going. We have the Travis Kelce team deciding to go Mark Andrews at the beginning of the second round. Very interesting. Lamb goes 15. Smooth this over. I guess we'll take Najee Harris. It's not the most unique start through the first 2 rounds going to Devontae Adams and Najee, but at the same time, I'm going to think Najee Harris 16 in a vacuum is definitely going to be value that we need to go ahead and take advantage of. It would be interesting to see what tight ends we're going to have as options later on. I don't think there's any shot we get Pitts. I mean, based on where Pitts has been going as of late, I mean, he's going where he should. Definitely was outrageous when you were able to get Kyle Pitts at pick 33 consistently. But yeah, I think Kyle Pitts is a lock for the 2-3 turn here, especially if a team that wants to grab an elite level tight end is not going to have an option for Mark Andrews. So let's go Adams and Najee Harris. Looking at the wide receivers that would have been available to us in the second round, I definitely think we made the right call with Devontae Adams over Dalvin Cook there. And David coming out, thank you, my man, says, in a 12-team PPR league, we got Jalen Hurts at quarterback. At wide receiver, we have DJ Moore, Jerry Jeudy. Running back, we have Joe Mixon, DeAndre Swift. Darren Waller, tight ends. Michael Thomas, wide receiver. On the bench, we have Godwin, Drake London, Kadarius Toney, James Cook, Julio Jones, and Isaiah Pacheco. What are your thoughts and any advice? Love the elite level quarterback. At the same time, we have a great tight end with Darren Waller. We have some running back upside, possibly 2 top 10 guys with the combination of Joe Mixon and DeAndre Swift. So we're in a great spot there as well. Across the board, this is a great team, my friend. It's hard for me to advise you to do anything with this team other than maybe... The only thing I'd say is let's look at the usage for Isaiah Pacheco in Kansas City week 1. Let's kind of see how this team's deploying their running backs. And there's an outside chance that we want to go through. There's an outside chance that we want to move off of Isaiah Pacheco if Ronald Jones is playing over him, which I think is unlikely at this point, obviously, based on what we saw in the preseason. But it's worth at least keeping an eye out for. Nick says, I'm at the 108. Glad to finally get in a draft with you. Happy to have you out here in a draft with us, man. So you're at the 108. You took Stephon Diggs from us. Okay, you go Diggs and Mixon. Really like your start through the first 2 rounds as well. Probably like your start more than ours. Goat Mckinnon decides to go Leonard Fournette at 30. Obviously, Fournette at 30 is going to be an incredible value. Going 3 running backs in a row. We made it work, I think, in a draft earlier this live stream. Let's see what their team ends up doing. LO Hot Dogs goes Michael Pitman. And Bushinger, I don't know what they want to do. Where did Pitts go with this draft? Pitts went, okay, George Kittle went 24. Very, very surprising to see George Kittle 24 here. Do you think that team meant to cue George Kittle for later on? And then actually drafted? I did not mean to see that. Tank says Kittle got me crying. Yeah, that's wild for Kittle there. We're going to get Mike Williams. I mean, I like DJ Moore more in a vacuum, but at the same time, if we're looking at a unique build, I think Mike Williams is not going to be paired up with Najee Harris very often based on where these players usually go. I think you're going to have a lot more Devontae Adams, Najee Harris, DJ Moore starts than Devontae Adams, Najee Harris, and Mike Williams. Steven says, Jahan Dotson, Christian Watson for the last roster spot. I'm going to go ahead. I'm actually going to do Christian Watson. I think if you're looking at a median projection, Jahan Dotson definitely has a higher floor. But from a top 1 percentile outcome standpoint, Jahan Dotson's never going to be the wide receiver 1 over Terry McLaurin. I think there's a chance that Christian Watson's the wide receiver 1 over Allen Lazard. And at the same time, if these guys earn these respective roles, I think that we can get a lot more excited about the overall upside that we may find with the wide receiver 1 in Green Bay than what we're going to have with Carson Wentz in Washington. So if we're chasing the highest ceiling possible, which is what we are doing in the last roster spot of our 12-team redraft league, we're going to go ahead. We're going to go Christian Watson. And of course, guys, if y'all want to get into these drafts with us the rest of the live stream, if you want to support the stream, we've been live for almost 20 hours at this point. Go down there. Hit the link in the description. Hit the link in the live chat. Go sign up for Underdog Fantasy. Use promo code FLOCK when you sign up. They'll match your first deposit. Dollar for dollar up to $200. You'll get our 2022 fantasy football rankings. You'll get our 2022 fantasy football draft guide, which will help you even if you've already had your draft with a $10 deposit. And these are best ball drafts on Underdog. No time commitment at all during the season. So you are going to be able to draft your team and then still focus in on the main redraft league you really want that you really care about during the year. Most importantly, if y'all are enjoying this live stream, go support the channel. Link in the live chat, link in the description. Please, guys, we've been live for 20 hours here. Okay. Lamar and Mahomes off the board. Yeah, you're just never getting these quarterbacks making it back to this point. You used to be able to have a Patrick Mahomes making it back to 57. Not happening anymore. And Smokey the Cat says, rate and advice in a 12-team PPR draft. At quarterback, we have Justin Herbert. At wide receiver, we have Justin Jefferson, Chris Godwin, Brandon Ayuk, Hunter Renfrow, Michael Gallup, Treylon Burks, Chase Claypool. We have the elite level tight end, Travis Kelce. Running back, we have Ezekiel Elliott, David Montgomery, Kareem Hunt, Henderson, Alexander Madison. I need to drop 2. Who do I drop? We have to drop 2. This is why I love going through and making 2-for-1 deals at this time of the year. We have to open up these roster spots. It's going to be so hard to hold on to a lot of talented players at the very end of our rosters as we approach the season. I guess we drop Henderson and Claypool. Or maybe Madison and Claypool. You know what? No, F it. I think we drop Claypool and Burks. If we're looking at Cam Akers possibly going down week 1, Henderson's the league-winning running back. Same thing with Alexander Madison. I love the upside of Claypool. I love the upside of Michael Gallup. But at the same time, there are going to be a lot of wide receivers that look like them on the waiver wire if it's this shallow of a league in general. I never think that they're coming out here and they're just absolutely torching us this year. Okay. Steam goes Rashad Bateman. Okay, thank God we're going to get Breece Hall here. Excited to take Breece Hall as our second running back in this build. I know everybody's off Breece Hall, but no, I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to take him where we can. Avery says, in a 10-team PPR draft where we got Justin Herbert at quarterback, at running back we have Dalvin Cook, Ezekiel Elliott. Wide receiver, we have Devontae Adams, Hollywood Brown. We have tight end Kyle Pitts, Chris Godwin, receiver, running back Edmonds, James Cook. I like this team. If we're looking for starters week 1, obviously we start Herbert. Running backs, we're starting Ezekiel Elliott has a brutal matchup against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. We definitely start Dalvin Cook and Zeke, though, out of these options that are listed for us. The wide receiver slots, you have to start Devontae Adams, Hollywood Brown. At the flex, I'm honestly probably going to go through and I'll start Godwin if he is fully healthy, which probably is not going to be the case. But if Godwin's like ruled good to go by, say, Tuesday or Wednesday, so today or tomorrow, then sure, let's go through and play him. If not, we'll go Edmonds at the flex spot. It's just a great matchup for Godwin going up against Dallas. We're expecting 1 million points scored. We're going to go ahead. We're going to take the other running back that's falling like a rock. We're going to take Cam Akers. I know I'm the fish drafting Breece Hall and Cam Akers in these drafts. Obviously, 2 running backs plummeting down draft boards. But at the same time, I think if we're looking at the profiles of these guys, they don't profile as dead zone running backs. I think they are high upside players that have a wide range of outcomes. These are kind of the guys I'm trying to take here. And now, let's see. Booty Madon says, you only been joining the $3 drafts. I want to join. No, we've been doing the $5 drafts. The $5 drafts on Underdog Fantasy. We did a $50 draft earlier this live stream, but primarily the $5 public drafts on Underdog. And Evan KY says, rate my 10-team league in a full PPR format with 1 flex spot. We have Jalen Hurts at quarterback. Running back, we have the combination of Saquon Barkley, Travis Etienne. Wide receiver, we have Kupp, Mike Williams. We have the elite level tight end, Travis Kelce. We have Michael Thomas, Bateman, Pollard, Ramondre, Tony, Garrett Wilson, Kenneth Walker on the bench. This is what I love seeing with bench spots. I mean, just going through rostering the highest upside players possible with Kenneth Walker, Garrett Wilson, Kadarius Toney, Ramondre. Like guys that obviously have low floors, but at the same time, if things break right with their talent profiles, that think they could be league-winning players. Great squad in general. I mean, if we were looking to make a move, I don't necessarily know what we can do. I mean, we have the elite level quarterback, the elite level tight end. We're not rostering backups. I guess if we could trade like, it's not even possible. If we could trade like Bateman and Ramondre Stevenson and get an elite level wide receiver, we'd be very excited about. Sure, we do it, but in a 10-team league, I feel like it's going to be very hard to make that deal. In reality, I think you have a great, great team, and it's hard for us to make moves with it. Okay. Trey Lance going 72 here. At this point, obviously, it'd be nice having an elite quarterback on the way back around, but in reality, if we're going to look at the elite quarterbacks that stack up with our options, I mean, Herbert's gone. That's it. Like, maybe make the argument we go ahead and we take Stafford at 112 if he's there. That doesn't even correlate well with Cam Akers regardless. I think we're in an interesting spot. We're kind of stuck in no man's land. Okay. And let me know right now in the live chat, would y'all rather see another draft after this one, or would you rather see me try to set up NCAA and play a couple NCAA games? So I think this is the point. We're closing in on 3 a.m. Maybe we get a small break. We do NCAA for like the first, 2 hours maybe. And I don't even know if I'm going to play the audio because, to be honest with you, I don't know how YouTube copyright's going to be. I don't know if we're going to get hit with some music. So I apologize. Maybe it's not as exciting for y'all, but you're just going to be stuck with my audio the entire time. The last thing I want to do is get this demonetized. I feel like that would be brutal. It kills your overall YouTube channel on the live stream. You could possibly get a strike. At the same time, if all the donations we've had in the past 24 hours get taken away because we played NCAA and had some music in the back, it'd be pretty tough. Okay, so it looks like most people are saying NCAA. We'll try to set up. I don't even know if it's going to work. Maybe the computer is going to have a hard time working with everything. We'll see. Wilson, let's go Amari. Go Amari Cooper. I think we're going to have a couple different options on the way back around. And we take Amari here knowing that we can look forward to Sean Watson later. I would be excited if we can get Watson. Christian says, NCAA, road to glory, let's create a guy. Yeah, I already went through and I already created someone just to make sure that this was working. I don't know if my Xbox 360 is going to save anything. I tried to set up Xbox Live and I couldn't figure it out. I couldn't figure out how to do it. I don't know if it will save without Xbox Live. So, but Rick coming out says, in a puppy earlier, someone started Kelsey, Andrews, Lamar, Mahomes. People are crazy. Also, Team Sutton over Jerry Jeudy. I like to see it, my friend. I like to see the boldness coming out here saying Sutton over Jeudy. Like a crazy person. Like a crazy person, my man. Eternal says, if you want that Guinness World Record, wouldn't it all have to be drafts? Have you? I don't know. I've not heard anything else from the Guinness World Record things. Let me check my Twitter and see if we have anything from that guy. Kadarius Toney off the board here, 86. Gibson goes. Oh, Russell Wilson falls to us at, I guess we take Wilson here. Obviously, we don't have any stacking. We don't have any options right now with either Jerry, Jeudy, or Courtland Sutton. But I feel like very few teams are going to get Russell Wilson and pick 88. We go Wilson, and then we go ahead and we probably get KJ Hamler in the 12th round, or probably in the 13th. If we get KJ Hamler in the 13th, and maybe Albert O in the 12th. Okay. Yeah. I feel like it's just too good a value to pass up on Russell Wilson here. So MVS going pick 91. Okay, so y'all are right. Maybe if there's a small percent chance we could literally get like a Guinness Book of World Record plaque for the most fantasy football drafts in 24 hours or something crazy like that. Maybe we should be better off just streaming drafts the rest of the time. I'm fine either way. We have 5 hours left. If I need to take more caffeine, we can take more caffeine. What would you rather watch? Don't worry about me. I'm fine doing either. Would you rather watch another draft? Draft for the next 5? Or would you rather watch us play NCAA 14 or 13? I don't know exactly which one we have. Okay. Now, George Pickens off in 98. We have Robert Woods off the board. Miles Sanders goes 100. Okay, it looks like most people are saying drafts. Okay, looks like most people are saying drafts. We'll go ahead. We'll do it. I doubt we end up getting like a Guinness Book of the World Record things. I'm not going to get my expectations too high. Probably not. But if y'all want drafts, we'll do drafts. Ty says, Mason, did you even sleep? No, we have not slept. We've been live for 19 hours. When would we have slept? Dawson knocks off the board at 103. Traylon Burks goes. We were going to hope that we got Traylon Burks here. I guess when Burks is off, let's go ahead. Let's lock in Cordell Patterson as running back 4. I think we're only going to have to draft 5 running backs of this team, of course. And we're looking at Russell Wilson as someone that's going to really incentivize us to just go through and grab KJ Hamler 13th, Alberto in the 12th. That's really all we got to be thinking about at this point. Hamler the 13th, Alberto in the 12th. Okay. Now, Cordell Patterson off 105. Got Tyler Boyd going at 106. Okay, so Stafford off. We're not going to be interested in Derek Carr here. Go Melvin Gordon and be done. Go Gallup as well. You'll know I'm a fan of Gallup at this point. Let's go ahead. Let's take Melvin Gordon and let's be done at the running back position. What the heck? Are we lagging? Is my connection off? Oh my gosh, we get Derek Carr here one time. Am I losing my mind? I've seen when we auto-pick before. That maybe I misclicked. I don't know what just happened. We did not intend to get Derek Carr there. I do not. Oh my gosh. Such a wasted pick. Rob Don says in a 12-team, 3 wide receiver PPR league, 4th pick, we got Josh Allen, James Conner, Chase Edmonds, J.K. Dobbins, Cooper Kupp, Jerry Jeudy, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Devon Smith, Damian Pierce, Alexander Madison, Rashad White, and Mecole Hardman. I really like the team. I think what we end up looking to do is possibly make a move off Mecole Hardman. We're just going to have to wait until we actually see week 1 what the target distribution is and how many routes these wide receivers are running in Kansas City. Very hard to project exactly how these guys are going to be used. So I definitely think Mecole Hardman's the first guy in the chopping block if we don't like the usage that we have. It's going to be difficult at the beginning part of the year with no J.K. Dobbins, at least not being able to put him in the starting lineup. We don't exactly know what we're going to have with Damian Pierce either. So, yeah, I think we just watch that Kansas City situation closely. I think we just watch what we have with Mecole Hardman closely. Jalopy Sauce says that's what they all say. No. It actually happened. I mean, we've had teams where we had like Devontae Adams and Darren Waller in the same squad. And I'm like, oh, you know what? I don't like Derek Carr here that much. To take Derek Carr on a team that doesn't have Adams, that doesn't have Waller or Renfro or Jacobs, have nobody. Very tough. In Nation says, Derek Carr, a blessing in disguise. And at this point, we're not drafting another QB. We'll see what we get on the way back around. I guess some of these running backs are about the same as what we would have taken with. Yeah, what's the difference between Kenneth Gainwell, Michael Carter, and Melvin Gordon? They're all about the same at this point. Isaiah McKenzie goes 27. And Bushinger on the clock has Allen at quarterback, running back Mixon, J.K. Dobbins. Goes Garrett Wilson. Takes our guy. We're instead going to take Jahan Dotson. Get the last wide receiver in this tier. Get the pair with Terry McLaurin. Obviously, we can say, oh, yeah, we're looking for Carson Wentz in the 18th round. In reality, we can't draft another quarterback when we accidentally took Derek Carr. So, I mean, I guess we just go ahead, take Jahan Dotson, and go whatever running back makes it back around to us at 136, then we don't draft another running back through the rest of this. Nico Collins goes 131. Oshia says, would you be able to do the Battle Royale week 1? I'm not very in tune with what we should be doing there. Issue is that contest, why I'm nervous to do the Battle Royales, I feel like it's just so much more optimal to wait until we're actually about to be at kickoff. Let's go ahead. Let's take James Robinson here. Go Robinson, running back 5, and then not draft another running back the rest of the way. So we're not drafting any more running backs. We're not drafting any more quarterbacks the rest of this draft. But if we're looking at the Battle Royale, okay, how large is this contest? When does this fill? Yeah, I feel like we want to actually know more about some players that are going to be missing, look at some accurate projections of the games. I feel like if you're entering in those contests early on, probably at a disadvantage if we're going to be honest. Shadow Goose says, start Travis Etienne or Jerry Jeudy at the flex. Honestly, let's go ahead. Let's play Jerry Jeudy. And now that James Robinson's good to go, let's play Jeudy. But at the same time, we've been live for, what, 19 hours? So I'm sleep deprived, my friend. I could easily be giving you bad advice. I would not listen to me right now. Okay. Odier says, how you feeling, Mason? Feeling good. We just got to lower the energy down. We're going to try to coast here. We're going to try to coast here for the next 4 hours. I mean, next 3 hours, and then we'll really pick it up. Okay, so we have some more running backs going off the board. Isaiah Pacheco, Rashad White, and Khalil Herbert. Great for us. Okay, we have Raheem Mostert going at 147, Jalen Tolbert 148. I guess we still need to look at tight ends. Obviously, there's a tight end here that we really need. Tight end that we need. I think we have a good shot at getting him. Tyler Algier goes 149. Alberto goes. That definitely sucks. I mean, we needed Alberto on the Russell Wilson roster here. Seems probably dead with the Derek Carr's pick anyway. We have Julian coming out here. Thank you. Well, first, Lord Farquaad, and long time no see. Love the name. As always, says 6th pick in a super shallow 8-team league. Thinking of taking best running back wide receiver available in the first, then going Andrews in the second, Josh Allen in the third. What are your thoughts? I actually like, if we're in an 8-team league, man, just go Kelsey in the first, and then go best running back available to in the second. And in an 8-team format in particular, if you want to go Allen in the third, I'm fine. But at the same time, you could get Trey Lance for completely free at the very end. And yeah, this team's toast. Someone decides to take Hamler before us. So we're not going to get any stacks between Denver and Las Vegas. This team's toast. We'll go ahead. We'll coast it through. Maybe we can turn it around. In reality, it's going to be very difficult for us to turn this team into anything exciting. We're at the 109 here. I mean, at wide receiver, we have... You know what? I am so dumb. Oh my, never mind. Oh my gosh. We have Davante Adams here. The Derek Carr pick was a blessing in this, guys. I completely forgot we had Derek Carr on this team. I can tell I'm losing my mind here, but never mind. This is a good team. This is a good team. Go Robert Tonyan tied in 1 here. Maybe Underdog helped us out. Maybe the AI decided, oh, okay, well, yeah, look how tired Mason is. He's trying to go Melvin Gordon over Derek Carr here. Clearly needs to go Derek Carr. He took Davante Adams in the first, even though I didn't see we took Davante Adams in the first. And they went ahead and they got us Davante Adams. I mean, got us Derek Carr. Okay, never mind. This is a strong team. It would have definitely been a million times better if we would have had one of KJ Hamler or Alberto making it to us at 153. But still, I think this team can get there. Never mind. Gosh, I'm dumb. And Julian coming out, thank you, my friend, says, 12-team PPR league where we got 2 flex spots. We have Trey Lance at quarterback, a running back, Dalvin Cook, James Conner. At wide receiver, we have Jamar Chase, Amon-Ra St. Brown. Running back, Travis Etienne, Antonio Gibson. We have the pretty strong tight end in Dalton Schultz. And on the bench, we have Chris Godwin. I was the 7th pick. Any trade recommendations? If we can move Schultz for George Kittle, I'm definitely going to be looking to do that on a build where we have Trey Lance. I know a lot of people are excited about Schultz and the situation he's in. He's in a great situation, but I think Kittle's just a significantly better talent, and we're already betting on the 49ers offense. Outside of that, really like the team. Not too much we can say. I'm a little bit worried about James Robinson being healthy in the red zone role that Travis Etienne may have because of it. And we have Godwin. Looks like Godwin's coming back in. That is exciting. That is exciting. Now, Shadow Goose says Patrick Mahomes, Mike Evans, Terry McLaurin, Jonathan Taylor, Leonard Fournette, Hawkinson, Etienne, Jerry, Judy, Miles Sanders, Chris Olave, and Clyde Edwards-Helaire. How does that sound? Okay, so we have the all-in bet on that Kansas City Chiefs offense with Mahomes and Clyde Edwards-Helaire. We have the running back 1 with Jonathan Taylor. We have another elite level guy with Leonard Fournette. We have a great tight end in Hawkinson. Really like the team, my friend. I think it's a very balanced roster as well. As long as we're not rostering a backup tight end and a backup QB, I don't necessarily think we need to make any changes here. I think we're good. Okay, so I know everybody's saying that we hit a wall and we should go ahead and we should take some caffeine. We're going to wait a little bit, guys. I know maybe it seems like I hit a wall. I'm just lowering the energy on purpose. I feel like we need to coast through the rest of this. We're still going to be fine here. We're still going to be fine. Okay. So we have Evan Ingram off the board at 174. We're done at quarterback. We're done at running back. We're just wide receiver tight end from now on out. Isaiah Likely, obviously, with an ADP here of a 183. Not taking Isaiah Likely, never even considering it. Marvin Jones goes. We'll take Golladay. Golladay is obviously the worst pick ever. Nobody wants to be drafting Golladay at this point. I get it. But still, it's pick 177. It's Kenny Golladay versus Zay Jones. It's not like we're too worried about the alpha X wide receiver role being taken up by Wan'Dale Robinson, who's going to be that shifty slot wide receiver. Let's go Golladay here. And then I'm going to run and go pee real quick. Guys, I'm not going to lie to you. The worst thing about this live stream, I don't even think it's that close, is I just feel disgusting. Like, I smell horrible. My skin feels horrible. We need 3 tight ends. We need to make sure we get some of these guys. I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to reach on Logan Thomas here. Obviously, it's a massive reach, but at the same time, I think David Bell's already off the board. Yeah, David Bell's already off the board. It is what it is. I think that Logan Thomas is the best tight end in this range. We can't take running back. We can't take quarterback. So what else are we supposed to do? And we have to finish this draft off with 1 wide receiver and 1 more tight end. So let's pull this over. I'll show off this draft board and we're going to hop into another draft after this. This next draft, maybe it's the draft that wins us 75K. Maybe this is the next one that wins us 75K, but we'll see. We'll see. Julian coming out says a donation to drink some coffee. Thank you, my man. Says also, I believe Connor to be a top level running back. Touchdown regression is understandable, but he is the standalone back with no competition. Why is he going so late? I honestly am completely fine taking him at his price tag. We do have to admit, though, this is a running back with an injury history. As we said, I mean, as you already pointed out, at the same time, we are going to expect that we have serious touchdown regression in Arizona for James Conner. I mean, Kyler Murray could at the same time come out here and start vulturing these rushing touchdowns away from James Conner at the goal line. They could look to throw the ball more. I agree with you, though. I think that James Conner could end up being a very strong value when he's going to the 3-4 turn. But thank you, my friend. Rini says, dude, take a quick shower. I don't hate that idea, but the issue is we'd be gone for we just hop in and out. We're gone for 3-4 minutes off the stream. Okay, yes, I understand. The energy's a little low here, but we're doing it on purpose. We got 4.5 more hours to go. We're going to try to coast for maybe another 40 minutes. How about this? When we are 4 hours to go, then we will take we'll take a little caffeine thing. We'll go grab the other one of these, pour it in the water, and we'll get it going. Now, LOL Hot Dogs in this draft with us. I don't think we recognize too many of these names. Let me know if you're in this draft with us and what pick you're at. If you're in this draft, let me know. And also, more importantly, let me know what pick you are. Okay, CMC off the board here too. Okay, people telling us to hop in the shower and draft. Maybe, friends. Maybe. Jeremy says pick 9 second draft with you. Happy to see you out here. Bildo slices. He's pick 6 as well. Steven says was awesome having your girlfriend on. Most entertaining segment I've seen. Keep it up, man. Almost there. Thank you. Honestly, I'm surprised I thought that was entertaining. I thought it was going to be entertaining. I thought it was going to be better than it was, though. I don't know why. I thought it was going to be very entertaining. And Scott says, any advice in a 12-team league? PPR, we got Lance at quarterback, running back, Dalvin Cook, Aaron Jones, a wide receiver. We have Keenan Allen, Deontay Johnson, Dalton Schultz at tight end, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Damian Pierce, A.J. Dillon, Alexander Madison, Darrell Henderson, Clay Burks, Van Jefferson. Who's C. Clay? I think Charles Clay, is it? Oh, Chase Claypool. Okay. Makes so much more sense. I was like, what the heck are we doing here? But no, I like this team. I'd say overall, Van Jefferson's never going to be a player that we think we can put in the starting lineup on a consistent basis. I wouldn't mind too much just moving on from Van Jefferson, picking up a running back off the waiver wire that's maybe an injury away from actually getting a start. Instead of this, what I really like about the bench, though, is we are rostering a lot of players that we think have high upsides, like these guys like Darrell Henderson, Alexander Madison, Chase Claypool, and Treylon Burks. I just think maybe we can find a better option than Van Jefferson. In general, it's very hard to come up with a deal that makes sense for that team, though. I just think it's a well-balanced roster. Okay. Joe Mixon off the board here, 11. So now Mixon's off. I was in the other draft. Oh, for the love of God. Did we queue up what we needed? Other draft's garbage. Oh, dear God. We ruined that. We're going to go ahead. We're going to take CeeDee Lamb, and let's try to grab... We'll go Najee Harris as well. Let's go CeeDee Lamb and Najee Harris. We just completely botched that of the draft. Dean says you got Mark Ingram. God, I thought we set a Q. That's on me, guys. That's on me. Obviously, it's my potential $75,000 down the drain. But now we have Kelsey off the board here, 14. And Terry's coming out and says, do you know if Detroit's offensive line is better at run blocking or pass protection? You look like you need caffeine. I definitely need some caffeine, but we're going to try to wait as long as we can. I mean, right now, I don't necessarily think that I'm an offensive line expert. Literally, what I look to do is I look to go through and just pull data from places that I trust. Like, I know that PFF maybe for a lot of different things people don't like. I'll say, I think that a lot of things PFF is probably useless with. But, I mean, I do trust their offensive line grades. And if we're looking at Detroit, they have them as a top 3 offensive line. So I don't necessarily think that we need to go through and we need to look at if this team's a better run blocking unit or pass blocking unit. I think it's going to be a good offensive line overall. Oh my gosh. Okay, so we have Josh Allen going 18 here. I wonder if some of the random people that are in these drafts with us, I wonder how they're going to be drafting when we're drafting at 3 a.m. Drifting at 3 a.m. And you know what? I am going to go grab some caffeine. Let me go grab some caffeine. I'm not going to hop in the shower, though. We just got to power through the last 4.5 hours, and then I can shower right after. Okay, so we are back. Mark Andrews goes 23. Really not too many things to look at that are weird in this draft outside of, I'd say, the Josh Allen pick 18 selection. Fournette. Okay, so the team at 1 decided to pass on receivers through the first 3 rounds. JB says 5-minute shower would do wonders. I understand, guys, but with the YouTube algorithm, if we're off the live stream for 5 minutes, significant amount of people leave, and anybody who comes in just leaves automatically, so it kills the stream in the algorithm. I think we can wait 4.5 hours. I think this caffeine's going to do good. Okay, so Evans goes 25. I wonder if Evans continues to fall leading up until Thursday if we get more and more positive reports regarding Chris Godwin and his availability at the beginning of the year. Because, I mean, Evans was someone going literally at the 1-2 turn earlier this offseason on Underdog when people thought that Godwin was going to miss a significant portion of time. Okay, A.J. Brown goes 28. So, a team going Cup, Tyreek, A.J. Brown. I feel like we had a very similar start to that earlier on in the live stream. Orion says ice bath on stream. I like it. I like it. Oh my. Oh, that's a good flavor. That is a good flavor right there. Now, Keenan Allen off the board at 31. Okay, let's swing this by. Higgins still falling. Higgins has been falling in every single draft today. After this, we probably go ahead and reach on some wide receivers that we usually take here. Sutton goes 34. Johanna Berger, so far, running back has Joe Mixon and took the elite level tight end in Travis Kelce. Goes Jalen Waddle here. So I guess what we could possibly do if we have, I thought we were going to go Waddle in like Hollywood. Maybe we go Connor in Hollywood and then look to grab that double stack with the Arizona Cardinals offense later on. Like we go James Conner and Hollywood Brown here, and then we can look to just go through and grab Kyler Murray at the 5-6 turn. I think it is a start that maybe is a little bit unique in that if we go through, if we look at where these guys usually get drafted, I mean, you have James Conner 34, you have Hollywood Brown close to like 41. So I don't know in the puppy contest in general how many teams are going to be able to have this double stack. Okay, so Gabe Davis off the board here, 41. Nick says, Joe Burrow just went at the 101 in my underdog draft right now. I guess you were drafting with Joe Burrow's mom, my man. Pretty exciting stuff. To be drafting with Joe Burrow's mom. That's pretty exciting. Now we have Juju off the board here, pick 43. Kevin says, thanks for the stream, man, and congrats on 90K. No, thank you so much for hanging out with us in the live stream right now. I mean, the fact that y'all diehards are hanging out with us at when we only have 4.5 hours left. We've done this for 18.5 hours. Y'all are crazy. Thank you so much. Thank you. Guess now we have George Kittle 45. What is this team taking Kittle over? I mean, I feel like you maybe go Judy there. And then know that you get Kittle or Waller on the way back around in the 5th. Because if you're looking at getting Darren Waller versus Kittle right now, what's the real difference between these guys? The two teams here at the very end have Andrews at 23, Pitts at 25. So I'd imagine they're not going to go through and look to grab both those tight ends. Okay, now Lamar Jackson goes a 50 to the same team that took Justin Herbert. Okay, so we definitely need to be paying attention to that. And Orion says, I'll give $40 for an ice bath for 10 minutes. Oh, my man. How would I get an ice bath out in here? How would I get an ice bath out here? If I could, it would be intriguing, but I think it's probably impossible. Now we have Rashad Bateman off the board at 54. I think that we are going to have a couple of, yeah, so crazy that like Breece Hall, Darren Waller fall to this point now. So crazy that Breece Hall and Darren Waller fall to the middle of the 5th. Sometimes to the end of the 5th, the beginning of the 6th. Michael Thomas goes 56. I have an idea of what we could possibly do. I have an idea. So Jalen Hurts goes. So we're going to go ahead. We're going to lock in Kyler Murray here. I guess we'll take Metcalf as well. I mean, my initial thought is that we are actually going to go ahead and we are going to take Kyler Murray and Jalen Hurts. Is that would be interesting to go and have the two elite level quarterbacks in the same draft that you had the other team going Justin Herbert and Lamar there at pick 47 and 50. Really just try to get as many of those guys onto rosters as possible. Then all of a sudden we could be in a spot where we are just forcing the rest of the draft room to have to push up those mid-level quarterbacks. Sky Dude says, been here all day, man. You're freaking killing it. Thank you, my man. I know you've been here all day. Thank you. And Not So Silent says, you will have more people copying your 24-hour draft marathon next year, right? Awesome job. Stay strong during the watching hour. Thank you, my friend. And if you have not noticed, everybody copies everything we do on YouTube. We're already used to it. Look at our titles. Look at our thought. Hey, we're used to it, my friend. But people want to build their brand as a copycat of our brand. In my opinion, all you're doing is spreading the flock. Okay. Now we have David Montgomery going 67. In that last draft, where 2 drafts ago, whenever my girlfriend was drafting, David Montgomery went at 78, pick 80. Absolutely wild in that draft value. Here, like, I'm still fine with the David Montgomery value at 67. I understand generally you want to be taking wide receivers in this range, but at the same time, do any wide receivers have upside to top 10 finish this year? Like Adam Thielen, Elijah Moore, Ayuk. I feel like it's going to be hard for... I would be more confident in betting that Montgomery has the top 10 finish at the running back position than Elijah Moore, Adam Thielen have a top 10 finish at the wide receiver. And then Roy Fitz says, playing the Crew 2 and watching you. Thank you, man. What is the Crew 2 here? Let me look this up. Looks like a racing game. Images. So our new racing games, like I played like a racing game like 10 years ago, and I remember it being like so realistic. And I'm not talking Mario Kart, obviously. I'm talking like one of those car games that you're actually like in the car. I remember it seeming like so realistic that it was crazy. And it was like a decade ago. Have they gotten better since then? Or like video games about the same? Ethan says, a morning from Australia, Mason. Good morning, my man. Happy to have you out here. And what time is it in Australia? Zach says he's here all night with us. Thank you, my man. Thank you. Okay. Sky Dude says, super nervous about my last draft. Need trade ideas in a shallow 1 quarterback, 2 running backs, 2 wide receivers, a tight end, and a flex. We got Burrow, Lance at quarterback. Obviously, if we can trade one of these QBs, it's ideal. Running backs, we have Joe Mixon, Elijah Mitchell, J.K. Dobbins, A.J. Dillon, Stephon Diggs. At receiver, A.J. Brown, Michael Thomas, Allen Robinson, Treylon Burks, George Pickens, Irv Smith Jr. Would love to know your thoughts. I think this is a great team, my man. Assuming that this is a 10 or a 12 team draft, I think this is a very strong roster. I mean, if we were to look to go ahead and do anything, of course, I mean, we have a couple different options we could go with. We could trade A.J. Brown for T. Higgins, get the stack up with Joe Burrow going into the season with Joe Burrow, Mixon, and Higgins going all in on that Cincinnati Bengals roster. If you don't want to do that, what we could also look to do is we could look to potentially try to move Diggs in a small piece, like Diggs and Treylon Burks, if we can get Jamar Chase. Long term, obviously, we want to trade Trey Lance in a package to get an upgrade somewhere else, like a Trey Lance and Irv Smith Jr., get an upgrade at tight end, but it's going to be hard to do that until we actually see Lance on the field as showing that elite level quarterback ceiling. Okay, Wilson goes. I think we take Amari and Clyde Edwards-Helaire. Yeah, let's go Amari and CEH. I'm not a massive Ramondre Stevenson fan in this range in particular. Okay, so Australia, it is 9 a.m. 9 a.m. Okay, so please, everybody in the chat right now, let me know what is your time zone. Let me know where you are from, and let me know what time it currently is. I wonder how many people are actually in America watching this at like 3, 4, 2, 1 in the morning versus if we have a lot of people from Australia right now. Sky Dude says he is CST. Okay, so he's rolling with us. We have CJ EST. So it's 4 a.m. there. Okay. Central for Eastern. Central. We have someone in Germany that's 10 a.m. Okay, that's a little more reasonable. Hawaii, 10 p.m. 1:04 a.m. in California. Yeah, so it looks like the majority of people are out here in America still. In the land of the free, home of the brave. Okay, so we have Hunter Renfrow 90, Rashad Bateman 91. I thought that there was maybe a large portion of people watching us from like Europe or Australia right now, if it was a reasonable time over there. Okay. Orlando says 4 a.m. in Florida, work the night shift. Hopefully work is going well, my friend. We're working the night shift too as well. We picked up a double today. Picked up a double. Roy says he's in Michigan. I think Michigan is... Actually, no. Michigan's Eastern, right? Depending on where you live in Michigan, I think it's Eastern. Maybe it's Central. Okay, so after this, we have Olave, Hunter Renfrow, MVS. Let me know, what do y'all think about me selecting Amari Cooper here? Because I feel like we've taken Amari in so many of these drafts. Like I said, I mean, here we're trying to optimize for weeks 15, 16, 17. I think we can have Deshaun Watson coming in during that time. I think Watson can elevate the overall ceiling to this offense. So I'll be excited about taking Amari Cooper with this format. Okay, so we go Hawkinson 95. Samwise says Amari is minus EV until big 94. I understand if you're looking at like a median projection. Yeah, like Amari Cooper probably gets outscored by a lot of these other guys here. But if we're looking at the range of outcomes that we specifically have in the fantasy football playoff tournament, like if Amari is the wide receiver 1 for Watson in weeks 15, 16, 17, who's outscoring him a wide receiver here? Chris Olave, Hunter Renfrow, MVS, Sky Moore. Realistically speaking, who is it? I have no idea. Okay, Damian Harris, Miles Sanders, and Kareem Hunt all off the board. George Pickens goes 103. Rob says he's never passing on Olave there. I don't know if maybe it's just because I'm too willing to believe that Michael Thomas comes in and he hits the ceiling, but I feel like it's very difficult for me to go through and pass on Michael Thomas in favor of Olave there. I'm sorry, pass on Amari in favor of Olave. I think if we're looking at the entire range of outcomes, I would even say Amari probably has a higher median projection, not even higher ceiling weeks 15, 16, 17. Julia says 4:08 a.m. still trying to get in a draft with you. Thank you, my friend, and I promise you, you will have the chance. I mean, it looks like there are significantly less people on this live stream now, so probably should be easy after this. Let's go ahead. Let's go back wide receiver here. Very rarely, I think you are going to get Tyler Lockett and Treylon Burks in this range. We already bet on DK Metcalf, so maybe we bet that somehow the Seattle Seahawks are slightly better than expected. And we go through and we get that correlation in here with Tyler Lockett as well. So I think it does make sense to make this pick. Okay. So let's move this down. Darrell Henderson going 110 here. Gavin says, does Underdog not work in Ontario? No, Underdog is not in Ontario. It's everywhere else in Canada. I don't think Ontario has any DFS. I think they did up until like last year. Underdog's not in Ontario, Nevada, Washington, Hawaii, Connecticut, Louisiana, Michigan. Now we have Chase Claypool, Rondale Moore, Devin Singletary off the board. I don't necessarily think that there's any individual player here that we're really hoping makes it back to us. I think we're in a good spot regardless. And Boyd goes 114. Okay. Closing in on 20 hours live. Obviously, the last 4 hours are going to be the toughest 4 hours. Just had some caffeine, so I think we'll probably be good. Okay, so after we take Burks here, I mean, I don't think we have to root for anything. We have a balanced roster. At running back, we have CEH, Najee Harris, James Conner. We have the elite level quarterback. It would be nice to get some tight ends on the way back around. Like, it would have been nice to have Pat Freiermuth make into us. Not the end of the world when he doesn't fall though. We have Gallup 123. Kristen says, does the flock sign change colors? Yes. We can go through. We change the colors in this entire setup. Probably should have done that a while ago. Let me know, what color do y'all like best for the lights down here? Go a little bit darker since it's night. And then for the flock sign, this is my probably favorite color for the flock sign. But we can go... I just kind of like when it's lit up like this. Okay. Dr. Bushwhack says, are you grabbing Lockett over DK Metcalf? Damn, no, we took DK Metcalf back there at pick 61. We get Lockett at pick 108. So no, we already took Metcalf on this team. Michael Carter off the board here, 128. I like a couple different players in this range. Irv Smith Jr. goes, so we can't grab a tight end here. I'm not going to reach on Alberto at 132, 133. Ethan says, thoughts on the Thursday night new ball. I mean, we didn't even see that until someone said it in a live stream a couple nights ago. And I was like, oh my God, what are you talking about? And then I looked it up on Twitter and I was like, is this happening? But obviously it's not. Now, Conor Berger on the clock has two quarterbacks already with Burrow and Russell Wilson. Imagine they can't go with a third. They only have three receivers with Jalen Waddle, Deontay Johnson, and Chris Olave. So I'm assuming that we see a wide receiver here, 131. And they go Garrett Wilson. They grab our guy. I kind of like, if we go Gainwell and Alexander Madison, we're done at running back. Maybe you get more excited about James Robinson now that he's going to go week one. Let's go Gainwell, just playing behind the elite level offensive line. And then let's go James Robinson as our fifth running back. We're not going to draft another RB. Please let me know in the live chat right now. Now that James Robinson's good to go week one, obviously still coming off the torn Achilles. Like we're not having sky high expectations for James Robinson by any means. But who are you preferring at this point? Would you rather have James Robinson or Alexander Madison? And of course, if you have not done so already, please go down there, drop a like in the live stream, guys. We're about to pass 4,300 likes in the stream. If you haven't dropped a like in the stream, no idea what's going on. We are almost 20 hours in. Julia says, watching on and off since 9 a.m. You're doing great. Thank you, my friend. Thank you. Smooth this down. Okay, so Sean says he'd rather have Robinson. Silver says Madison. Robinson. Okay. So I think we probably made the correct decision there. I mean, Alexander Madison probably has a higher ceiling. But at the same time, in a best ball format, getting touches on a week-to-week basis, I think is going to be valuable. So maybe if you're playing in like a casual redraft league, you prefer Alexander Madison because if something were to occur to Dalvin Cook, you obviously have a top 5 running back you plug in automatically, and you're never really going to play James Robinson outside of a Travis Etienne injury. But in best ball, maybe he does find himself just falling into the end zone a couple times in a random game where you'd never be able to predict it, but he would hit your starting lineup. Okay. KG Osborne off the board here, 141. So we're definitely looking for running backs off. I mean, McCole Hardman, 142. Great value on McCole Hardman. I would have been excited to get him back around, but obviously just very unrealistic to get Hardman on the way back around there. Sucks to see these wide receivers get drafted in this range in general. We're just really wanting more running backs off. Okay, so I guess if you were looking at it, I mean, there aren't too many running backs we should expect to get drafted in this range. Looks like this is a wide receiver and tight end run that's about to happen. I personally have the guys that we want, but we're really just hoping that some running backs go. Mighty Duck had 3 QBs, has Herbert, Lamar, and Derek Carr. Dear God. Did not notice that. Thank God we just went through and realized it, so we can make the adjustment with quarterbacks later on. If we're looking at QBs that could fit our team, obviously Watson. We go Geno Smith and mix it up a bit here. We have DK Metcalf and Lockett. I don't think that's the worst idea in the world. Go Watson for the elite level ceiling weeks 15, 16, 17. Pair up with Kyler Murray. And then go Geno Smith. Maybe seeing if we get a random spike week in there with DK Metcalf and Lockett. JD Recker out here again. Thank you, says, in a 14-team PPR league where we got Dak Prescott at quarterback, at running back, Austin Eckler, Elijah Mitchell, Rashad Penny, Raheem Mostert, Khalil Herbert, Samir White, Gus Edwards. So we're also doing a ton of running backs here. Wide receivers, Mike Evans, DK Metcalf, Darnell Mooney, Brandon Ayuk, DJ Chark. We have the elite level tight end with Mark Andrews as well. I really like the squad. I mean, there's not too much we can actually do. In a 14-team league, it's going to be much harder to make that 2-for-1 type trade. Just going out there, sacrificing our depth to get an upgrade in the starting lineup, knowing we're going to have a great option on the waiver wire at this time of year. So we probably sit on our hands right now. But if we do have like Rashad Penny starting off hot with no Kenneth Walker, obviously we're going to go through. We're going to look to try to sell high on Rashad Penny if that happens. Okay, let me move this down a bit. Chark, a 153 here. Okay, there's one player that I'm really wanting us to get at 156. I don't know if we're actually going to have him. Khalil Herbert goes 154. Okay, great. We're at least going to get one wide receiver here. We're going to get at least one receiver. We could possibly go tight end as well if we wanted. Christian Watson goes. Okay, we're going to go ahead. We're going to take Jalen Tolbert. And we're going to take KJ Hamler as well. Let me make sure. 8th receiver. Yeah, we need to take an 8th receiver here. I mean, with Jalen Tolbert, I'm not a massive fan of where he was being drafted previously. Y'all know we were calling him the worst pick in fantasy football when he was going before someone like Garrett Wilson consistently when he was going at the 10-11 turn in drafts. Like, it was horrendous. But now I think we are getting a compelling value on him in particular. I would be fine going through, making this pick. So let's draft him here. I don't think we need to think too much about it. I mean, especially if we have CeeDee Lamb, because if we have CeeDee Lamb, maybe we make the one consolidated bet on this roster that what happens if Michael Gallup doesn't make it back like we want him to? Now we have a donation coming out from Nico, says best fantasy football channel on YouTube. Keep it up, Mason. Thank you, my man. Thank you. I hope you are enjoying the live stream. I hope you've been able to hang out with us for the majority of it. And obviously, it has been a wild stream. An absolutely wild stream so far. Almost 20 hours in. It's definitely seeming like it's going by a little bit slower now. Okay. In Nation says a favorite active and favorite retired player. Probably favorite retired player, Andre Johnson. One of the first players I drafted in fantasy football. And favorite active player, like someone that I would love to do well, even if I haven't drafted him a lot this year, just because I'm a fan of the guy. I would love to see really all the wide receivers from 2014. Like if we could be getting Sammy Watkins breakout, love it. If we could get Odell Beckham Jr. doing well, love it. Okay. Now we have a Gesicki off the board. So we have that run on running backs, which is pretty good for us, obviously, when we took James Robinson at 133 and we're done drafting these guys the rest of the way. Okay, I think we're in a good spot. We need 3 tight ends. Of course, the issue is when we need 3 tight ends, we can only draft 1 more quarterback, but we don't have a single tight end in this roster. So yeah, we have to draft 3 of these guys. We have Kyler Murray as well with the double stack. So I think that we are going to be fine only drafting 2 QBs, even if I don't think it's the most optimal thing in the world. Like, I'd be okay, honestly, grabbing Watson and then maybe having a very unique team in the fantasy football playoffs if we can sneak it through. So McKinnon goes 172. Higbee falling. Oh my gosh, we get Higbee here. I love this team. Is there a chance we get Higbee? I figured with how Gesicki's been falling lately, I figured there was a decent shot we got Gesicki, but Higbee I was not expecting. So Hayden Hurst off the board here, and Higbee and Evan Ingram. All the tight ends are gone. All the tight ends are gone. Obviously, not the greatest for us. It is what it is, though. On the clock, we're not going likely. We're either quarterback or tight end at this point. We go Hooper and Fant. Hooper and Fant. And then we're going to go hop in another tight end. I mean, we're going to hop in another draft here. Obviously, we're going to look at tight end and quarterback for our next 2 picks. We'll definitely make sure we queue those guys up right now just in case we forget because it's 3:30. Okay, there are a couple different quarterbacks and tight ends that I think we'd be fine with on the way back around. Icon says, is it necessary to stack in home leagues? I'm personally trying to do it in as many drafts as we can, regardless of format. I don't necessarily think it's a necessity. And of course, if you were just now somehow coming into this live stream, 20 hours in, make sure you go down there, drop a like on the stream. Subscribe to the channel, because I'm assuming if you were subscribed, you would have already come in. You've already dropped that like. Dre says, how many shares of Geno Smith do you have? I don't think I've drafted. Maybe in like a super flex puppy draft we took Geno Smith. But outside of that, I don't know if we've drafted Geno in a single league. I can go through and I can look this up for you. So let's look this up first in super flex drafts on Underdog. Nope, no Geno Smith there. In your regular drafts as well. Nope, no Geno Smith. I have not drafted any Geno Smith. Because the thing with Geno is he also doesn't have rushing upside. If you look at what we had with him as a starting quarterback last year, he has no rushing upside. So where are the spike weeks going to come from? Okay, Eckler goes. So we're going to go ahead. We're going to lock in Stephon Diggs here. Knowing the running back values that we'll have later on for us. There are a lot of different names. I don't know. With Jimmy's obviously out here in every single draft with us. Buzzy, I think, is the name we see out here very often as well. So Dalvin Cook, Derrick Henry, go. Dan says, craziest day on Underdog. Haven't been able to get into one of these with you. You're killing me, bro. Still over here rock with you. Thank you. I'm sorry, my man. How many drafts have we done here? Once Puppy 4 fills, like I'm sure on like Wednesday night or Thursday leading up till kickoff, we will go through. We'll get some more private drafts going. But yeah, how many drafts have we done today? We did we did 2 private drafts. How many puppy drafts have we done? Puppy 4. We've done this are 28. So okay, so this is all like 32nd draft today. I'm sorry, my man. I'm sorry. Okay, so now we are on the clock after going Diggs. I think Swift obviously looks like a great value, but I think if we're looking to have a unique build here, there's actually going to be a million Stephon Diggs and DeAndre Swift teams. So let's go ahead. Let's try to go Deebo Samuel. Just have a unique build in general in a tournament-style draft on Underdog that not too many other rosters are going to match. So even if we think Swift is a significantly better option, I think specifically because this is a tournament-style draft on Underdog, we can get away with this. Now, Chris says, I'm not as big into fantasy this year as the year before. Why is Robert Woods falling so low and not getting picked at all? I mean, I think if Robert Woods is not getting picked in your league, that's absolutely ridiculous. Go through and pick him up off the waiver wire. But at the same time, he's going to be playing in a run-first offense. They should be looking forward at... Sorry, wait a sec. We're just making our next pick. They should be looking to go through and get Treylon Burks more and more involved in the offense. You have Robert Woods coming off the torn ACL. Those would be the negatives against Robert Woods, but over the past 3 years, he has averaged a top 24 finish at the wide receiver position. So I would agree with you that Robert Woods probably a very strong value at ADP. So if you wanted to go draft Robert Woods with where he's going, I'm not going to argue with you at all, my friend. Okay. So now we have Kyle Pitts here, 24. Okay. Drew says, look at that Mark Andrews. Yeah, Mark Andrews Lamb on the same roster. Going back to what we did with Deebo Samuel, I think you can kind of see that team there deciding to maybe just go with a unique approach to their first two picks. We actually have some Best Ball Mania teams that look like that. Obviously, Mark Andrews was being drafted a lot earlier on Best Ball Mania earlier this year. Let's see what we're going to have here. Chubb goes. Yeah, we'll take Higgins or Allen. Like, if Higgins makes it, we're going to take T. Higgins at 31. Cloud Kingdom has two running backs with Austin Eckler and DeAndre Swift. We drafted a lot of teams with Eckler and DeAndre Swift this year. DJ Moore goes. Yeah, so let's go ahead. Let's take T. Higgins. I mean, I don't think there are going to be many teams with this combination of players. Personally, I think this is going to be a very unique build that we're looking at. Austin says, is Treylon Burks startable week 1? No. You're talking to a Treylon Burks fan. I think that Treylon Burks does have a very high ceiling and is someone that's disrespected in fantasy football in general. But for the love of God, go through and play him week 1. You would be way, way over your skis on that. I'm going to have to keep Treylon Burks on the bench every single week until we actually see something. So now Lamar Jackson off 37. Okay, so that team's very unique there. Gabriel Davis off the board. Jalen Waddle, Terry McLaurin. I mean, if ETN falls 6 picks past his ADP, I think we go ahead. We take ETN. Yeah, let's go ahead. Let's take ETN. Obviously, we are a little more concerned now that we have James Robinson. Good to go week 1. Like, was not expecting that at all, but still, I think it's a strong value. We don't take a running back through the first 3. He is a running back that has a very high ceiling in the receiving game. And Jared coming out and says, can you rate my team in a 10-team, 2-quarterback format? We have Mahomes and Herbert. Obviously fantastic. Beyond that, at running back, we have CMC, Cam Akers, Chase Edmonds, Miles Sanders, Brian Robinson on the IR, Higgins, Mike Williams, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Amari Cooper, Michael Gallup, Kyle Pitts at tight end. Any suggestions? Starter said, love the team. I honestly don't think that we can have any suggestions on how to make the team better through trade. It's obviously an elite level team when we already have Mahomes and Herbert in a super flex league. Regarding our start sets week 1, I actually maybe start Edmonds over Akers. It's a very tough matchup against New England. Akers doesn't have an easy matchup either. Let's go ahead. Let's start CMC, Edmonds. Keep in mind, we have been live for over 20 hours now, so I'm losing my mind a little bit. Wide receiver, I think we go ahead. I think we look to play Higgins. Mike Williams, a great matchup against the Las Vegas Raiders, where I think this will be a very high scoring contest. And then for the flex, we're definitely going to hammer in a wide receiver here. I think we go with Amon-Ra St. Brown. Amari Cooper is going to be impossible to play in a very low scoring contest, which Jacoby Brissett at quarterback. Eternal says high ceiling for the year, Michael Thomas or Hollywood Brown. Thank you, my man, for coming out. I would say the higher ceiling at the beginning portion of the season, honestly, probably going to end up being Hollywood Brown. It's going to be an extremely fast-paced offense there in Arizona, where we know that you are going to have a very high passing rate over expectation at the same time. So let's go ahead. I think we can say with confidence that you do have a higher ceiling from Hollywood. Maybe when DeAndre Hopkins comes back in, it's going to be a little bit of a different story. Okay. Now, A.J. Dillon going 52. Okay, the stream's lagging a bit here, but Kittle goes. I actually kind of like Waller over Amon-Ra St. Brown, but if we're looking at Amon-Ra St. Brown's ADP, I think it's a very unique pick here, 55. A lot of other drafts we've taken Darren Waller today. We haven't really, I think the only draft we took Amon-Ra St. Brown in today was when we were drafting. And my girlfriend took him earlier on, and when we were drafting with Nick took him earlier on. But I think this is our first draft with Amon-Ra, but at the same time, I'll pick 55. It is going to be okay. Okay. So now Darren Waller goes 58. Darren Waller would have been, honestly, my favorite player outside of Amon-Ra St. Brown here. I think I actually prefer Waller over St. Brown, if we're going to be honest, straight up. So great value with Darren Waller, pick 58. Love what that team's done at pick 10 so far. Then Dalton Schultz goes 61. I'm honestly fine seeing Dalton Schultz go. I think this is going to push down value that we like. I've been taking so many running backs here in the middle of the sixth. Getting J.K. Dobbins, getting David Montgomery here is just going to be an absolute no-brainer for me. Kendrick says, rankings for week one. Next video, yes, we have a wide receiver week one rankings video coming out tomorrow. And then in the next day, we'll probably get y'all a running back rankings video. Okay. So Damian Pierce goes 63. Not necessarily a running back that we were going to be looking at. Darnell Mooney off the board. Yeah, so we're locked into Montgomery or J.K. Dobbins, whoever we get. I love both these running backs at this price point. I think both have a lot of... I think both compared to the wide receivers here are significantly more appealing. I'll say that. So let's see who we end up getting. Elijah Moore goes. We're going to go ahead. We're going to take a David Montgomery, pick 66. Never been a massive fan of David Montgomery, but when everybody and their mom thinks he's the worst pick in fantasy this year and we're getting him at 66, getting him in the 7th round as well, I'll be excited about it. Okay. Dobbins goes immediately after a pick 67. Bobcat says, good morning, Mason. I just woke up for work. How are you currently doing? I'm doing great, my man. We're doing great. We got some more caffeine in. We have about 3.5 hours to go. I'm doing great. Jayan out here in the chat with us again. Thank you for coming out. Guys, I'm not going to lie. Easier than I expected. This is the longest I've stayed up probably since I was like 12. Definitely easier than I expected. Not easy, but I thought this was going to be horrible, and it's fine. We're rolling through this. So at quarterback in the way back route, I mean, we could go Burrow, pairs up with Higgins. We could go Lance, pairs up with Debo. I think either quarterback we'd be excited about. I mean, we're very strong at wide receiver. We have Stephon Diggs, Debo Samuel, T. Higgins, and Amon-Ra St. Brown. At running back, we have Travis Etienne and David Montgomery. Hopkins goes 76. Okay, so yeah, I think the top three players are the guys that we're looking at here at 79. Joe Izzo on the clock, has Kittle at tight end. So I wonder if they decide to go ahead and they decide to grab a quarterback one in Trey Lance here, pair up with Kittle. Personally, I would. We're hoping they don't. No, they can instead go Burrow. They had Jamar Chase as well. Cloud Kingdom, I don't know if they want to go ahead. They take Trey Lance. Maybe they want Drake London as their fourth wide receiver. We're going to take whoever they leave us between these two guys in Trey Lance and Drake London. I think it's going to be a no-brainer selection for us as well. See what Cloud Kingdom decides to do. Goes Drake London. So we're going to get Trey Lance. Honestly, guys, this is best case scenario. We get Lance here pairing up with Debo Samuel, pick 79. Lance, obviously, with the elite rushing ceiling as well. Oh, my gosh. This is a great pick. I think this is one of our best drafts so far. At wide receiver, Stephon Diggs, Debo Samuel, T. Higgins, Amon-Ra St. Brown. At running back, we have the combo of Travis Etienne, David Montgomery, having the elite level quarterback at tight end. I mean, elite level quarterback with Lance here as well. Love this start. Through the first 7 rounds, I don't think you can draw up a better start than this. Shia Solo says, what is your dollar size in these? So these are going to be the $5 puppy drafts on Underdog. I believe it's a $500,000 prize pool. Like, there are over 100,000 entries into this contest over the next few days. So yeah, it's a $5 buy-in tournament style draft on Underdog. Of course, if you want to draft with us, go to the link in the live chat, go to the link in the description, go sign up for Underdog Fantasy. Use promo code FLOCK. They have player props. They have best ball drafts. So since they're best ball, no time commitment at all during the season. And we are firing up a lot of these as well. Okay, I'm about to piss myself though, and we got to fill up my water too. The thing is, if I keep drinking water, I got to keep on going pee, but my voice kills me if you don't drink water. God, stuck in a tough spot, ladies and gentlemen. Penny goes 88. I wasn't going to take Penny here regardless. I think we just go whoever makes it between Brady and Tony. Hunt goes. We'll take Brady, and I think we can get Russell Gage. I think we can get Julio Jones later on at a fair price. And Rashad White's been falling as well. So there are a couple different options that we can go with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Let's go Brady, and then I'm going to run pee and fill up my water. Okay, there we go. We are back and sitting pretty with a very good team. Now let's move this over. We're hoping that we get more quarterbacks off the board. Stafford going 91 is a good spot. Now, Uncle Mike says rostering 8 running backs and Jonathan Taylor, Elijah Mitchell, A.J. Dillon, Kareem Hunt, Tony Pollard, Melvin Gordon, and Nyheim Hines, and Alexander Madison. Feels like overkill, but they fell so low. I felt like we had to do them. What are you doing? If we're rostering 8 running backs, we have to ask ourselves, what point can we go through and be confident when we're putting one of these guys in our starting lineup? Like, even if Jonathan Taylor were to go down due to injury, are we excited about starting Nyheim Hines? I don't necessarily think so. I don't think the role changes for Nyheim Hines in Indianapolis. So I personally would like to go through. I'd like to probably just move off of Hines if we could. We're going to go ahead and we're going to take, let's take James Cook here. Or, no, let's take Cordell Patterson. We've had James Cook fall into us in a lot of these other drafts. But like, move off Hines. Like, if Javonte Williams goes down, you're going through, you're playing Melvin Gordon. If Ezekiel Elliott goes down, you're going through and you're playing Tony Pollard. If Dalvin Cook goes down, you're going through, you're playing Alexander Madison. You may end up having Antonio Gibson as the starting running back here in Washington. We don't even really know what that situation is going to look like. If Aaron Jones goes down, you're playing A.J. Dillon. Like, if Nick Chubb goes down, we're playing Kareem Hunt. We know every single one of these guys, and a lot of these players give you high floors as well. Guys like Hunt, Dillon. I would argue that Pollard has higher points per game than he might straight up. So I think there's no reason to roster Hines. Even if Jonathan Taylor were to go down, you're never excited to put him in your starting lineup. I think we go ahead. We just drop him. Obviously, if you could get something through trade, you would, but I don't think you can. And Brian coming out says, rate my 12-team PPR draft. At quarterback, we have Lamar Jackson, Trevor Lawrence. Okay, so assuming that this is a regular team, not a best ball draft like Underdog Fantasy, you only need one quarterback. Let's drop Trevor Lawrence when we have Lamar Jackson. Running back, we have Jonathan Taylor, Damian Pierce, Darrell Henderson, Jamal Williams. Wide receiver, we have, please tell me we have the elite level tight end. Wide receiver, we have Keenan Allen, DK Metcalf, Amari Cooper, Robert Woods, McCole Hardman, George Pickens, Romeo Doubs. Tight end, thank God, we have Mark Andrews. We also have Gesicki. I think you don't even need a roster backup quarterback here. I think you don't need a roster backup tight end, assuming that this is not a best ball league. I think that we would look to get rid of both of those guys. Overall, I think it's a great team. If we could go package together like Mike Gesicki and Damian Pierce for a running back that you like slightly more, that is something that I'd look to do. Like if we get Breece Hall, I think someone with the higher ceiling down the stretch, I would be interested in that. But there's the outside chance. Yeah, we get James Cook on the way back around. That's exactly why we decided to take Cordell Patterson instead of James Cook, thinking that there was a strong shot that we had James Cook on the way back at 114, which we have seen him fall into this range, and maybe Cook doesn't have the role week 1, but if we're trying to draft for weeks 15, 16, 17, I think this will be the no-brainer pick. Now, Young Gun Media coming out, thank you, says, in a 14-team PPR league where we got to start 3 wide receivers. Okay, so definitely depth is going to matter in this format. At quarterback, we got Russell Wilson. At wide receiver, we have Justin Jefferson, T. Higgins, Darnell Mooney. We have at running back, A.J. Dillon, Montgomery. We have the elite level tight end with Travis Kelce, Tony Henderson, White, Rondell Moore, Nico Collins, Justin Fields, Romeo Doubs, Dontrell Hilliard. I think we go through, we drop Dontrell Hilliard. I know it's a 14-team league. Obviously, we got to go a little bit deeper. But if we have to start 3 wide receivers, I would rather just pick up a wide receiver with upside. Overall, I think it's a great team. There aren't too many things I could say. Like, we trade Darnell Mooney for Sutton or Jerry Jeudy, we do it in a heartbeat when we have Russell Wilson. But in reality, I don't even know if we can make that deal. I think it's a great team. In a 14-team league, it's great. It feels like a 10-team format. I'd be very worried for you. But it's very hard to suggest anything with that roster, if I'm going to be honest with you, man. But thank you so much, of course. Okay, so let's move this down. Gallup goes 122. Julio goes 121. Y'all know we are looking for Julio Jones on the way back around whenever we have this Tom Brady build here. But I think that there are a couple different options. I think we can go Rashad White. We can go Russell Gage. We're still not out on the possibility of grabbing a Tampa Bay Buccaneers player. Here, let's move this down. Y'all know I like Garrett Wilson. And Gage has been someone plummeting with the news that we have regarding the availability of Chris Godwin at the beginning of the year. Justin Fields goes, we're going to go Garrett Wilson. We're going to try to get greedy here and get Russell Gage on the way back around in the 12th. This worked out for us in a draft earlier today. I think Gage is the pick we probably need, but at the same time, I think with the Chris Godwin news, we end up getting him later on. Okay. Let's move this down. We're about to pass 4,400 likes in the live stream. If you have not gone down there and dropped a like in the stream yet, ladies and gentlemen, what are you doing? We've been live for over 20 hours here. Go down there, drop that like, subscribe to the channel. And Rob says, after the top 3 wide receivers went, I took Stephon Diggs at 6, but was able to get Swift, Connor, Godwin, Michael Thomas, Elijah Mitchell, Dawson Knox, Cole Kmet, Robert Woods, Rondell Moore, and Tony Pollard later on. I like the team. In general, I'm not a massive fan of rostering 2 tight ends here, but I think if we get one of Cole Kmet or Dawson Knox to have a hot start to the season, and maybe then we can look to go through and we can look to sell one of the given players. But as it stands, I think it's a strong roster. I'm just not a massive Dawson Knox guy because I do think that we see some serious touchdown regression for Knox if we look at his target share with what he had in Buffalo last year. At the same time, if we look at his yards per route run. Now we have Jarvis 133. Gage goes. That does suck. Obviously, we were looking for Russell Gage on the way back around, but he goes before Romeo does, goes before Isaiah McKenzie, which usually doesn't happen. Where did James... Okay, James Robinson went 129. I was going to say we could go James Robinson here in the 12th round as we did in the last draft. Kenneth Gainwell off the board. Okay, Romeo Doubs falling 16 picks past his ADP. I'm not even a massive fan of him. Like, I do prefer Alexander Madison in a vacuum, but if we're looking at trying to build a super team in a tournament style contest, I think that he does get the bonus that he is going to be that rookie where maybe at the end of the day, you're looking at him as a player that has the breakout for the final month of the season when we actually need him. I'm not a massive Allen Lazard believer. I kind of want to be shorting Allen Lazard where we can. We know he's playing in an elite level offense, So let's go ahead. Let's take him here at pick 138. I mean, wide receiver is probably the pick almost regardless. I was really hoping we got Russell Gage here, but obviously when that doesn't happen, we can go through and we can just make a pivot. So Rachaad White goes for 141 as well. Maybe we should have taken just Rachaad White. Got the 5th running back here. We have seen Rachaad White falling in these drafts as well. Just a difficult spot to be in. I feel like we're getting a lot of these Tampa Bay Buccaneers players falling, except in this one draft where we have Brady. Okay, so the recovery coming out says 3 hours and 40 minutes. How you feeling, my man? Feeling great. Feeling great. But much better than I expected to. Okay. Now we have Matt Ryan off the board, 148 here. Let's swing this back around. Obviously, at this point, we're out of luck in regards of drafting Tampa Bay Buccaneers players. Not the end of the world. I mean, obviously, maybe Brady gets us there during the season and Lance has the 3-week stretch we look for in weeks 15, 16, 17. I don't know. I don't know how we're going to spin this. But at this point, we can't go quarterback. We're not looking at Winston. We need a tight end. We don't have a tight end yet. If we see someone like KB, might as well go with Alberto here with Adultus hitting the IR. I mean, I think that he is a little bit more appealing. You're not having to worry about him as much being the tight end that just stays in lines and block. Okay, so let's move this down. So David and Njoku, Gerald Everett going here. We still need 3 tight ends. I mean, we waited this long to grab Alberto. Like, I'm only really drafting 2 tight ends if we end up getting someone in the, at least the cutoffs Goddard. Cutoffs Goddard. Or if we get 2 of, like, Dawson Knox and Zach Ertz. But very rarely does that happen. Okay. Jameis Winston goes 158. It's a player that I really like on the way back around if we can get him. I don't necessarily know if it's possible, but we'll see. We'll see. No, KJ Hamler goes. Never mind. We're not getting Hamler here. Would have been so excited to get KJ Hamler and Alberto in the same squad. I think we reach and essentially go all in on making the bet that, never mind. I was going to say making the bet that you don't have Allen Lazard as a great option here in Green Bay. Maybe we still take another Green Bay player, this time at the tight end position, and Robert Tonyan. I like the Robert Tonyan value this year compared to where he was being drafted a year ago. I think it's a significantly better situation now where we're not having to deal with Devontae Adams. At the same time, you're getting him at a significantly cheaper price point. So this is the year to draft Robert Tonyan, in my opinion, not last year. Okay, so let's move this down. And obviously, this is still an elite level offense. But we have the Jacoby Show says, not fantasy related, but what is your early Super Bowl prediction? Love the streams. Thank you, my friend. We talked about this on a live stream a while ago. I guess maybe we haven't done it. We haven't talked about it in a couple of weeks. I think that the Super Bowl this year, we are getting a preview of it on Thursday. I think we get the preview of it on Thursday. Out of the NFC, I'm going with the Rams. I mean, just a complete roster. Obviously, it's boring. We're betting that the Super Bowl champs get there. And with the AFC, we're betting that the best team gets there. We're betting that the Buffalo Bills do. So we're going Buffalo and Los Angeles for the Super Bowl this year. Let me know what y'all are doing. Let me know what y'all are doing. Okay. Tara says, this isn't a stream, it's a river. This is an ocean. This is an ocean. Daniel says, the team at 12 went all Ravens and Cowboys. Well, we'll go through and we'll check out that team in 1 second. But let me know what y'all Super Bowl's prediction is. I'm going to go Rams, Bills win it. Obviously, it's the most boring call ever. I think the Bills are the favorite right now. But there's a reason for that. Yeah, we're taking running back here almost regardless. As our Khalil Herbert here, 23 picks behind ADP as our 5th RB with this build. I mean, we have David Montgomery, but maybe this is how we sneak a David Montgomery team through. I like this team. It would have been so much better if we had like Russell Gage making it to us where we wanted. Maybe we should have taken Russell Gage over Garrett Wilson, but at the end of the day, I think that this is such a strong roster overall. I think this is a fantastic team. Okay, so let's move this down. Marvin Jones goes 180. So honestly, I think when we have these 5 running backs, we don't have to take another running back if we don't want to. I mean, this running back room is pretty strong. We have ETN, David Montgomery, Cordell Patterson, James Cook, Khalil Herbert. I think we're in a good spot. Obviously, we need a 3rd tight end. I think we can go with 8 receivers if we want with this build. I mean, we have Diggs, Debo, Higgins, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Garrett Wilson, Romeo Doubs. I think that we go definitely with the 3rd tight end. And I think regarding our last spot between a 6th running back or an 8th receiver, it's just going to depend on the value. I think that we stay flexible. But Josh coming out says a 9th pick in a 12-team league, PPR double flexes. We got Lamar Jackson, a quarterback. A running back, we have Aaron Jones, Tony Pollard. Wide receiver, we have Cooper Kupp, Terry McLaurin. We have the tight end, David Njoku. Hopefully, we're rostering a 2nd tight end with this build in particular. Let's go ahead. Let's take Galladay. It's the worst pick in the world. I understand. Everybody's going to tell me I get it. We're going to go Galladay. In a best ball format, maybe he can get behind the defense once or twice this year. But going back to this other team, DJ Moore in the flex. Then we have Rashad Bateman on the bench. Sorry, Bateman as well in the flex. We have 2 flex spots here. So I actually like building around the wide receiver position. We have Godwin down there in the bench as well. So we're going to be waiting on Gallup to get healthy, waiting on Godwin to get healthy, waiting on Brian Robinson to get healthy, waiting on Kenneth Walker to get healthy. I think this is a team that has a lot of upside down the stretch. Obviously, it's going to be very difficult to make a 2-for-1 type deal. However, when we're sitting with this many players on our bench that aren't going to be able to be put in our starting lineup early on this season. So I like the team for the long-term upside. At the beginning portion of the year, though, I do think we'll struggle a little bit. Okay. Let's move this down. Brevin Jordan going 191 here. Dennis says, in a 10-team half PPR league, we got Joe Burrow at quarterback. We have Tom Brady at quarterback. At running back, we have CMC, Leonard Fournette. Okay, so we have some correlation in here with Tom Brady and Leonard Fournette. We have the elite level tight end, Mark Andrews. Oh my gosh, we can't talk. And then after that, at wide receiver, we have T. Higgins, Cortland Sutton, Connor Dobbins at running back as well, and Ramondre Stevenson, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Rashad Bateman, Allen Robinson, Kenyon Drake, Drake London. I love the team. I think we have so much upside, but at the same time, I think this depth is a little bit overkill. Even while we wait for J.K. Dobbins to get back, I think if we can, we go ahead and we look to try to package together one of these bench wide receivers, someone like an Allen Robinson. We can package him with a Sutton in the starting lineup and go and get a stud wide receiver like Mike Evans to correlate with Tom Brady. I think that would make a lot of sense. Let's see what we want here. We need a 3rd tight end, as we already said. Cameron Brate goes. Let's go ahead. Let's get Taysom Hill in the tournament draft. Taysom Hill maybe makes a start at quarterback, which is highly unlikely. But maybe he comes out here and he crushes and gives us quarterback production in that tight end spot. Not necessarily something we're expecting to have, though. Okay, so let's move this down. So we are one. I think we could go wide receiver or running back. Let's just see what player we get at pick 210. Let's keep it a little bit flexible here. I mean, I think that we are strong if you look at the roster overall. I think in a tournament style draft, most people are going to make the argument that we need to go ahead. We need to take the wide receiver, but I want it be. It's the 18th round. Might be too opposed to take a running back. I mean, they can hit our flex spot possibly. Just depends on the value that we end up getting. Isaiah Likely off the board. Corey Davis goes as well. Okay, if we get this wide receiver that we want, I think most of y'all know who we want. We will go ahead and we'll take him. This team on the clock has 4 tight ends. Andrews, Schultz, Hunter Henry, Mo Alley Cox. No idea what they're doing over here. No idea what's going on. Frenzy says, so consensus has Christian Kirk faded. Yeah, everybody's off Christian Kirk. I'm actually buying the dip on Christian Kirk. We're going to get him in the 14th round. I think he is one of the best values you can find at this point. Eno goes 206, so that is one of the running backs that would be intriguing. God, why do I have to pee so much? I think, should we just eat a protein bar, get some more salt in our system? Or maybe, how gross would it be to put actual salt in our water? I'm not trying to hydrate myself. We're overhydrated. I just need to drink something to literally soothe my throat. But David Bell goes. That sucks. You know what? Actually, we probably need to take an 8th receiver. We probably need to take an 8th receiver. Jeff Wilson goes, so we're going to go Devin Duvernay or Donovan Peoples-Jones. Let's go Devin Duvernay. Y'all know, as we've said a million times, went to college with him. Someone I want to root for. Hook 'em horns. And let's go through. Let's show off the strap board. And then we are going to fire into our next puppy draft here on Underdog. And dear God, I don't know. People saying warm tea soothes the throat. I know it soothes the throat, guys. I'm fine with my throat in general if we can keep drinking water. But the issue is if we keep drinking water and we have no food, I got to piss myself every 10 seconds. Okay, so let's move this over. Okay, we get the 106 in this draft. Honestly, I think this is an interesting spot if we're looking at the majority of drafts now, taking Austin Eckler in the top 5. And we are going to get Jamar Chase falling to us in 6. Okay, if that happens, that will be very exciting. Okay. Hendricks says, wash your hands, Mason. My friend. I am a 23, about to be 24-year-old man. Just went pee in my own bathroom. Washing your hands for children. Come on. Okay, so yeah, we get Jamar Chase here at 6. It's so weird that everybody's just all aboard taking Eckler over Jamar Chase at this point. 100% all in on Jamar Chase. 100% in on Jamar Chase here at pick 6. We have Diggs 7, Dalvin Cook 8. Josh Allen goes 9 here. Okay, so this does look like it's going to be a crazy draft. And let's see what that Josh Allen team that went 9 ends up doing. Do they go with another quarterback? Sometimes you'll see teams come in here and just go like 3 quarterbacks in a row and just go absolutely crazy. You will see some teams come in here and go absolutely nuts. So we have Joe Mixon, Najee Harris here at the 1-2 turn. I mean, if we're going to be looking at this, I think we will have an interesting player making it back around to us. Pick 6. Seems like the majority of Jamar Chase teams you're now getting, you get Aaron Jones in the 2nd round. Are we getting Aaron Jones here? No, Aaron Jones goes 16. We're going to get DeAndre Swift. I feel like the amount of drafts that you were able to get DeAndre Swift and Jamar Chase in a month ago in the same roster, it literally would never happen. Literally, it was never happening. No-brainer selections here for me. I think that you have a very high upside at wide receiver. I think you have a very high upside at running back. A balanced start as well. Okay, Javonte Williams goes 21. Andrews goes 20. I love this start. It's one of my favorite starts of the night. Okay, what are we getting in the 3rd? I feel like we're going to get a receiver here in the 3rd round, or maybe Kyle Pitts makes it to us. Are we getting Pitts or Fournette? Yeah, it's probably another T. Higgins, Jamar Chase team where we go Joe Burrow in the 7th. It's something that you used to never be able to do, but today in particular, I don't know why Higgins has been falling to the late 3rd in so many of these drafts. Fournette goes. Yeah, we're going to go ahead. We're going to get T. Higgins here. I don't know what's going on. I don't know why Higgins is falling this much. I feel like every team in this draft contest is going to have Jamar Chase, T. Higgins, and then Joe Burrow in the 7th. I feel like it's going to be a very common start through the first 3 rounds. See what that team at 9 decides to do. Have to go in Josh Allen to pick 9. And KC Kryptonite coming out, thank you, says in a 12-team PPR Dynasty League where we have 1 quarterback, 2 wide receivers, 2 running backs, a tight end, and 3 flex. Streaming Matt Ryan week 1, Wide receiver, we have A.J. Brown, Chris Godwin, Drake London, Sky Moore, George Pickens, Julio Jones, MVS. We have Jameson Williams on the IR. At running back, we have Joe Mixon, Aaron Jones, J.K. Dobbins, Breece Hall, A.J. Dillon, Dearness Johnson, tight end. Week 1 start. Okay, so if we're starting 2 wide receivers here, automatic guys, we're having to start A.J. Brown. And beyond that, if Godwin plays, we probably have to play Godwin. If Godwin sits, we probably go Julio Jones. And then for our 2 running backs, we're going to go ahead. We're going to play Joe Mixon, Aaron Jones, no brainer. There for the flex spots, it gets a little difficult. I think we're playing Dillon at the flex. I think we're going to go through and probably have to play MVS at the flex spot in a good matchup against Arizona. And then Dobbins, if reports are sounding like he's going to have a large role. If he is not, then Breece Hall. Difficult spot to be in. It's such a weird dynasty team in that we are stuck halfway between being a win now roster and a rebuilding team with a couple different assets across the board. I don't exactly know what we look to do there, my friend. I don't exactly know what we're looking to do. Okay, so we have the team at 12 deciding to go Mixon, Najee, Connor through the first 3 rounds. Swing this back around. So we have Swift, Chase, and Higgins. I love this start. I just feel like this is more common now than what it used to be. I feel like more teams now have the ability to get Higgins on the same roster as Chase, where it just used to never be something that you could get. Okay, Zeke goes. We get. Okay. Okay. This is the team. This is the team, ladies and gentlemen. If we are getting Waddle here at 47, I'm sorry, the 407, pick 43, paired up with Chase, T. Higgins, this is such a high upside squad. I could not be more excited about this. Okay, so Lamar goes 49. I honestly don't necessarily think we're dying to grab any quarterbacks in this range, knowing that we are all in on this Cincinnati Bengals offense. We definitely want to make sure that we're getting Burrow in the 7th, which it should be easy for us to get Burrow in the 7th as well. Jalen Hurts goes 51. Breece Hall, 52. Swing this back around. So we have some of these wide receivers making it to us. So you know what? I like Waller, but when Godwin looks like he's good to go, I think we're going to go through. We're going to fire up Chris Godwin. Let's make sure we're getting more Godwin in our life when he falls here. I think we potentially have 4 wide receiver ones in this team and a top 3 running back. Could not be more excited about this. Now, after this, we have Dawson Knox goes at 57. Okay, so that team just has to be a massive Buffalo Bills fan. They're going Allen at 9, Gabriel Davis at 40, Dawson Knox. Oh my gosh. So this is just going to push down more value to us. Y'all know I'm not necessarily looking for Dawson Knox later on in this draft as well. So this is just the best thing possible. This is just the best thing possible for us. Okay, so let's move this down. We have Brandon Cooks finally off the board at 59. Y'all know I'm not a massive Brandon Cooks guy. I think he has a very high floor, but at the same time, I don't necessarily know what the ceiling looks like. But I mean, this value in particular, you have to get excited about Brandon Cooks. So let's swing this around. Kyler Murray potentially making it back to us. If Kyler Murray were to fall, I think we'd take him. Put us in a very interesting spot. You know, if every team's getting Higgins, Burrow in the first and third round and then pairing it up with, Higgins and Chase in the first and third rounds, I would say it would be interesting if we went Kyler here and then Hopkins in the 7th to possibly have a unique build that way. But no, we don't even have that option. Adam Thielen off the board. Is this a crazy team? Where's the crazy team? Yeah, the Adam Thielen pick was the crazy team. Okay, so in Buzzy, what did they do? They go Darnell Mooney. I don't know if that was an auto pick. Y'all know I really like the running backs in this range. We're going to take David Montgomery, J.K. Dobbins in the middle of the 6th round all day. Dobbins goes in front of Montgomery this time. So we're going to get David Montgomery here at pick 67. No brainer. I don't have to think about this too much. I think if we're looking at the upside that we possibly have for the wide receivers in this range, it's not like I think a lot of these wide receivers could come out here and just be true league winning type players. So even if you think that David Montgomery has the cap ceiling, what I'd say is, okay, well, he's the running back 7 on a points per game basis. Back in 2020, obviously in a horrible situation as well. I'm excited to go through and grab him here. Okay, so now let's smooth this down. We got Elijah Mitchell, Dalton Schultz off the board. We are going to go ahead. We're going to try to get Joe Burrow in the 7th. 9 times out of 10, we should be able to get Burrow because we have Higgins, we have Chase. And really, the Higgins-Chase team's the only team that looks for Burrow in this range. Yeah, I feel like, I mean, we did not draft a lot of David Montgomery at the beginning of the offseason. But now that he falls here, like I'm drafting him everywhere we can here. Edmonds goes. So does Josh Jacobs. Christian Kirk off the board. Actually, Burrow's off. I guess we go Elijah Moore. Obviously, we really wanted Burrow, but at the same time, it's not the end of the world if Burrow goes. I think if anything, it's going to be a much more unique combo getting Elijah Moore here at 78. Now, it's going to be difficult for us to find elite upside at the quarterback position in particular, but I don't know. Maybe we get the cheat code. Maybe get Watson later on. I don't exactly know what we're going to be looking at. Okay, so Drake London and Devonta Smith go directly after us. So let's move this down. we want to see wide receivers go. We want to see wide receivers go off the board. Patrick says, just woke up, and the first thing I wanted to do is see if you were on live. Let me know if you pulled up YouTube and you just woke up and you found the live stream. Did you have to go out of your way searching for it, or was it like on the YouTube recommended page for you? Did you have to go out of your way searching, or was it just automatically recommended? Now, Dallas Goedert, 85. Would have been nice to have Russ on the way back around. So we have Swift, Munt, and David Montgomery at running back. Amari Cooper off the board. Reiner says, first recommended for me. Thank you. As soon as I open the app, front page. Thank you, guys. Thank you for filling me in on that. I don't know how YouTube, the algorithm works. I have a good idea on the algorithm in general, but when we're live this long, I have no idea. Rodgers goes 88. This is Army guy thing. This is the Allen team. Yeah, so that's the crazy drafter. We have Stevenson, 89. Maybe if we want to have access to it. You know what? We're going to go Brady here. We took Godwin. Maybe this is how we stand out from the crowd, where we have Jamar Chase and T. Higgins build without Joe Burrow. And instead, we go ahead and maybe we build a secondary stack with Tom Brady, Chris Godwin, and then look to get Russell Gage in the 12th, or maybe we get Julio Jones in the 11th, depending on what the value is. Gustavo coming out. Thank you, my man, says, in a 12-team league starting Lamar Jackson at quarterback and wide receiver, we have CeeDee Lamb, Stephon Diggs, Rashad Bateman. So we have that stack there with Lamar Jackson and Bateman. At running back, we have Ezekiel Elliott, David Montgomery. Tight end, we have Dallas Goedert, Allen Lazard at the flex. Bench, Godwin, Hunt, Alexander Madison, Jacoby Myers, Romeo Doubs, and Sky Moore. What is your rating and thoughts? Keep up the great work. No, thank you, my man, for coming out and supporting the live stream. Thank you, of course. Here, top 5 quarterback. Check. Possibly 2 top 5 receivers with Diggs and Lamb. Check. High upside wide receiver 3. Ooh, that stacks with our quarterback in Bateman and Lamar. Check. Running back, we're a little bit weak, but if we're looking at the bench where we have guys like Hunt, Alexander Madison with elite level ceilings, I really like it. Really like this team, my friend. I don't even think there's much that we can look to do. I mean, if Allen Lazard starts hot before we have Romeo Doubs or Christian Watson expanding their own roles as rookies in this offense, maybe we then look to go through and sell Allen Lazard. But at this point, I think it's a great roster and it's balanced across the board. I don't know. Let me know if y'all think there should be an adjustment. I don't necessarily think so. Okay, George Pickens goes. Gallup off the board as well. Sanders 101. I guess we go Dak Prescott. We're looking for 2 elite level quarterbacks. I think that not many teams are going to have the ability to pair up Tom Brady and Dak on the same rosters. We go Dak and Brady here. We already have the stack with Brady and Godwin. Later on for Dak Prescott, we can be looking at, I guess Jalen Tolbert's really going to be the only guy if we're considering the fact that Michael Gallup just went. Gallup's now being drafted before Dak, which obviously is so funny compared to what we were looking at a couple weeks ago. I love this team. I love this team. At wide receiver, we have Jamar Chase, T. Higgins, Jalen Waddle, Chris Godwin, Elijah Moore. I think we have a lot of upside at wide receiver. At running back, we have DeAndre Swift, David Montgomery. Obviously not the best running back room in the world, but at the same time, I mean, we have some high upside guys and guaranteed touches. We have 2 quarterbacks that could potentially lead the NFL in passing. This, y'all got to admit, this is a great team. This is a great team here. Okay. And we are almost live for 21 hours on this live stream. If you have not done so already, go down there and drop a like on the stream. Even though I wish I could see the analytics, I'd imagine 99.999% of y'all have already dropped a like. So, of course, thank you so much for everybody just coming out here and hanging out with us. Tyler Boyd gives 108. Let's swing this around. So right now at running back, I mean, I'd be fine having these options make it back around to us. I don't think we need to reach on Julio Jones here if we don't love the value with Julio, knowing that we already have Godwin. We can get Gage later on. So yeah, if we get one of these running backs that we like at the very top end falling to us, we only have Swift and David Montgomery at running back. I think it's a no-brainer pick to go ahead and take an RB here, 115. Derek Carr goes great for us. Great. Guys, I'm really invested in this draft right now. I think that this is one of the best starts that we've had throughout the entire live stream. I think this is probably, I know we've said this a couple times, but I feel like this is the best draft we've had in this live stream. If we can get one of these running backs, and I think there's a good chance because if we look at these teams, yeah, all these teams in front of us only had 3 wide receivers. So we're going to get one of Cordell Patterson, James Cook, or Devin Singletary here. Yeah, we're going to get Cordell Patterson or James Cook. So we're going to get another running back that can catch passes well behind his ADP. We're going to get Cordell Patterson here, 115. Oh, dear God, ladies and gentlemen. This is a fantastic draft. Running back, Swift, David Montgomery, Cordell Patterson. Wide receiver, Chase, Higgins, Waddle, Chris Godwin, Elijah Moore. Quarterback, we have Tom Brady paired up with Chris Godwin. Possibly going to get Julio Jones in the next round, Russell Gage in the 12th if we don't get Julio. And then with our other quarterback, Dak Prescott, we don't have anybody else with Dallas right now, but there's a chance we get Jalen Tolbert. God, I have such a bad issue peeing. It's embarrassing. Devin Singletary goes 119, so we're not going to get one of these other running backs on the way back around. At the same time, we're not going to get Julio Jones either. It was a pipe dream to think that we were getting Julio Jones here at pick 126. I thought there was an outside chance based on the positive reports that we had lately regarding Chris Godwin. But, ooh, I'm squirming. Come on, give us our pick so I can go pee already. Kirk Cousins goes off the board, 120. Great for us. We have Brady and Dak, obviously. Every one of these quarterbacks that goes, that means we're going to get a different value that we like following. Pat Freiermuth goes 121. I mean, we would have liked having Pat Freiermuth 126. Obviously, we don't have a tight end yet, but I still think that we could draft 3 of these guys. Okay, Justin Fields goes, oh, heck yes, baby. Heck yes. Kenneth Gainwell goes 123. We're going to get either Rondale Moore 11 picks past ADP. We're going to get a high upside running back down the stretch in Kenneth Walker. I like how here in the Puppy 4, it's Kenneth Walker. In Best Ball Mania, it's Ken Walker. Kenneth Walker goes, so we're going to go ahead. We're going to take Rondale Moore. Not a massive Rondale guy, but when he falls this far past ADP, let's go ahead and let's take him. Let me run to the bathroom real quick. Okay, we are back. I cannot afford to auto any of these picks. Okay, so we have running backs going directly after this. Gage goes 131. It is what it is. I mean, in a lot of these drafts, you are getting Russell Gage falling to a 139 now that we have the Godwin report. But still, I mean, we took Tom Brady and Godwin on the same roster, so we're not dying to get Russell Gage here. I think we are just fine. John Dodson goes 132. smooth this down. Garrett Wilson's still falling. Very interesting to see Wilson fall. I'm not going to lie to you. I may prefer Garrett Wilson straight up over what we just did in Rondale Moore. I just thought that from a uniqueness standpoint, Rondale Moore falls 11 picks past ADP. We need a receiver. Might as well take him. I mean, he's a part of an elite level offense. We could see a random spike. Devontae Parker goes 134. Trevor Lawrence 135. Good for us. Let's see Tua off the board. Army guy on the clock. Already has 2 quarterbacks. But yeah, he's a wild card. He goes Evan Ingram here. He had no idea what he was doing. In Buzzy can't go running back. They have 5 guys already with Dalvin Cook, Cam Akers, Ramadre, Damian Harris, and Nyheim Hines. Goes Michael Carter as the 6th running back. It's a little surprising here. Is this really what we're getting? Getting Garrett Wilson 139? Obviously, Rachaad White correlates with Tom Brady, but at the same time, it's Garrett Wilson in the 12th round. Back-to-back with DJ Chark. I understand it's a horrible situation, but this is an elite level wide receiver prospect that we're talking about. I think this is a no-brainer selection in my opinion. Okay. So let's go through, show off. Guys, this is a fantastic draft. I know we don't have any correlation in here with the Dallas Cowboys offense, but in reality, I think that we're in a good spot in general. April coming out says 21 hours down. That is hella impressive, Mason. Thank you, April, for hanging out with us in a large chunk of this live stream. I definitely appreciate it. And yeah, I'm not going to lie to you, everyone. This has been significantly easier than I expected. It definitely hasn't been like very easy, but compared to my expectations of how hard this live stream was going to be, it's definitely been easier. Gerald Everett 148, Hunter. And we didn't get Tolbert on the way back around. Very surprising to see Tolbert here in the first place. Yeah, we get Irv Smith Jr. We need a tight end. Getting him 150, great value. Still probably going to be looking to draft 3 tight ends. I don't think we have to go overboard with wide receivers here. We're very strong at receiver across the board. And Chris coming out, thank you, my man, says 10-team PPR where we start 1 quarterback, 2 running backs, 2 receivers, a tight end, and a flex. We have Chase, who is our keeper. Took Travis Kelce. Love having the elite level tight end in this format. We have Joe Mixon, Josh Allen as well. Javonte Williams, Hollywood Brown, Gabriel. This is an obnoxiously good team. This is an obnoxiously good team. In reality, I don't think that you really have to make any moves. If we could go through, if we could trade like Miles Sanders in a package with like Hollywood Brown and just get an upgrade at wide receiver, knowing that you have so much depth here. And this team's so studded that this depth like Miles Sanders, Kareem Hunt, really not going to matter at the end of the day. That would be advantageous, but it's easier said than done in a 10-team league. You built a juggernaut roster. Obviously, you did get a little bit of a cheat code being able to, I'm assuming, keep Jamar Chase at an extremely cheap cost, but great team there, my friend. Okay. We have Jarrett McKinnon off the board, 156. Jamal Williams goes 157. So, I mean, we will take another receiver if we really like the value. Still obviously need more running backs. I think we honestly can take, I don't know. We're locked into 3 tight ends. And I think we're either 6 running backs, depending on how long we wait till these other guys. 6 running backs and 7 receivers, or possibly if we get 2 other running backs that we like right here, we just lock it in at 5 running backs and then go 8 receivers. Robbie Anderson off the board, 161. I love the Christian Watson value. I don't think this is a team where we take Christian Watson, though. Love the Watson value, but I think at this point, we don't even have the option. A lot of these teams after us already have 2 tight ends. Let's take Samir White. I haven't been a big Samir White guy all offseason, but at the same time, I can't sit here and look at no Kenyon Drake in this roster and act like everything's the same. Obviously, the situation's gotten better. I still don't love Samir White, the player. I mean, this is a running back that is undersized, doesn't catch the ball. Not generally the type of player we're targeting, but still. 163, it is going to be fine. It's going to be fine, and now that we have no Kenyon Drake here in Las Vegas. And Randall coming out says, in a 10-team league where we start 2 quarterbacks, full PPR as pick 10, came away with Lamar Jackson and Jalen Hurts. Okay, so we have 2 quarterbacks with elite level rushing ceilings. Really like this in a 4-point passing touchdown league. Wide receiver, we have Terry McLaurin, Deontay Johnson, Jalen Waddle, Chris Godwin. Very high upside wide receivers. We have the elite level tight end, Kyle Pitts. We have Najee Harris, Breece Hall, Chase Edmonds as well. Great squad. There's nothing that I think we can say other than make sure we're not rostering a backup tight end when we have Kyle Pitts. Outside of that, great team. Okay. Oh, we have J.D. McKissick off the board here. Tyrion Davis-Price. Hell yes. Hell yes. Yeah, we get Van Jefferson. I mean, we get Tyler Higbee or Gesicki falling to us as our second tight end. We're going to go ahead. We're going to take Tyler Higbee. I mean, we've already drafted a lot of Mike Gesicki. We've probably already lost a lot of money on Mike Gesicki this offseason. Still going to be drafting 3 of these tight ends when we wait until pick 150, 174 for our top 2 guys. Still drafting a 3rd player here, but I think getting Tyler Higbee at this point is just fantastic value. Like, I think the gap between Tyler Higbee and Cole Kmet is almost non-existent for me. They're like the same guy. Let's go through. Let's show off this entire draft board. I think this is such an exciting draft. It would have been much better if we had Gallup falling to us at a value. It would have been much better if we had Jalen Tolbert falling. But in reality, I don't think this is the end of the world. I think we're still in a very good spot. Okay. Let's move this down. Carson Wentz goes. Good for us. Army got, what has he done so far? So I guess from a construction standpoint, like, he hasn't gone wild. I think it makes a lot of sense from just the positional allocation, but it's just like the guys he's taking, the ranges he's going with. So Army got on the clock. We have no idea what he's going to do. He goes Zay Jones, 184. Watson, 185. All these running backs are the same. Obviously, Hayden Hurst, the value here. But the issue is, I feel like if we draft Hayden Hurst, we have Jamar Chase, T. Higgins, and no Joe Burrow. So if we were to draft Hayden Hurst, how does Hayden Hurst, Jamar Chase, T. Higgins all become league-winning options on a roster that doesn't have Burrow? I think if we add Burrow, sure, Hayden Hurst is the guy to go to. Let's instead just go Noah Fant. Obviously, a disgusting situation. I think maybe in a vacuum, you are going to prefer to go through. You're going to prefer to grab Hurst, but no. I mean, we're already all in on Cincinnati minus Burrow. Okay, so let's move this down. Brevin Jordan, Isaiah Likely is the next 2 tight ends. Probably good for us. I mean, I'm not a massive Isaiah Likely guy. I understand why people would like the talent in Dynasty, but for this season in particular, it just seems so rough for us to go through and get excited about him. Now Laviska Shenault goes 195. Jaden says, any good UT parking stories, Mason? Whenever I went to UT, you would never drive to campus. You always just walk everywhere on campus. David Bell is going to be our 8th wide receiver here. We didn't know if we were going to go with 8 receivers, 5 running backs, or 6 running backs and 7 receivers. We were going to wait on the value that we got, and yeah, I think the value definitely dictates we can take the wide receiver here, and David Bell is significantly better than any other option we're going to have. We're just going to queue up some running backs here, and I kind of want to keep the running back that we're going to take a little bit on the down low because he's not being drafted in every league. And then we'll just queue up a bunch of these guys. So yeah, we definitely take a 5th running back. I love that team that we just had. That team wins the puppy. Well, we'll go out there and say it. That team wins it. That team wins it. We're going to go through and we're going to hop into the next one. 1, 2, 3, enter. Okay, we just entered. Okay. Let's see what pick we're going to get. We're at the 102. Feel like we haven't picked in this range in a while. So obviously it looks like we're going to get either JT or CMC. We're talking about this earlier in the live stream, but I think at this point, it's legitimately just a 50-50 coin flip. Trying to figure out who you're going to get here. A 50-50 coin flip. So now CJ says, 2nd draft, I'm in with you. I'm pick 3 this time. Okay, so we're having to go up against a CJ at pick 3 here. Certified Breaker Boy says he is sitting here at pick 8. Okay, so good luck. Good luck, gentlemen. You're going to need it. You're going to need it. Assuming I'm going to guess we go JT here at 2. My guess is JT. Look how freaking smart I am. I just had a feeling. When you get in enough of these drafts, you start to get the tingles. So just know what's going to happen before it does. The other draft, we are on the clock to 11. Let's go through and make sure we get our running back here. Now we have Justin Jefferson, Cooper Kupp. This is how you used to see draft boards. Before Eckler snuck his way into the top 5, you have Eckler going at 6, Chase going at 5. How it should be. How it should be. And of course, if y'all want to get in our next draft, go sign up for Underdog Fantasy. You should know this by now. We've been saying this for 24 hours straight. But go sign up for Underdog. You can find the link in the live chat. Their best ball drafts, no time commitment at all during the season. We're firing these up non-stop. There are a ton of player props on Underdog Fantasy as well. And when you use promo code FLOCK, they're going to match your first deposit dollar for dollar up to 100. We're going to get our 2022 fantasy football rankings. We're going to get our 2022 fantasy football draft guide. And of course, you are going to support the channel. So please make sure you go sign up for Underdog Fantasy and use promo code FLOCK. Okay. So we have Devontae Adams going here at pick 10. Stephon Diggs at 11. We've seen Diggs and Higgins falling in a lot of these. Has there been anything on Diggs today as well, guys? Has there been on anything with Diggs? Kelsey goes 13. Yeah, people are saying, haven't heard anything on Diggs. Yeah, Diggs is my most drafted round one player on Underdog in particular. I think in a casual shallow redraft league, you're not going Diggs. But on Underdog, I've been going Diggs nonstop in round one. I mean, just weird to see him going behind Devontae Adams. Okay. Lamb off the board here, 17. Lamb falling as well. Love the start of Derrick Henry and CeeDee Lamb. Debo goes a little bit early. Randy asking what we ate today. We had a couple sandwiches today. We had a salad today. It was a pretty good day overall. Okay, so I think this was, I believe, CJ said. He's picking us. Okay, so we're going to get Andrews. I think that the Andrews-Taylor start is going to be a little unique here. And at the same time, y'all know I like drafting Lamar Jackson the 4 or 5 turn. So here's a good excuse to go ahead and do it. Okay, after we take Andrews, I don't even know what to expect with this team here. They go Evans 24. And A.J. Brown. Let's go ahead. Let's go Leonard Fournette. I feel like if we are looking for a unique combo of guys, this is going to be it. It's going to be difficult finding wide receiver value later on, especially if we want to go Lamar Jackson at the 4 or 5 turn. But I think this is going to be a very unique trio to start on Underdog. Whenever you have Leonard Fournette Leonard Fournette ADP of 24, Andrews ADP of 21, and Taylor usually at the 101. Kerbin coming out says, early congrats on the 100,000, my boy. Hashtag rock with the fly. No, thank you, my man, for coming out. And yeah, how many subscribers are we at right now? And just thank you so much for everybody that's been hanging out with us in the live chat, hanging out with us in the stream. I mean, yeah, we passed 93,000 subs if YouTube's not lying to me here. If YouTube Studio's not lying to me, which they have before. Okay. Okay, so yeah, I've just pulled it up on the different YouTube app. Yeah, I think we're at 93,000. Now we have Travis Etienne going 32. In that last draft, we had Travis Etienne making it to us at the beginning. I'm sorry, in the middle of the 4th round. Sutton goes 33. Not too much to discuss other than that Etienne pick. I think it probably is a little tough to take Etienne there at 32 now that we have a healthy James Robinson confirmed for week 1. Which is just one of the most surprising things ever. Coffee says, how many subs gained on this live stream? I wish I would have marked how many we had at the beginning. I think we were 91,000. I think like 1,500 or something. I have no idea, though. I have no idea. Okay. Now, James Conner goes 37. And Michael coming out, thank you, my man, says, 12-team double flex league, point per reception and point per carry. Before we answer this, please just let me know in the live chat. Please do not feel the need to donate. How many points per carry? Are we getting half a point per carry? Are we getting 0.25 points per carry? Or are we getting a full point per carry? If it is a full point per carry, I'm telling you right now, this league is going to be brutal if it's a full point per carry. But we're making adjustments regardless with the points per carry. It just, the amount of adjusting we need to make, it's going to depend on obviously how many points we're getting here. Okay, you meant to say point per completion. Okay, yeah, completely different format we're looking at. And here, a point per completion league, I actually do prefer going for the quarterbacks that can have passing volume. So I actually like having Russ. And then at running back, we have Dalvin Cook, Ezekiel Elliott. Wide receiver, we have Devontae Adams, Mike Evans. We have the elite level tight end in George Kittle, Hollywood Brown, Brandon Cooks, Jacobs, Ramadre, Rashad White, Tyler Lockett, George Pickens, Irv Smith Jr. I actually like the team. I like the team. I don't think there's too much to discuss. I don't love rostering 2 tight ends, but I think Irv Smith Jr. is worth a roster spot. Like if we could go through, if we could look to potentially move off Irv Smith Jr. in a package with like Brandon Cooks and get an upgrade at wide receiver, sure, we do it. In reality, it's probably hard. It's much easier said than done. I think it's a very strong team. If it was going to be a point per carry format, it would just be a completely different situation. Allen Robinson going 42. Let's swing this back around. Okay, 47. Obviously, we're looking for wide receiver value. We get sniped on Lamar Jackson. We have no shot at getting Lamar here. So we're almost locked into wide receiver, which is probably the better thing to go with considering the fact that we take 0 wide receivers through the first 3 anyway. Okay, we're on the clock. I think we go Deontay Johnson. If we end up getting Patrick Mahomes on the way back around, we'll take him. But I think we need to lock in a wide receiver at this point. And if we're looking at the teardrop after Deontay Johnson, I think it is a pretty far one. I mean, usually I do like taking Kittle. Usually I like taking Darren Waller. But to be honest with you, when we have Andrews here, obviously it's going to be significantly harder to do so. We go Deontay, and then I have 3 different guys we could go. Brandon Cooks was not going to be one of those options. May reach on a little bit. I'll reach a little bit on someone here. I'm going to ask you on the, you know what? I'm not even going to ask you. I think we go ahead. We take Godwin. I think Godwin's the pick. We drafted Leonard Fournette. We get some correlation in here in Tampa Bay. At the same time, we can go through, we can look to try to grab Tom Brady on the way back around at pick 95, get the double stack there with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers offense. I think it's going to be very difficult for us to go Mahomes when we don't have the wide receiver position on lock here. And obviously, we get some great news about Chris Godwin today. So let's go ahead. Let's make the play, and it's going to be a good spot to be in. It'll be a good spot to be in because I think that the odds that Tom Brady go before us at pick 95 are going to be a little bit slimmer, knowing that we'll have every Tampa Bay Buccaneer wide receiver drafted between those 2 picks because the Mike Evans team's right after us. So we're going to be able to snipe him on Brady if he was looking for Brady. Okay, so Darren Waller goes 53. I love the Waller value. I mean, I love that Waller value. Amon-Ra St. Brown goes 54. Obviously, this is behind Amon-Ra St. Brown's ADP. I feel like this is where we drafted him in the last one as well. Orion says 2.5 hours. Yeah, we got 2.5 hours left to go. I feel like we've been crushing this. These last 2.5 hours are going to be an absolute breeze. Thank you so much for everybody who's been hanging out with us. And Andrews, no, we have Jaden says, how do you play underdog in an unauthorized state? I'm sorry, if underdog's not operating in your state, you can't get around it. You can't do a VPN. Like it's not going to work. I'm telling you that right now. What you can do is if you're in a different state at the time, you can go and you can hop in some underdog slow drafts, and then you can draft. Then if you go back to your state, you can still finish those drafts out. I know a lot of people do that. Okay. We have Darnell Mooney off the board here, 59. I think this is a unique team. I don't think too many builds are going to look like this. And I think we aren't sacrificing upside for uniqueness either. I think we're in a pretty good spot. Curtis says, a favorite team you drafted so far this live stream? The last one we had was pretty damn good. Last one we had was great. I think this one has potential. It's just going to depend on, can we get Brady at 95? So Kyler Murray, Jalen Hurts go off the board here, 61, 62. Yeah, I mean, here, in my opinion, this is where the running back value is. Grab David Montgomery, grab a J.K. Dobbins. But, I mean, if they fall to us, we're not going to complain. Dalton Schultz goes 64. We're not looking for Dalton Schultz. Regardless, we have Andrews. So I think it's good for us that happens. Beyond this, what do we want? Damian Pierce goes 65. Sleeper Sports says, good morning. Good morning. I hope you slept well. Hope you slept well. And I hope that you get to hang out with us in the next 2.5 hours of this live stream. Damian Pierce going 65. Let's go ahead. Let's not get too excited. I think we definitely have a plan here, though. Montgomery goes 66. We would have taken David Montgomery if he would have made it back to us. Which he does, actually, in a lot of these drafts now at the 6-7 turn. Russell Wilson goes 67. That's honestly a little bit of a surprise. Orion coming out says, a bowl of ice, dunk your head. Do it. Oh, my friend, we're not doing that. I'm not dunking my head in a bowl of ice. There's no way in hell that's happening. I think we have enough energy. 2.5 hours. We have enough energy to ride this out. We are in a good spot, my man. We are in a good spot. Do not worry about us. Okay. Now we have T Sparkle going. I'm assuming they go Elijah Mitchell. But thank you so much, of course, for the support. Thank you for the donation. And we just hit 4,500 likes in the live stream. Thank you so much for everybody who's got down there, dropped the like in the live streams, hung out with us for this long. 4,500 likes in the stream. That is crazy. Okay, we get Elijah Mitchell here. I'm going to be much more excited about taking Elijah Mitchell when we have no Trey Sermon. Yeah, no Trey Sermon at San Francisco. This running back room's thinned out a little bit. Let's go ahead and let's take Elijah Mitchell here as our third running back. Probably a good call that we decided to go Deontay Johnson and Chris Godwin in the last 2 rounds. And then here we're going wide receiver. Okay, that team decides to go ahead and take Brady way too early. Clearly don't understand the tournament style format where you kind of need to eke out ADP. Obviously, they heard that we were going to take Brady, but it is what it is. After this, do we just go Lance, get the elite rushing upside? Or no, I guess we can go Elijah Moore. Let's go Elijah Moore. Elijah Moore is never going to fall here. We're going to get Elijah Moore, pick 74. I think it's going to be a unique build so far. We need another wide receiver regardless. I think this is a very strong team. Does suck that we're not going to get Brady on the way back around at 95, but regardless, I think that this is that strong roster. We're at wide receiver. We have Deontay Johnson, Chris Godwin, and Elijah Moore. So I think we do have upside at wide receiver. At running back, we have Jonathan Taylor, Leonard Fournette, Elijah Mitchell. So I think we have a very strong running back room. We have the elite level tight end with Mark Andrews as well. Obviously, we missed out on our quarterback stacks up until this point, but still, I think we're in a good spot overall. Okay. Now we have Allen Lazard going off the board here. We have seen Allen Lazard falling a decent amount in these drafts as of today. Okay, so now Drake London goes 80. Mark's a good lad says only got the length of the Dark Knight left. Easy money. Easy money here. Easy money. Like 2.5 hours left. This is going to... Cal Hood says still having fun. Significantly more fun than I expected. Guys, I thought that this was going to be the toughest thing ever. Obviously, we still have 2.5 hours. I mean, it's not like we're done doing this. But I thought this was going to legitimately be unbelievably hard. I thought we were going to lose our voice halfway through, especially at the beginning of the stream when my voice was hurting. I feel like we've killed it. We've killed this so far. Now, Devonta Smith goes 83. Jan says, man, thought he was going to be calling me. You know, with the guest, Jan, I was going to bring on Thomas. We had another guest lined up and everything. But after we had Fantasy Stock Exchange, literally, you saw how the live stream was like so shaky. Like I had to cut all the scenes out of OBS because I thought the live stream was going to crash. So we did not get to have another guest on, which would have made it a lot easier. But I didn't want to have to risk the live stream crashing and then everybody going, oh, you didn't do it. And then thinking that I crashed the live stream on purpose. So I didn't want to risk having another guest on, but it would have made life a lot easier on my part, of course. Now we have Dallas Goedert off the board here, 87. Swing this around. I mean, at this point, I don't exactly know what we're looking for. Darcy says, not finding it hard, 48-hour live stream at 200,000 then. We can't do a 48-hour live stream in a row. There's no, it would legitimately be like very, very bad for my health. Clearly this isn't good for my health, but a 48-hour live stream would be horrible. If we hit 200,000 likes in the live stream before next season starts, we would do 2 24-hour live streams in the same week. We would do that. Which the odds, fantasy footballers are like 200,000 live streams. Fantasy pros aren't even at 200,000 subscribers. There's no way that's going to happen. Now, Hawkinson at 90 here. Hawkinson would have been a player that maybe we would have taken. We already have Andrews, so it's not like we're dying to grab another tight end here, of course. We could go with the... I don't want to say it. I don't want to say it out loud. I don't know. Jimmy's, I know, is a part of the flock, probably watching this live stream here. I don't want to say anything out loud for Jimmy's. And goes Antonio Gibson, 92. MVS goes 93. Kareem Hunt. We're going to go ahead and we're going to take Kadarius Toney. Obviously, we need a wide receiver. I would like to take a wide receiver where we can still get the quarterback later on. With Kadarius Toney, I actually like drafting Daniel Jones, given the rushing upside that we have and possibly the improvement of the overall offense in general. So I really like Toney for the ceiling that we have. Okay. Damian Harris, 96. Sky Moore goes. I know we don't have any correlating pieces. Maybe we get Jalen Tolbert later on. Maybe we get Michael Gallup later on. We're going to take Dak Prescott. I feel like we've drafted Dak nonstop whenever we've been getting him here in the 9th round. But the thing is with Dak in this range, I think he does have access to a higher ceiling than pretty much anybody else on the board. So I feel like we have to go ahead and we have to take him. Okay. So now let's move this down after we take Dak. Unless, let me know what y'all think. Should we be going Robert Woods over Dak Prescott? there's still Dallas players we can go ahead and draft, so I don't necessarily think it's the worst thing in the world. Okay. Oh, sorry. I scrolled. God, why is my computer doing this? Okay. CJ says he's happy we went. CJ's in this draft with us. CJ was wanting Robert Woods. So Cordell Patterson off the board here, 103. Derek Carr goes. Like, I understand the weapons that Carr has this year. I mean, obviously, from a weapon standpoint, significantly better situation than what we have in Dallas. But Dallas last year scored the most points in the NFL. I don't know. I'm going to go ahead up. Singletary goes 106. Not too many surprises so far in this range. I guess Tyler Boyd 102 is a little bit early, but in reality, I'm fine if someone wanted to take him here. Okay. Gallup goes 107. Definitely sucks for us. I mean, we obviously are looking to get Gallup on the way back at 119 if we can with Dak Prescott here, but it's going to be a lot harder to do now that I think people are kind of realizing the value where Gallup should be in general. Now Miles Sanders falls to 108. Guys, I mean, with Miles Sanders being healthy now behind this offensive line, obviously you still have some serious concerns in Philadelphia. I think we have to be very concerned if Boston Scott's going to have a role, but at the same time, Miles Sanders 108. I would take that value with Miles Sanders any day of the week. I mean, like we said, PFF has this grade out to be the best offensive line in the NFL, and Miles Sanders can catch the ball. We're not necessarily expecting him to have a ridiculous amount of receptions whenever we're looking at Jalen Hurts being the rushing quarterback, when there are other capable pass-catching running backs there. But still, I think it will be fine. Rodgers goes 112. Okay, let's see how far Dawson Knox were to fall. Cole Kmet 115. Can't guard Chuck says, should I go to sleep? My friend, we got 2.5 hours left, and you're going to bail on us now? With 2.5 hours left? You've waited this far? Okay, let's see what CJ decides to do. Obviously, he was excited that we passed on Robert Woods so we can get him at 99. Interested to see this selection. The Cup team passed on Stafford. Yeah, we're going to go ahead. We're going to take Stafford. I know we don't have any correlation in here with Los Angeles as well, but I just think the value that we're getting here with these two quarterbacks in Dak Prescott and Matthew Stafford going to be through the roof. We can still go through. We can look to get Van Jefferson. We can look to get Tyler Higbee later on when it comes to Matthew Stafford. So I don't think it's the worst thing in the world. I think he's a quarterback that can lead the NFL in passing. It's in the range of outcomes. See what Bogus starts to do after taking Kenneth Walker there at 120. We'll go ahead. We'll take Rondale Moore. I mean, with Rondale Moore, I think this is a wide receiver that if we're comparing him to guys like Garrett Wilson, honestly, maybe I prefer Wilson. But end of the day, very few teams are going to be able to get this specific combo of players with Rondale Moore falling this far in ADP to us. So I'll be fine going ahead, taking Rondale Moore, pick 122. I mean, Rondale Moore is going here a while ago in the offseason. It's not like we even had any positive buzz around Rondale Moore. I think the main reason his ADP slid up so much is just because the Kyler Murray team decided to reach on him earlier and earlier and earlier. So it's fine. It's fine. Justin Fields goes 126. Good for us to see these QBs go once we take Dak Prescott and Matthew Stafford. Obviously, we were rooting for quarterbacks to go. We're done drafting quarterbacks. I like this. I think back-to-back drafts we've had here, maybe this was what it takes for me to finally draft some good teams. Maybe we just have to be live for 22 hours and then we get into a zone where we somewhat know what we're doing. I have no idea why that Cup team decided to pass on Stafford, though, at 117. Very rarely you're going to get that opportunity to take Nyheim Hines over him. You could easily get Hines on the way back around at 124. I understand you have the Kansas City Chiefs stack there, but it's best ball. Now we have Gage, Joshua Palmer going off 127 at 128. So interesting. What running backs are available right now at the top? Assuming, no, Garrett Wilson's still available. Then we have running backs with Michael Carter, Alexander Madison, Rashad White, and James Robinson after. I figured just all the top players, according to ADP, were going to be running back. Okay, so let's move this down. Troy says, just don't ever let chat draft a kid. Yeah, that's a pretty good call. I'll say, when my girlfriend drafted, she probably had a better draft than chat. Carlos says, how are you still awake? Hey, we had two of these bad boys. The Zit Fizz, Costco. Highly recommend. Freddie says, called in sick to finish the marathon. Okay, Freddie. I truly do appreciate it, my friend. But hopefully you did not call in sick to work to finish this with us. I do appreciate it. But I would imagine work's probably a little bit more important. I completely understand if you got to go to work, my man. But thank you nonetheless. So Carter goes 134. It would have been really nice to have Garrett Wilson make it to us at 143. Obviously, it's a pipe dream, though. Swing this back around. DJ Chark goes. I mean, I like Frymuth here. The thing is, we really want to save that second tight end spot so we can go with the Higbee. Freddie says, I can work remotely. Hell yeah. Okay, if you work remotely, I think it's a little bit of a different situation. I didn't know what you were doing, my man. But thank you, of course, for hanging out with us in the live stream all freaking day. Thank you. I have James Robinson off the board. Tolbert is going to be someone that we end up having to draft. Obviously, you don't like the range with Tolbert at all. I think the Tolbert ADP is probably bad, but we take Dak. Kind of want to get someone in Dallas, and we don't have any other option. I think the tight ends are the best value here, but at the same time, I don't know how excited we would be to draft one of these tight ends if we think that we need to get Higbee later on. I guess we can just get Van Jefferson later on. I guess we can say F it and don't even care. Nico Collins goes 141. Erskine Jr. off. Let's go Jalen Tolbert. Obviously, we're reaching on Tolbert. Like, I do not like the Tolbert ADP here, but we took Dak Prescott at 98. I want to get someone in here for Dallas. I want to get someone in for Dallas. I think Bogus may end up going tight end here. They have 0 tight ends so far. They have one. They go Winston. Did they have anybody else for New Orleans? No, I guess they just like the Winston value. Maybe they go Landry here. Did they really pass on tight end? No, they go Alberto. So we're going to go Devontae Parker. I'll go Jalen Tolbert, Devontae Parker at the turn. I like this team. So far at tight end, we have the elite level guy in Mark Andrews. Running back, we have Jonathan Taylor, Leonard Fournette, Elijah Mitchell. Wide receiver, we have Deontay Johnson, Chris Godwin, Elijah Moore, Kadarius Toney, Rondale Moore, Jalen Tolbert, Devontae Parker. Quarterback, we have Dak Prescott and Stafford. So we have Dak stacked up with Tolbert at this moment, but later on, I guess we can look Stafford and Van Jefferson. Joey says, flock fantasy football over work priorities. Yes, sir. Get those priorities in order. I'm about to piss myself, so we're going to go pee real quick, and then we'll be back in 1 second. Okay, we are back, and Christian Watson goes 153. Y'all know I'm a Christian Watson guy. Sometimes you can get Christian Watson there at the end of the 14th round, which would be very exciting. Jared says, who pissed that much? Someone who's had to drink 15 of these water bottles to keep their voice going this live stream. If y'all go through, just skim like the bar, you'll be able to see. Like, I am way overhydrated, but the thing is, if I stop drinking this water, my throat probably splits in half. Okay. Wandale goes 155. Smooth this around. So I guess we can be going back to the running back position here. We have Taylor, Fournette, Elijah Mitchell at running back. A receiver, we have Deontay Godwin, Elijah Moore, Kadarius Toney. I think we have upside. We have a bunch of young players. Bunch of 2021 rookies. Jarvis and Wandale just get drafted. Wells, Robbie Anderson. Looks like a lot of sharp drafters just take Robbie Anderson. I mean, obviously, if you could guarantee the 110 targets he saw last year, he's probably the best pick in best ball drafts in general. I don't exactly know what the target volume looks like in Carolina, though. And I know that I'm talking to probably 0 people out here. Literally, I'd imagine 99% of y'all have already gone down there and dropped a like in the live stream yet. But if you have not dropped a like in the stream, please make sure, go down there, fix your life, drop a like in the live stream. We've been live for almost 24 hours. Don't only just drop a like in the live stream, but also subscribe to the channel if you are new here. Even though I imagine maybe there are some people who haven't dropped a like, but I know everybody here is subscribed. Okay, let's move this down. So we are on the clock now. Brian Robinson goes as well as J.D. McKissick. We get Higbee. We're talking about this, going through and trying to get some correlation in this Los Angeles Rams offense when we take Stafford here. Okay, I like this. Oh, okay, this is going to be good. We get Van Jefferson on the way back around as well. Either Van or Jameson Williams. See what this team decides. I'd imagine they go Gesicki. Personally, I've probably lost too much money on Gesicki this year. Luke says, I'm back. How you doing, Mason? Doing great, my friend. We're doing great. Almost only 2 hours left. Evan Ingram goes. So we're going to go ahead. We're going to take Van Jefferson. I do prefer some of the other players in this range, but We have Stafford. We kind of want to bring in some Los Angeles Rams players if we get the opportunity to. So let's go through. Let's look at this build. So far at running back, we have Jonathan Taylor, Leonard Fournette, Elijah Mitchell. Quarterback, we have Dak, Matthew Stafford. Tight end, we have Mark Andrews, Tyler Higbee. And then obviously we wait a decent amount on wide receivers. So we are just going through and hammering in these guys in the middle rounds. Deontay Johnson, Chris Godwin, Elijah Moore, Kadarius Toney, Rondale Moore, Jalen Tolbert to pair up with Dak Prescott. Don't love the Jalen Tolbert value in general, but I feel like we almost have to make the pick. And beyond that, Devontae Parker, Van Jefferson. Van Jefferson, we were essentially just doing because we were looking at Matthew Stafford being here. So let's move this down. Rave says ESPN 24-hour marathon doesn't even come close. Does ESPN have like a 24-hour draft marathon? Like for fantasy football? And is it going on right now? Let me see this. Okay, I can't really find anything. Does ESPN have like a 24-hour fantasy football draft thing? J Wall says, I made my grandma drop a like. Are you kidding me? Your grandma didn't drop a like an hour ago? You had to make... Shake my head, grandma. David says, been doing a 24-hour shift in the Army. I've been watching you the entire time. Thanks for all the good info today. Good luck, my dude. No, thank you so much, David. I hope we were able to make your shift a tiny bit better and not maybe 10 times more annoying. But regardless, thank you, my friend. Ho says they have like a 3-hour one. 3 hour. We do that every night. We do a 24-hour draft marathon every night for like 100 days. 24 hours where it's at. That's the challenge. Okay. So Donta Foreman off the board. Let's move this down. We're done at quarterback. We're done at tight ends. We are running back and receivers from here on out. We have Dak and Stafford at quarterback. At tight end, we have Andrews and Higbee. Okay, so I think... Honestly, the running backs are just so gross in this range. Obviously, we need them. Get Baker Mayfield off the board. Good thing for us to see these QBs off. We need someone respectable to make it back to us. AJ Green goes 187. Jared McKinnon goes 188. That's one of the running backs we had actually been looking at. Davis Mills. Mark Ingram. We'll go ahead. We'll take Benjamin now that it looks like he is the running back 2 here in Arizona. I thought it was Darrell Williams the entire offseason, but I guess we were wrong. We were wrong a lot. I'm stupid a lot. And I guess instead it is Benjamin. Or at least it's looking like it will be. Curtis Samuel goes off the board 192. Let's look at our wide receivers. I think if anything, we probably want to bring in a 9th receiver. We're going to take Odell Beckham Jr. here. We have Stafford. Maybe he goes back to Los Angeles. And we're going to queue up our last running back and hop into another draft here. Just let me know. Do y'all take 6 running? It's so weird to have to draft running backs in this range. Okay, so now let's throw this over. We are entering into the puppy draft now. Okay, so we have 4 spots open for us. And Armac coming out again says, what do you think will be the most improved team this year in the NFL? Who are you excited to see the most? I think these are 2 separate questions. The most improved team in the NFL, I think it's the easy answer. Like the Denver Broncos. The Denver Broncos better be the most improved team in the NFL based on the future draft capital that they gave up. The team I'm most excited to see. Let me think through this. The team I'm most excited to see is Kansas City. I want to see the Chiefs. There are so many question marks with the skill positional guys here. How are we seeing the running backs with Clyde Edwards-Helaire, Isaiah Pacheco, Ronald Jones, Jarrett McKinnon? How are they used? How are the wide receivers used between MVS, Sky Moore, Juju, McCole Hardman? Let me know what y'all think. Muddy says Jets on the radar. I think Jets had like a very good offseason, but at the same time, come on. Zach Wilson's so bad. Zach Wilson is so bad. So we are on the clock. We're going to get CMC here at 2. We got Jonathan Taylor at the 2nd pick in that last draft. Literally, it's a coin flip. If you're at pick 2, we don't know if we were going to see CMC or Jonathan Taylor. I think it's a 50-50 shot. So let's see. LOL Hot Dogs draft the next to us. LOL Hot Dogs out in every single draft with us, of course. Coming in to come out here and just absolutely crush us. I'm assuming we get Jefferson off. Goes Jefferson, then Cooper Kupp here at pick 3 and pick 4. Don't think this is too much of a surprise. And let me know, is this live stream lagging for y'all? It looks like it's lagging on OBS, but at the same time, I don't know how it's on your end. Samuel says Dobbins and Deshaun Watson for Travis Etienne. Thoughts on Dobbins? Personally, I think Dobbins has a lot of upside, but if this is a shallow redraft league, for us to have to go through, wait 11 weeks on Etienne. Wait 11 weeks on Deshaun Watson. It's going to make it a no-brainer side for me with Travis Etienne, even though we're a little bit more worried with James Robinson being good to go. Okay, so Freddie says no lag. Thank you, my friend. Thank you. Okay, Eckler, Derrick Henry, Dalvin Cook all off the board. Kelsey goes pick 11. Not too much to discuss. I mean, yeah, you have Stephon Diggs here going at 6, which doesn't happen very often. But at the same time, I mean, I've been doing this all offseason, taking Stephon Diggs here at 6. Except that 1-2 week stretch where we did not have Sony Michel there in Los Angeles and we had Isaiah Spiller hurt. Then we decided to push up Austin Eckler. But Kamara goes 15, Najee Harris. Lamb makes it down to 16. That is a little bit of a surprise. Outside of that, it looks like a very standard draft room. Very standard room. George says, brother, you look a bit tired. Friend, we may or may not have been up for 22 hours in a row doing fantasy football drafts. I can't confirm nor deny, but we may have been up for 22 hours doing fantasy football drafts. Okay. So Aaron Jones off the board here at 18. So Deebo Samuel off the board. We actually took Diggs and Deebo in the first 2 rounds in another draft to have a little bit more of a unique build, or at least a unique start. Javonte goes. Is this another draft where we're getting Andrews here at pick 23? No, Andrew goes right before. Let's go A.J. Brown, 23, and then maybe we go with a little bit of a unique build here. Coffee says, can you explain correlation and why it's so important? Essentially, the easiest way to explain it, we have an entire video showing the math behind it based on historical advance rates and win rates. But if we're trying to build a fantasy football team that wins the league, 1 out of 12 teams are going to win. That's an expected win rate of 8%. 8%. If we want to win our fantasy football league, almost everything has to go right. Not everything, but we have to get a couple bets right. You're not going to draft an average team and not get anything right and then win. So if we make a bet on, say, Jamar Chase there at pick 5, what has to happen for Jamar Chase to hit? What has to happen for us to have a good chance to win our fantasy football league? The Cincinnati Bengals have to be a top 3 offense in the NFL or top 3 passing offense. And if that were to occur, Joe Burrow also hits. So if team 5 is going to be any good, Joe Burrow probably has to be good as well. So it's a way to just correlate your bets and say, okay, instead of having to get Jamar Chase right and then later on in the draft, Tom Brady right, you're just looking at the same situation going, okay, if I get this one thing right, we have multiple players working out with where we drafted them. Okay, now we go A.J. Brown, T. Higgins. I don't think from a median projection standpoint, these are good picks. Maybe we were just going crazy, but at the same time, I think that in a tournament-style draft like this, if both A.J. Brown and T. Higgins are going in the 3rd round in the Puppy 4, it's okay. I think it's going to give us access to a unique start through the first 3, and we're not sacrificing too much upside to make this play as well. Okay, so Jerry Jeudy goes 37. Okay, so Travis Etienne makes it to 41. I think it was the other draft that we ended up getting Travis Etienne at 43. Obviously, this should be a player that we expect to fall. Okay, do we go with the elite level quarterback? I don't know. Let's see what just ends up making it to us. Hollywood Brown goes 43. Lamar goes 44. I'm sure LO Hot Dogs would have taken Lamar if we didn't get him. I mean, if Sheedy didn't take him, he had Mark Andrews. So I think we had a very slim chance of getting Lamar regardless. Herbert goes 45. I think LO Hot Dogs probably passes on Zeke here. I think we actually take Ezekiel Elliott at 47. Not a massive Zeke guy. If he falls 6 picks, passes ADP here, I'll be fine taking him. Let's see what LO Hot Dogs does, though. Goes Godwin. Yeah, I mean, smart pick with Godwin, of course. I think we would have taken Godwin on the way back around in the 5th, like we did in the last draft if he was available. Let's go ahead. Let's take Ezekiel Elliott here, pick 47. Deontay Johnson goes 48. Okay, so Deontay, y'all know that is going to be a wide receiver we look for in the majority of these drafts. I think we actually go with the elite level quarterback or a tight end tier. Mahomes or Waller, I'm fine either guy. Cooks goes. Let's go ahead and let's take Patrick Mahomes. Let's show this draft board off. Of course, thank y'all so much for coming out, hanging out with us this fine morning. We've been live for a little over 22 hours. But here we have CMC in the first. After that, we decided to go through A.J. Brown, T. Higgins at the 2-3 turn. Just lock in some wide receivers here on Underdog. Of course, we kind of have to. And then looking at the 4-5 turn, I wasn't planning on going Ezekiel Elliott. Very rarely am I drafting Zeke in general. But I feel like at this point, it's going to be fine. Okay. Now, Breece Hall off the board. Fantasy Dog says Mason Peterson said James Robinson would be active week 1. Yeah, I know that. That's why we were saying that. I mean, here, yeah, we had Travis Etienne falling, but we should come to expect Travis Etienne to fall. Now, DK Metcalf going 59. Akers, in my opinion, goes where he should. Maybe a little bit later. Akers, we've been seeing going in the 6th round a lot here. TP the Kid says, I'm back, looking good, bud. Thank you, my friend. Thank you. So it looks like maybe, I guess, the people on the East Coast now that's 6:30 are waking up. I'd imagine West Coast, what? It's like 3:30 in the morning right now. Definitely nobody in California out here. Okay, Kyler goes 62. Josh says he's in Cali. Okay, if you're in California right now, did you wake up or have you not gone to bed yet? Thank you, guys. Thank you so much for staying up with me here. Y'all are absolutely crazy. Thank you. Thank you, guys. There's literally nothing I can say other than that. I wish I could do something. Let me know if there is anything I can do for you. Just thank you so much. And I will have a video to premiere for y'all right after this live stream as well. A video that I think y'all will like to see. WYL says you're calling us crazy, question mark. Yeah, I'm calling you crazy, my man. I mean, we committed to this. I dug my own grave. Y'all decided to jump in with me, okay? Jerry coming out says, oh, wow, good. For you, had to donate again. Thank you, my friend, of course, for coming out and supporting the live stream. And like I said, Jay Wall says, want to send me a hat? How about this? At the end of this live stream, we will go through, we will do a hat giveaway. I don't know exactly how I'm going to do it, but we will do a hat giveaway at the end of this live stream. I like the idea. I think that is an easy way that I can thank y'all. We'll give away some hats. Obviously, I can't give away 700. I don't even have that many hats. We're going to take Dalton Schultz here, 71. I mean, we have Ezekiel Elliott. We've been getting nice value on Dak Prescott in the 9th round every single draft. So let's go Dalton Schultz here, 71. Yeah, so I think we'll either do it like first 10 people to comment on the video, I'll send a hat, or the first 10 people in the live chat. We'll figure it out. Maybe we can do something random. If y'all have any ideas, let me know. But we'll do that at the end of the live stream. Okay, so Hopkins going off a 72. Or maybe we'll do it like when there's 30 minutes left in the live stream, where it's literally been the people who just stayed up with us the entire time, not necessarily people waking up right before we end. But Jacobs goes... Is Hopkins off? Yeah, Hopkins is off. Let's go ahead. Let's take London here, 74. I don't necessarily think that we need to go ahead and push up the other quarterbacks when we're looking at Dak Prescott potentially on the way back around. We already have Mahomes. WYL says, how many teams do you think you've drafted today? I think we last checked probably around 40 teams today. I think you drafted about 40 teams today. Okay, so let's move this down. Devonta Smith, Alan Lazard, Christian Kirk, all going off here. I mean, we're fine with these guys going off. We take London. I'm definitely in a private draft going to prefer someone like Christian Kirk, who's going to have the role week 1, who's going to be very exciting immediately, have that high floor. But in regards to the ceiling that we're searching for, weeks 15, 16, 17, I think that Drake London, obviously we may not necessarily have the production immediately, but long term, I do think that he has a lot of upside. Okay. Joe Burrow falls to 80 here. Russell Wilson goes 81. Honestly, kind of want these quarterbacks to go, given the fact that, we want these quarterbacks to last. We want them to go to teams that don't have QB yet to give us the better shot of getting Dak Prescott later on. But if we go through, if we look at this draft so far, I want to look at this team here at 8, because this team at 8 only has one wide receiver. That one wide receiver is Keenan Allen. So far, Keenan Allen a receiver. At running back, Derrick Henry, DeAndre Swift, Travis Etienne, David Montgomery, 65. So to imagine that they are not going to be drafting another running back after this. I could be wrong. But I feel like after this, you just go through and you just hammer in as many wide receivers as possible. I guess let's move this down. Tony Pollard goes 83. I really want to just watch that team at 8. I'm assuming they go receiver, receiver, receiver. Dosa says, do you remember your favorite team? I think not the last draft, but the team before that was very strong. And there was also a draft where we started Swift, Eckler, Swift, Chubb. And that was a team that I really liked. There was also a third draft that was beautiful, but we ended up having to go to the bathroom, and then we auto-drafted Jameis Winston as a third quarterback, and it ruined everything. So Pickens goes here. Interesting to see Pickens off the board this early. Clyde Edwards-Helaire going 91. A couple different ways we can take this. Hawkinson goes 92. Okay, Hawkinson was going to be one of those players we were looking at. Antonio Gibson goes 93. See what LO Hot Dogs decides to do. These are the 3 guys that we can take. I guess maybe a penny fall. I don't know. Or we like Hunt as well. See what LO Hot Dogs decides to do. Taking that to the very last second. Goes Penny. We're going to go ahead and take Dak. This team between us already has 5 wide receivers. I don't think they can take both of the Kansas City Chiefs wide receivers. I mean, maybe they surprise us here. But I think we're getting one of Sky Moore, Marcus Valdes-Scantling on the way back around to pair up with Mahomes. We have Dak Prescott paired up with Ezekiel Elliott and Dalton Schultz. It's going to be a little bit of a unique stack when most people have him with CeeDee Lamb, straight up. And real quick, we just passed 4,600 likes in the stream. Let's try to get this live stream to 5,000 likes before it ends. If y'all have not done so already, which I know 99% of y'all have, go down there, drop a like on the live stream. Let's try to get to 5,000. It's possible. It's definitely possible. Okay. So now I think, we're going to get one of these Kansas City Chiefs wide receivers to pair up with Patrick Mahomes here as our wide receiver 4, obviously the number 1 stacking option in Kansas City. Yeah, so MVS goes. I think we probably prefer the ceiling that we have in weeks 15, 16, 17 with Sky Moore regardless. So I think we played that just fine. I mean, I don't necessarily think we have an option outside of Dak Prescott. When we decided to go ahead and take Dalton Schultz, like when we took Dalton Schultz to pair up with Ezekiel Elliott, we kind of committed ourselves to just going ahead and taking Dak Prescott here at the turn, or at least in my mind I did. Maybe we should have been a little less stubborn when we saw that we could have had the potential to grab both Kansas City Chiefs wide receivers. I don't know. I just feel like Dak Prescott's a very strong value in this range in a best ball format. Okay, so we have Dawson Knox, 102. Traylon Burks goes 104. I love the value with Traylon Burks. I mean, we've talked about this for so long now, but just such a strong value. Rondale Moore, Tyler Boyd. Singletary would have been a running back we would have taken on the way back around, but he has an ADP, I believe, a 106, so very unlikely that he would have actually made it. Singletary, Henderson. Okay, Gallup goes. Gallup would have been another player we would have been excited about getting at the 11-12 turn. I'm sorry, not the 11-12, the 10-11 turn. Obviously, I mean, I really like having Michael Gallup paired up with Dak Prescott, but at the same time, I just think that if we're looking at Michael Gallup in a vacuum here, it is a very strong value. Adam says, Mason, are you still alive? Yes, we're still breathing, my man. We're still kicking it. It's going to be difficult to keep kicking it if we do have Stafford and Carr making it to us. Hoping both these guys go. Okay, we got Stafford off the board. Let's get Derek Carr off before we're back up on the clock. Smelly coming out to 16-team PPR format. We got Cousins, Cook, ETN, Michael Thomas, Christian Kirk, Kyle Pitts, and DJ Moore. Great team in a 16-team league. If it was like a 10-teamer, I'd be like, okay, whatever. 12-teamer, like, okay, it's pretty good. 16-team league, great. I mean, obviously, Dalvin Cook, top 16 running backs. ETN, top 32 running back. I mean, yeah, top 32 running back. We have the elite level tight end. Quarterback's not great here, but it is what it is. It's a 16-team league. We've got to be weak somewhere. Okay. LOL hot dogs on the clock. I mean, they know we can't take Derek Carr, but the team after us definitely can. Hey, good Carr. Let's go ahead. Let's take Zach Ertz. I think Zach Ertz very rarely falls as far. If we get take Zach Ertz and Dalton Schultz on the same roster, I don't think we have to take another tight end here. Kirk Cousins goes 120. Great for us. Obviously, we can't go tight end. We can't go quarterback. That's what we're looking at. And if this is what we're looking at, I know what we want. R Max says, Duvernay is still a free agent in my league. What are your thoughts? I could see Bateman playing more routes and Duvernay stretching the field. I mean, I think that with Devin Duvernay here, I really like him in a best ball format. Like, I'm a big fan of Duvernay. He does have the speed. Also, I know everybody wants to focus in on his hands, yada, yada, yada. The issue is there's not going to be enough passing volume to go around for Mark Andrews to get his, for Rashad Bateman to get his, and then for us to still end up seeing Devin Duvernay with a weekly start. I mean, enough volume to be a weekly starter in a casual redraft league. So I think that we go through and we look to keep him on the bench. So I keep him on the waiver wire. I apologize. There's just going to be absolutely no reason to pick him up in a casual redraft format. Like, we're going to be drafting him here on Underdog, but of course that's 18 rounds. We just have to go through and have to roster as many of these guys as possible. Okay, so we have Justin Fields off the board, Cole Kmet, Pat Freiermuth. These are guys we're looking to go. Get these tight ends, get these quarterbacks off. Get these tight ends, get these quarterbacks off. Scott says, how'd the night go? Just woke up. My friend, I don't remember the last five. I don't remember the last 24 hours. Everything has been a straight up blur. I have no idea. Bobcat says, could this be an annual thing right before the season starts? I don't know. I'm not going to commit to anything right now. I'm very afraid that I'm going to wake up tomorrow and I'm not going to be able to talk. That's my biggest fear at the moment. Like, my voice hurts, but it's not the worst thing in the world. I mean, we've slowed down over the past few hours in talking, so it's gotten a lot better. So Russell Gage. Gage is a player that I would be taking here if we could just get the discount. Luke says he hopes this becomes an annual. Y'all did show so much support this live stream. Like, my initial reactions just say hell no, but I mean, guys, we're about to pass. We may get 5,000 likes on the stream. We had 6,000 on the first 12-hour stream. At the same time, I think we're about to hit 93.1 thousand subs. Like, I don't know. I definitely do not regret doing this. I think this was a good experience. I'm happy that I can say I did it. I don't know if I would want to do it again, but I'm happy that I'm going to be able to say that I did it. Okay. We're only running back receiver from here on out. We have Patrick Mahomes and Dak Prescott at quarterback. Tight end, we have Dalton Schultz, Zach Ertz. Running back, we have CMC, Zeke, Kenneth Walker. Wide receiver, we have A.J. Brown, T. Higgins, Drake London, Sky Moore. Okay. Now, Jerk coming out says, did I miss anything overnight? Your best drafted team was the salad eating one for sure. My girlfriend came and drafted a team. Apparently, people in the live chat loved it. I honestly wouldn't say it was that entertaining, but people in the live chat really liked it. So my girlfriend was on the stream for about an hour. Jan says, we need that Guinness World Record plaque. Maybe we get it. My hopes aren't high. If we get it, great. If not, it is what it is. Do we just go Tolbert? I'm not a massive Tolbert guy, but the thing is, we have Dak here. It is what it is. I don't know how many people are going to be going all in on the Dallas Cowboys offense this way without having CeeDee Lamb a part of the stack. I'm not a big Isaiah Pacheco guy. I think a lot of these players in this range are about the same. Okay, so Hunter Henry goes 144. God, I need to brush my teeth. I need to brush my teeth and get in the shower ASAP. And we're going to go ahead. We're going to reach for KJ Hamler. I don't really like any of the other players in this range. Obviously, it's a reach. I think that Hamler is a very good receiver. I mean, I love drafting him at the end of drafts last year whenever we did not have Russell Wilson in Denver. We were drafting him at the end of drafts this year, even with a healthy Tim Patrick. So I'm going to be willing to go ahead. I'm going to be willing to draft him here. Okay, let's move this down. Okay. Let me know what y'all think about that turn selection of Jalen Tolbert and KJ Hamler. Seems like a very boring way to go, but like in reality, once we get Tolbert, I don't think we can take another rookie at 146. We have Sky Moore, Drake London, Kenneth Walker, and Jalen Tolbert. So I feel like we have to get a veteran in that can be productive right away. I kind of want to grab a wide receiver. I'm not excited about any of these RBs. Luke says, take a few minutes to brush your teeth. My man, we only have an hour and a half left on the live stream. The only way I'm getting out of this chair is if I'm about to pee myself. If it's either pee myself in the live stream or go to the bathroom, then we'll go to the bathroom. Okay, Brian Robinson, 156 here. Kenny Golladay goes. Okay, you know what? So at this point, I think that we can start to bring in some more of these running backs. Right now, we have Christian McCaffrey, Ezekiel Elliott, and Kenneth Walker. Probably only going to draft 2 more running backs with this build. But, I mean, it looks like we're getting some of these players falling back to us. I love the Jameson Williams value here, but the issue is, can we take him on a team where we have Kenneth Walker, Drake London, Sky Moore, and Jalen Tolbert? Seems a little overkill on these wide receivers that aren't going to be productive at the beginning portion of the year. Raheem Mostert goes 164. Obviously, we can't take tight end. We can't take quarterback. Even if we love the value, we can't do it. This team actually between us has Cousins, Tua, and Matt Ryan. Interesting that they went Matt Ryan there. I didn't even notice that. Daniel Jones goes. Good thing for us. Kill Herbert. We're going to go ahead. We're going to take J.D. McKissic. The last running back in this tier, we're going to get someone that has that receiving down role every single week. Okay, so I'm assuming, yeah, this team goes Higbee. I love the Jameson Williams value. Thing is, do we have enough wide receiver production to get there at the beginning of the year? I don't think so. He goes anyway. If he goes, I think it's going to be an easy decision for us. I don't care if Van Jefferson's going to miss 1 to 2 weeks. Like, that's not going to be as big of a deal as Jameson Williams missing the first 2 months of the season. So I think here we can take Van Jefferson as an piece of an elite level offense, of course. Okay, so let's move this. I think we're still going to be going 5 running backs, 9 receivers, and hoping that we get some of these rookies breaking out later on in the year. So let's move this down. Let me know what y'all think of this squad. Let me know what you're thinking of this team. I think it's... Actually, I like it. I like it. It's an interesting build where not many people are going to have this Dallas Cowboys build stacked up, where I think in that fantasy football playoff tournament, if we get there, if Dallas has a couple of huge spike weeks, then it'll be intriguing. Even if they have like an off week, then we could go through. We can possibly get Mahomes and Sky Moore with the blow-up spot. Our max is closing in on 100,000 subs. Let's get there by the weekend. I think Maybe not by the weekend, or maybe we could. I don't know if this is going to do well as a video later on in YouTube. I don't know if YouTube's ever going to recommend like a 12-hour live stream later as a video. There's an outside chance. We'll see. Okay, Mac Jones going to 179. So good for us to get these quarterbacks tight ends. We're going to make our next 2 picks, and then we're going to queue up our last round because we'll have a good idea of what position we're going to go for in the last round. So let's make our next 2. 10 picks away here. Goff, I'm assuming he's going to be off the board by the time we're back on. We're hoping Isaiah Likely, Austin Hooper are as well. Jayan says, been here for the most part since 11 a.m. Can't wait to sleep. Thank you, Jayan. You know I appreciate you, my man. And thank you for also, I'm sure you would have been willing to come on with us and carry us through the dead part of the night. But I was just very worried based on what we had with the other guests, having to pull a call through Discord. My computer literally looked like the stream was going to shut down. We had to cancel all the guests that were coming on. Corey Davis goes. Tannehill as well. Okay, great to get Tannehill off here. Tyrion Davis Price, 187. Okay, McKinnon's. I like the idea of going McKinnon. If we get him, we have Mahomes. We need a 5th running back. Jeff Wilson goes. Obviously, a lot of people are excited about Jeff Wilson potentially being the number 2 running back in San Francisco. See what LO Hot Dogs does. Has 5 running backs with Fournette, Penny, Miles Sanders, Nyheim Hines, and Khalil Herbert. I don't know if he's planning on grabbing another. Probably done at tight end with Andrews, Irv Smith Jr. Probably done at quarterback with Lance and Carr. Takes McKinnon from us. This team here on the turn's definitely taking running back, but I don't really care. I don't even know who we'd want between these guys. McKinnon was definitely the last player in that tier. We're going to go ahead. We're going to take David Bell. I know we were just talking about not drafting any more rookies, but come on, it's David Bell. It's David Bell. I got to take my guy here. We got to take him here. Trubisky goes. I think we take Curtis Samuel, and then we just go with a running back in the last round. I don't know what to do at running back here, guys. I have no idea. No idea. Let me go through. Let me show this draft off. Of course, this team's heavily relying on CMC staying healthy all year. Having a couple big weeks from Ezekiel Elliott, which we don't even know if that's going to be even possible. Having Kenneth Walker break out later in the year. And hopefully J.D. McKissic just giving us enough production to get by until we have that Kenneth Walker breakout. But let me swing this over. Queue up some running backs, and then we'll be good to go for our next round. Okay. We're joining the Puppy 4 here on Underdog, of course. Going in, just joined. Looks like I think we have time for 2 more drafts. We get the 105. Hell yes, drafting at the 105 here. Getting a top 5 player, probably getting Jamar Chase here. Unless someone goes crazy and takes Eckler and we end up getting Cooper Kupps or Justin Jefferson falling to us at 5. But I'm assuming that we're looking at Chase. We'll see. We'll see. Frank says, hope you're pumping copy. We have a decent amount of caffeine earlier in the live stream. But no, we're done with caffeine at this point. I am planning on going to sleep the second the stream ends. So I do not want any more caffeine in my system, limiting me from going to sleep. Mr. Insomniac says, after 3 hours, I'm at the 6th spot. Happy to see you out here drafting right next to us, my man. Of course, I'm not wishing you no luck. Drafting next to us. I hope you do not get any of our guys, which you probably are going to. Chris says, good morning, Mason. How was the night? The night was completely fine. The night was pretty good live stream. Better than I was expecting. We had to slow down, definitely, for the sake of my voice. CMC, Jonathan Taylor, go. It's literally every other draft. CMC 101 this draft. Jonathan Taylor 101 the next. Every other draft. Cup goes 3. Jefferson. Yeah, so we're going to go ahead. We're going to get Jamar Chase here, as we've already discussed. I thought there was an outside chance that we had a team sneaking in Austin Eckler with that pick, but it is what it is. Jay Wall says, Mason, we should hang out more. This has been fun. This has been much more fun than I was expecting. Y'all made this live stream so much better than I thought it was going to be, guys. Thank you so much for everybody coming out here and hanging out with us, as we already said. We'll have a fun way to give away some Fantasy Flock Network hats at the end of this live stream for people who have been out here for so long. So Dalvin Cook at 8. Okay, I think I know what we're going to do regarding the Fantasy Flock Network hat giveaway. The very end of the live stream, we're going to premiere a video. Yeah. I got it. Okay, so Kelsey at 10. Diggs goes at 9. I mean, I think you do have to be excited about getting Diggs at 9 as well. Used to not be able to get him here. There was a 1 point on Underdog where Stephon Diggs, his ADP crept up to 7. Obviously, I think with the casual drafters coming in, you're able to get him at a lower price now. Cal says, what will the video be? It will be a week 1 wide receiver rankings. Week 1 wide receiver rankings. So Lamb off. What are we looking for? I mean, I guess it doesn't really matter too much when we're taking Jamar Chase here at 5. We're reaching on Chase where he does fall to the later part of the first round in a lot of these. So it's not like, oh, we really hope we get Aaron Jones banging to us. I mean, we've had Aaron Jones and Jamar Chase in a lot of drafts. This time around, I think if anything, maybe we go Debo or Tyreek. Go Tyreek, Jamar Chase. I think that won't be a very common combo. Let's go ahead. Let's go Debo Samuel here. The running backs that we are getting available later on in these drafts, like in the 6th round, I want to take David Montgomery. I want to take J.K. Dobbins. I want to take David Montgomery. I want to take J.K. Dobbins later on in the 6th. So let's set ourselves up with the ability to do that. Let's go Debo Samuel here at 20. Jay Wall says NFL football is in 2 days. Crazy to think. Okay, Leonard Fournette off the board. Javonte Williams goes at 25 as well. D. Porter says, great job, Mason. You're almost home free. 24 hours is quite a feature. I can make it 8 hours in fantasy football is my life. Thank you, my friend. I'll tell you, maybe fantasy football is part of your life. Fantasy football is my life, but thank you, of course, for supporting the channel and happy to have you out here. We're going to go ahead. We're going to take Mike Evans. I mean, obviously Mike Evans has to be falling with the Chris Godwin report, but you're never really going to get Mike Evans here at 29. At least the majority of these drafts that were done on Underdog won't have Evans at 29. So let's go ahead. Let's grab him as our wide receiver 3 here. That makes a lot of sense with the build where we're trying to chase this running back value that we can get late. And let me know in the live chat right now, do y'all have any fun plans for the Bills-Rams game? Do y'all have any fun plans for Thursday Night Football? DJ Moore goes 33. Rhodes short film says Mason will be there. Will there be a highlight for the 24-hour live stream? If someone makes one and wants to send it to me, be my guest. That's not on my plan. Austin says his dad's going to the game. That'll be fun. Frank says he has 0 fantasy players from both teams. Oh, that is brutal, my man. Wesley's plans to watch the Bills win. What's the spread on the Bills-Rams game right now? We have one person out here saying their plan is to eat pizza, get drunk. That's not a horrible plan either. Let me look at the spread on the game. I know most people probably already know this, so I don't want to have y'all guess in the live chat, assuming y'all know. Okay, Bills minus 2.5. I honestly thought the Bills would be a bigger favorite. Yeah, I honestly, the Bills minus 2. I knew the Bills would be favored, but I legitimately thought it would be like 3.5. Let me see if this is the same line on every sports book. It's 2.5 everywhere. I guess it's in LA, so maybe that matters. Let me know. Are you going Bills minus 2.5 or Rams plus 2.5? I'm McLaurin off the board. Holmes 41. Daniel says James Cook breakout week 1. Anyone? I do think that James Cook does have a very high ceiling and is a player that I'm excited to roster, but call it week 1 breakout is going to be a little bit bold. Let's go for it. Let's have a unique build here. Let's try it out. Let's go Jerry Jeudy here, 44. Of course, we're only doing this on Underdog. If it was a casual redraft league, we're never doing this. Alex says, I have to get in the last draft. I hope you do, my friend. Thank you for sticking with us in the live stream. Hope that you make it in our next draft, which our next one, maybe we get 2 more after this. Maybe we get 1.5 more after this. Well, we'll see how it goes. We'll go Judy. Yeah, the team next to this goes Juju Smith-Schuster. I kind of thought that team was going to do something like it. Brandon Cooks goes 46. Kingview meets us top rookie for week 1. I hate to say this, but with the rookies, we're expecting it to be a running back. Breece Hall looks like he may not be the starter in New York, and it's a horrible matchup against the Ravens. Kenneth Walker's not playing. Is Damian Pierce highest scoring rookie week 1? Let me know what y'all think. Is Damian Pierce the highest scoring rookie week 1? I personally think so. We had to put money on someone. People saying in the chat that they couldn't believe that we did a 24-hour live stream. Are y'all kidding me? We say we're doing something. We're doing it. Y'all thought I was going to advertise all offseason? Hey, we're doing a 24-hour live stream, and then we go live for 12 hours. I go, oh, guys, I can't do it. I can't do it. You know how embarrassing that would have been? I would have had to delete the YouTube channel. We're going to go ahead and we're going to take Ezekiel at the 5th. I'm not a big Zeke guy. I'm not a big Ezekiel fan, but if we're going to get him here at pick 53, I will take him. At some point, we have to look at a piece in an elite level offense that is going to catch passes out of the backfield. We have to say, okay, Ezekiel, it's strong value here. So now A.J. Dillon, 55. Darnell Mooney, 56. I like this team. So I do not think many teams are going to have this start of Chase, Debo, Evans, Jerry Jeudy, and then get Ezekiel Elliott here at pick 53. Dear God. 6 Foot Mouse says, wait, part 2, did you give up? We did not give up on 24-hour lives. What happens is on YouTube, they'll only save videos that are 12 hours long. So we had to end that live stream, the first in the stream. We just had to cut it and go live right again. We hit in live stream and then hit live again and added a part 2 just so they could save them as videos later on so we could have it. So we couldn't have anybody coming out here and trying to tell us we didn't do it. Now, Jimmy decides to go Jalen Hurts and Kyler Murray hit the 5-6 turn. Definitely something that I have done in a lot of these drafts. Jonas says, would you recommend to start Hall in week 1? I love Breece Hall for the ceiling that we have for the rest of season, but week 1 is going to be tough. We don't know what the workload's going to be like in New York. At the same time, not only do we not know what the workload's going to be like in New York, but it's a horrible matchup against the Ravens. I don't know, my friend. I don't know. Okay. So Cam Akers off the board here, 64. Damian Pierce goes 63. And this is what we wanted. We wanted to be able to take some running back value here. Kingview Mead on the clock has gone Mahomes at quarterback. He goes Adam Thielen here at 65. Yeah, sacrificing some of these running backs. Nobody wants Montgomery. Nobody wants Dobbins, so we just haven't taken him at 68 often. I'll take Elijah Mitchell here as well, knowing that we don't have Trey Sermon. They were a little less concerned about this running back room being so crowded. So let's go ahead. Let's take Elijah Mitchell, 68. Even though if you've drafted the most expensive running back in San Francisco over the past probably 5 years at this point, you've just gotten crushed. Okay. And of course, guys, if you have not gone down there and dropped a like on the live stream yet, which I'd imagine 99.99% of y'all have, make sure you do that ASAP. We are 300 likes away from hitting 5,000, and we've been live for 23 hours. Guys, make sure you go down there and drop a like if you haven't. Subscribe to the channel if you're not, but I'd imagine that every single person watching this is subscribed. And I don't think we have any new viewers just stumbling in here randomly at 6 in the morning. Now we got Trey Lance, Joe Burrow, and Russell Wilson all going off the board here at the end of the 6th round. So it looks like we're not going to have access to an elite level quarterback. Would have been exciting to get Lance on the way back around at 77. We had Debo on this build as well. Move this back around. Hopkins goes 74. I guess we could go Schultz again, pair him up with Zeke, and then go with that weird stack for the Dallas Cowboys offense again. I don't hate that idea. We'll see what other values make it to us. I'll say real quick, if Allen Lazard's a top 10 wide receiver this year, I lose money this year, and there's no way around it. If Allen Lazard's a top 10 receiver, when's the last time y'all saw me draft Allen Lazard on the live stream? If he is a top 10 option, I am just going broke. Okay. Let's move this down. Hobbs for Life says, how are you feeling? Feeling great, my friend. Feeling great. Considering we've been awake for 23 hours and talking nonstop for 23 hours, never thought I'd feel this good. Jan says, what round and year was Juju Smith-Schuster drafted in? Go now. I mean, he was drafted in 2017 by the Pittsburgh Steelers, and he was drafted, I believe, in the 3rd round, my friend, out of USC. The thing with Juju Smith-Schuster is he was an incredibly young player coming into the NFL. He had a breakout at 18 years old at USC. He actually had his best season his sophomore year. He took a massive step back his junior year, which did plummet his draft stock compared to where people thought he was going to go. But obviously, Pittsburgh is great at evaluating or developing their young wide receiver talent. I'm not exactly sure which one it is. And Juju either went in round 2 or round 3. I don't know. Or 23 hours in the live stream. I apologize. Jane says, go ahead and show off. You know I got to go ahead and show off. Literally. Any wide receiver being drafted right now, any running back being drafted right now, ask me about what they did in college. Ask me what NFL, literally, quiz me. Any player that has been drafted or will be drafted in the next 100 picks. Ask me what year they were drafted in. Ask me what college they went to. I will know. We're going to go ahead. We're going to take Kadarius Toney here. I mean, we didn't draft a ton of Toney. Was going in the 7th round, but here, big 92, I think it's going to be fine. Penny goes 93. ER7 says, Des Bryant, my friend. I know Des Bryant was out of Oklahoma State, but at the same time, has he been drafted in this draft? Or will he be in the next 100 picks? Come on, my man. Tyler says Devin Singletary. Devin Singletary came out of Florida Atlantic. And a small school in Florida. I'm assuming Florida Atlantic. I don't know why those. I don't even know if that's a school. Those are the two names coming out of my mind. Definitely in 2019 class. Went in round 3. Devin Singletary, small running back. I mean, he wasn't hyper athletic at the NFL Combine. Wasn't a great pass catcher. The Buffalo Bills made the bet on him based on what they saw in film. In reality, I didn't love his profile. I mean, he flashed his rookie season. People got really excited about him in Dynasty. You saw him get drafted in the 4th round of Dynasty. Startup drafts the year after that. Absolutely crazy. Okay, but James Cook off the board. Let's go ahead and... So where did Dak go? Yeah, Dak went 87 to the Lamb team. So I don't think we can sit here and cry about not getting Dak Prescott. Like, should have been expected. We're going to go ahead. We're going to get Miles Sanders here, though. We're going to get a running back that's playing behind possibly the best offensive line in the NFL. We're looking at Miles Sanders, another 2019 running back, this time out of Penn State. If you want to hear a little bit about Miles Sanders' backstory, 5-star prospect going into Penn State, plays behind Saquon Barkley for the first 2 years, so we never see any production whatsoever. But then his final junior season, he demonstrates the ability to catch the ball at Penn State. He was a good enough athlete at the NFL Combine to get drafted in the 2nd round by the Philadelphia Eagles. We saw the elite level breakout as the end of his rookie season, where he was a running back 1 down the stretch. He ended up getting drafted at the beginning of the 2nd round in high stakes drafts in 2020. Going into year 2, people were very excited about Miles Sanders. And of course, that player has disappointed ever since. But if we're getting the starting running back that can catch the ball, find the best offensive line in the NFL, 101, that is healthy, I'll be fine going ahead, taking him here at 101. Now, we have Boyd, Treal, and Burks going 105, 106. Cordell Patterson off the board as well. Gosh, we are getting tired. Jimmy's goes Zach Ertz, 108. I think Zach Ertz could have been a player we took. I mean, didn't we take Zach Ertz on the same build where we took Dalton Schultz in the last draft? I think we did. I'm not gonna cry too much if we end up getting Stafford here. We would end up sniping the Cup team on Stafford if we decided to go with him. Kevin says, McLaurin and Kamara for Jonathan Taylor. What are your thoughts on the trade? Love the deal. Go get Jonathan Taylor. Shallow redraft league at this point. We're breaking it down easy. Go get the best player in the deal. We're going to go ahead. We're going to get Kenneth Walker. I mean, we're just drafting for weeks 15, 16, 17 here in this tournament style contest. Obviously, Kenneth Walker not going to be the starting running back here in Seattle right away. It should be Rashad Penny as he works his way back from the hernia surgery. But at the end of the day, it may be a growth situation. He's an elite level athlete. He has the size to be a 3-down player. He was drafted in the 2nd round this past year. So I think we can go through. I think we can draft him and have that ceiling down the stretch. Okay. 6-foot mask coming out says, I'm just letting you know Kirk Cousins is dropping 40-plus touchdowns this season. Oh, my friend. Oh, that is tough to say. I mean, if you think that this coaching staff goes out there and they really just ramp up the overall pace of play as well as the passing rate over expectations, sure, maybe you can get excited about it. I don't know. That is a bold call, though. And I'm assuming you're 100% all in on Justin Jefferson, wide receiver 1, if you're saying Kirk Cousins 40-plus passing touchdowns this year. Okay, so Julio Jones goes 121. Cole Kmet 120. Could you go Freiermuth and be done at tight end? I'm not too excited about any of the running backs in this range. Claypool goes. Sean Dotson goes. So we'll take Pat Freiermuth. Or is the week 9 bye? Do we use that as tie break? Do we go Justin Fields, get a quarterback with some rushing upside here? Yeah, we'll take Justin Fields. We get a quarterback with some rushing upside. I don't love Fields as a passer. Y'all know last year we were out here talking about Justin Fields being the most overrated player in fantasy football when everybody was all in on Justin Fields. But 125 is a much better price point. Much better price point. Okay. So I'm going to have to go pee real quick. I'm sorry, guys. We've actually been able to hold this for quite a while. I'm proud of myself at this point. I'll be back in 10 seconds. Okay, we are back. And like I said, we are going to be giving away Fantasy Flag Network hats for the people who have been hanging out with us this entire stream. So thank y'all so much. We'll do that at the very end of the stream. Lord Farquaad says, first time I drafted with you at the 102. What are your thoughts so far? Okay, let's go through and let's check out this team at the 102. JT, Tyreek, Kyle Pitts, Lamar through the first 4. I really like it. I mean, if we're looking at Breece Hall at 50, maybe you go Zeke just because very rarely he's falling there. But I mean, if you're looking at my rankings, we had Breece Hall ranked over Ezekiel Elliott for almost the majority of the offseason. Literally, we had to change it like the past week. Chase Edmonds, 71. DeAndre Hopkins, 74. I like DeAndre Hopkins in a tournament-style draft like this. Sky Moore, 95. Same thing you just said. James Cook, 98. A little bit early. I think that you can get James Cook, may get him back to you at the end of the 10th round in a lot of these. I would maybe try to go Miles Sanders and get greedy to see if you have Cook on the way back around. It's not the end of the world, though. I really don't like the Kirk Cousins pick. I mean, like, if you're of the opinion, like, Cousins goes out there and throws 40 passing touchdowns, like, it's going to be hard for a team to actually make some noise and win anything big without having one of his pass catchers, if that actually happens. Sure, we'll go with Rashad White. We'll just get a piece of an elite level offense in here. Someone that can catch passes out of the backfield on a week-to-week basis and obviously have the contingency value if something were to occur to Leonard Fournette. I think at this point, we're probably only going to go through and draft 5 running backs total. Okay. Guess let's smooth this down. Wan'Dale Robinson goes 142. I don't know. I thought we could get Alberto possibly on the way back around. It is what it is, though. Lawrence goes 144. Thomas out here says, let's go. Only 1 hour left. Yes, sir. 1 hour. The home stretch. We're going up. We're going up. 1 hour left, ladies and gentlemen. And yeah, the PC is on fire. I mean, obviously, we've been lagging a little bit. That's why we couldn't go through. We couldn't add another guest later on. I had some exciting guests lined up for y'all. I was just very afraid that the entire live stream was going to get shut down if we try to go for it. Do we just go DJ Chark? We'll go and joke instead. I know we shares a bye with the Dalton Schultz, but when we're trying to play for weeks 15, 16, 17, I'm not going to care too much about that. I think that we're still looking for quarterbacks that we could take later on that have access to an elite level ceiling. So, you know, we are going to go ahead. We are going to look to see if we can get Deshaun Watson coming in with David Njoku, definitely. Riley says, I'm ready to be made a mod. Okay, we'll go through. We'll make you a mod, my man. Thank you, of course, for coming out to every single stream with us. Lord Farquaad says, I have James Cook in 77% of my underdog leagues. Hope that works out, LL. I like the idea, my friend. I like the idea. But dear God, look at that timer. Look at that timer. Are y'all seeing that? We are under an hour. Oh my gosh. If you have not dropped a like on the live stream, go down there, drop a like on the stream. Let's get this live stream to, if we can, 5,000 likes. I mean, we are about 230 away from it. Make sure, fix your life. Go down there, drop a like on the stream if you have not done so already. Come on. Come on. Now, Jamal Williams goes 157. Robert Tonyan, 158. Okay, if we're looking at quarterbacks, I don't know if we can go Winston. Running backs are the best value in this range. I don't even know if we can take them. I like a couple players here. Winston goes off the board. Isaiah Likely goes... Okay, King View Me, you owe me an explanation in the live chat right now. What are we doing taking Isaiah Likely 161? You got to give me your explanation for Isaiah Likely before Higbee. I need to hear this. I want to hear it. Suzuki says, yes, he might stream tonight. We might stream. Do you know who I am? Of course we're live streaming tonight. What kind of question is that? We'll be getting more drafts going tonight. We're going to go ahead. We're going to take Jameson Williams here. Easy pick, in my opinion. Player that does have an elite level ceiling weeks 15, 16, 17. Of course, a pretty low floor at the beginning part of the year when he won't be playing. But we're trying to optimize for weeks 15, 16, 17 in these tournament-style drafts. Jameson Williams, easy pick. Easy game. Okay. King View Mead says, freak at tight end. This guy is it. Okay, my man. I'll say maybe he's a freak. But if he's a freak, what does that make Mark Andrews? What does that make Mark Andrews? That's my question here. And thank you so much for everybody spending the entire night with guys. I cannot tell you how much I appreciate y'all. Like, y'all are absolutely absurd. We're going to go ahead. We are going to premiere a video right after this. And in that premiere, we'll explain in 50 minutes about how we're going to give away some Fantasy Flock Network hats. But we're going to be giving away some Fantasy Flock Network hats for the people who have been hanging around with us this entire stream. Okay. J.D. McKissick goes 170. Sammy Watkins 171. Let's see what this team does. See what running back is Penny, Kareem Hunt, Khalil Herbert, and Raheem Mostert. So I feel like they have to go RB. They go Jarrett McKinnon. We're going to go ahead and we're going to grab Van Jefferson here. I actually really like Van Jefferson at wide receiver. I mean, specifically in a best ball format here, we're chasing just these spike weeks. We're going to need to bring in two more quarterbacks. Right now, our only quarterback is Justin Fields. I do like the week-to-week ceiling we'll have with Justin Fields, given his rushing upside. Okay. Yeah. This is amazing. Let's move this down. We have Gesicki, Austin Hooper off the board here, 175, 176. Okay, so good thing for us to get these tight ends going, and I will say it's a little painful seeing Gesicki go here. We've drafted Mike Gesicki a lot higher than this in a lot of other leagues. A lot of other drafts we've taken Mike Gesicki here before the 15th round. I mean, I think we were looking at a $1,000 draft the other day where we got Gesicki in the 13th. And I thought it was good value at the time. I was like, oh yeah, we'll take the value with Gesicki. Okay, Zay Jones goes 181. Okay, we need 2 quarterbacks. I think we're going to get our quarterback that we want making back to us. David Bell goes 182. That was the wide receiver that we would like to round out this team with. It is what it is now that we don't get him. Noah Fant goes 183. Who do we have at running back again? Let me remind myself. Do we have enough upside here? We have Rachaad White, Kenneth Walker, Miles Sanders, Elijah Mitchell, Ezekiel Elliott. I think things could break right. Wide receiver, we have Chase, Debo, Evans, Judy, Tony, Jameson, and Van Jefferson. I think we can go with 2 quarterbacks and a receiver, or 2 quarterbacks and a running back, whatever value that ends up falling. Isaiah Spiller goes. Red Sea Cards has Herbert and Baker. When you go Herbert, I don't know if you're taking a 3rd QB. Jason says, what did you eat throughout the stream? We had a couple sandwiches. I think we had 2 sandwiches at 2 different points. A salad, a couple protein bars. And that's it. We drank maybe 10 gallons of water, more water than I've ever had in my entire life. Had some honey. Tried some tea because people said it was going to make our voice better. I don't know if it helped. My voice. I'm still talking. My voice is still here, and we're 23 and some change hours into this. So maybe it did work. Okay. Let's move this down. If we go Jared Goff 188. I mean, we go Jared Goff here. Easy pick. Pair up with Jameson Williams. Jared Goff, obviously, in a fantastic situation here in Detroit. I think it's going to be a no-brainer. Okay. So Paris Campbell goes 191. Mark Ingram 192. Nick Westbrook-Akeen 193. Hell yes, we get Watson. We have a quarterback room with an elite level ceiling for the final 3 weeks, and I think we can get there as well. Great team, great team. We're going to bounce from this draft, go into our next one. It's going to be another Puppy 4 draft. I mean, same thing we've been doing all night. We clearly are going to win the Puppy 4 at this point. If karma exists, we're winning the Puppy 4. Has anybody else stayed up 24 hours drafting these Puppy 4 teams? Anybody else? We deserve to win this. $103. Hey, at least they give us a good pick. We're in here with some heavy hitters. We're in here with Killer Zebras. Killer Zebras out here to take our money. It is what it is. Okay, bar guys. These are the top 3 players we're going with. Alex says, may get a private draft for the last one question. I'm sorry, my man. It's late. It's late. I'm sorry. I would like the idea. We probably should have. But it is what it is. Bobcat says, you're going to be sleeping like a baby tonight. I don't know. I don't know how our sleep schedule is going to be. Because after this, in about 51 minutes, according to that timer up there, I'm going to go to that bed. Actually, I'm going to take a shower. Then I'm going to go to sleep. And then what time am I waking up? We go to sleep from 7. If we sleep 8 hours... I guess we got CMC here. That's exciting. We sleep 8 hours. No mathematician, but we're waking up at like 3 p.m. How am I supposed to go to sleep tonight? Alex says, I'm 0 for 20 in getting in a draft with you, Mason. I'm sorry, my man. Well, we'll definitely get more private drafts going. I'd imagine that Puppy 4 probably fills relatively soon. I'd imagine that it does. Okay. Now, Jefferson goes 2. Andrew coming out says, pick 2 for the flex. Thank you, my man. Says, Brandon Ayuk, AJ Dillon, Isaiah McKenzie, Darrell Henderson, and Chris Olave. I don't want to play Isaiah McKenzie coming back from the injury. We don't exactly know what the role is going to be. Here, I'm sorry. Let me make our last selection in that other draft real quick. The last pick in the other draft is going to be Donovan Peoples-Jones. But yeah, going back to this, we are going to look at avoiding Isaiah McKenzie if we can. I think we play Brandon Ayuk, even if it's not a great matchup against Chicago, where we expect this to be a low-scoring contest. And we go A.J. Dillon over Chris Olave. I want to see Chris Olave out there on the field. And I want to see what the target distribution is for these New Orleans Saints wide receivers before we go out there and play any rookie. Devontae Adams goes 10. Stephon Diggs at 11. Him go. So we have, I guess, Mixon sliding a bit. Not really. His ADP is 13, sliding to 14. It's just weird seeing him fall in a draft where obviously I think a lot of people in here are Mixon fans. Tyreek Hill goes 24. Interesting. So it looks like Tyreek's not going to be a viable pick for us to go with CMC. Llama says, in a 10-team full PPR league, rate the squad. We got Lamar Jackson at quarterback. At running back, we have Jonathan Taylor, Saquon Barkley. Obviously, we're very excited about that. We also have Travis Etienne as our third guy. Chase Edmonds is our fourth. Wide receiver, we have Pitman, Sutton, Bateman, London, Olave, Dotson, Pickens, Nico Collins. Love the team. Nico Collins, in my opinion, not someone that's even worth the roster spot. I'd rather try to fire up extra running back that's an injury away from having a large workload in his offense, like someone like Khalil Herbert. Because in what world are we ever going through and starting Nico Collins here? What world are we ever doing that? Now, Bubba coming out with a $24 donation. Thank you, my man. Says, you did it. You have proven to be the king of YouTube fantasy football. Ain't nobody crazy enough to do what you just did. Awesome, and congratulations. Thank you, my man. Thank you. And I'm gonna be honest with you guys. Before I did this, I was sitting here thinking it was impossible. I was like, what did I get myself into? This is going to be the biggest mistake of my entire life. It was hard, but it was not that hard. Like, I don't want to hype up what we did. Like, it's pretty impressive. I don't think many people would attempt it. I think if you attempt it and you do it right, like how we go no caffeine through the first 10 hours and then we started hitting, we had 2 of these and we put them in the big water jug. So we were like barely sipping it the entire time. Wasn't that hard. Javonte goes 20. Jay Lorenz says, holy crap, you made it. I was here for the start yesterday. Just woke up. Rock on, bro. Maybe it seems crazier for y'all if y'all went through and y'all did like an entire days of activities and you actually had things to do. I've been in this. You could have told me this live stream lasted 30 minutes. I've blacked out. Like I am on another planet. So maybe it's a little bit different for me because I haven't gone out and done anything. So it doesn't seem like it's been that long. But I guess, yeah, if you've gone through, you had breakfast, then you had lunch, then you had dinner, you went and saw your friends, then you went to sleep, then you woke up and we're still alive, then maybe it feels a little different. Okay. AJ Brown going 23 here. So Fournette goes 24. I thought we were going to get some exciting value falling to us. Where we took Andrews. Trying to think. Do we just go with like a very weird build that nobody else is going to have? Let's try it. We'll go Evans. We can get Godwin on the way back around. We'll get the double stack in Tampa. Not for the last draft. Not for the last draft. We're going to try to keep our sanity, and we're not going to lose our mind. RMax says, we all know your tier list inside and out now after that 24 hours of drafts. Yeah, you know how we're drafting. I think if y'all go through, if like AI studied our drafts this offseason, they know what we're doing. I think they could replicate it one for one. Brandon says, been here since the start. Send in super chats. 7th one. Thank you, my man. Says, should I drop Tyler Lockett if he's my wide receiver 7 or Brian Robinson if I have Antonio Gibson? Can't stash on IR. If Lockett's your wide receiver 7, he's never hitting your starting lineup. Because what would have to happen for his situation to change where all of a sudden we can finally get very excited about Lockett? I don't love the idea of rostering Brian Robinson. I actually may look to try to trade both players together, get anything in return to open up a roster spot that way. And if you're in a league this shallow where you feel like you may have to drop Tyler Lockett and there are going to be players of that quality on the waiver wire, it's going to be very hard to hold Brian Robinson if we can't put him on the IR through the first 4, 5, 6, 7. We don't know how long it's going to be, weeks of the season, until he comes back. So I don't know. I maybe drop both players, if I'm going to be honest with you. Liam says, should have hit Pitts, my boy. I should have. We should have. That's on me, my man. But we have DJ Moore off the board, 34 here. Now, of course, if you have not done so already, we are 150 likes away from 5,000 on the stream. It's just crazy to see that. But go down there, drop a like in the live stream. Let's get 5,000 likes in the streams. If you have not done so already. But thank you guys. Appreciate y'all for spending the past 24 hours with me. Like, dear God, no idea how y'all did that. No idea how y'all put up with my voice for 24 hours. Okay. So we have James Conner here, pick 39. Interesting Herbert selection at 38. I mean, this team at pick 11 doesn't have Mike Williams. They don't have Keenan Allen. Feels weird. They don't have Eckler. It feels very weird for them to go ahead and take Justin Herbert here. Maybe if they think they can get Joshua Palmer and Gerald Everett later on, it's okay. I don't know. Okay, Gabe Davis goes 41. CJ says, figured pick 11 would wait and take Tua later. That's what I'm kind of thinking as well. Like, you take Tyreek Hill there, 14. I guess it kind of makes sense if you want to have a very unique roster with Tyreek Hill, Jalen Waddles, and Tua Tagovailoa double stacked. What happens if the Miami Dolphins do surprise everyone and be a top 3 passing offense this year and you crush the rest of the field? I don't know. Okay, Juju Smith-Schuster, 43. Mahomes goes 44. Zeke goes. Okay, so we're going to go ahead. We're going to get Lamar Jackson. We're going to correlate Lamar Jackson here with Mark Andrews. A couple different players that we're going to be looking at 51. I have one guy in our mind in particular. We have one guy that we're looking for in particular here. We're lagging a bit. Brees Hall goes 49. Our guy's still here. I think we get him. You know what? We may actually not even take him. If we get McLaurin following us at 51, how many teams are going to have McLaurin in the 5th? Jalen Hurts goes. Our initial plan was to go Godwin and then get the double stack and target Brady later on. But that was before we had Terry McLaurin fall into us pick 51. So I guess instead of going Godwin, we just go ahead and we grab Terry McLaurin. Not too much else for us to talk about here. Doc79 says, don't forget to cut the stream off a couple minutes early so we don't run past the 12-hour clock. I got you, my man. We have... The timer actually ends before we... ends 30 seconds before we hit 12 hours. So I'll be able to cut it off in time. Okay, Chris Godwin goes 54 here. Yeah, Godwin was our initial plan, as we already said, but I just think that if we're looking at trying to build a unique roster, McLaurin's the pick. Tanner says, what's been the favorite thing about your live stream? Just the fact that seeing how much y'all like this. Seeing that we had people staying up all night with us to hang out in this live stream is just absolutely crazy. Y'all are, and I'm not just saying this. I know maybe you're saying oh yeah, of course you're saying. No. By far and away, best part of this live stream. And the most surprising part of this live stream, and why I think it was easy, way easier than I was expecting, because y'all supported it. Y'all were out here with me since the beginning. So I gotta say is thank you. Thank you, guys. Okay. So Brandon Cooks going off the board 57. So we have that run on wide receivers here in the middle of the 5th round. I think at this point, if we're going to be looking at what's coming back around to us at 70, 75, we're still going to have wide receivers with high ceilings in weeks 15, 16, and 17 in particular. Kittle makes it to 58 here. Waller obviously still available. How far does Waller fall now? Yeah, Waller goes 59 right before the Travis Kelce build. I was trying to see if that team was going to get greedy with it and see if they could push the envelope and get Darren Waller pick 62, making a bet that the Kelce team wouldn't take him as well. I don't necessarily think you have to do that. Okay, so Devonta Smith goes 62. Darnell Mooney goes 61. Let's smooth this over. So I don't even know what we're expecting here. I feel like these teams in the middle rounds are really hammering in these wide receivers. I'm gonna be fine if we get Akers. If we get Akers, Montgomery, Dobbins, we've been drafting them in the 6th round all day. I'll draft them again here in the 6th. We've been drafting them in the 6th round all day. We'll draft them here again in the 6th. Okay. Akers goes 66, so sadly we're not going to be able to get him here. Okay, let's see what we're getting. Elijah Mitchell goes, okay, good. We get David Montgomery or J.K. Dobbins. We're going to get one of these guys. We're going to get one of these guys guaranteed. I mean, our initial plan was to go wide receiver here on the turn, but I don't care too much what the initial plan was at this point. Pollard goes. So let's go ahead. Let's take Montgomery. I think you can make the argument, oh, well, Mason, we do have Lamar Jackson. We have Mark Andrews on this team. Aren't we going ahead and aren't we betting on the Baltimore Ravens offense? Shouldn't we take J.K. Dobbins? I think there's a chance we get Dobbins on the way back around. With how worried people are about this Dobbins injury, I think we go Montgomery 70, try to get J.K. Dobbins at the beginning of the 7th. And these teams here, Ramondre Stevenson 71. Yeah, both these teams here already have 3 running backs. I don't know if they can take another RB after this. Chase Edmonds goes, yeah, so these later running backs are going, but it looks like we may still get Dobbins here. Either Dobbins or Adam Thielen. We're going to go Dobbins, I mean, if he makes it to us. I know people aren't going to like it, but we'll go Dobbins. So let's go through. Let's show this team off so far. I know a lot of people aren't going to like this draft. It is what it is. I like the team. Running back, we have CMC, David Montgomery, J.K. Dobbins. Wide receiver, we have Mike Evans, Terry McLaurin. We have the elite level quarterback with Mark Andrews and Lamar Jackson. It's probably going to be a 2-5-9-2 build. I think when we have a couple wide receivers at the very top of that, it's going to be exciting as well. Okay. We have Josh Jacobs going 77. Johnny says, man, the support from everyone is a big thank you for all you do. You are exemplifying what hard work and dedication does. Best is ahead. All I got to say is thank you, my man. Thank you for coming out to the live stream. And, guys, we had so many people literally with us this entire stream. The only difference was I was the one with the camera on. Like, we were all out here for almost 24 hours, so there were a lot of people that did just exactly what I did. They were drafting for 24 hours as well. So, thank you to everybody who was out here with me for that long. I promise you I would not have been able to do it without you. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Now, after we take Dobbins, of course, we're looking for running backs to go after this. We are hoping that you got guys like Clyde Edwards-Helaire, Josh Jacobs off the board. And there's a decent chance that some other teams here at the very end of the draft have to go running back because we had Tony Pollard and Ramondre Stevenson going a little bit earlier than expected as well. And we are 100 likes away on the live stream from hitting 5,000. So if you have not dropped a like in the live stream yet, go down there, drop that like. We're about to hit 5,000 on the stream. Now we have Dalton Schultz going 82. I mean, very rarely are you seeing Dalton Schultz fall that far. Going to the same team that has Kittle. We don't mind it. I mean, we have Mark Andrews. I'm fine if these Titans get pushed up draft boards. I'm fine. Okay. Relaxation Heaven says this is about to be the best sleep of your life. It truly is. This is going to be the best sleep of my life. And I'm starving too. I have no idea why I'm so hungry. I literally just got hungry like this second. It went from I wasn't hungry at all to dear God. Okay. So now we have Cordell Patterson going 86 early on Patterson. Hey, good for us. We're winning these running backs off. We're winning these wide receivers and make it back around. Could go Brady when we have Evans. It's not the I don't want to say it's not the worst thing in the world. It's pretty bad, but we can do it. Alex says, what time is it for us? It's 7 a.m. for us right now. Now Kareem Hunt goes 87. Deandre Hopkins goes 88. It would have been beautiful to have Hopkins make it back to us. Like, if we would have had Hopkins here, this would have been... How funny is it going to be if the team that wins Puppy 4 is the last draft that we do on the stream today? That would be awesome. That would be awesome. Tommy says, wait, you live in the Midwest? If Austin, Texas is the Midwest, yes, we live in the Midwest. I've never heard it classified there, but... If all of Central Time Zone is, then yes, we do. Okay, so now we have Tony 90. We're going to get one of these wide receivers. Y'all know I'm not a big Lazard guy, but if we get Alan Lazard making it to us here, we take Alan Lazard and do it, think twice. Lazard goes 91, so never mind. We aren't going to get him. Sky Moore goes. Okay, I think I know what we're doing. Johnny Foz has no quarterback, has 3 running backs with Zeke, Pollard, Clyde Edwards-Helaire, wide receiver, Kupp, Debo, Deontay, has the elite level tight end with Kyle Pitts. George Pickens. We're going to go ahead and we're going to take Brady. Grab the other elite level quarterback. We're going to have that stack up with Mike Evans. And obviously, we need to hammer in some wide receivers after this. Need to. Dallas Goedert goes good. Don't tempt us with these tight ends. Get these tight ends off the board. Please, do not even tempt us. Let's see Hawkinson's selection here. Burks goes 96. Okay, Treylon Burks was actually the guy I thought we were going to get here at the beginning of the 9th. I thought we were safe to get Burks at the beginning of the 9th if we went with Brady here. MVS goes 97. Looks like we're getting tempted with Hawkinson. Penny goes. Okay, no, we're going to take Robert Woods. If Robert Woods went, I had no idea what we were going to do. But we'll get Robert Woods a wide receiver. Obviously, we need to bring in receivers. We need a drastic wide receiver help when we're sitting with Mike Evans, Terry McLaurin, and Robert Woods. But I think we're very strong at running back with CMC, David Montgomery, TJ Hawkinson. We have the elite level quarterbacks in Lamar Jackson, Tom Brady. Lamar obviously paired up with Mark Andrews. So we have an elite level tight end. We also have him paired up with J.K. Dobbins, if you think that matters. And then we have Tom Brady and Evans together, of course. Love this team. Love this team. We would have been put in a very difficult spot if Robert Woods went where Rashad Penny did. I don't think we were drafting Penny regardless. Yeah. Dawson Knox goes 101. Come on, get these quarterbacks off. We want to see Rodgers. We want to see Carr. We want to see Stafford all off the board at this point. Let's get these 3 QBs. Preferably here in the middle round. Let's not even tease it. Let's just get them off the board. And Dawson Knox went before TJ Hawkinson in this draft. I think this is the second time we've seen this. I think this is the second time we've seen this. Crazy. I understand the argument for the offenses that they're playing in, but from a talent perspective, I could never do it. I could never do it. Swizz World says final 25 minutes. We're almost there, guys. We're in the final stretch here, ladies and gentlemen. So, Knox, Hawkinson go. Kill Zebras so far has no tight ends, is 1 running back. What running back do they have? They have 2 elite level quarterbacks with Kyler and Burrow. They get Burrow at a pretty nice value. I mean, their running back is Joe Mixon. I like that team. So, wide receiver, you have Diggs, Keenan, Hollywood, Brandon Cooks, DeAndre. Oh, I love this team. You get DeAndre Hopkins paired up with Kyler Murray and Hollywood Brown this far past their ADP. We have the pseudo double stack there with Joe Mixon and Tyler Boyd with Joe Burrow. Oh, Kill Zebras, whatever their name is. I mean, killing us out here. They're killing us in this draft. Steve the Weave says, flock hat, how do I get one? Yeah, we're going to give away some Fantasy Flock Network hats near the end of this live stream. How about this? I will give the instructions to get the Fantasy Flock Network hats now, and we're not going to repeat it at the end of the stream in case someone just now comes in. So we'll do the first. Just trying to think how much it costs. We'll do the first 10 comments. The first 10 comments on this live stream after it turns into a video. We'll get a Fantasy Flock Network hat. I will respond saying you win a hat. And if I respond, then you send me an email from the email address you left the comment with, so I can go through and I can check that it's the same Gmail account. And then I can confirm, I can get you that hat shipped out to your address. Okay. So make sure after this live stream ends, you go down to the comment section, leave a comment as fast as you can. Doesn't matter what it is. Doesn't matter if it's Great Stream Mason. Doesn't matter if it's Mason, you're ugly. First 10 comments, we'll get a free Fantasy Flock Network hat. I will only email me if I respond that you won. You won. I guess now we have Darrell Henderson going 150. Please get Derek Carr off the board. What are we doing messing around with this? Please get Derek Carr off. What is this team doing? This team has Mahomes at quarterback. Team afterward has nobody. They go Isaiah McKenzie 116. I mean, the wide receiver that I like here doesn't necessarily make too much. I guess we don't have to panic and try to 100% make sure that we're going to get Julio Jones to stack with Tom Brady, given the fact that we already have Mike Evans, so it is what it is. Like, Julio's obviously an added bonus, but I think we can maybe roll the dice to see if we get Julio Jones on the way back around at the beginning of the 11th. What is Johnny doing? Goes Julio. Okay, so we don't have the chance for Julio. We're just going to grab the wide receiver that we probably would have taken regardless. We're going to go ahead and we're going to take Michael Gallup here. I think Gallup's going to be the best wide receiver in this range. I don't necessarily think it's going to be close either. I'm really going to Michael Gallup as a part of an elite level offense. He's demonstrated the talent before when he was the number one receiver in an offense that had Amari Cooper in his second year in the NFL and receiving yards per game and targets per game in Dallas. So let's go through. Gallup 118. After we make our next pick, I'll show you all the rest of this team. I actually really like this team. I really like this team. So Derek Carr goes 119. Pat Fry, we thought the board as well. Not too interested in either one of those players. Hopefully we get like Kirk Cousins here. Like Kirk Cousins going to will the thrill. Garrett Wilson goes to 121. Joshua, okay, we're going to go ahead and we're going to take Chase Claypool. I'm not a massive Claypool guy, but I think that this is going to be a pick that not a lot of people are going to be able to make at the beginning of the 11th round. So let me show off this draft board so far. So at running back, we have CMC, David Montgomery, J.K. Dobbins. We have the elite level tight end with Mark Andrews. We have the two elite level quarterbacks for a best ball format with Lamar Jackson and Tom Brady. We have Brady stacked up with Evans. We have Lamar stacked up with Andrews. And then at wide receiver, not strong, not super strong, but I think we got strong values. I mean, we got Mike Evans in the third. We got Terry McLaurin in the fifth. Beyond that, Robert Woods, Michael Gallup, Chase Claypool. And we're going to continue to just build out this wide receiver depth, of course. Okay. Let's move this down. And we are 30 likes away from hitting 5,000. So if you want to be our 5,000th like on the live stream, if you want to show some love to a 24-hour live stream, go down there and drop that like, of course. After we go Chase Claypool, you got Kenneth Walker, Rondell Moore, Kenneth Gainwell, all going off the board directly after. Versace says, I just noticed you're not wearing the suit. Yes, we are not wearing the suit. We are rocking the OG Flock jersey if you're just now coming in here. Right, rocking the OG Flock jersey. Got this sent to us way back in like 2020. Now, Striking Fiona says, Ramondre Stevenson or Chase Edmonds or Allen Lazard. We got to pick two here. I think we start at Chase Edmonds and Allen Lazard. With Ramondre Stevenson, yeah, it's very possible that he's the starting running back in New England. I'd rather see it before we believe it. In terms of submitting a starting lineup, I would rather see it before we believe it with Ramondre Stevenson. Okay, so Jahan Dotson going at 127. Hines Carter. Jay Wall says another 24-hour live stream on your 24th birthday. No, we're not going to be able to do that, my friend. I mean, I think we can do the 24-hour live stream when we actually have drafts that we can do. The issue is doing the 24-hour live stream during the season. I'm supposed to sit here full screen staring at you, answering questions for 24 hours. No, we're not doing that. There's no way in hell that's happening. Okay, so now we have Nyheim Hines, Michael Carter, Alexander Madison off the board here at the end of the 11th rounds. I'm just pulling this up on my phone to make sure that I've actually dropped a like on the live stream. I can't be asking you to drop a like on the stream if I haven't done it myself. Now we have Alberto off the board here, 134. Dan coming out says, dude, congrats on the accomplishment. 10,000 likes, 93,000 subs, 24 hours straight. Unreal. It's been a fun day drafting alongside you, my man. Thanks for a fun all day. No, thank you so much for hanging out with us all day, my man. Thank you so much for being in the live chat. Like I said, I thought this was going to be brutal. I thought this was going to be significantly harder than it was. I think the reason it was much, much easier than I expected is because y'all hanging out with us 24 hours. Like, I thought it was going to be 3 a.m. and there were going to be 50 people in here. And I was going to be sitting here going, what did I get myself into? What did I get myself into? Okay. So let's move this down. You know what's funny? I think this live stream is going to end right about the same time this draft ends. I think we have this lined up perfectly, but Kirk Cousins falling a ridiculous amount. Gage even goes. Cousins finally off the board here, 139. Hopefully we get these other two quarterbacks gone as well. Obviously, we can't take your quarterback with this build. I'm not excited about the running backs in this range either, if I'm going to be honest with you. I'm not dying to take Isaiah Pacheco. Tyler Gier goes, okay, so we're going to get Devontae Parker. We don't have to think twice about this. We've been forced to have to go through and take Jalen Tolbert in a few of these drafts here at the 12-13 turn over the past few. Yeah, just because we drafted Dak Prescott. And when we draft Dak Prescott, then sure, we'll take Tolbert. In reality, we're never excited to do it. I'd much prefer drafting Devontae Parker, 142. Steve the Weave says, Mason, you got to cut the live stream early. The video won't save. I understand. I mean, we have another 15 minutes before we have to cut it. We have another 15 minutes before we have to cut it. So Wandale going off 143. KJ Hamler 144. So I kind of like what we are going to have available to us. I think we're in a very nice spot. Trevor Lawrence 145. Let's load this up. Let's go through. Let's get some correlation in here. Let's take Jacoby Myers, pairing him up with a Devontae Parker. Maybe we make the bet. Oh, okay. Well, Tyquan Thornton's in the IR. Then all of a sudden, if the New England Patriots turn this into be a slightly more pass-happy offense overall, then who knows? And maybe we end up in a situation where this is a team that has a couple breakout wide receivers. Obviously unlikely. People are acting like these guys have absolutely no value because they're going to run the ball over and over and over again, which is probably likely. But there's the outside chance that this team isn't as run heavy as people assume. Okay. Okay, let's move this down. Gone with a ton of wide receiver depth here. I think that we're obviously going to draft 2 more running backs here, especially if we don't know if we're going to have J.K. Dobbins at the beginning portion of the season. We're not drafted for the beginning part of the year. Here, of course, in this best ball tournament, we're trying to optimize for weeks 15, 16, 17. OJ's coming out and says, do you never want to do a 24-hour fantasy draft again? I mean, do you never want to do a fantasy draft again? Hey, I got great news for you, everyone. If you were not able to get in this last draft with us, you know what we're doing tonight? If this is correct, we're hopping in another fantasy football draft tonight. Okay, so we will be live again tonight, of course, drafting fantasy football teams. I told you we would get live streams going every single day for the next 200 days. Maybe you make the argument, oh, well, it's technically Tuesday right now. We're not going with that cheapo argument. We'll be live. We'll be firing up some more drafts tonight if y'all want to get in them. Okay. Cedric Wilson off the board. 155. Very interesting. Looks like this is like an all-out Miami Dolphins fan that doesn't like Tua Tagovailoa. Like, look, Cedric Wilson takes Jalen Waddle there 14. I'm sorry, Tyreek Hill there 14. Pairs him up with Waddle. I mean, all in on the Miami Dolphins passing offense, but he knows something we don't. He decides to take Albert O over Tua Tagovailoa. He goes, you know what? No. We're going to have Tyreek Hill breaking out. We're going to have Jalen Waddle breaking out. We're going to have Cedric Wilson breaking out. Tua's going to be trash. Maybe he goes ahead and maybe he decides to grab Teddy Bridgewater in the last round. Okay. So now let's move this over. Baker Mayfield, 159. Okay, hopefully we get Winston and Matt Ryan off. I think we can go tight end in this range. And we've also hammered in so many of these wide receivers. We're at wide receiver, I think we were weak. But now we have Mike Evans, Terry McLaurin, Robert Woods, Michael Gallup, Chase Claypool, Devontae Parker, and Jacoby Myers. I think we have enough upside at wide receiver where we can pivot over to some running backs if we need to. Honestly, I kind of like the tight ends in this range as well. Let's see. What we're hoping for is a lot of these teams before us have 1 to 0 quarterbacks. Yeah, we're hoping we get one of these teams taking Winston as well. We can't take Winston when we have Lamar and Brady. Hugh the Plug says, did my man ever play NCAA or did he really just do underdog drafts for 24 hours straight? We just did underdog drafts for 24 hours. Yeah, no, we did not take a break from this. Daniel Jones going, come on, let's get Winston off here. Yeah, Winston goes, so we're going to go ahead. We're going to take Samir White. I mean, I was the idiot not drafting Samir White in the 18th round a while ago. I was stupid. I'll admit it. Now that Kenyon Drake's not on this roster, the situation's slightly different. We'll go ahead. We'll draft him here, and we'll just take our L from passing on him earlier on. Okay. Brian Robinson, 167. Okay, I think we probably look to go ahead and bring in another tight end here. I'm a big fan of Higbee and Gesicki in this range. I know we are probably going to lose a lot of money on Mike Gesicki this year. We've drafted, literally, Gesicki has gotten cheaper and cheaper and cheaper and cheaper and cheaper. And like an idiot, I've been like, oh, okay, I'll buy the dip, I'll buy the dip, I'll buy the dip, I'll buy the dip, all the way down, all the way down. So went from I didn't have a ton of Gesicki earlier this offseason to now I have a lot of Gesicki, and it's not looking great. Okay. So now, Isaiah Likely, 169. Yeah. Let's go ahead. Let's embarrass ourselves. Let's take Mike Gesicki in another one of these drafts. Or now, maybe we don't embarrass ourselves in this one. Let's go ahead. Let's take Tyler Higbee, 171. We'll swing this back around as well. So at running back, we have CMC, David Montgomery, J.K. Dobbins, Samir White. Tight end, we have the elite level option, Andrews paired up with Lamar. We also have Higbee. I mean, I think Higbee's fine in this range as our tight end 2 on an Andrews build. Wide receiver, we have Evans paired up with Brady. We also have Terry McLaurin, Robert Woods, Michael Gallup, Chase Claypool, Devontae Parker, and Jacoby Myers. Strong build, strong build. But we got 10 minutes left, ladies and gentlemen. 10 minutes left on this stream. Dear God. What do y'all think? Run it back? Run it. Hey, should I reset the timer? What are y'all thinking? I'm thinking we reset the timer. When is kickoff? I know it's Thursday. Today's Tuesday. Another 24 hours Wednesday morning. Another 24 hours Thursday morning. And then like probably 12 more. What do y'all think? Another 60 hours from here? I'm thinking we run it back. Now we got AJ Green, Zay Jones here at the very end of the 15th. Z Spicy says, could you rate my team in a 12-team league where we got the 7th pick? We got Josh Allen, Justin Jefferson, Brandon Cooks, Rashad Bateman, AJ Dillon, Cam Akers, Travis Kelce, elite quarterback, elite tight end. Love it in a shallow redraft format. Great team. R-Max's thoughts on McCole Hardman this year. Doesn't matter in a casual redraft format. In best ball, I do think that he's appealing based on the offense he's attached to. Okay, Nick Westbrook-King goes 182. The Red Baron coming out with a massive donation. Thank you, my man. Says, you made it. Just won 50 from a friend who said you won it. Sorry, couldn't resist the bet. I know you would do it. Flock up for life. Someone's betting against us that we're not getting. Guys, we live stream every day, like 3-4 hours, every single night for like 200 days in a row. If we have that kind of stamina, nobody should have ever doubted us. Nobody should have doubted us. If you did, I expect an apology. But thank you for believing in us, the Red Baron. Happy to hear that. You made your friend pay for that. And thank you again, my friend, for being out here a couple different times this live stream. Okay. Corey Davis goes in 185. Why the running back or receiver here? I mean, obviously. Just depends what value ends up making it to us. This team only has one quarterback. I feel like they have to go. Yeah, they go Watson, 186. Okay, let's go. Marvin, Isaiah Spiller, Kenny Galladay. Looks like we're taking Isaiah Spiller here. Gonna be tough at the beginning of the year when we have no production from J.K. Dobbins, Isaiah Spiller, or Samir White. Hopefully CMC and David Montgomery can get us there. Let's go ahead. Let's take Isaiah Spiller. So running back 5. And we got 6 minutes left. Oh my gosh. 6 minutes left on this. Crazy, guys. Absolutely nuts. Thank you. Thank you for being with us. This has been wild. It's been wild. Brevin Jordan goes 191. Pawn 6 says, can you recap your favorite draft of the day? No, because once this hits 12 hours, we got to bail. Once it's closing in on 12 hours, we have to end it early, or we are going to be in a spot where YouTube doesn't save it. If YouTube doesn't save this, oh my gosh, I will cry myself to sleep tonight. But Eddie coming out says, congrats from Etone888. Monumental feat. Thanks